Chapter 401. Katerina walked out of the cloakroom slowly wearing that loose white shirt. The hem of the shirt was long like a short skirt, but it just covered the length of the hip line. The spring scenery was looming as she moved. A pair of slender and wide long legs was very dazzling. Perhaps thinking that the man in the room had seen more, she was not shy at all. Katerina came over and sat on the high stool opposite Ji-sun with a calm expression. Her legs were closed and crossed, and there was a hint of elegance in her casualness. Ji-sun glanced at the long white legs and continued the previous topic, smiling. Yeah. I was also impressed by Honlo's time. Hee hee. Katerina rolled her beautiful eyes, smiled and raised her glass, but her tone pretended to be a little resentful. You know, you are the first and only person who has seen me in such a predicament. I really wanted to kill you at that time. It was a very relaxed time to get along, and the topic was also a light topic. The two clinked glasses, and Ji-sun laughed without hesitation. He understood something and said, "So, this is why you asked just now? Facts have proved that no matter whether it is a high-level card master or the commander-in-chief of the Alliance army, they are women after all, and some things will be remembered for a long time. The last time Honlu gambled, she said that she was not as good as Qin Rushi, and this young lady from the Lionheart family always remembered it." Katerina gently shook the wine glass in her hand, and the amber liquid spun in the transparent glass, reflecting the flashing light in her eyes. She said, "Yes. Where you lose, you must stand up there. Fortunately, you have a good taste now." As she spoke, she leaned slightly on the wine table beside her, shaking the wine glass with one hand and holding her chin lazily with the other hand, showing her graceful curves. Ji-sun could see it no matter what he looked up, so he no longer deliberately restrained his gaze and admired it openly. Katerina, who was only wearing a white shirt, exuded a sexy charm that was completely different from usual. Perhaps it was because of the alcohol, a layer of mist filled her eyes. Under the light, it was a lazy and beautiful face. The white shirt was loose to begin with, and the collar was not buttoned up. The angle of the shirt was just right to see the lively jade lion. There was nothing underneath the shirt. Ji-sun's angle was just right to see everything. The daughters of noble families were all well developed. When she was in Honolulu, she was a young girl who had just graduated from the federal college, and her figure was still a little immature. Now she is a beautiful rose in full bloom. Blooming proudly. Katrina seemed to be slightly drunk, with a blush spreading from her slender neck to her cheeks, and her eyes were slightly blurred, as if she was thinking about something. At this moment, she suddenly turned her eyes back, and saw the admiring gaze on her chest again. Her eyebrows moved slightly, and she smiled charmingly. She just hummed lightly to show that she had noticed. But she didn't say anything. Katerina just looked at him. Ji-sun also had no intention of restraining his gaze, but was more appreciating beauty. Putting aside lust, the white jade lion in front of her at this moment was really beautiful, like a perfect work of art. Even if you look at it carefully, every inch of her skin is as soft as jade, which makes your eyes sink deeply, and it is difficult to move away. They were caught for the third time, but neither of them revealed this subtle tacit understanding. One would occasionally take a peek to admire her graceful figure. The other smiled and acquiesced to the seemingly accidental exposure of spring light. Without saying anything, this subtle atmosphere slowly continued and became more and more intense. As if she noticed the intermittent gaze at that time, knowing that the other party could not see clearly, Katerina blinked her eyelashes slightly, teasing, and suddenly asked, "Can you see clearly? Or should I unbutton another button?" The white shirt was loosely draped over her body, casual yet charming. Just like she asked this question casually, Ji-sun thought she was teasing him for peeking, so he chuckled and said, "Okay." "Oh, you're welcome." The young lady from the Lionheart family chuckled. Unexpectedly, she took it seriously as soon as she finished speaking. She just pinched the button of her shirt and unbuttoned it. The loose shirt was mostly unbuttoned. This time, her beauty was exposed, and her sexiness was overwhelming like a tide. The collar was split along the buttons of her shirt to her lower abdomen, and her clothes were exposed. With just a little movement, the little jade lion seemed to jump out playfully. This was completely different from the previous scene of changing clothes. She wanted to reveal, but also cover up, and it was hazy, but the charm was extremely strong. Katerina smiled generously and asked provocatively, "Is this okay?" As she spoke, she turned around lightly, slightly sideways to face Ji-sun, and this posture made the curves inside more vaguely visible. Ji-sun looked at Katerina's calm expression and smiled in approval. "Yeah. Just right." Hearing this "just right," Katerina raised her eyebrows and hesitated for a moment. She then nodded and sneered, as if she was angry but not angry, and said the same words again, But the meaning was completely different. You are really rude. With this slight bend, the neckline was wide open, and a piece of snow white stood up in front of the eyes. Ji-sun smiled gentlemanly. I am honored. He also felt it was very strange, because he had seen her naked more than once before. Logically speaking, this kind of half-covered should not be so visually stimulating. However, it was this scene in front of him that made his eyes uncontrollable, and he would always glance at it involuntarily, looking for the spring scenery under the half-covered clothes. Just like the snow-capped mountains in the clouds and mist, people always want to take a glimpse of the proud peaks of snow. In fact, for high-level extraordinary people like them, it is easy to get physical pleasure. But spiritual resonance is a more rare experience. Both of them enjoyed this relaxed atmosphere that made people feel comfortable and happy. Not too strong or too weak, just right. As if going any further would destroy this delicate atmosphere. Katerina has just the right amount of charm. The two of them drank one glass after another, and chatted about a lot of gossip. From humanities and history to literature and art, and life ideals. Katerina is a card artist in the musician sequence after all, and there is often a steamed phonograph with great sound quality in the house. The two of them drank, and the music started playing at some point. It was a melodious and soothing serenade, adding a bit of romance and mystery to the night. Outside the French window, the light inside the mechanical city was like a favorite starry sky, shining brightly in the haze. After drinking 2 bottles of secret medicine wine, both of them were a little drunk. Catalina opened a few more bottles of other wine, but after drinking good wine, other wines were bland and tasteless. At this time, the music in the phonograph changed to a slow dance music. This atmosphere made people want to dance to the dance music. Ji-sun suddenly got excited, stood up from the stool, performed a gentleman's salute with his chest protected, and stretched out his hand. Miss Carter, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance with me? When Catalina heard this, she smiled brightly and agreed happily okay. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and gently placed it on Ji-sun's inviting palm, her beautiful eyes like silk, and said, I thought I had to ask again. Ji-sun smiled and gently pulled, and the two of them danced lightly to the drum beat. Catalina didn't wear shoes, so she danced lightly on the carpet with her tender bare feet. Both of them enjoyed this leisure, and immersed themselves in the melody of the music. Because they were only wearing a thin white shirt, the two hugged each other and felt soft. For a moment, the two of them were close to each other, their body temperature was mutual, and their breathing was clear. As they danced, the music changed from cheerful to soothing. The two of them hugged each other, and swayed slowly by the French window. Ji-sun put his hands lightly on Catalina's tender waist, and one hand was slightly below. Catalina buried her head on his shoulder, and hugged him openly. But when she raised her hand, the hem of her shirt was lifted up. One of Ji-sun's hands just happened to touch the delicate skin. Generally, there is no cover, warm and delicate, half of it is the trace of privacy fabric, smooth and thin. The texture was completely different from the shirt, as light as a thin layer of silk. This gave her soft jade-like skin a sense of layering. Ji-sun was attracted by the wonderful touch, and could not help but touch it a few more times. The dance was halfway through, and the atmosphere was thick. Of course, Catalina could feel the little movement, but she did not want to stop it. Instead, she leaned close to his ear and teased boldly, if you want to try it, try it. I didn't say no, so of course you can. As she said this, because she was half a head shorter than Ji-sun, she also stood on tiptoe to cooperate, making it easier for the hand to hold her. Ji-sun always had a smile on his face, and he was not shy, but he was very curious about some feelings. With a slight flick of his fingers, a large piece of soft jade was in his hand, and he tasted it carefully. The white shirt was also lifted up most of the time, and the pair of straight white long legs were completely exposed to the air. It was a pity that only he could appreciate this beautiful scene. Catalina seemed to have drunk too much, her eyes became more and more blurred, and she murmured in a tipsy voice, This feels really good. Ji-sun also felt the increasingly ambiguous atmosphere. Only then did he realize that it was not that his emotions were aroused, but that the two of them were really drunk. He guessed something, but still asked, What kind of wine is this? Why do I feel that the after effect is a bit strong? Katerina said casually, It's a secret wine from the southern continent that Alice sent me. Ji-sun thought she didn't know, and reminded her, Why do I feel that the nourishing effect of this wine is a bit special? When I tasted the wine before, I hadn't fully discovered its effects. I thought it was just nourishing the body. But now that the medicinal effect is evaporating in the body, I know it's a bit special. Hearing this, Catalina raised her head and finally smiled. Alice is talking about Heverland Dragon Root Wine, a secret recipe of the Southern Continent Palace. Ji-sun heard the name, and it was true. Dragon Clan sexual lust, the name sounds a bit like some special effects in the previous life. Multi-whip wine. He was just confused and asked, you know? That means, you know, and still drink it? Of course I know. That's why I let you try it. Katarina didn't care and smiled brightly. What else? I can't drink with others. The two of them are already very familiar with each other, so there is no need to hide it. Ji-sun listened with a slightly strange expression. But he was relieved. Speaking, Catalina's eyelashes flickered slightly, and she didn't forget to ask, what do you think of this wine? Ji-sun looked at the pretty face in front of him, and said truthfully, very good. Katarina seemed to sense something when she heard this and teased, I also feel that you feel very good. Uh-huh. The two looked at each other, and then smiled at each other tacitly. I don't know if it was because of the delay during the dance, but another button on Catalina's shirt was unbuttoned, which was almost the same as being open. From Ji-sun's perspective, it looked proud and upright. It was not very majestic, but it was very light, and could be held in the hand. Like a rose blooming in the garden, proudly blooming on the branches with unique beauty, sexy and beautiful. I didn't look carefully when I changed clothes before, but now I look carefully, and I don't worry about being discovered. His eyes roamed between the proud, like a lord inspecting his territory, carefully. Catalina also looked at Ji-sun's eyes, admiring her figure with interest. While she confidently showed her beauty, she didn't forget to ask, how do you feel now? Ji-sun smiled, didn't say much, and went straight to the point, judging, it's actually better than it looks. Both of them are open-minded, and do not reject such intimate behavior. It's just that in many cases, the right atmosphere will make the experience more pleasant. It was almost there before, but it's just right now. Catalina didn't have any intention of stopping it, but she joked, hey, I let you take a look. I didn't let you be so presumptuous. It's okay to watch, but it's the first time for Jinjin to be touched. Ji-sun ignored this, and held her at his arms with one hand. This posture is domineering and strong. Catalina felt the big hands moving all over her body, becoming more and more presumptuous, giggled softly, and said faintly, you are the first one who dares to be so rude to me. As she said this, she realized that she was leaning against the glass of the French window, and the posture was ambiguous and provocative. The eldest lady of the Lionheart family, the beautiful Silver Mist Rose, bloomed her sexiness at this moment. After all, she was a girl. No matter how bold she was a little flustered. Perhaps sensing Ji-sun's hesitation for a moment, Catalina bit her lips lightly and said, this is one-way glass. As soon as the words fell, the glass made a slight dong sound. The glass room was full of spring colors, and outside the window was a busy mechanical dungeon. The effect of dragon root wine was far beyond expectations, and the nourishing effect was extraordinary. It was also the first time that Ji-sun had such a wonderful experience, and he enjoyed it to the fullest. A good night's sleep. Early in the morning. On the white bed, Ji-sun's biological clock made him open his eyes on time. The alchemy lamp on the bedside emitted a gentle light. The quilt was warm. Ji-sun was resting his head on a delicate beauty. He tilted his head, and saw that a head of messy golden hair covered most of the beautiful face. Katarina was sleeping soundly, and there seemed to be a ruddy afterglow between her eyebrows. Under the thin sheets, there was an unobstructed warm jade touch. He looked at it, and recalled the joy of last night in his mind, and a smile rose on the corner of his mouth. Even without the help of alcohol, this is a flawless and perfect body, and it is rare that the spiritual level is also perfectly matched. No matter how the two get along, it is very relaxing. After all, Katarina is also a 5th level card master, and her perception is very sharp. Ji-sun just took a second look, and her closed eyes turned and she had woken up. But she didn't open her eyes, and asked in a dreamy voice, are you awake so early? While speaking, she moved her head, and let herself be completely pressed against Ji-sun's arms. I'm used to it, Ji-sun said, and his hand gently stroked her head, her soft golden hair. After a simple conversation, they didn't speak for a long time. But the atmosphere in the room became more subtle and warm, which made people feel lazy and hoped to lie in bed forever. Katarina closed her eyes, and enjoyed this rare leisure time. At this time, she thought of something and said, I haven't slept so comfortably since I became the commander of the Allied forces. You don't know that being the commander of the Allied forces requires worrying about many things. The enemies of the southern continent, the enemies of the Orlan royal court, the arrangements of the eastern wasteland, the internal spies, and the future development path. I have to deal with many things every day, but when you came, the feeling of depression suddenly disappeared. Last night was the most peaceful night I slept since I came to the old continent. This comfort comes from the heart. The tone was the same as before, And it did not change at all because of the intimacy between the two. For the two, this subtle friendship was more enjoyable than pleasure. Ji-sun listened to Xiao Zhao's response, and his hands were not idle, playing with the pair of proud jade lions beside him. Catalina chatted and responded from time to time under the quilt. After the pleasure, the only change was that some intimate behaviors became more natural and casual. Huh? But suddenly, Catalina let out a light huh? As if she had discovered something. Then she reminded with a smile. But, there is still half an hour before I have to go to the mechanical city for an early patrol. Ji-sun, Catalina smiled knowingly. Then you hold on tight. Chapter 402. Ah, it's too late. I've never missed the daily morning patrol. Katerina lifted the quilt and looked at the clock on the wall. A little panic flashed across her pretty face. She glanced at Ji-sun under her and asked with a smile, would you like to rest for a while? I have to go out. This young lady from the Lionheart family is probably used to being in a high position, and she mostly took the initiative last night. This posture is ambiguous and intimate. Ji-sun didn't think anything of it, but was happy to enjoy this happy time lying flat. He didn't have the habit of sleeping late, so he sat up and held Katerina's elastic buttocks with one hand, saying, no. I'm almost up. Katerina also felt that this intimate posture was very comfortable. She sensed something and teased, you look very energetic. It seems that the secret medicine wine is really effective. Ji-sun smiled. His palm gently stroked the soft skin, from the buttocks up, supporting the smooth waist, and then to the smooth back. He unconsciously played with the pair of little jade lions again, and couldn't help but praise, Miss Carter is also great. It must be said that this young lady from the Lionheart family is a perfect pleasure partner, impeccable in both emotional value and figure. This feeling is always mutual. For Catalina, Ji-sun also gave her a wonderful feeling. After the pleasure, some thoughts can be expressed very directly. This intimate action aroused the warm atmosphere that had just subsided. Of course, Catalina immediately understood, with a hint of charm between her eyebrows, and said with regret, but we can't delay any longer. I have to get up. She stood up and said, I have a lot of work to do during the day, so I may be busy. I come to see you later. You can rest at the base these days. I said I treat you well? Ji-sun was of course not greedy for pleasure, and nodded yes. Katerina stood up, and pulled the bell, at the head of the bed. The next second, the door opened from the outside. The 4 personal maids I had seen before walked into the room cautiously. They were all maids trained by the Lionheart family since childhood, and they were used to serving their young lady when she got up. Catalina went to the bathroom naked, and the 2 maids followed her as usual. 2 other maids came to the bed. Although they had been trained by the old maids in the family, they knew that they would serve the male master after their young lady got married. But after all, this was the first time, and she was a little embarrassed. She lowered her head, her cheeks were slightly red, and she didn't dare to look directly at Ji-sun on the bed. After tidying up the scattered clothes around, they saw Ji-sun getting up. They took the initiative to come up and handed him the pajamas they had prepared long ago, and stretched out their hands to help him put them on. Mr. Ji-sun, I will help you. Ji-sun didn't feel awkward with his bare bottom, but he was just not used to being served. He took the clothes and put them on himself, saying, no, I can do it myself. Thank you. Of course, he also knew that Catalina deliberately did not avoid letting the maids serve him. If what happened at the banquet last night was to add fuel to the fire, these maids would also spread the situation truthfully. In this way, Catalina can be regarded as directly expressing her attitude, and there will be fewer trivial matters in the future regarding the marriage. Also, General Ragan will probably make preparations in advance if the marriage fails. Ji-sun is also happy to see this. Catalina went out for an early patrol. A maid brought food to the room, so there was no need to go out. Ji-sun stayed in the suite, and did not plan to go to the mechanical city to make himself uncomfortable. He was not interested in the kind of intrigues and interpersonal relationships, and he also guessed that the news of staying overnight at Catalina's place last night would definitely cause a huge reaction in the Alliance army. Some people will come to win over the people around him, the commander of the Allied forces, and there will also be rivals like Mick, who will come to cause trouble. Instead of going out and wasting his precious time, it is better to study in the house. After breakfast, Ji-sun started his daily practice and study as usual. Probably because of the dragon root wine, he was still energetic after a night of tossing. Various classics were placed on the desk. While he was clearly feeling it, he read and studied those classics efficiently, with the ability of multitasking. Time passed by without anyone noticing. As she said, Catalina was busy until the evening, and only then did she find time to have dinner with Ji-sun. But fortunately, it was after 10 o'clock, which was the time for the two of them to be alone. No one disturbed them. The relationship between the two did not change much because of the joy. They were still like close allies, talking about the war and life. It was just that after becoming close, they could get along more unscrupulously. For them, that feeling of ease and joy was more valuable than joy. And no one can guarantee that they will be able to meet alive next time. Both of them cherished and enjoyed this rare experience. Although Katerina was busy with work every day as the commander of the Allied forces, she also practiced very hard. She knew very well that without absolute strength support, it would never be possible to stand firm in the world of card masters. Just like General Ragan, who was ambitious just after entering the 7th level. Ji-sun was one level higher than Katerina, and his cognition in the field of extraordinary knowledge was much stronger than that of the average 6th level. When the two of them are together, in addition to enjoying themselves, they also practice together. They complement each other a lot. I have to mention one more thing. It turns out that the effect of dragon root wine is not just for 1 or 2 days, but lasts for a long time. It even has the effect of permanently increasing certain abilities. Time flies, and 5 days have passed in a flash. This day, early morning. Ji-sun and Katerina both have the habit of getting up early. In the cloakroom, Ji-sun changed into travel clothes. After staying in the mechanical city for a few days, he is leaving today. There was no maid around, so Katerina helped to tidy up his clothes herself. While tidying up carefully, she smiled and said, "Are you leaving today? Or stay a few more days?" The tone was very light, without any sadness of parting. Inviting him to stay was more of a sincere greeting between friends. Katerina did not change her clothes, still wearing the white shirt she wore to sleep. The loose clothes could not completely cover up her graceful figure. In the mirror, her slender legs exuded a whiter luster than the shirt under the light. There was nothing underneath the shirt, and the alluring spring scenery could be seen faintly. Ji-sun casually hugged Katerina, who was helping him adjust his collar, and reached under the shirt to get a large piece of delicate soft flesh, saying, "It's almost time." The rebel dragon army has received news that the lost imperial capital Behemoth has also been discovered in the southern continent. I plan to lurk over and see what's going on. As he spoke, his eyes met, and he added, "Once the news of the lost imperial capital spreads, a large number of hunter teams will be needed to move in immediately. This is a great opportunity. Some things can only be said face to face." This time he came in person. A big reason is to discuss this plan. Katerina also enjoyed this kind of intimate behavior, nodded seriously yes. "I will be ready here." As she said, she thought of something and said, "As you expected, General Ragan has indeed taken action in the past few days. They found an excuse to transfer some masters from the base. So, if you want to leave today, no one from the base will escort you away." After all, it was a matter of life and death, so she spoke of this topic in a serious tone. As Ji-sun expected, General Ragan's group really wanted to kill. These little actions were enough to prove it. Not only was it aimed at him as an outsider, but it even threatened Katerina, the Allied commander-in-chief. Hearing this, Ji-sun only had a nonchalant smile on his face and said, "Yeah. A small problem." He had originally planned to do so. In the past few days, he had received a lot of accurate intelligence from Katerina. With this information as a basis for deduction, it can be said that the conspiracy hidden in the dark and the upcoming ambush were not any accidents in his eyes. At least, Katerina looked at his indifferent expression and wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a moment, she swallowed it in her mouth. She was not worried about Ji-sun's ability. During the close time and conversations over the past few days, she had already experienced the horror of my world. This was the exclusive magic secret technique of the leader of the 13 Cayman Riders that was once recognized as unsolvable by countless masters in the East Wilderness. Facts have proved that before Ji-sun knew what happened, she had already deduced the situation that she had deduced today by using a lot of intelligence lines to obtain intelligence. With that kind of magical deduction ability, as long as she doesn't do something stupid, it's hard for Katerina to imagine that Ji-sun will be in danger. However, she is worried about this. It's because she is very familiar with Ji-sun. She knows very well that this guy often has some crazy ideas. Just like when Xiao Mecheng encountered a strange time reversal during his adventure, he obviously found a solution, but he still chose to start over arrogantly. For this, she was hit on the chest with a knife and almost died. Katerina raised her eyebrows. She didn't know why some past events would always appear in her mind from time to time these days. The gambling fight in Honglu, the adventure in Xiao Mecheng, and the banquet in Xiongshi City were all impressive. She wanted to laugh, and found it very interesting. She didn't want to interfere with Ji-sun's decision. She hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Yeah? Then you should be careful." "Yeah." Ji-sun heard this, looked at himself in the mirror, smiled, and showed his neat white teeth. The sense of crisis has always been the colorful color of life for him. Not long after, the two walked out of the mechanical city. "I won't see you off. Next time you come, remember to treat me to a drink." "Okay." Katrina stood at the entrance of the mechanical city. As the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces, she couldn't send him too far. Ji-sun didn't care. After the two waved goodbye, Ji-sun turned around and disappeared into the darkness. Katrina looked at her old friend's back as he left, sighed slightly, and turned back to the mechanical city. Now the entire Allied forces knew about the relationship between him and Ji-sun, and too many people were paying attention to this farewell. Catalina said goodbye to Ji-sun and patrolled the mechanical city as usual. As she walked, someone suddenly spoke in her shadow. "Miss, according to your estimated location, it will take at least 20 minutes for us to rush there at full speed. If something unexpected happens, we may not be able to make it in time. Don't the shadow guards really want to follow? For a level 7 to kill people, 20 minutes is enough to kill many times." Catalina said lightly, "No need. If you follow them and are discovered over there, the plan will fail." Shadow said, "But what if?" As a shadow guard who protects Catalina, she knows many secrets that outsiders don't know. There is no such thing as a chance. Catalina shook her head, as if she was talking to herself. Whether as a friend or as the commander of the Allied forces, she would never let the conspiracy of General Ragan and his men succeed. Catalina knew that Ji-sun's plan would never have a chance, and said, "He has already discovered you. Besides, do you think he really doesn't know that I will arrange someone to go there? The place I chose was not meant to be disturbed. Moreover, it also created an irresistible opportunity for those conspirators." When Shadow heard this, he was surprised and said, "I was discovered." "Yes." Katarina didn't know what she was thinking of, and smiled inexplicably. Although he didn't say it, he must know it. The Lionheart family was once the first warlord of the Federation, and could stand on equal footing with the 5 major senators. How could they not have their own foundation? Their family has always cultivated its own secret guards. After Catalina took power, she paid more attention to this point. What others don't know is that the newly promoted 7th level soldiers in the Alliance army are not just the ones in the open by Lagan. There are 2 other secret guards under Catalina who have never shown their faces. You have to know that the advanced materials traded from the rebel dragon army were handled by her alone, so how could she not keep some backup? The materials that are highly compatible with the secret guards are the priority for trading. So even if Lagan really wants to seize power by force, Catalina actually has enough strength to deal with it. It's just that I haven't found a suitable reason. The complicated family alliance is not so easy to move. Those old guys who play tricks, if they don't give them a chance to show their fox tail, they won't give people a chance to beat them. When Catalina thought of this, a stern look appeared in her crystal eyes. Act according to the original plan. When you find the actions of the people over there, rush over as soon as possible. Notify the special service team. Once Lagong dies in battle, immediately settle the accounts. Shadow Guard, yes. However, as soon as Ji-sun left the base, several people who had been waiting for a long time in a hidden base also received the news. There is news over there that people have left the base. How many people? 1. 1? Are you sure? Yes. Are you sure? The masters in the base have been transferred out by us in the past few days, and the other permanent ones will not leave. And the informant has confirmed that Katarina listened to that kid and did not arrange for anyone to escort. It's just like what the intelligence said, extremely conceited and likes to take risks. No wonder he dared to kill the governor of Innocent City when he was at the 1st level. He probably thought he had some ability and didn't need an escort. What's the route? He should be going in the direction of the fluorescent forest. Scouts were sent to map this route before. It's very remote and has a huge plain, which is very suitable for ambush. Further away is the complex underground river area. If we really take action there, I'm afraid there will be accidents. Let's go! These people were none other than General Ragan and several of his confidants. After all, they were high-ranking military officials, and they had suspected that there was something wrong with this operation. But after analyzing the current intelligence, they couldn't find any problems. No matter how they deduced, they always felt that everything was normal. Whether analyzing the target's behavior and personality or analyzing environmental factors, it seemed that the other party would definitely make the current decision. It is because it is too normal that people are confused. There are only two possibilities in this situation. Either the other party's layout ability is far beyond their level, so that there is no flaw at all, or the other possibility is that the facts are really as they see, and the other party is not aware of the danger at all. General Lagong intuitively believes that he cannot be careless. But his strength tells him that what accidents can happen. The strong have an inexplicable arrogance in their own strength. Lagong feels that his 7th level strength is enough to solve all accidents. Just in case, he decided to do it himself. Besides, Ji-sun gave the other party an opportunity that he could not think about. Once he left Fluorescent Forest, there would be no such good opportunity to kill him. Thinking of this, Lagong and his men did not hesitate at all. No one could be left alive, so they chased him immediately. Ji-sun sneaked in the dark all the way. The area where the Alliance Army headquarters was located was an uninhabited area. Not to mention people, even magic beasts and monsters were rare. The road Ji-sun chose was a remote path to the north. Along the way, except for the sound of breathing and breaking wind, the surroundings were terribly quiet. However, choosing this road was safer because there were fewer monsters. Not long after, Ji-sun saw some glowing plants appearing on the roadside. Soon, when he rushed out of a cave, his vision suddenly became clear. An endless fluorescent forest appeared in his field of vision. This is very common in the cave world, but it is the first time that Ji-sun has seen such a large forest. So beautiful. Ji-sun looked at the forest in front of him, and felt refreshed by the beautiful scenery. The extraordinary world also has some unique natural landscapes that he had never seen in his previous life. But looking at this large plain, a hint of danger appeared in his eyes. It's a good place to be buried. Whether he died here, or the enemy died here, it would be good. In the vast plain, once you are targeted by the enemy, it is difficult to escape. But the same is true for Ji-sun. If it were any other complex terrain, if the enemy escaped, it would be a big problem even if the snake was not killed. This was the place he chose for the enemy. With a flash of thought, Ji-sun rushed into the forest. Because it was an unfamiliar environment, he showed due vigilance and walked slowly. As he walked, he deliberately cleaned up the traces he left behind. There were only some small monsters in the forest that were not very threatening, and their instincts to crisis were much stronger than humans. Perhaps they sensed that humans walking alone in the forest were not easy to mess with, so no blind monsters rushed out. Ji-sun had a safe journey. However, not long after, there was a sudden sound of breaking wind in the forest. Ji-sun was not surprised at all. He just raised his eyebrows and murmured, "Is there a magic mark on the clothes? TSK, are there people who have been bribed around Katarina? There are not many people who can mark clothes." This operation happened to be a good opportunity for Katarina to clean up those miscellaneous people around her. Ji-sun didn't think much about it, and looked back at the direction of the wind. Being able to hear the sound of the wind means that the enemy is very close. In almost the blink of an eye, 5 figures have quickly approached, forming a siege, surrounding the forest. If 4 or 5 level 7s came at once, like in the previous Extreme Thief City, Ji-sun would of course turn around and run away. However, the Alliance Army does not have such a luxurious pursuit lineup. After sensing the aura, they are all familiar. 1 level 7, 2 level 6, and 2 level 5. As for the identity, before Ji-sun could figure it out, the other party had already revealed his face. The guy leading the group was General Ragan, whom he had met before. 2 6th level players. One was the Colonel of the Red Lions, Hercules Barrett of the Black Knight sequence. Another was Major General, the ruthless Iron Hand Varus of the 6th level professional branch of Spade 6 Punishment Iron Guard. Both of them were once famous military masters of the Federation. Ji-sun had seen them in newspapers more than once. The other 2 5th level players. One was the familiar rival, Mr. Mick. The other one looked like the perception card master who was tracking him. Although he didn't know them, they were no longer a threat at this level. When he discussed tactics with Katarina before, he had seen the detailed information of almost all the masters in the Lagong camp, and these people were of course among them. There were no strange people with special abilities, and Ji-sun looked at them without any ripples. General Lagong and his 5 men caught up with him, and saw that Ji-sun did not run away or show any panic, and they were slightly surprised. Originally, they wanted to kill him immediately and make a quick decision. Kukan and Ji-sun's indifferent eyes made the 5 people hesitate. Both sides knew that they would meet here. But Ji-sun asked as if he didn't know General Lagong, "What do you mean?" The higher the level of the card master, the more uneasy this strange atmosphere felt. Lagong looked solemn, and while his eyes were fixed on Ji-sun, he glanced around from time to time, as if he wanted to see if there was a trap. The other 2 6th level players also showed the caution that they should have at their level. In their opinion, the target must have something to rely on if he could face the impending death situation so calmly. Ji-sun looked at the nervous looks of the few people, laughed awkwardly, and complained, boring. Lay traps in advance? There is no need for that. He just needs to know the route he chooses, and there are no traps set by the enemy. Turning around, he looked at the furious Mick and said, "Hey Mick, I refused your duel last time, are you trying to make up for it?" Hearing this, Mick on the opposite side thought he had guessed the other party's thoughts and sneered, "You want to delay time and wait for someone to rescue you." Lagong and his men also had this idea after they did not find the ambush. But for these veterans on the battlefield, they would not be stupid enough to give the enemy such a chance to delay. After waiting for a while, Chun-Chun was curious about where this guy in front of him got the confidence. Ji-sun shook his head, completely different from the anger of Mick on the opposite side. He said indifferently, No. Your Excellency misunderstood me. I just enjoy this process. Some things cannot come at once with great force. You have to enjoy the gradual process slowly. This is the only way to make the pleasant experience reach its extreme." Speaking of this, Ji-sun suddenly became interested and asked, "Major General Mick, since your Excellency is here, are you interested in fighting with me?" Mick listened to this face-to-face humiliation. Although he suspected that the other party was stalling for time, he could not refuse at all. Knowing that Ji-sun had stayed in Catalina's room for a full 5 days, he had already been jealous. Now that he has caught this man, of course he wants to kill him first and then quickly. He agreed immediately, "Okay, I want to see what you can do." Lagong, who was standing by, frowned and wanted to kill him quickly, but hesitated. He thought that delaying for a while would not change anything. However, the change in the next second made him change color instantly, and he said anxiously in his heart, "Not good." No one dared to think that the change came so suddenly. Ji-sun listened to Mick's agreement, and the next moment, the harmless smile on his face suddenly changed, and suddenly murderous aura rushed to the sky. Paw! With a loud bang, the person in the distance disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Mick saw the man appear in front of him. At this moment, the murderous aura was overwhelming like a tide, and the feeling of death was as real as a substance. "I'm going to die." The feeling of the huge fear of death sweeping over his body shocked him on the spot, and made him unable to move at all. Mick realized how ridiculous his pride was. It turned out that if this guy didn't agree to the duel request one day, it really meant that the other party never took him seriously. Chapter 403. Bang! Ji-sun punched Mick in the face. The earth rumble, which was wrapped in the destructive fist force, lingered on the fist, and caused the air to distort and ripple. Mick was so frightened by the sudden murderous intent that he could not move. If this punch really hit him, he would lose half his life even if he didn't die. However, at this critical moment, he suddenly heard a cold snort. "How dare you!" Instantly, a sharp sword energy came straight at him. Ji-sun felt the domineering sword energy at his waist that seemed to cut him in half, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. General Lagong was indeed a veteran strongman. Seeing that he was too late to save his nephew, he cleverly used this sword to resolve the crisis. If Ji-sun didn't dodge, he would definitely be hit by the sword. Even if he killed someone, he would not feel good. In just this moment, Ji-sun decisively retracted his fist, stepped back in the air, and his figure instantly retreated dozens of meters, and landed next to a big tree not far away. Looking again, the moon-like sword energy traveled 100 meters in an instant, and the big trees where it passed were cut, and slowly slid off smoothly. After a second or two, it fell to the ground with a crash, and the broken branches fell all over the sky. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at General Lagong holding a two-handed sword, and a wicked smile overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He is really strong. Spade 8 Magic Warrior, the 7th level professional sequence Wind Demon Swordsman, Magic and Martial Arts Dual Cultivation, is indeed very strong. The scalp tingled just now, which made him feel the kind of physical excitement. This old man didn't disappoint. However, it was basically confirmed from this sword that he was much inferior to the 7th level Thunder Dragon card master he had faced in Extreme Thief City. For Ji-sun, this was just right. At this moment, the two sides had already completed a confrontation. Except for Ji-sun and Lagong, the other four were stunned for a moment before they reacted. Even the other two 6th level generals, seeing the outrageous speed that Ji-sun had just burst out, could not hide their shock and fear in their hearts. With such strong strength, let alone protecting someone, if it really came for them, they would find it difficult to take it. As the victim, Mick really experienced the horror of coming back from the brink of death. When he came to his senses, he found that his back was completely wet with cold sweat. Originally, he planned to relieve his hatred and kill the wanted criminal who took his fiancée with his own hands. But when he could, he realized how naive his thoughts were. From childhood to adulthood, he has been burdened with genius. Mick, who grew up with the name of martial arts, was shattered by his pride at this moment. He looked at the evil young man in the distance, who had never looked at him straight in the eyes from beginning to end, and unconsciously felt a sense of frustration that he could not catch up with him. The difference in the punch just now was so big that Mick could not even think of resisting at all. Not only was his pride shattered, but his martial arts heart was also shattered. General Lagong, who was standing by, saw this scene and his eyes also showed a hint of coldness. If the family successor he was most optimistic about could not pass this level, will to fight. It has been damaged, and the future can only stop here. Of course, he didn't want to see such a scene, and snorted coldly, so it's the 6th level. Is this the basis for arrogance? You want to kill someone in front of me, and you asked me if I had the sword in my hand. After saying this, Mick, who was not far away, had some light in his eyes. Yes, I still have my uncle. As long as this guy is killed, everything can be started over again. Seeing this, the other 2 6th levels did not dare to form any encirclement formation anymore, and rushed forward to guard Mick. They knew very well that if they really had to separate, no one except General Lagong could escape unscathed from the enemy in front of him. Seeing that Ji-sun wanted to kill people to establish his authority, but was stopped, with 5-1, General Lagong and his group still had an overwhelming advantage. However, they were disappointed. The sword is a good sword. Level 3 Relic Storm Great Sword. Ji-sun listened to General Lagong's words, without any fear on his face, but full of playfulness. But you can't protect a person I want to kill. This playful expression made the people on the opposite side feel more and more uneasy. It was clearly the 5 of them who came to surround and kill the target, but why did it feel like they were being surrounded? When General Ragan heard this, his murderous intent was no longer restrained. He obviously didn't believe it and sneered, "Haha, is that so?" Although he said this, the cautious look in his eyes made him have to admit in his heart that I was wrong. Only then did they understand that Catalina chose to bring such a person to the Allied high-level meeting, not just because she didn't want to share the power of the commander-in-chief, so she just pulled a shield. But this guy is really ridiculously strong. He has reached the 6th level at such a young age. No one in the entire Eastern Wilderness can match him in terms of intelligence and means. If it were someone else, Lagong would have to admit that the future is promising. Unfortunately, it was the enemy. From the time they chose to surround and kill, some roads could no longer be turned back. And judging from the other party's reaction, the little lion of the Lionheart family might not have expected their actions, and might have had other arrangements long ago. As soon as the thought came up, all kinds of bad possibilities emerged. General Lagong was also a decisive person. He immediately cleared away the messy thoughts in his mind that could not be changed at the moment. In this situation, the only way was to carry out the plan to the end. Kill the man quickly, maybe there was still a chance. However, at the moment when Lagong revealed his murderous intention, Ji-sun on the opposite branch was keenly aware of it. The power of the spell surged all over his body. He chuckled and muttered to himself, "The magic is solved." Looking again, the phantom of the clown appeared behind him. Only then did he enter the state of going all out. Lagong secretly praised in his heart. What a keen perception, but he said without showing any weakness, "Humph, I want to see if you have the confidence to say that." Before he finished speaking, the old man's hands moved quickly. Bang! The man disappeared on the spot after hearing the sound of air explosion. Although he is not a Qigong master, he has mastered the wind element sequence, since he was a card master, and his understanding of wind has reached a very high level. This stepping on the wind step not only has no resistance in the air, but it is like a fish in water, and it can advance 100 meters in an instant. Shwa! The sword with sharp sword energy slashed towards Ji-sun, and the tree that 2 people hugged was instantly split into 2. Although it was clearly the target, Lagong's face changed. No! It's a phantom! Because the Ji-sun in front of him was disintegrating. In his perception, the figure was already behind him. Faster than before. How could this guy's speed be so outrageous? Lagong was suddenly shocked. He thought he had paid enough attention to this guy who came from nowhere, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated him. He knew that the other party was not coming for him, so he turned around quickly. Just then, he saw Ji-sun appear in front of Mick again. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive heavy punches. The 2 guarding level 6 card masters were knocked back 100 meters before they could react. This kind of rough fighting style, if you choose to resist, you will only be knocked back. Mick, who was dumbfounded, was stunned again on the spot. Ji-sun looked at the helpless Mick in front of him and grinned. That smile seemed to mock the arrogant provocation of this guy at the banquet a few days ago. Is that it? Although Mick was extremely angry and embarrassed, he had no other options. He wanted to resist, but before he could do anything, the person in front of him disappeared again. Ji-sun dodged again, still because of General Lagong's defensive sword energy. But this time, Mick was fine, but the other 5th level was not so lucky. Bang. It sounded like a watermelon bursting. On the other side, the lieutenant colonel, who had been trying his best to hide himself, was blown up on the spot, and the sky was filled with blood. Ji-sun had discovered before that this guy should be the one tracking him. No matter what, the card master of the perception system must be killed. After killing him, he stood there as if nothing had happened, and looked back at General Lagan not far away provocatively. That expression seemed to be saying, I tell you, you can't protect the person I want to kill. Watching the corpse of his companion explode in front of him, Mick seemed to see his own end. Instantaneous 5th level, the gap is too big, and death in an instant is not terrible. The scary thing is that even though you know you will die, you don't know when death will come. This kind of physical and mental torture will terrify even high-level card masters. How could General Lagong on the opposite side not understand Ji-sun's provocation, but as he looked at that evil smile, he felt more and more strange in his heart. If a normal person were to be chased by a card master who was one level higher than him, he would think about how to save his life. And why did this guy seem to be getting more and more excited as he fought? I thought I could kill him easily, but I didn't expect such a big mistake. After 2 encounters, someone on my side died. General Lagong realized that the problem was getting bigger and bigger. He didn't delay anymore. He took out a card and finally used all his strength, Domain Word Spirit Wind Curse. In an instant, the shadow of the demon god appeared behind him, and the green dark light curse flowed all over his body. Ji-sun watched him release the domain, no surprise, only expectation. He finally used the domain? The old man underestimated the enemy before, so he didn't care. Now he knows that he can't kill him without using all his strength, but it's not too late. This guy's career card and job transfer materials were all taken from Alice by Katarina. Ji-sun knows his methods very well. However, he is really strong. Thinking of this, the smile on Ji-sun's face became brighter and brighter, and it was pulled to his ears. At the same time, the black glove on his right hand also appeared. Lagong didn't make any more attempts and shouted loudly. Wind! 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 Strong wind! Strong wind! The sound was like a loud bell. As soon as the words fell, the wind elements around him seemed to listen to his call, and in a blink of an eye, a huge tornado that was hundreds of meters long was formed. In an instant, sand and rocks flew in the forest, and the wind howled. The fierce wind turned into a sharp flying knife, and the trees, stones, and soil around were cut into pieces by the strong wind. Ji-sun looked at the hurricane that surrounded him like an iron barrel, and also carefully observed this area. He wanted to perfect the domain of all things, and he needed to fight against masters of various abilities. After all, Lagan had been famous for a long time, and this domain word Spirit Wind Curse Luo was also well known in the Eastern Wilds. Trapping people, killing people, there was almost no shortcoming. Unless the domain could be suppressed, otherwise in this storm domain, it was like being in a meat grinder, and life and death were under Lagan's control. However, after all, it was a domain that had been known for a long time, and there were always some weaknesses. For example, Katarina told Ji-sun that maintaining this kind of domain that killed enemies on a large scale on the battlefield consumed a terrible amount of spell power. If the energy consumption continued, it would become more and more disadvantageous to Lagan. Ji-sun also planned this. Seeing the other party's domain unfold, he ignored the others and rushed towards Lagong excitedly. Both of them were very fast, and collided with each other in an instant. Bang! 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 Both of them were very fast. Others could only see a crowd of people crossing each other, and the terrifying shock waves swept one after another. The destructive fist force exploded like a bomb, and the sharp sword energy slashed all over the sky. Kak and the other 2 living generals looked at the scene, and their expressions were already frozen with shock. At this moment, it seemed as if all thoughts had stopped thinking. In the blink of an eye, the 2 people in the battle had fought for dozens of rounds. It was really hard for them to imagine that the 7th level General Lagong had gone all out, but he couldn't kill the target. Not only did he fail to kill, but the fight was evenly matched. It was clearly a real scene seen by their own eyes, but they couldn't believe it. What kind of terrifying speed is this? That guy's supreme body can actually block the 7th level wind blade? Is that the unique secret method of gluttony of Qigong Grandmaster Gong Wu? And the ability to instantly heal, and the black gloves, Could it be the legendary evil relic of the Bai family black magic? In an instant, Mick and his companions were shocked countless times. They were high-ranking officers of the Federation, and knew too many secrets that others did not know. But it was because of their broad knowledge that they recognized the origins of those magic secrets, so they could not believe it. How could one person practice so many magic secrets? This is definitely not knowing, but mastering. At this moment, they realized the true horror of Ji-sun's strength. Not to mention Mick, even the other two 6th-level generals couldn't help swallowing their saliva. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying 6th-level card master. And the one who felt it most clearly was General Lagong. Originally, Lagong thought that he could easily kill the opponent by suppressing his rank. But even if he opened fire at full power, he found that he couldn't kill him at all. The opponent seemed to know him thoroughly. No matter what moves, the opponent could always deal with it cleverly. In terms of fighting skills alone, the young man in front of him is enough to be considered a master of fighting, not only in terms of skills, but also in martial arts moves, magic secrets, law comprehension, and the most terrifying thing about combat experience is the mentality. Lagong became more and more frightened as he fought. He is a veteran who has walked out of the battlefield. How could he not know the impact of mentality on combat? In a real duel between masters, everyone's skills have few loopholes. The real victory or defeat lies in some details. Any fluctuation in mentality may become a fatal flaw. But just in the dozens of rounds of fighting, Lagong was surprised to find that no matter how hard he pushed, the opponent's fighting mentality never fluctuated. Calm and almost numb. No matter what kind of exquisite moves he used, the opponent could counter them. No matter what kind of spell card, the opponent could deal with it calmly. Even all kinds of experienced feints and decoys, the opponent could see through them at a glance. Not only could he see through them, but as time went by, Lagong gradually discovered the truth. Not only did the opponent know his moves well, but once he used them, and let the opponent know the strength, it would be impossible to cause effective damage. In an instant, he thought of the legendary unsolvable professional magic secret method of the leader of the 13 Knights, the light chasers of all generations. I am the world. He had only heard of this unsolvable secret method in the East Wilderness, and he was a little skeptical. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, Lagong knew it was true. In fact, it was even worse. However, even I am the world is only invincible at the same level, and it can be defeated by crushing the realm. What's wrong with this guy in front of me? He is one level lower than me, but he can fight me to a draw. As time goes by, Lagong is more and more shocked, and he also knows why. He relies on his combat experience, and finds an opportunity to severely injure Ji-sun. I thought the battle would be over. But I didn't expect that the next second, the guy stood up intact. Once, twice, 3 times. Finally, Lagong realized that he couldn't kill Ji-sun at all. This guy not only has an outrageous body, but also has a magic that can heal infinitely. He thought of the magic immortality spell recorded in the data from the South Continent, Diamond 3 Plague Doctor. As the name suggests, this is a strange ability that can't kill unless it can be killed instantly. After understanding this, Lagong also knew that he could only kill instantly. But after he severely injured Ji-sun 3 times, the method he used before would never succeed again. So he thought of something else. After all, he was an old noble, and had some trump cards in his hand. But just when he tried every possible means, and was sure to kill Ji-sun for the 4th time, a strange power came out of the black glove, blocking his relic dark light wind scythe that could kill the target instantly. General Lagong knew more about the secrets of the federal high-level officials than others. Of course, he recognized the Bai family's inherited treasure black magic at a glance. 130 years ago, the world's #1 assassin, the legendary strongman Hong Kei, died under this glove. This is a terrifying relic that can make people have combat power beyond their rank. But how could the secret item of the Bai family be in this guy's hands, seeing that Ji-sun could skillfully use the functions of the black magic gloves? Lagong was really desperate. He was really sure that he could not kill the opponent in a short time. He could not kill him at all. At this moment, Lagong also realized that Ji-sun had never boasted from beginning to end. With this terrifying combat power that was indistinguishable from himself, if he really went to Mick, he would not be able to protect him at all. And Mick is alive now. Not because he rescued himself twice. Not because the other party couldn't kill him. But because the other party didn't want to kill him at all. The purpose was to contain him. The moment he figured it out, Lagong suddenly felt a sense of crisis, as if he was being tricked step by step, and his hair stood on end. But in the blink of an eye, the two of them had destroyed the forest within a radius of several miles. There were trees cut into pieces by the storm everywhere, and the land seemed to have been plowed over, with devastation everywhere. Compared to Lagong's shock, Ji-sun's fighting became more and more casual. This level 7 with no strange abilities is really the best opponent for him. Indeed, from the beginning to the end, he did not take Mick seriously. As Lagong thought, letting this guy live is just to contain him. A dead person will make the other party have no scruples. Since you want to protect him, then you have to see how much effort you have to put into protecting him. When Lagong realized this, Mick's value was gone. However, this period of time is enough for Ji-sun to get familiar with a strange opponent steadily. After all, the intelligence obtained was all old information. Lagong hadn't really fought for many years. Ji-sun needed to test the opponent's combat power limit. The fact was as he expected. At first, Lagong was worried that Mick would be killed, so he kept some tricks, which also allowed Ji-sun to steadily get familiar with the strength of the opponent's combat power. And when Lagong understood this, Ji-sun had already fully grasped the opponent's strength level. It was indeed very strong. But it was indeed 30% to 40% weaker than the Thunder Dragonborn that Ji-sun had met in Extreme Thief City before. It looked fierce, but the normal battle rhythm was completely driven by Ji-sun. You observed the swift wind sword intention, swordsmanship proficiency plus 99. You touched the mystery of the wind element domain in the battle, domain proficiency plus 33. You gained swordsmanship experience plus 22 in the battle, comprehended the two-handed fierce wind /LV1, 15900, and the enlightenment was constantly refreshed. Joker's super high comprehension blessing allowed Ji-sun to gain a huge amount of insights in the battle. Although he was almost killed several times in the middle, he had to use black magic later. After that, Ji-sun knew that he would not lose. He knew very well that if he wanted to kill a 7th level, his current strength was very limited. But the other party couldn't kill him either. The two sides fell into a stalemate of mutual consumption. If the consumption continued like this, Lagong would not be able to maintain the domain and his combat power would become weaker and weaker, while Ji-sun's over-reliance on black magic would increase the hidden dangers. Both sides knew the other's shortcomings. But they couldn't change the situation. However, in this situation, it was not Ji-sun who had to worry. If it really dragged on, the reinforcements from Katarina would arrive soon. Although Ji-sun never expected others to interfere with his battle, that would be much less fun. But even if he really couldn't win, he could run away. It wasn't the space ability card master he met last time. Although this Lagan was not slow, he was not much faster than himself. Ji-sun still had Ivan to help him, so running away was still a problem. But he knew that Katarina would definitely come. At most, she would come in 20 minutes. Lagan on the opposite side also knew it very well. As time went by, Ji-sun gradually felt the anxiety in his sword skills. Damn it, how could this happen? Lagong knocked Ji-sun out again. This was the first time he had the upper hand in a collision. But he knew it was useless, because in the blink of an eye, Ji-sun would rush over again intact. Sure enough, the next second, the ghostly guy rushed over again. Lagong raised his sword to block the kick. The strange gravity from the sword passed through the wind element shield and hit his internal organs. He was a 7th level strongman, and he couldn't bear it after dozens of attacks. But Lagong was more worried about something else. How could he not understand that Ji-sun in front of him had guessed that they would come to ambush him? So he was fearless. Even this fluorescent forest was a trap set by the other party to prevent him from escaping. I thought it was a good place to ambush him, but it turned out to be a grave for myself. How many years have passed? Since he entered the 5th level more than 20 years ago, no matter what strong enemy he encountered, he had never felt so frustrated. However, this time, his heart was in turmoil. The target of this siege was not only incredibly strong, but also had a perfect plan. Even if Lagong was slow, he was very sure at this moment that Katarina had definitely anticipated this ambush. So as soon as he left, the family's situation was very bad. Lagong became more and more anxious. However, it was too late to figure it out at this moment. Because at this time, he suddenly sensed that there were several powerful auras in the wind outside the domain, which were rapidly approaching. At this moment, General Lagong's ominous premonition became a reality. Based on this posture, the little lion did not seem to want to let him leave alive. He seemed to see the future of the family's collapse, and laughed at himself in his heart. Little lion of the Lionheart family, everyone underestimated you. You are ruthless and hide your strength. You are really a qualified leader. Chapter 404. Bang! Another fierce collision, a huge crater-like pit suddenly appeared in the depths of the fluorescent forest. At the bottom of the pit, General Ragan, with blood all over his head, stood up in a slightly embarrassed manner. The punch rumbling filled with gravitational waves made him unable to hold back the spicy taste in his throat, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't been injured for many years, and this feeling was very unfamiliar to him. In the sky, Ji-sun, who was floating in the air, looked at the scene, with a smile on his lips, and said, "General, your heart is in turmoil." Of course, he knew that it was not because of his superior skills. If the old man had not been upset and exposed his flaws, he would not have been hit by this punch just now. General Ragan's face became very ugly. He looked at Ji-sun, whose aura was becoming more and more enchanting and feminine, with a complex look in his eyes. He clearly sensed that this change in feeling came from the black magic gloves, and he also knew that Ji-sun was contaminated. But the facts proved that this contamination was not life-threatening. At least for the time being, it did not do him any good, but instead made the opponent's combat power more and more outrageous. As Ji-sun used the gloves recklessly, Lagong saw more clearly that he had no hope of killing the opponent. Absolute defense, healing, confusion, virtual flash, magic prohibition. Lagong had only heard of this strange relic of the Bai family, but he didn't know what its effect was. Now that he has experienced it personally, he knows to spare. Once these abilities are used, there is no solution. There is no possibility for him to kill the opponent at all. Besides, reinforcements from the Alliance Army headquarters have arrived. So Lagan has seen his own end. His thoughts were confused for a moment. He was able to walk step by step from the battlefield to this point, and he was not afraid of death. It was just a matter of success and failure. But once he died, the family behind him would fall apart. His relatives, friends, old comrades who followed him, and loyal subordinates would all die because of his involvement. This reversal came too suddenly. It made Lagan feel like a nightmare of unreality. Obviously everything was under his control, and the command of the Alliance army seemed to be within his grasp. But after this guy showed up, everything seemed to have changed. Lagong knew very well that he couldn't get rid of Ji-sun, and he would definitely die today. Haha, what an outrageous young man. No wonder that little lion would like him. Lagong was full of emotion. Compared with this guy, his nephew is really incomparable. So before he died, he couldn't help but wonder, if he had known that the little lion of the Lionheart family had this trump card, would he be willing to assist her? Probably not. After all, he is already at the 7th level. How can he be content to be inferior to others when he has mastered the super-level power that no one has mastered in the 3,000 years of the Eastern Wilderness? Besides, how can he believe that there is such an outrageous 6th level in the world before this moment? Lagong smiled bitterly. It was too late to say anything at this moment. Before he could think more, the guy opposite him had rushed up again. At the same time, on the outskirts of the forest, several black shadows were moving forward rapidly. The person coming was none other than the 7th level shadow guard of the Lionheart family, Long, and several level 6 masters. In order to ensure Ji-sun's safety, Catalina sent almost all the masters around her. These people set out as soon as they received the order, but they arrived at the fluorescent forest 20 minutes later as expected. This time is enough to complete a premeditated ambush. What's more, the one who took action was the level 7 General Lagan. Hey, the battle here is not over yet. Wind Blade Flowing Sea. This is General Lagan's domain word Spirit Wind Curse Luo. Someone is actually fighting the guy head on. Captain, there is a body here. This is the 6th rank Colonel Hercules Barrett of the Red Lion Legion. It may be that the other reinforcements arranged by the lady have arrived. Quick, let's rush over. When Long and his companions arrived at the fluorescent forest, they were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them. In the endless forest, trees were scattered everywhere, and there were large and small pits everywhere on the ground. At a glance, people could tell that there had been an extremely tragic battle here. The shock waves of the battle continued to come from the depths of the forest. The battle was obviously not over yet. The secret guards did not dare to delay for a moment, and ran all the way. However, when they arrived at the battlefield, they were completely stunned. Originally, they thought that their young lady might have arranged other strong men to reinforce, and it was likely that they used the human wave tactics to hold back General Lagan. However, they never expected that when they saw the battle situation clearly, they found that they had guessed wrong. Indeed, someone held back General Lagan, whose current alliance strength was definitely among the top 5. But there was only one person. All the secret guards knew the young man, with the phantom of the clown demon behind him. Isn't this the close friend that my lady invited to the dinner? The shock was far more than that. The battle was indeed very fierce, with wind blades everywhere. How terrifying is the domain of a 7th level strongman. Even at the periphery of the storm domain, several secret guards felt as if they were being cut by countless sharp blades all the time, and it was burning hot. The erosion of the high-level wind element law is more like soaking people in venom, and there is always a risk of causing low-level card masters to die suddenly. However, in the center of the battlefield, the young man, with the clown shadow behind him, was not at all inferior. The fist shadows in the sky seemed to pull the void as if it were a canvas, and countless heavy punches were thrown, actually tearing a large area of space in the storm field. The heavy punches and the storm sword collided head-on, and the fight was evenly matched. A 6th-level person held back a 7th-level person. When everyone saw this scene for the first time, they thought they had seen it wrong. Among the several secret guards, only Captain Long knew what their specific mission was this time. But when she looked at the brave figure in the distance, she was also surprised. My lady's friend is so strong? At this moment, she understood why her lady said before, there must be no surprises. That sentence was so firm. It turned out that the man who was ridiculed by the Alliance army for being addicted to women and not leaving the house for several days was so strong that it was unbelievable. If he was a 7th level, Long would not be so surprised. But the other party was only a 6th level. Because of his identity as a wanted criminal, Ji-sun's reputation in the Alliance army has always been quite high. After the banquet that day, the major families investigated his intelligence thoroughly. Everyone speculated that he could not be a 7th level person. At most, he was a 5th level person. However, it was because of this preconceived idea that the scene in front of the Dark Guards seemed like a dream. Although they were surprised, Long gave an order without any delay, go. Several Dark Guards rushed to the battlefield without fear. Ji-sun's perception was much weaker than that of General Lagong, whose domain covered the surroundings. But he had already guessed that Katarina's reinforcements had arrived when he sensed the other party's aura was disordered. Looking at the figures rushing towards him, Ji-sun smacked his lips, and the excitement in his eyes suddenly disappeared. It was a good thing that reinforcements had arrived, which meant that the battle situation was no longer uncertain. But for him, the fun of challenging the strong was over. It's still a long way off. Ji-sun looked at General Lagan, whose fighting spirit was obviously declining, and muttered in his heart. But he had to admit that Lagong was indeed very strong. If there was really a one-on-one duel without outsiders, he would not be able to win. Unless he used the power sealed in the black magic gloves. 7 solutions taboo. Regardless of the cost, he would most likely have to escape. The old man also knew that the battle was over. Struggling further, even if he could kill a few more secret guards, would only make his relatives and friends suffer a more cruel end, which would be meaningless. Ji-sun had no interest in an opponent who had completely lost his fighting spirit. He let out a breath of foul air with a dull look and rushed up again. After all, the secret guards who came were Katarina's most loyal guards, and they couldn't just die here. Originally, Ji-sun could already fully withstand Ellie's attack, and with these elite secret guards, the battle was over soon. Of course, the most important thing was that Lagong himself had lost the will to fight to the death. After all, he was a high-ranking general of the Alliance army, and even if he knew the result of the defeat, he didn't say the word surrender. Ji-sun knew from the moment the old man gave up resistance that he wanted to leave some opportunities for his people. After all, this old East Wasteland warrior was given this dignity. Severely wounded and captured alive. With a living Lagan, Katarina will be able to handle some internal affairs of the Alliance army better. The battle is over. Ji-sun's spell power was also consumed greatly, so he sat cross-legged on the messy battlefield to meditate and rest. Cleaning up the battlefield and finding several other corpses were handed over to a few secret guards. The captain of the secret guards, Long, came to say hello. Under the hood was a cold-faced female assassin, who was also very powerful and particularly outstanding in stealth. Ji-sun was not surprised. He had been with Catalina day and night for so many days, so it was not strange to find it. After waiting for about 10 minutes, several more people arrived at the Silver Light Forest. The leader was Catalina, who was sweating profusely. It seemed that she was trying her best to hurry. Seeing that Ji-sun was still alive, the young lady of the Lionheart family also breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, the seriously injured and captured General Ragan looked at the Allied commander, who came. Although he had expected it, his expression was still gloomy. Her arrival means that all arrangements are in place. Without any luck or excuses, General Ragan said directly, I will hand over all my arrangements and powers. I don't ask for my life. Can you spare a few lives for the sake of my decades of service to the Lionheart Legion? After all, some of my old friends were not involved in this matter, so please show mercy. In fact, if the case really came to a military court, it would not be a serious crime for him, a general of the Allied forces, to kill an outsider. But everyone present was smart, and there was no room for quibbling when things had come to this point. Lagan knew that he would die today. In the East Wilderness, he might be able to escape to a remote place with the remnants and survive. But this is the Old Continent. The Arel Empire in the Southern Continent does not want prisoners, and there is no chance to surrender to the enemy, only death. He did not fight to the death before, just to leave some mercy at this moment, to have room for words. Of course, Katerina's wisdom saw the other party's thoughts at a glance. She looked at Lagan with an indifferent expression, and replied with full dignity and resounding voice, "Okay." She added, "The Allied war report will say that General Lagan was attacked by the Vanguard Corps of the Southern Continent and died heroically." Hearing this, General Lagan's cloudy eyes, which had long lost hope, suddenly lit up. Being able to preserve his reputation before dying is the best outcome. It also means that the impact of this turmoil will be minimized. Those who are related to him will also survive, as much as possible. Hearing this, he showed a bitter look on his face, and said, "Thank you, Commander-in-Chief." This young Commander-in-Chief is more generous, more rational, and more perfect than expected. This is a heartfelt recognition. To be able to let himself not notice before falling into the calculation, the mind is definitely not ordinary. General Ragan then laughed at himself and admitted defeat. Cayman really raised a good granddaughter. You are indeed the most suitable person for the Commander-in-Chief of the Alliance Army that I have ever seen. Catalina said nothing more. General Ragan was willing to admit defeat and confess, which was also good news for Catalina. In this way, the negative impact on the already fragile Alliance Army would be minimized. The staff was handling the confession. Catalina ignored it, and turned to the side of Ji-sun, who was meditating. Although there seemed to be no wounds, the blood on the clothes showed the danger of the battle. Catalina frowned slightly when she saw him, and walked over to help him tidy up his tattered clothes, and asked, "Are you okay?" Ji-sun smiled slightly between his slightly tired brows and said, "Yeah. It's okay. Except for the loss of some lifespan, other problems are not big. The erosion of the high-level laws in the body that has not been dealt with for the time being has been completely eliminated with the use of medicine in a few days." Looking at his indifferent attitude, Catalina guessed that this battle must be dangerous beyond the imagination of others, and said helplessly, "You are too reckless." Although this plan was discussed by the two before. But after arriving at the battlefield, Catalina seemed to have seen with her own eyes the scene of Ji-sun fighting fiercely on the line of death, and she felt a kind of uneasiness in her heart. She had rushed here at the fastest speed before, and she was also nervous all the way. She didn't know what she was worried about. She thought she was afraid that Lagong would escape and affect the whole plan. But at this moment, seeing that her old friend survived, the uneasiness completely disappeared. She realized that it seemed that nothing mattered anymore. Because they were old friends, the tacit understanding between the two made Catalina not say much. In the end, it was just a complaint. She looked at the torn clothes and said, "The clothes are completely unwearable." They behaved intimately, and did not shy away. Hearing this, Ji-sun smiled. The people who came were Katerina's secret guards, and they were also very tactful, and did not come to interrupt the two people's chat. If these secret guards of the Lionheart family had the same idea as others before, thinking that Mr. Ji-sun was not worthy of their young lady, then now, all of them had only reverence in their eyes. Not long after, the sound of a knife breaking through the wind was heard. A head rolled to the ground. General Ragan was executed on the spot after he confessed. Although a 7th level combat force is very important to the current situation of the Alliance Army, but stability is more important. The current situation of the Alliance Army in the Old Continent is like walking on thin ice, and cannot withstand any accidents. Now it needs a high degree of military and political centralization to minimize the probability of accidents. And this kind of centralization requires a sufficiently good leader. Katerina is the perfect fit. Only the death of General Ragan can deter other old nobles with the same idea. Let this bad tendency be nipped in the bud. Ji-sun has no interest in politics, but he also recognizes that no one can do better than Catalina. The young lady of the Lionheart family, who was once pampered like a bird in a cage, has now become a qualified superior. The matter has been completely over, and they have to part after all. Catalina sent him off for a while. At a pass, the two said goodbye. "Take care." "Okay, you too." Ji-sun took a few steps. Looking back, the elegant and graceful blonde girl raised her skirt to salute and smiled sweetly. Chapter 405. 1 month later. In a rugged mountain road deep in the Old Continent, a 1,000-man mercenary group from the Southern Continent was camping and resting. The team was mighty, with dozens of marching tents. A flag with a hammer and lightning hung on the main tent of the adventure group. This is Thunderhammer, one of the top mercenary groups in the Southern Continent. At this time in a tent, Ji-sun, disguised as a mercenary, was meditating with his eyes closed. The tent was arranged with a complex forbidden barrier to prevent the energy of the moon hanging in the tent like a bright lamp from overflowing. In the quiet tent, there was a strange and confusing spiritual field. I don't know how long it took. Ji-sun opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. In an instant, his consciousness returned to reality, and the blur in his eyes faded away, replaced by the usual calmness. After pondering for a moment, he muttered to himself, "The effect is getting worse and worse." Just now, while Ji-sun was meditating, he also used the extraordinary characteristics of the moon to let himself fall into the illusion world of the moon god. He built a beautiful and joyful dream for himself. Ji-sun was not greedy for that illusory joy. Instead, he wanted to suppress the pollution of black magic. When he fought against General Lagan before, he had a good time, but he overused the power of the black magic seal, and was quietly polluted by this relic. At first, Ji-sun thought that the pollution just made him have an extra feminine personality among his many personalities. After this time, he found that the problem was more serious than expected. After all, black magic was the relic of Emperor Lanlingster, and its pollution was definitely not something Ji-sun could bear at his current level. A few days ago, Ji-sun discovered that not only some of his behaviors in daily life had a tendency to be effeminate, but he would also naturally accept this change. What's worse is that it's not just psychological, but also physiological problems. The effeminate pollution actually directly caused the body's estrogen secretion to become more vigorous, which made Ji-sun find that his skin has gradually become delicate recently, and his beard has not grown, but has begun to fall. His whole temperament and appearance have become handsome. The physical structure has completely changed. Ji-sun doesn't want to turn into a witch. And before, he had a conversation with the leader of the rebel dragon army, Griffith the Fated, and this witchification is irreversible, and can only be suppressed and alleviated. So Ji-sun followed that person's advice, and chose the most direct and effective method, which is to indulge in women. But this is not easy. As Ji-sun's rank rises, his control over his will and body has become extremely high. Pure carnal desires have almost no appeal. The female friends he had close contact with were all exceptionally outstanding, whether it was Song Yu, Dong Qi, or Catalina, all of them were extremely beautiful. The most important thing was that there was an emotional foundation, which was the best catalyst for pleasure. This made Ji-sun's threshold of pleasure extremely high. In addition, due to the physiological changes caused by pollution, the opposite sex was generally not attractive at all. Besides, it was difficult to indulge in women in this wilderness. Fortunately, there was the moon. It was like a real happy dream, which could keep people in a state of high secretion of male hormones, and prevent the body from being polluted and continuously feminized. But this method also has disadvantages. After all, it is an illusion created by oneself, and the scenes in this dream will be changed by one's own subconscious. In the previous dreams, Ji-sun did satisfy all kinds of beautiful dreams. But just now, he found that even in his dreams, he had a tendency to be feminine. This means that dreams can no longer meet his needs, and he needs a stronger real lust to suppress pollution. But Dong Qi is now in the East Desert. Is he going back to find Katarina? Ji-sun pursed his lips. Although he knew that Katarina would not mind, and he could even imagine the scene of being teased by her. But he always felt that it was not right for him to go back to that old friend for this matter. Thinking of this, he was also a little helpless, and said to himself, "Hey, this black magic really should be used less." But it was just a sigh, not really regretful. If he didn't have this glove, he would never experience the excitement and fun of fighting with a 7th level card master. It is precisely because of this cross-level battle that his recent understanding of various skills has skyrocketed. There are always gains and losses. Moreover, the gloves themselves. Skill plus 99, all elements affinity plus 50%. The blessing of the entry makes Ji-sun feel unprecedentedly good about the extraordinary. Thinking of this, he raised his peripheral vision and glanced at his shadow. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely be scared by this scene. Under the moonlight, he actually had 3 shadows of different light and dark. I don't know if it's because of the recent battle comprehension, or the influence of the black magic gloves. Ji-sun's professional exclusive skill clown shadow trick to proficiency has also skyrocketed. Then a few days ago, he suddenly found that he could condense 2 more shadows. Although the more shadows are divided, the weaker the strength. But for Ji-sun, it is already a great surprise. Whether it is to inquire about information or study, it is a huge improvement. During this period, he has been practicing the exclusive secret method of the magician sequence of the Qianji Gishinman, and his ability to multitask has become more and more proficient. And the split shadow clones can also comprehend knowledge like the main body. Although the efficiency is a bit low, and the comprehension is not blessed by the physical body, it is completely sufficient for reading some classics that do not require much comprehension ability. This made Ji-sun's learning efficiency soar many times. The messy thoughts in his mind flashed away. Ji-sun woke up from the happy dream and started his daily practice again. The main body held space rune in his hand. To comprehend the mystery of the space law, and the three shadows each flipped through the classics. He was like a whale swallowing, efficiently absorbing a huge amount of extraordinary knowledge. In a blink of an eye, it was almost morning. Suddenly someone outside the tent shouted, "Everyone, prepare to break camp." Thunderhammer. It is the top mercenary group in the southern continent, with very strong comprehensive strength. It is called a mercenary group, but it is more like a large-scale legion that relies on hunting monsters and adventuring to open up wasteland, with hundreds of thousands of members. The legion leader is a genuine 8th-level strongman. As time goes by, the main force of the mercenary group has also entered the old continent one after another. The team that Ji-sun is in is a transport team in the Warhammer group. Their mission this time is to transport the legion supplies to the core area of the old continent. Others didn't know the destination, but Ji-sun had already guessed it. About 90 kilometers further north is a super large ancient ruins, the Holy Crown City. In the Terran period 3,000 years ago, that city was the closest county to the imperial city Behemoth. Obviously, the high-level officials of the Arel Empire were also heading for the capital of the Terran dynasty. But it was obviously much later than the discovery of the Dragon Rebel Army. After all, the leader of the Dragon Rebel Army was Griffith, who was a descendant of the Terran Palace's inner officials, and she had a lot of information that others didn't know. After eating the marching rations, the team set out. Ji-sun followed the team that was escorting the supplies and set off in a mighty procession. He was now at the 6th level, and he didn't dare to lurk in the official legion anymore, so he just mixed in with the mercenary group. The routes taken by the transport team were all safe routes that the Pioneer Adventure group had opened up, and the journey of several hours was smooth. Not long after, Ji-sun heard the noisy voices. After the transport team passed through the ruins of a collapsed fortress that had been cleared, the view suddenly became clear. This was a super large hunting camp. The lights were bright. Densely packed tents were everywhere. All kinds of fancy flags were fluttering in the wind. Ji-sun had already read the meanings of the various emblems and flags of the southern continent and recognized them at a glance. In addition to the Thunderhammer mercenary group, there were also King's Knight, Golden Spear, Mountain Dragon Heavy Armor, and other top mercenary groups in the southern continent. There were also dozens of other vassal mercenary groups of all sizes. In the camp, some of the 100-meter-high magic towers had been built, and some were under construction. Ji-sun had seen the introduction of magic towers in the classics. This kind of thing is essentially a magic turret, a pure war weapon. The power of the 8-story magic tower, which is 100 meters high, is almost equivalent to that of an 8th-level card master. There are more than a dozen of them here. Such an exaggerated firepower network would make the 9th-level card master scalp numb. Not only magic towers, but also various huge war golems stand majestically in the camp. It can be seen that these mercenaries are prepared to stay here for a long time. The transport team that Ji-sun is in is transporting these camp construction materials. When they arrived at the camp, everyone started to unload the trucks. There were many powerful auras in the camp, and Ji-sun did not dare to show off. He followed other mercenaries to carry supplies while looking at the situation in the camp. Thick fog was floating in the camp, and visibility was sometimes high and sometimes low. Ji-sun was very interested in the magic tower and war golem in the camp, and was thinking about how to find an opportunity to get closer to take a look. However, at this moment, the wind suddenly blew. The strong wind not only blew away the fog in the camp, but also the fog sea farther away. Suddenly someone shouted, "The fog is gone! Everyone, get to work!" This loud shout instantly caused the entire adventure camp to explode. Fully armed mercenaries emerged from tents of all sizes, and then excitedly gathered towards the north of the camp. Ji-sun also saw the situation north of the camp clearly, and his eyes froze. This abyss rift? No, it's a broken space. At this moment, he realized the special location of this adventure camp. It was not the ordinary mountain camp that he saw at first. It was built on the edge of a cliff, like the location of the Gold Nugget Wharf. Further north is the endless void like the abyss fissure. The fog dissipated, and the scene in the rift became clear. Unlike the abyss fissure near the Innocent City, the rift here is not filled with endless fog, but with countless large and small plane fragments like islands. It's really exaggerated. Ji-sun's eyes trembled when he saw this. On the map, This place should have been called Holy Crown City. A huge city with a population of tens of millions. Normally, adventurer camps are built near the ruins. Ji-sun was wondering why the camp was not in the ruins, and there were no traces of ruins around. Unexpectedly, it was not that the mercenaries did not want to. It was that the Holy Crown City had been beaten to pieces, and the fragments were in the endless void. Was the battle so exaggerated back then? Ji-sun knew that this was the ruins left by the Battle of Talon's destruction, and guessed that this was the result of the War of Gods, so he was so emotional. Looking at the scattered fragments in the void in front of him, it was the first time that he witnessed the exaggerated combat power of the god rank. At his current rank, a punch to blast a mountain and split a rock was already considered terrifying. And a large piece of the plane was shattered like this, and it looked like it was no longer a dimension. This feeling was like tearing a two-dimensional piece of paper into pieces, and scattering them in the three-dimensional world. Ji-sun currently couldn't understand what was going on with those floating plane fragments, and why they could make the plane fragments become a floating state like the universe. But the facts are right in front of us. The battle that King Terran fought in that year directly shattered a large area of land near the Holy Crown City. And this is the city closest to the imperial capital Behemoth. If nothing unexpected happens, the situation in the imperial capital is similar. No wonder the rebels wanted to rob the Void Dragon ship before. These plane fragments floating in the void are like isolated islands in the sea. Without a ship, it is difficult to explore the depths. When the fog dissipated, the mercenaries gathered in groups towards the north. There are directional teleportation arrays near the edge of the cliff near the camp. As the purple light on the teleportation arrays lit up, groups of mercenaries were teleported away. Ji-sun's pupils were slightly stern, and his eyes were focused on the far distance, vaguely watching the mercenaries appear on the fragments of the continent through the air. I think that maybe the card master with spatial ability moved in a little bit of direction, or used some special means of transportation to build teleportation arrays on those fragments, so that the mercenaries could be teleported. However, this would reduce the efficiency of exploration. It is unknown how long it will take to reach the imperial capital Behemoth step by step. It may take several years. Ji-sun looked at this scene, and thought of the people who rebelled against the dragon army again. They planned in advance to grab the dragon ship, so they would be able to approach the imperial city ruins earlier, and they would get more benefits. Although they are fragments, the small ones are dozens of football fields in size. Some are surprisingly large, just like a complete continent. There are not only ruins on it, but also twisted light gates representing the entrance to the different dimension. Just looking at it, it seems like a treasure house that has never been developed is waiting to people. In the collapse war 3,000 years ago, countless card masters fell here, even some of them were gods. The treasures in this ruins can be imagined, but at the same time, there are countless secrets hidden in the dust of history. Ji-sun looked at it with a burning gaze, and the unknown brought by this adventure also deeply attracted him. Just thinking about it, the mercenaries around him were also shocked. "Oh, Lao Mo, what's going on? You just came here. Don't you know that broken void in the north? That is the ruins of the Holy Crown City, which was once known as the first mechanical city of Talon 3,000 years ago. Oh, you don't know? This is an ancient battlefield with countless treasures left behind. The hunters who went to explore these days found many ancient weapons, armor, cards, books, secret scrolls, and countless rare treasures. One lucky guy even found a piece of divine weapon fragment with divine remnants. The royal family directly rewarded him with a title and territory. Just the treasures scattered on the ruins are already a huge harvest. Not to mention those different dimensions. These days, anyone who has come back alive after exploring different dimensions has earned enough money to last for several lifetimes. Several of our team leaders have led people to the depths and haven't come back yet. Ah, there are so many treasures in this ruins? Of course, I'm sure this is definitely the ruins that has produced the most and best treasures since the development of the old continent. The several large different dimensions that have been discovered, Battle of Holder Fortress, Penrose Spacetime Maze, and Horror Worm Cave, are producing a large number of high-level treasures, space crystal cores, precious metals, top energy stones, potions, special cards, and many other dimensions that have not been explored. There are surprises every day. But you should think carefully before you go. This ruins is rich in resources, but the mortality rate is also extremely high. Now there are not enough war slaves for cave exploration. The team leaders have received a time-limited land reclamation order from the church, and they are in a state of panic. Lao Mo, why don't you go? Haha, I only have this ability. I will be satisfied if I can earn some money as a logistics worker. Ji-sun also mixed in the crowd, listening to a mercenary who had been here for many days bragging. Apart from the hearsay, he was roughly sure that this ruins did produce countless treasures. But it was expected. No one knows what happened during the final collapse of the Talon dynasty, but Ji-sun speculated that the fall of the Holy Crown City should be the last few key battles. Since the continent was destroyed, there must be top-level strongmen and large legions involved. It is normal that there are many treasures left in the ruins. But Ji-sun is concerned about one thing. This Holy Crown City was the first mechanical city of Talon back then. Will it produce some rare machines? It should be inevitable. After the goods were moved, Ji-sun and his logistics transport team were free, and everyone went their own way. Like other mercenaries, Ji-sun went to the Adventurers Guild in the camp to inquire about information. As the fog dissipated, a large number of mercenaries just left the camp. But even so, when Ji-sun went there, the tent of the Mercenary Guild was packed. Black Light Fortress Attack and Defense War Plot Mode, recruit strong output of plot, and recruit a large number of main forces above level 3 Black Knight, Faulty Mine Opening B-level difficulty, come to the Healing Profession, Horror Worm Cave Brush Space Materials, Survival Killing Monster Mode, Super Large Different Dimensional Space, Unlimited Rank, Explorer A, D-level difficulty. The highest level has produced legendary materials. Unlimited recruitment of violent output professional team members. The main output of the Iron Boots group leads the team. Horror Monster Victor's Castle Horror Plot Mode. Currently only the D-level plot has been completed, producing gold quality or higher mysterious relics and materials. The upper limit is unknown. Come on, a few people who are good at solving puzzles, contact the Thunderbird group. The Black Dragon Royal Family officially recruits. C3 area is opened up, and a large amount of hunters are recruited for opening up. In addition, a large number of cannon fodder hunters are purchased. Ji-sun took a rough look. This is no different from the hunter unions in other places, all of which are announcements for issuing tasks and inviting team exploration. But the difference is that those missions are really tempting. Ji-sun quickly scanned the intelligence he could access, gathered countless fragments of information in his mind, and then pieced together some relatively complete story plots. It was roughly the plot related to the battle of the collapse of Holy Crown City. Ji-sun was not surprised. What was slightly surprising was that the number and risk of different dimensional spaces were the highest he had ever seen. According to the estimation of the Mercenary Union, the number of different dimensional spaces with living people currently explored near the ruins of Holy Crown City was less than 5% of the total number. This means that if you want to explore these spaces, you may spend the next few years here, and countless people will die here. Ji-sun looked around, and saw several different dimensional spaces that he was interested in. The inevitable mortality rate and rewards of the space have always been of great interest to him. And the level of the 6th level card master to the top card master requires a lot of perception and understanding of the rules. Ji-sun also needs some external help now. According to past experience, different dimensional spaces usually understand their needs better than card masters. As long as he can get out alive with a high evaluation, the harvest will not disappoint. But he is not in a hurry. He just came to the camp, so it is not too late to collect intelligence and make a decision. After Ji-sun walked around the Hunters Guild, he wandered around the camp. Caution made him observe the environment and retreat in every new environment. The camp is very large, almost like a large city. However, the major mercenary groups separated most of the areas, and the public area was only a few streets. In addition to the tavern street for entertainment, the most lively place is the mercenary market. The mercenaries brought out all kinds of strange things from the ruins. Many people who did not leave for the time being would choose to set up stalls to sell and clear their inventory. After all, the camp was filled with managers from the major chambers of commerce in the southern continent who were responsible for receiving goods, and it was convenient to carry them. Ji-sun walked and came to the market. He wanted to see what the ruins produced and get more information needed for deduction. Most of the people who set up stalls were lone mercenaries or small teams. The quality of the goods was not high, and there were various appraisers who were always searching the market. Ji-sun walked around, but didn't have any chance to pick up bargains. However, he found another eye-catching building. Next to the mercenary market, there was a large building that was constantly steaming with black gas. Ji-sun didn't know what the building was used for at first. But just now, after watching a group of mercenaries use a dragon cart to pull a bunch of large items covered with gray cloth into the building, he immediately understood. This is the gold melting workshop. Machinery is a taboo in the southern continent. Therefore, all mechanical equipment found in the old continent was basically destroyed on the spot and smelted into metal materials to forge weapons and armor. Anyone who secretly keeps mechanical equipment will be regarded as a heretic and arrested by the Holy See. And Holy Crown City was originally the first mechanical city of Talon, so there must be a lot of mechanical fragments produced in the ruins. Coincidentally, when Ji-sun was watching the group of people unloading the goods just now, he found a few familiar iron lumps from the pair of mecha fragments. Aren't those some fragments of the parts of the hunting god armor? High-level armor requires a large amount of rare metals. The people of the southern continent only care about the raw materials of these machines, and don't care about the technological value of those mechas at all. Seeing this, Ji-sun's thoughts suddenly became active. The mechanical army still needs a lot of rare magic metals. Isn't this coming? Whether it is Katarina's alliance army or Song Kan's black gold chamber of commerce, the rare metals are far from enough to build a legion. Now the ruins of the Holy Crown City produce a lot of mechanical materials. Isn't it just right? And judging from the amount of transportation, the amount is not small. It should be found in a mechanical-related space or ruins. Thinking of this, Ji-sun plans to ask where these mechanical wastes are produced. And he is also very curious if there are clues to the Titan armor or the mysterious mechanical angel that he has seen. If he can really find it, it will be a big surprise. Chapter 406. After lurking for many times, Ji-sun is now very familiar with the various situations in the southern continent. As a former intelligence dealer, he knows better than most people how to obtain accurate and valuable information from various channels. After learning that this sacred crown city ruins produced a large number of mechanical relics, Ji-sun specifically inquired about the relevant information. Based on the current situation, more than 80% of the nearby different dimensional spaces are related to machinery. However, his current rank has reached the 6th rank, and he does not have much room for choice. Ji-sun was not only targeting the ruins, but also the mechanical materials that were transported out. A few days passed in a flash. Ji-sun had basically figured out the information he needed. The Rainbow Chamber of Commerce, with an official background, was responsible for purchasing the mechanical equipment obtained from the ruins, then smelting them into metal raw materials, and transporting them back to the southern continent. The quantity was large, and usually a large transport team was required for transportation. When Ji-sun found out about this, he came up with a bold idea. After assessing the risks, Ji-sun decisively notified Catalina of this key information that could obtain a large amount of rare metals. Compared to a large number of hunters risking their lives to search for materials in the ruins, intercepting the transport team is much faster. With enough intelligence deduction, the risk is basically controllable. In order to minimize the risk of the robbery plan, Ji-sun also deliberately inquired about the attitude of the Arel Empire towards Eastern Wasteland and Allied forces. Finally, the conclusion was drawn that it was feasible. The war in the Eastern Wasteland looked fierce, but it was limited to the Eastern Wasteland. For the people of the southern continent, this war of annihilation did not cause much waves at all. A remote kingdom without even a rank 7 card master, no one really cares, and no one thinks there will be any surprises in the outcome of the war. And from the beginning to the end, it was the private property of the Red Dragon Kingdom, which first discovered the East Wasteland. It was more like discovering a gold mine, and the Red Dragon royal family almost monopolized all the development rights of the East Wasteland. In addition, although the Black Dragon and Silver Dragon kingdoms were also interested in the East Wasteland, their focus was on developing the Old Continent. In comparison, although hunting the wasteland was risky, the gains were not necessarily lower than conquering the barren East Wasteland. And most importantly, the Holy See issued a limited-time development order for the ruins. This also forced the 3 royal families to speed up the development. After hearing these related news, Ji-sun was more certain that the success rate of intercepting the transport team was almost 100%. After all, the current alliance army was just a third-rate resistance organization to the officials of the Arel Empire. It was not even as good as a small squad of the rebel dragon army, and was not worth paying attention to at all. Not to mention the elaborate bait calculation. Another 10 days have passed in a flash. The scale of the hunting camp in Holy Crown City is getting bigger and bigger. The tavern street where the mercenaries hang out is getting more and more lively. It is afternoon. The tavern is already full of drinkers, and it is noisy. Most of the people who can hang out in the tavern now are the lucky ones, who have just survived the ruins and made a lot of money. These mercenaries drank expensive wine without hesitation, while bragging about their adventures. Oh, you don't know, it is said that the Vanguard has now found the city fragments of the Holy Crown City ruins in the depths of the Void Rift. We are stepping up the development. I just came back from the C4 area. Hee, our Flame Griffin group downloaded the first siege 3 times in total, and got 3 special cards, and dozens of gold quality, and above materials from that different space. I was lucky, so I just followed the team and got hundreds of thousands of gold. Ha ha, not only is it enough for my lifetime, But my 8 kids have everything they need for the initial stage and the advanced stage. Oh my god, how amazing is it? What about the mortality rate? Very high. Why do you think the price of slaves has skyrocketed several times recently? It's because a large number of highly dangerous extra-dimensional spaces appeared in the C4 area. Just for our group to explore that space, it took 200 elite slaves to find a method with a high survival rate. Yes, after C3 is the core area of the ruins. Although the risk is high, the output is indeed amazing. I will tell you some really useful life-saving information. The monsters in those extra-dimensional spaces are mostly bugs. Most of the bugs are not high-ranking, and are still very fragile, but there are a lot of them. Melee card masters are at a disadvantage. If you want a magic system that can kill insects in a large area, the score evaluation will definitely not be low if you can come out alive. At the wine table, a group of drinkers were talking enthusiastically. At this time, a small mustache intelligence merchant greeted the bartender and said, "Bring good wine, it's mine." The man with the mustache was none other than Ji-sun, who was disguised as an intelligence merchant. In the past 10 days, he was not in a hurry to explore the ruins, but was asking for information everywhere. These mercenaries, who came out alive from the ruins, have more accurate and useful information than the Hunter Guild. Soon, Ji-sun finished today's pub schedule and walked out of the street. Originally, he planned to have lunch, but not long after he left, an encrypted message came from the communicator, "Successfully done." Only one person can contact him through this communicator. That is Katarina. Ji-sun saw and heard the news, and a trace of relief appeared on his face, muttering to himself, "Did the interception succeed? Hey, it seems I have to run away." He waited for so many days, in addition to inquiring about intelligence, just for those rare metals. Yesterday, Ji-sun used his own means and channels to get a top-secret message that the Rainbow Chamber of Commerce will transport away the rare metals that have been stored for nearly half a month. This led to the plan to intercept and kill with Katarina. There are indeed many high-level card masters in the camp. But the current ruins reclamation is in full swing, and the primary task of those masters is to execute the orders of the Holy See, and they will not make a trip just to escort the Chamber of Commerce. And the current high-end combat power of the Alliance army can easily take down a transport team. As it turned out, the ambush went very smoothly. This time, we directly obtained materials that could forge dozens of God Hunter armors. If the Alliance's own pioneering team were to search in the ruins, I don't know how many people would die before they could get it. The Chamber of Commerce was robbed, and the people of the southern continent must have guessed the purpose of the Alliance's robbery of these metals. It would not be so easy to ambush them next time. Although it was a bit like killing the chicken to get the eggs, it was worth it. The ambush of the Holy Crown City ruins will probably last for many years. After a break, when the limelight has passed, we can come back for another wave of robbery. Whether it was the spy's disguised identity, or the complex relationship between the various forces in the camp, Ji-sun had made sufficient arrangements. With the intelligence he provided, it would be much easier for Catalina to arrange for the spy to come. However, once this incident became public, the people in the southern continent would definitely know that there was a spy. Ji-sun never looked down on the reconnaissance experts in the southern continent. In order to prevent any special means from locking him in and implicating him in the incident, he could not stay in the camp. Ji-sun originally planned to take an adventure in the ruins, just in case you want to avoid the limelight. Thinking of this, he turned and walked towards the bustling mercenary union a block away. When he walked past a dark alley, Ji-sun had changed from a mustache to an elemental card master in a robe. He had already prepared several perfect disguises for himself, which were almost impossible to be exposed. Besides, the daily hunting missions of the Adventurers Union were growing explosively, and the demand for adventurers was huge. It couldn't be easier to join a team. Ji-sun had already picked out several missions, all of which were to explore the C4 area. If you want to go to the most exciting one. This is also the area in the southern continent that is currently the deepest in the ruins. The C3 area's super large war mode space, the second Acropolis attack and defense war, welcomes all kinds of teams to cooperate in development, and set off immediately. C4 area Zerg space has a few violent magic card masters, and they are leaving today. Black Sail Fortress, 100-man guard mode, come and challenge the B-level high difficulty plot, and set off when the number is full. Ji-sun mixed in the crowd of mercenary unions. The development is in full swing, and those large hunter groups have arranged people to recruit people at the union site. Ji-sun was already familiar with all kinds of hunting intelligence, and his ears automatically selected the few he needed. Just when he was thinking about which alien space was more suitable for traveling as soon as possible, something unexpected happened. At this time, a long line of war slaves chained by iron chains walked on the street. This scene was not surprising. A large number of slaves were sent to the hunting camp almost every day. Now a large amount of cannon fodder is consumed every day in the depths of the ruins, so the slaves are fresh every day. Almost as soon as they are delivered, they are sent to the front line without waiting for the night. These slaves are not only from the East Wilderness, but most of them are natives of the South Continent. Originally, Ji-sun would not be surprised. However, when he saw a timid old man in the team, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he was stunned for a moment before he reacted. After a closer look, the broken front teeth and the wretched eyes looking around, it was no doubt that it was Old Man Su. Recognizing an acquaintance, Ji-sun's eyes twitched slightly, and he complained in his heart, why was this old senior arrested again? That's right. Yes. Again. The last time we met, it was almost the same situation. The old man was taken as a slave to explore the Rune Highlands. Now I didn't expect that I would meet him in this way again. It's normal to think about it. Now the people of the Arel Empire are all over the old continent. As long as Old Man Su is still active in the ruins, it's normal for him to be caught. However, even though he complained, Ji-sun didn't worry at all. Anyway, this old man will definitely not die. Instead, he should worry about which unlucky people will use this old senior as cannon fodder. Just as he was thinking, a guy with a Thunder Hammer badge on his chest came over and said, "Brother, would you like to play the Horror Worm Cave of the Thunder Group? Big groups are guaranteed and have high returns. Look, the slaves have arrived now. Let's start the group right away." When Ji-sun saw that Old Man Su was being taken over from the slave trader by the Thunder Group, he raised his lips slightly with a smile, and immediately agreed, okay. He was a little hesitant in his mind just now, but now it's gone. Of course, follow this old senior. Experience tells Ji-sun that following Old Man Su is exciting enough, and there is also a survival anchor, so there is no need to hesitate. And Old Man Su's appearance here means that there may be a big secret nearby. In this way, Ji-sun followed the hundreds of mercenaries of Thunder Hammer, plus hundreds of slaves, and stepped onto the teleportation array on the edge of the cliff. The continental fragments in the void are like islands in the sea, large and small, and far and near. After several transfers, the group came to a plain fragment with an area about the size of a county. Like the World Rift, these fragments have normal gravity, but the strange thing is that the whole fragment is floating in the void. This is also the first time for Ji-sun to come to the depths of the ruins. When his feet stepped firmly on the ground and looked at the fragments floating around like stars, he felt a strong sense of spatial chaos. There are already hundreds of people stationed on this fragment, and set up a temporary camp. In the middle of the camp is the twisted light gate of the different dimension. This is the exclusive different dimension of the Thunder Hammer group. Recruiting outsiders is purely to reduce the team's own mortality rate. When Ji-sun and his group of newcomers arrived, before they had time to rest, the deputy head of the camp began to explain the mission. Everyone, the alien space we are exploring this time is the Horror Worm Cave. This is an unlimited level plot, and the difficulty of the mission will be planned according to the rank. As long as you complete the mission according to our instructions, the risk is still controllable. The following is the information we got from our previous exploration. Everyone can take a look. This time we plan to explore the B-level difficulty. Ji-sun listened and looked at the distributed intelligence. It was similar to what he had heard before. The hunting mode mainly killed monsters. The advantage of such a large team is that there are enough people to try and error, and the intelligence will increase again and again. Ji-sun's current deduction ability can already infer more information based on the information and intelligence in his hands. This is a 100-man team in an alien space, with 50 Thunder members, 30 slaves, and 20 other scattered mercenaries. The plot is indeed very difficult. But what he cares more about is which group Old Man Su will be assigned to. Unfortunately, probably because Old Man Su is too old, he is included in the first batch of cannon fodder. Ji-sun joined the first batch of exploration teams. At the end of the speech, the deputy head of the group gave another instruction. Also, everyone should pay special attention to the clues of a special jar relic. Perhaps he didn't think this group of people could find the clues, and his tone was also very casual. The people who heard it didn't take it too seriously. Ji-sun's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible chuckle. This news is no longer a secret among the mercenaries in the southern continent. The people of the Holy Church are looking for some ancient jars. Perhaps the Holy Church has obtained some clues that the battle that destroyed the Holy Crown City 3,000 years ago was directly related to some outer gods. After the explanation, the first batch of mercenaries rested a little, received some necessary equipment, and the group of 100 people entered the twisted light gate one after another. Ji-sun followed Old Man Su not far away and entered quietly. Chi-di also appeared at the first moment. You have entered Horror Worm Cave, Evil Omen Queen Maljet. Current disaster level D, mortality rate 33.7%. Space exploration progress 25.9%. Keywords: unlimited plot hunting mode. Plot clues: the cruel war has begun. The Holy Crown City is surrounded by a Zerg army under the command of the 7 Lords of the Scourge, the mysterious Queen Karakta. The current task is that you and your teammates are elite reconnaissance soldiers of the Talon Empire. Your task is to find the nest of the Queen in the intricate caves and create opportunities for your top-level card masters to hunt the Queen. Hunting Zergs to gain points. You can only leave the space after obtaining 100,000 points. Zergs are everywhere. This is an extremely dangerous task. You will face 1,000 times more Zerg army. Tip: hunting mode points can be exchanged for additional prizes, and the settlement special card pool adds special items such as special level mechanical drawings, space transmission cards, scapegoats, and mechanical deities. The surrounding scenery changed. From outside the camp, it became a tunnel illuminated by only a weak light source. Ji-sun looked at the surrounding environment and immediately felt the feeling of his hair slightly rising, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It has been a long time since I explored the other dimensional space. This feeling of being in a closed and dangerous environment at all times has returned. This kind of other dimensional space with no restrictions on rank is not uncommon in the core of the old continent. No restrictions on rank means that the difficulty will be infinitely high or low. If it is a D-level difficulty, a normal first-level card master may be able to leave alive with 100 points. Ji-sun looked at his 100,000 points. And there was no color. For his hidden 6th level, the normal difficulty is about the same. At the same time, after counting the number of people, he muttered in his heart, the space will really didn't treat Ivan as a human participant. Chapter 407. Ji-sun found that there were exactly 100 people coming in, which meant that the other dimensional space did not identify Ivan, who was hiding in his pocket, as a human participant. Maybe it was a spiritual object, or a pet? Ji-sun was not sure. Just then, the girl woke up, and he whispered, Ivan, can you get out of this space? Ivan was also in the other dimensional space for the first time. With only a pair of eyes emerging from her pocket, she was very curious about the surroundings. Listening to Ji-sun's question, she replied, sure. Isn't this just a space bubble? Poke it, and you be out. When Ji-sun heard what the little girl said, a strange color instantly appeared in his eyes. He knew that Ivan's space ability was very strong. But he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Can he leave the other dimensional space without limit? Isn't this the same as the effect of the special card space teleport card? What's going on with Ivan? The other dimensional space can almost be said to be one of the biggest ultimate secrets in this world. Even in the classics left by the Talon dynasty, Emperor Lanlingster once sought the answer to this question, but did not get an accurate answer. In other words, the height of the secrets related to the different dimensional space may be higher than the peak that humans can reach. How could Ivan ignore the space restrictions and go out at will? Ji-sun thought about what Griffith, the leader of the rebel dragon army, said about Ivan's origin. This little Lolita was found in a black coffin. He guessed that Ivan himself might have some special relationship with a different dimensional space. However, before Ji-sun could think more, the little Lolita muttered again, but I can't take you out, Mr. Ji-sun. Well, you melted in the bubble. Ji-sun didn't understand what this meant. Ivan couldn't explain it clearly either. He half listened and half guessed. He roughly understood that he should be connected to the rules of the different dimensional space. But it doesn't matter. Ji-sun never thought of using tricks to get out of any different dimensional space when he participated in it. Thinking of this, he followed the team and walked quickly in this dark tunnel. Strange, the intelligence clearly said that the plot character is a lieutenant colonel. How did he become a brigadier general? Maybe the number of explorations has triggered an unexpected plot. Everyone be careful. The difficulty of this mission should also change. Someone in the team noticed something unusual and whispered. Ji-sun walked silently in the team, not conspicuous. Of course, he also heard the conversation between the temporary leader of the Thunder Hammer group and several team members in front. In addition to the 100 adventurers, their team that shuttled through the tunnel also had 100 NPC mechanical warriors, most of whom were wearing armor. Normally, after entering, the commander of the NPC team is a colonel, wearing the 6th level peak combat power, Hunter God armor. But now that he came in, the bearded commander had become a brigadier general, and the configuration of his and the entire NPC team's mechanical equipment was obviously much better than the intelligence. Others didn't know why the difficulty was increased. But Ji-sun knew it. It was probably because of his hidden 6th level that the spatial will raise the difficulty. But it was just right. For Ji-sun, he had never thought of only clearing the D-level difficulty plot. Listening to the Thunder group discussing tactics, Ji-sun was also calm throughout the whole process. His biggest curiosity about this space, in addition to the mechanical technology materials and drawings, is more importantly, he is very curious about what happened during the last period of the fall of the Talon dynasty. Obviously, these Thunderhammer mercenaries did not think of the situation of spies. After all, even if there are spies, they would not follow them to this kind of space with a very high mortality rate if they don't want to gather intelligence in the camp. The plots of the hunting mode in this space are very simple. In layman's terms, it means killing monsters. The only special thing is that Enlightenment directly hinted that the final boss of this other dimensional space, Maljet, the evil Queen Worm, is directly related to the mysterious Queen Worm Karakta, one of the 7 monarchs of the natural disaster. Of course, other people's intelligence hinted that it was a certain outer god. Because Ji-sun knew the names of the 7 outer gods, he showed them. The team of 200 people moved forward secretly in the underground tunnel. As the plot suggests, the Zerg surrounded the Holy Crown city, and their reconnaissance team was going to find the Zerg nest hidden deep in the cave somewhere outside the city. There are many similar teams in other places. The people from Thunderhammer have come here many times, so they have basically explored the situation of the tunnel. The temporary leader Matt guided the NPC's exploration direction, and soon found the right way. After walking for about an hour, everyone came to a shaft-like passage. Enlightenment appeared immediately, and the hidden Z-shaped tunnel leading to the Zerg nest was discovered. The exploration degree plus 15%, you have attracted the attention of the Zerg army. C-level mission is triggered, survive through the Z-shaped tunnel. Complete the mission to get a branch reward. Ji-sun glanced around, and saw irregular tunnels, like rat holes all around. There was yellow mucus on the soil, which was the secretion of insects when they dug holes. Fortunately, the holes were very large, most of them were more than 3 meters high, and there was plenty of space for people to walk inside. The werewolf's sense of smell allowed him to clearly distinguish the smell in the air. There were at least dozens of smells left by insects. Just as he was thinking, a rustling sound suddenly rang out in the darkness. It seemed like a large number of monsters were rushing towards them. The bearded NPC Brigadier General in the lead looked at the prompt displayed on the light screen on the arm of the mechanical armor, which was a dense array of green light spots. His expression was stern, and he shouted, "The area ahead is where the Zerg are active. Everyone prepare to fight." Ji-sun glanced at the Brigadier General's mecha. This one was obviously much more functional than the ones Dong Chi had worn before, and it was equipped with a lot of black technology equipment against the Zerg. For example, this scanner can sense the activities of living organisms. Before he could get too excited, the sound of guns being loaded rang out in the corridor as soon as he said this. The adventurers also entered the battle state. Ji-sun also showed the necessary urgency, and took out a few first-level fireball cards. His disguised identity was a 3rd-level elemental manipulator. At least before he was exposed, he had to look like a magic card player. The possibility of not being discovered by the bugs in the cave was 0. So the difficulty of this different dimension was to complete the task while being surrounded by bugs. Soon, almost everyone heard the sound of the arthropods crawling in the tunnel. At a certain moment, it was like a water pipe bursting, and a dense swarm of insects suddenly emerged from a corner of a tunnel. This is a kind of blade mantis with wings that can fly and 2 sharp insect arms, about 1 foot long. It is very fast, agile, and has an endless number that can easily cut the body of a low-level card master. The weakness is that it is fragile. As long as you avoid the shell, ordinary bullets can shoot a bag of yellow pulp. However, this is the least threatening bug in this alien space. The adventurers had received intelligence before they came in, so they were not too panicked when they saw the bugs coming like a tide. The war slaves were a little confused. After all, they only knew what monster they were going to face a few minutes ago. Fortunately, the Thunder group spent a lot of money, and the slaves' equipment was not too bad. This horror bug cave evil omen Queen Maljet is one of the several alien spaces that the Southern Continent Mercenary Group is currently focusing on. Whether it is equipment or personnel configuration, it is the top configuration of the Thunderhammer Mercenary Group. The significance of being able to pass this insect cave is not only to gain. It also means that crucial clues can be found for those more difficult related spaces deep in the ruins. For example, the relevant information about the jar. Almost in an instant, the human and insect sides started fighting in the corridor. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Bullets poured down like raindrops. It must be said that when it comes to killing insects, guns are much more powerful than card masters. Pull the trigger, the bugs trapped in the tunnel are almost live targets. These well-trained NPC mechanical warriors form a firepower network of 3 or 5, which is enough to block a passage. Bullets are like a torrent of steel, violently blocking the tide of bugs. Theoretically, as long as there are enough bullets, no matter how many low-level bugs come, they will not pose a fatal threat to the team. However, the trouble is that the number of bugs is endless. As long as they dare to stay in one place for too long, more and more bugs will surround them. In the end, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The bearded NPC Brigadier General certainly knew this, and he fought and broke through. Follow me. Ji-sun also mixed in the crowd and rushed towards the depths of the tunnel. This was already deep underground, and the tunnels were complicated. Soon, all directions turned into a sea of jubilant insects. Everyone was involved in the fierce battle. Ji-sun also ejected a few low-level cards, such as Explosion Card and Fire Bomb, from time to time. Although his major occupation sequence is physical skills, he wants to comprehend the realm of all things after advancing to the 6th level, and recently he has been cramming the magic-related spell abilities. At least this kind of low-level spell is easy for him. The card exploded in the insect swarm, broken limbs flew everywhere, and enlightenment kept refreshing. Successfully killed the Blade Jumper, points +1. Successfully killed the Blade Jumper, points +1. Successfully killed the Elite Blade Jumper, points +3, according to his progress. If he wants to get 100,000 points by killing low-level insects, it is unknown how long it will take. Moreover, the materials produced by these low-level insects are far less valuable than the consumed cards. Ji-sun didn't care. There were a lot of spell cards in the previous spoils, enough for him to consume. The team was still rushing towards the depths of the dungeon. Because the people from Thunderhammer came for the B-level plot this time, they used the intelligence they had obtained before to guide the NPCs to open the way. And because the overall equipment of the NPC team was greatly improved this time, the firepower of the machines was too strong, and the breakout plan was smoother than expected. Not long after, when everyone appeared at a huge dark river fork, Chi-Di appeared again. Break through the Z-shaped channel. Mission completed. All members receive C-level mission branch rewards. Individuals receive plus 300 points. The hidden tunnel of the Worm Cave is discovered. Exploration degree plus 25%. You have attracted the attention of the Queen Worm. The B-level mission is triggered. Find the Queen Worm's nest, and send a positioning signal to the Holy Crown City base camp. You can choose to accept the mission, or leave the space with enough points. 2 consecutive enlightenments. The B-level mission is finally triggered. Ji-sun took a look and didn't think much about it. He only has a few thousand points now, far from 100,000, so he can't get out. Others, slaves, can't get out. The scattered people didn't get any benefits, and no one left. However, a low-level card master in the Thunder group, who was responsible for transmitting intelligence, left the space in advance. Next, it was the really dangerous plot. The intelligence didn't mention the mortality rate of B-level missions, but at present, the top mercenary groups, like the Thunder group, have not explored the A-level, which means that the mortality rate must be extremely high. Maybe they have discovered it. Outsiders just don't know. No matter what the situation is, it doesn't matter to Ji-sun. The current situation is indeed not threatening to him. During the run, the temporary leader Matt repeatedly guided the NPC to choose a tunnel leading to the depths of the crypt. These are important information that the previous groups of adventurers exchanged their lives for. Large teams have enough experience, and they know that the key to passing the high difficulty space is to make reasonable use of the plot characters. The team rushed forward again. It was still the rhythm of kill, kill, kill. It went smoothly. They came to the deep northwest of the underground. There were more and more insects around. Not only in number. The types of insects also changed. In addition to the previous blade mantis, some iron beetles similar to dung beetles gradually appeared. Their hard shells could easily block magic bullets. There was also a kind of exploding bug that spewed acid. A mouthful of thick phlegm could spray 100 meters, even mechanical armor with smoke. Then, there were red tentacles that looked like tree roots, coming out of nowhere. Still of low rank, endless. As soon as these bugs appeared, casualties gradually began to appear in the human team. Bugs can make countless mistakes, but humans will definitely die if they are overwhelmed by the sea of bugs. And gradually, there are also a small number of level 4 and level 5 small bosses mixed in those bugs. Once these high-level bugs appear, it usually means that someone will die. The number of ammunition for mechanical warriors is limited, and mechanical equipment has a limit to its endurance, so it is impossible to fire at a high frequency all the time. As the fight went on, Ji-sun had a hunch that the queen was very intelligent. It seemed that it was deliberately using these low-level insects to consume the ammunition of the human army. After discovering this, Ji-sun realized that it was not so meaningful to follow the main force. Although the NPCs were very powerful, they were also big targets. Being constantly surrounded and killed by insects, even if the mission was finally completed, the ending would be tragic. The difficulty of the plot was evaluated for everyone, that is, the B-level difficulty was enough for Ji-sun, a 6th level stratum, to be buried here. Most importantly, he felt that the queen insect was so intelligent that being watched by it all the time would make him passive. Moreover, the guys from the Thunder group obviously had some special ideas. In the fierce battle, it was difficult for ordinary people to notice what their teammates were doing in other parts of the complex corridor, but Ji-sun had been observing very clearly. He clearly found that at some point, a small team suddenly left the main force and left from another branch of the tunnel. Without orders, the slaves could not leave, and the scattered group would not seek death and leave the main force without authorization. It can only be that the guys from the Thunder group had some other plans. Most likely they wanted to use the main force as bait while they went to carry out some other hidden branch missions. After discovering this, Ji-sun didn't want to stay any longer. At the moment, when a certain team was dispersed by the enemy's sea of insects, he suddenly grabbed the old man Su who was fishing in the muddy waters in the team and rushed into another passage. Like the unlucky ones cut apart by the Zerg, the fast-running large army didn't care about the missing 2 people at all. For most people, being separated from the main force in a tunnel full of bugs is almost a dead end. Without the main force, there is no chance to change ammunition and take a breath, and the only way to end up being drowned by the sea of bugs. But that was someone else, not Ji-sun. As the sound of gunfire gradually faded away, 2 people suddenly sat up in a pile of sticky bug corpses. Ji-sun's facial muscles twisted, and he had returned to his original appearance. He looked at Old Man Su and smiled. "Senior Su, long time no see." The means of perception of insects are nothing more than vision, hearing, and smell. Ji-sun had been observing Old Man Su before. This guy was clearly paddling in the team, but he had never been fatally attacked by insects. After observing for a while, he found that the old man secretly smeared the glands bursting from the insect corpses on his body. As soon as he took the old man away from the main force, he chose to play dead. Ji-sun did not choose to break out, but followed the old man to learn in a very good way. Countless experiences told Ji-sun that it was always right to follow the old predecessors. Facts have once again proved that the old man's way of surviving is reliable. Old Man Su was also stunned when he heard someone call out his name. He looked at Jishu and Mon's yellow mucus face, and was slightly surprised. But this time, he did not forget who it was. He wondered, "Ji-sun kid?" Then he cracked his big front teeth and looked surprised. "Why are you here too?" Ji-sun smiled. "It's a long story. I was hiding in this camp, and then I found out that you were caught, so I followed you." As he said that, he did not forget to joke, "See if I can save you." "You?" "Listen," Old Man Su rolled his eyes at him. That look of disdain seemed to speak, "Every time I see you, I feel something is wrong." But after all, Ji-sun really took action, and the old man disdained it, but didn't say anything. He then frowned and added, "But how did you become effeminate? You took the Forbidden Witch path." Ji-sun was surprised when he heard it. "Is it so obvious?" He was not surprised that the old man could see it. "But is it so obvious for me?" Old Man Su pursed his lips and said, "Your aura has become feminine. Do you think it is obvious?" Ji-sun also looked a little helpless when he heard it, and explained, "I didn't follow the witch sequence, but was contaminated by a relic." He showed the black magic gloves without hesitation, and asked, "Senior, is there any way to solve this contamination?" To be honest, this person is more mysterious than the leader of the rebel dragon army. Old Man Su glanced at it, and said casually yes. "Ah?" Ji-sun asked casually, but he didn't expect it to be true. However, his expectations were dashed the next second. Old Man Su scratched his head. "I remember it. But I forgot it." Ji-sun's eyes jumped for no reason, and then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, this old senior is the most unreliable when he is reliable. Old Man Su was also a little embarrassed, as if to make up for the boast he just made, and said, "But I seem to have seen this glove somewhere. I remember it seemed to be part of a certain set of skirts." Ji-sun listened and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh? Have you seen it, senior? This black magic glove is the inheritance of the Bai family. Few people have seen it in history, but it is not unheard of. But you know that this glove is a part of the Landlingster witch skirt set. Even in the Bai family, it is very rare." Old Man Su didn't know. His expression suddenly became subtly wretched, and said, I remember it seemed to be worn by a pretty girl. His expression seemed to want to recall something, but it seemed that he suddenly couldn't remember it, and said with regret, "It's been too long, I forgot it too." But after hearing this, it was Ji-sun's turn to get upset. So the old man had not seen the glove, but had seen someone wearing it? A pretty girl? She could make the old man remember her. Pretty means she is definitely not just pretty. Could it be a senior who was contaminated and turned into a witch? But the glove has been in the hands of the Bai family for at least thousands of years, and no one in the Bai family has been contaminated and turned into a witch. Who was the old man Su talking about? Among the information Ji-sun knew, there was only one that matched the name, and that was what the magic mirror said. Emperor Lanlingster who turned into a witch. Hiss, not really. Ji-sun didn't think it was impossible, but thought it was impossible. Emperor Lanlingster lived tens of thousands of years ago, and it was impossible for old man Su to live longer. After probing a few more times, Ji-sun found that the clues were broken again. Old man Su also lost his memory as expected. Ji-sun changed the subject and asked, "Senior, are you here to find the forbidden ruin steel?" Old man Su blinked and asked in confusion, "Do you know what I'm looking for?" Ji-sun had long been accustomed to the old man's forgetfulness. He even forgot what he was looking for, so he reminded him, "Yeah. The last few times I met you, you were looking for those black stone tablets." Old man Su seemed to have just remembered something. Oh, so I was looking for the forbidden ruin stone tablet. But why am I looking for that stone tablet? Ji-sun rolled his eyes. We have been adventuring together many times, and we are already quite familiar with each other. He was not surprised by this kind of ineffective conversation. Thinking that finding the stone tablet could only trigger some memories. This old man's big size. Only then will it go online. Ji-sun didn't expect to get the answer directly, and tried to guide, "Senior, is there something you are looking for in this different dimension?" Old man Su, "I'm not sure yet. But it seems that there is." Ji-sun smiled brightly, "Well, just right. I will help you find it." With this old senior anchoring something, the difficulty of this different dimension can be challenged higher. Where is Che-er? That kid went to the southern continent for training. By the way, senior, I saw a place with many stone tablets in a special space. Ah, there are 53 stone tablets? As Ji-sun knew, even in this insect nest, old man Su has countless ways to avoid the Zerg siege. The two walked and chatted along the way. Instead, they became more relaxed. However, not long after walking, Chi-Di suddenly appeared. Your team found the mother insect nest, exploration degree plus 40%. You have attracted the attention of the mother insect. The A-level mission is triggered. The furious mother insect dispatched the powerful Zerg guards guarding the nest to surround and kill the invaders. You need to survive. Ji-sun looked at the skyrocketing difficulty of the plot, and laughed lightly without surprise. Thunderbolt Group, those guys are very powerful. They found the insect nest so soon? Chapter 408. Ji-sun looked at the prompt from Enlightenment that the difficulty of the plot had been raised to grade A, and his expression showed a hint of amusement. Now it seems that the top leaders of Thunderhammer came here for this difficulty of the plot. After all, if you want to get the clue of the jar, you must pass the level with high difficulty. Although Ji-sun and Old Man Su did not follow the main force, they are now in the depths of the insect nest. In the perception, there was suddenly a subtle and dense breath fluctuation in the depths of the surrounding caves. And in the depths of the cave, the originally fierce gunfire sound suddenly became more intense. The main force, and the main force of the insects have already engaged in a fight. Ji-sun murmured. This must be the plan of the Thunder Corps' top leaders, using the main force to attract firepower. I think the other team should be going to complete the A-level mission. He and Old Man Su both have glands smeared with insects, so they are not in danger for the time being. However, because he left the team, Ji-sun's current points are far from enough to leave the space. Thinking of this, Ji-sun asked, Senior, what are your plans now? This space is related to the outer god, the mysterious worm mother Karakta. I plan to go see that worm mother. Old Man Su pursed his lips and muttered unconfidently, I was captured and I am satisfied to get out alive. He is a coward who is unwilling to take risks, but after hearing the second half of Ji-sun's words, his old eyes seemed to show a hint of hesitation. Ji-sun is already very familiar with the old man's character. It is true that he is cowardly, but it is also true that there is a cause and effect in the dark. He smiled noncommittally and said jokingly, Do you have enough points? Old Man Su drooped his face, not enough. Of course Ji-sun knew it was not enough. Although he didn't know what level the space consciousness judged the old man to be, but before this guy was paddling all the time in order not to attract hatred, he didn't kill many bugs at all. Of course he couldn't get out. Ji-sun continued, Then come with me, senior, I will help you earn some points. Old Man Su has a very special aura, and you can't have any ill will towards him, otherwise it will involve some unspeakable misfortune. But Ji-sun didn't mean any harm. He knew that the old man would not die, and he vaguely guessed that the secrets involved in this guy might also be directly related to the outer gods. Old Su was indeed looking for a stone tablet, but the 3 stone tablets that Ji-sun knew about were all related to the gods. Forbidden Ruin Stone Tablet, Spell Pottery Jar, and Old Su himself seemed to have some cause and effect involvement. These are all the unsolved mysteries of this world that Ji-sun felt. Even more mysterious than that of Emperor Lanlingster. When Old Man Su didn't play the big game, his fighting power was weak. Perhaps he knew that he was not good at killing insects, so he agreed. In this way, the two continued to sneak into the depths of the insect nest. The fighting in the cave was getting louder and louder. However, because there was a large force that pinned down almost all the insects in the insect nest, Ji-sun and the others did not encounter any danger. With the Brigadier General, who controlled the hunting god armor, and 100 elite mechanical warriors, this reconnaissance team would not be so easily wiped out. That is why Ji-sun felt that there was a chance to trigger a more difficult hidden plot. Experience has proven that exploring the plot in depth will yield unexpected gains. For example, the Third Holy Grail War, Battle of Iron Forge that Ji-sun had been to. The difficulty of that different dimension is normally impossible to produce a royal treasure, like the Sismak Holy Grail. But the fact is that Ji-sun and his team finally got the Holy Grail by triggering a hidden plot that was not part of the main story. This horror worm cave is related to the battle that destroyed the Holy Crown City 3,000 years ago, which involves many top powers and secrets, including the outer god mysterious worm Mother Karakta. Ji-sun doesn't want to just come to find the worm nest and take some normal rewards. He wants to see what the battle that can destroy the Talon dynasty is like. And for Ji-sun, in the different dimension, the risk is controllable. No matter how difficult the plot is, it will only be evaluated according to the level of the participants. According to the rules of the different dimensional space and past experience, Ji-sun estimated that there were only 2 level 6 card masters in his adventure team. Even in the most difficult S+ plot, the final boss is probably level 7. It's worth a try. The most important thing is that Old Man Su can't die, and Ivan can get out by himself. As for himself, of course, he can do whatever he wants. He has no psychological burden at all. With this thought, Ji-sun led Old Man Su and the other person all the way deeper. The werewolf's keen sense of smell allowed him to roughly identify the possible routes to the queen's nest in the air. Based on the previous intelligence and the direction of the current battle, Ji-sun had already figured out several nest routes that the Thunder group might hide. The queen is very intelligent, so she must know that the human adventurer's tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west is to find her. As Ji-sun walked, he thought again and again in his mind, and finally came to a conclusion. So, no matter how you hide, as long as you get close to the nest, you will be discovered. Thinking of this, he ran faster. Even if the queen insect knew the situation, the 2-person team was the least noticeable one. Ji-sun had to find the queen insect before the other 2 teams were wiped out. The difficulty of this different dimension has never been to find the location of the queen insect. It's to survive the attack of the insect swarm. It was almost the same as expected. When Ji-sun led Old Man Su to go 400 or 500 meters deeper into the ground, there was a sudden intensive noise in the tunnel. And from the breath sensing, those insects are much stronger than before. Ji-sun was not surprised to see this, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The queen insect found them, and sent the guards of the nest, which means that they found the right way. In the blink of an eye, countless blade-jumping mantis came out from all directions of the tunnel. Old Man Su next to him saw the scene, and his face twitched with fear, and he pretended to lie on the ground and pretend to die again. Ji-sun smiled and carried him on his shoulders, saying, "Senior, I'm going to charge." Old Man Su exclaimed in bewilderment, "What?" Ji-sun did not say anything more, but his eyes were cold, and dozens of sharp daggers suddenly swirled around his body. The sharp daggers split from these moon wheels are much more efficient than bullets in breaking armor, and even ironclad beetles can easily break armor. Dozens of flying knives formed a blade field around his body, and Ji-sun plunged into the insect tide. A cold light flashed, and before a large number of insects could get close to Ji-sun, the sharp flying knives easily penetrated their vital points. Head, abdomen, heart, mouth parts. Before entering the other dimensional space, Ji-sun had completely memorized the properties and weaknesses of various insect monsters that appeared in the Mercenary Union intelligence. Without even making any noise, he quietly harvested a large number of insects. Enlightenment was like a flood that broke through the dam, swiping the screen. Successfully killed the elite blade mantis, points +10. Successfully killed the self-exploding bug, points plus 25. Successfully killed the strong exploding bug, points plus 155. Successfully killed the D-level disaster iron beetle commander, points plus 1000. The insects here are much stronger than before, the types and threats are stronger than before, and the points are also higher. But they are still fragile. Those bugs that may take dozens of bullets to kill, under Ji-sun's flying knife, every knife hits the vital point accurately. The space in the tunnel is limited, and Ji-sun is actively charging, so the number of bugs he can touch per unit time is only a few hundred. The flying knife can instantly kill a series of bugs in an instant, giving the bugs no chance to touch themselves, so there is no threat. Although it is not as grand as the previous mechanics killing monsters, with corpses everywhere. But the telekinetic flying knife has an absolute advantage over firearms. That is, it consumes very little energy. There is no gap between reloading and worrying about insufficient ammunition. The bugs are too fragile. Ji-sun's proficiency in telekinetic flying knives has reached the level that can threaten high-level card masters. What's more, some bugs have defenses that are almost the same as ordinary humans. For him, this level of flying knife control is just like controlling a character to kill monsters in a game. Except for consuming a little mental energy, there is almost no consumption. Even if he occasionally encountered some small boss, Ji-sun's body was extremely powerful, and could easily kill them in an instant. It was completely no threat. At this moment, his brain was like a high-speed computer. Wherever he looked, insects died in large numbers, like wheat being cut. It looked like the flying knife was flying fast, but in reality, it was more like dozens of invisible mental tentacles. The flying knife arrived instantly, when he thought about it. The multi-mind and multi-purpose observation ability of Qianji Gishiman combined with the deduction of I am the world was as accurate as a scanner. As long as Ji-sun's vision and perception were there, nothing would be missed. Ji-sun rushed all the way. The flying knife cleared the way, leaving countless insect corpses in the tunnel. His speed of rushing forward was even faster than the speed of the insects surrounding him. So before the encirclement was formed, Ji-sun carried Old Man Su and rushed into the depths of the tunnel with the most high-level insects. A large group of insects followed him and chased him. Occasionally, in order to gain points, Ji-sun would be interested in throwing a few high-explosive bombs behind him. Bugs are not humans. Their intelligence is not enough to let them know how to hide their breath or use some complicated tactics to surround and kill the target. At least these low-level ones have no intelligence at all. Only the tactics of the sea of bugs. In this way, Ji-sun led the bugs that were tens of thousands times more than himself and strolled in the cave all the way. It looked thrilling, but it was actually smooth all the way. This is also the reason why Ji-sun left the main force before. Although the main force has strong firepower, it is also clumsy. Once blocked by bugs, the team will be dragged down and can only wait to be surrounded by more and more bugs. He can kill and run alone, and the bugs can't catch up at all, which makes him safer. Of course, this tactic is only suitable for people like Ji-sun who have the fighting power to break through the insect siege alone. Points 15,554. Points 32,223. Points 98,813. As he walked, his points soared. Unconsciously, Ji-sun found that his 100,000 points were almost completed. Killing bugs felt like playing Candy Crush, and he liked this feeling. Now that the points have reached, theoretically speaking, Ji-sun can choose to leave the different dimension. But he did not stop, but continued to rush deep into the cave. The direction Ji-sun chose to charge was the route he had calculated to be most likely to lead to the Queen's Nest. Although he took the wrong path several times, he quickly corrected it by looking at the reactions of the worms. Ji-sun was sure that he would be right to identify the passage with the strongest defense of the worms. The Queen was still dealing with the other two teams, so the probability of such a misjudgment was extremely low. At a certain moment, the tunnels around him suddenly became wider. This was obviously a mobile passage dug for large Zerg. Enlightenment appeared immediately. You have entered the Queen's Nest, covered by a high-level divine barrier. You cannot settle to leave the space within the barrier. If you continue, you will not be able to settle to leave the space. Ji-sun looked unsurprised. If it was so easy for human scouts to expose the Queen's location, then this evil Queen Maljet would have been destroyed by the top card master of Holy Crown City long ago. Ji-sun sniffed the air to identify the direction, and without any hesitation, he rushed towards the depths of the dungeon again. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle on the main team side was still going on. The team of human adventurers was blocked by insects in a huge underground cave. The corridors on all sides were filled with insects, and there was nowhere to escape. The attack of the swarm of insects was a tactical encirclement and killing. It was better to say that they were driven here than to escape. At this moment, including the NPCs, there were less than 20 people left in the team of 200. The difficulty of the plot was suddenly raised to a level, and some void mantises who mastered the ability of the void suddenly appeared in the swarm of insects. This is probably the guard of the Queen's Nest, a monster that has never appeared in the previous intelligence. Their sickles can easily break through the battle mechas. Card masters below level 6 are almost killed with one sword, and the casualties are very serious. The adventurers, who are still alive in the team, are desperate. Enlightenment reminds that there is a forbidden barrier here, and no one can leave. The NPC mechanical warriors, who are the main force of the battle, also show signs of running out of ammunition. The firepower network gradually has a gap, and more insects are still rushing in like moths to a flame. It was impossible for the adventurers to break out. They struggled to hold on, but could only wait for death in despair. However, at this moment, something strange happened. At a certain moment, as if something happened, the void mantises suddenly disappeared. As if they had a more important task, they flashed towards the void deep in the cave. This also made everyone understand that there must be humans threatening the queen insect in the nest, so these insects rushed back to rescue desperately. This also relieved everyone's pressure and puzzled them. What's going on? Could it be that the experts in Holy Crown City have arrived? No, the message hasn't been sent yet. How could there be reinforcements? Maybe Lance and the others triggered the hidden plot? Not only were the survivors in the main force confused, but the elite team on the other side, who were also being chased by the insects, also didn't understand. They discovered the insect nest, and they also triggered the A-level plot just now. After the trigger, they were chased everywhere by this group of void mantises. After the disaster, they finally understood why no one had survived to take out the information several times before. These queen insect guards have the ability of the void, and can easily pass through the wall, so it is impossible for them to escape. Seeing that they were about to be wiped out, the mantises that were chasing them disappeared, on the other side, 1 minute ago. Ji-sun knew that he was about to touch the final boss of this different dimension, so he rushed all the way. But at a certain moment, a dark crack suddenly appeared in the void. Right behind him, less than a foot away. Space fluctuations are very special, and this high-level law is difficult to be sensed by people. Under normal circumstances, even a 6th level or 7th level card master would find it extremely difficult to detect a space crack suddenly opening behind him. When a blade insect arm is really found sticking out of the void crack, this distance is enough to pose a fatal threat to high-level card masters. Unfortunately, he met Ji-sun. After obtaining the space rune stone, his understanding of the space law has skyrocketed. Although he has not yet learned all kinds of magical space spells, his extremely high affinity for space makes him feel like a fish in water when he is in space. He can clearly feel any movement of the water waves. After Ji-sun entered the mother insect's nest, he had been on guard against all kinds of strange high-level insects that would emerge. His hair instantly stood up. Almost at the first moment of sensing, Ji-sun's figure suddenly increased several times in speed, and he opened up the distance in an instant. At the same time, 3 flying knives stabbed towards the position of the void crack. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After hearing 3 blade penetration sounds, Ji-sun turned his head and glanced at a blue-gold mantis half the height of a man, which was pierced by the flying knife with 3 blood holes, and was spurting out some yellow-green plasma. A 4th level void mantis? Because it gave him such a strong premonition of death, Ji-sun originally thought it would be a 7th level super powerful insect. However, he never expected that it would be a void zerg. Thinking about it, Ji-sun did not give the insect any chance to escape into the void, and controlled the flying knife again to kill it on the spot. He stopped, walked over, and looked at the head that was broken by the flying knife. There was a dark purple crystal core inside that was glowing. Huh? A 4th level void magic crystal? When Ji-sun saw this crystal core the size of a fingernail, it was as if he had seen a mountain of gold. This thing is priceless. But before Ji-sun could get too excited, his eyes suddenly shone, and he sensed traces of space cracks in all directions around him. Ji-sun felt this situation and understood that there were quite a few of these void mantises. He had experienced the difficulty of spatial ability before, so he would never give these bugs a chance. He clenched his hand, and a pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. These spatial cracks blocked all his escape routes, and under normal circumstances, he would almost certainly die. Ji-sun had combat experience to deal with such situations. He took the useless great sword and rushed in one direction decisively. The indestructible great sword forcibly blocked the spatial crack that could easily cut everything, and at the same time, before the bugs could completely come out of the crack, more than a dozen flying knives instantly pierced their heads. Too fragile, Even a 4th level Void Mantis has the same defense as a 2nd level Card Master. Shwa shwa shwa. Having determined the structure of the bug, Ji-sun's flying knife hit it in the head with great precision. You killed a 4th level B-level Disaster, Void Mantis, points plus 8,000. You killed a 4th level B-level Disaster, Void Mantis, points plus 8,000. Ji-sun easily avoided the siege that would have killed any 6th level Card Master. He looked at the Mantis corpse on the ground. When the flying knife cut it open, there was a crystal core in each head. Seeing this, Ji-sun's eyes gradually became hot. He had almost not collected the insect materials before, firstly because he was too late, and secondly because they were not valuable. But looking at this crystal core, Ji-sun did not intend to let it go. There are also the insect's sickle, body, flesh and blood. Anything related to the law of space is a rare material of extremely high value. Moreover, this is a disaster-level monster, and the points are very high. If you really kill more, when you calculate the rewards, the probability of rare card drawing may be surprisingly high. Ji-sun put away several crystal cores, and felt the space cracks that were fluctuating around him again. He also fully understood the difficulty of the different dimensional space. The insects guarding the mother insect nest are these Void Mantises. His previous speculation was not wrong. The upper limit of the difficulty of monsters in this space should be level 7. Originally, Ji-sun had thought of various ways to deal with level 7 monsters. Now that he saw these mantises, he realized that the difficulty of this space was not as difficult as he imagined. Normally, this group of bugs that have mastered space abilities are much more threatening than the 7th level bugs. Just the few bugs just now are enough to wipe out all the people participating in this mission, including the Brigadier NPC wearing the Hunter God armor. But he happened to meet Ji-sun, who understands the laws of space. Although any bug has the ability to kill him instantly, Ji-sun also has the ability to kill them instantly. Ji-sun doesn't think that his methods will lose to a group of bugs that have almost no intelligence. And he also has Ivan the bug. Thinking of something, he grinned. Low-level insects have no intelligence, but the insect mother does. The threat can only be completely resolved if the insect mother is killed. Since the guards of the nest can't stop him, Ji-sun's thoughts became active. He wants to do something big, before the old man Sue on his shoulder exclaimed. "What are you doing?" shouted out. With this thought, Ji-sun didn't want to pay any attention to these Void Mantises that didn't pose much of a threat to him, and rushed forward again. The speed was already extremely fast, and with Ivan's secret help, he rushed into the depths of the nest smoothly. When he saw the giant worm appear in his field of vision, Ji-sun smiled brightly. The appearance of enlightenment verified all his conjectures. He touched the hidden plot of this different dimension. You found the evil omen Queen Worm Margit, plot exploration plus 30%, extra card draw reward plus 10%. Trigger as hidden plot, hunt the Queen Worm. Margit is the vanguard of the 7 lords of the natural disaster, Karakta. Hunting the disaster may trigger a plot of unknown difficulty, and you will also get the amazing merit of the Holy Crown City. Chapter 409. Ji-sun looked at the pile of white flesh worms in front of him, and the smile on his face became brighter. The main task of this space horror worm cave evil omen Queen Malgit is to ask adventurers to find the worm nest, and send a signal, waiting for the high-level strongmen of Holy Crown City to participate in the hunt, instead of really asking adventurers to kill the Queen Worm. This kind of plot setting, either the will of the space determines that their team's combat power is completely unequal to that of the Queen Worm, or there is some other hidden plot in the Queen Worm. Anyway, he can't kill it. Now Ji-sun is facing the final boss, and he knows why the space will thinks that the adventurers can't kill this monster. Because this evil omen Queen Malgit has a mental attack power that can be said to be unsolvable by card masters below the 7th level. Just when he rushed into the insect nest just now, enlightenment frantically refreshed the screen. You exempted the evil omen Queen Malgit's divine art mind link mental control. The mental power here is no longer an untouchable nothingness, but a ripple visible to the naked eye like the waves of the sea, impacting Ji-sun's soul wave by wave. That feeling is like a small boat in a storm, which can capsize at any time. The rank of this insect mother is the 7th rank, and the spell she released is a divine spell, which is not immune to the clown mask. Normally, not to mention the 6th rank, even the 7th rank, the 8th rank card master will be controlled. But Ji-sun was safe and sound, because what he was holding in his pocket was a relic emitting moonlight. It really is a mental attack? Ji-sun was not surprised when he saw this, but felt relieved. In fact, long before entering the alien space, Ji-sun had studied the habits of the Zerg in detail from various intelligence. Facts have proved that the intelligence of low-level Zerg is very low, and they fight almost only by instinct. Such individuals are not very threatening. but they are good at cluster attacks. The queen can accurately control hundreds of millions of Zerg soldiers to fight, which inevitably requires it to have a special and efficient communication method with the Zerg swarm. This method must also be spiritual. Ji-sun didn't understand what the method was, but it was not difficult to guess. Like the communication between gods and believers, faith is used. However, Evil Omen Queen Maljet is not a god level, but just a 7th level, or a special 7th level monster. So Ji-sun bet that the spiritual power of this insect hidden deep in the cave must be particularly outstanding. The creator of the universe is fair. Especially for organisms, if they have a particularly outstanding ability in one aspect, they must be weak in other aspects. Monsters with strong bodies have weak magic and spirit. Monsters that are good at mental attacks usually have weak bodies. For example, a nearly perfect higher creature like a dragon also has a shortcoming in mental power. At least Ji-sun has not found an exception so far. So before he saw the monster, he had actually judged what would happen in front of him. This ultimate boss of the dungeon that did not appear in the intelligence must be good at mental attacks and have a weak body. So Ji-sun had been prepared a long time ago and took out the Silver Moon Relic Moon, which also had very strong mental pollution. Ji-sun's mental power is very strong. But he doesn't think he can resist the monster that the spatial will determines that the adventurer cannot kill by his own ability. So he must rely on external objects. Ordinary external objects are not enough. Ji-sun estimated that even the 8th level mental defense card may not be able to resist this level of magic. Ji-sun doesn't have that kind of thing. Once controlled, it is certain to die. So he thought of fighting poison with poison. Mental pollution is a bit like the shining sun. Anyone who is exposed to the light will feel heat radiation. There are countless stars in the universe that are bigger and brighter than the sun, but people only feel the temperature of the sun. Because the distance is close enough. This is the principle of Ji-sun using moon to resist the spiritual erosion of the insect. Moon is the holy object of the Silver Moon sect. The moon god Arachne has revived. This holy object gathers the faith power of countless believers. Now the pollution is very strong. Normally, this pollution is a hot potato for top card masters. However, Ji-sun can ignore the distortion of faith, and he himself has practiced the secret art of the Void Moon God, so the moon has no negative impact on him. The pollution released by the moon itself was like a halo, enveloping the holder Ji-sun. So much so that just now, facing the ranged mental attack of the Evil Omen Queen Maljet, the pollution of the moon exempted most of the mental shock. It was like the starry sky on a summer night, where any star was obviously countless times larger than the moon. But once the silver moon was in the sky, the other stars were eclipsed. Although it was not completely blocked, Ji-sun was able to withstand the remaining mental shock. The moment he met the ultimate boss, Ji-sun did not dare to delay for a moment. The moment he was exempted from mental control, he rushed forward and punched the huge white worm that was nearly 10 stories high. Hua la la. Ripples like water waves rippled on the fat body of the worm. Ji-sun looked at his full-strength punch, but it seemed that he did not hurt the monster at all. He clearly felt that the force released by his fist was absorbed by the fat ripples. It felt like a circle, and a -1 value appeared on the monster's head, but the monster's health bar was infinite. The word scraping is the most appropriate description of Ji-sun's attack at this moment. Seeing this, Ji-sun suddenly changed his hand to a sharp relic sword. The sword was wrapped with a strong energy, and 2 cuts appeared on the skin and flesh. But the stratum corneum was too thick, and this nearly 10 centimeter deep wound did not hurt the giant worm at all. But when Ji-sun saw this, he was delighted. The defense is broken. The monster's rank was only 1 level higher than his, and it was a fragile insect. This close-range attack could cause effective damage. And the fact that he could hit it with these 2 knives meant that the queen insect had no other attack ability except mental attack. The fat body filled the entire cave, and it couldn't move. Chun-Chun was a living target. Although her skin was a little thick, as long as I gave myself time, I could always kill her. After Ji-sun confirmed this, he swung the sword in his hand like a storm, slashing wildly. In a blink of an eye, he saw a white liquid flowing behind the 3-meter-thick insect skin. Really good. Ji-sun had never encountered a monster with such a weak body, but such a high rank. He swung the sword in his hand, and slashed wildly without stopping. The worm could do nothing except release waves of mental shocks. Ji-sun discovered this, and swung his sword faster. Although he is good at fighting, his swordsmanship is not bad either. And when you reach a certain level in martial arts, many things are connected. Large pieces of natural disaster sword energy cut into the body of the worm. Like a leaking milk truck, a lot of white liquid flowed out. At this time, the queen worm knew that she could not deal with the invading humans, so she could only summon the worms in the nest to help. Ji-sun clearly felt the dense space fluctuations on his back. However, he had experienced the ability of these queen worm guards before. As long as they were not touched, there was no threat at all. Ji-sun's slashing movements did not stop. Dozens of flying knives flew all over the sky behind him, accurately and sharply attacking the vital points of the insects that emerged from the cracks in the void. Swoosh! 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 The sound of countless sharp blades cutting through flesh and blood was heard densely. Enlightenment also emerged. You killed the 5th level A-level disaster void mantis, points plus 30,000. You killed the 4th level B-level disaster void mantis, points plus 8,000. Ji-sun's calculation ability and absolutely calm mentality made him not make any mistakes in the battle. Putting aside the void ability, those mantises are roughly equivalent to hundreds of low-level card masters to him. Although there are many of them, they are not a threat at all. And with the useless greatsword, the space cracks can also be blocked, and the threat is even smaller. Even if there is really a concern, there is Ivan to help deal with it. So these void bugs are not a threat to Ji-sun at all. To him, they are just points and materials. In this way, while killing bugs, he attacked the queen body. As the queen guard, the void mantis cannot solve the enemy, and the other insects outside also rushed in frantically. Now it was a positional battle, and Ji-sun was surrounded by more and more zergs. If he ran out of spell power or made a mistake, he might die here. But Ji-sun was not panicked at all. He had withstood all the pressure in the zerg nest, which was enough for the other people to calmly transmit the information back to Xingwan City. Whether it was a real historical event or a spatial plot, it should be the masters of Xingwan City who killed the zerg in the end. He was sure that as long as he could hold on for a while, he would most likely be able to leave alive. Thinking of this, Ji-sun drilled directly into the mother insect's body from the wound. Other insects dared not attack the mother, so the threat to him was greatly reduced. Then, he hacked and killed in the warm white pulp. Points 332,213. Points 455,988. Points 952,240. Because the insects near the insect nest were of high grade, the points continued to soar, and soon broke through the million mark. Ji-sun alone killed more points than the entire 100-man group. The fact was just as Ji-sun expected. In the hive, nothing was more important than the queen being attacked. Almost as soon as Ji-sun attacked the queen, all the high-level zergs in the hive gathered towards the depths of the dungeon. For the other survivors, the difficulty of the plot in this horror worm cave evil omen Queen Maljet seemed to have suddenly dropped to the lowest level. Without obstacles, they successfully transmitted the message back to Holy Crown City. In fact, the difficulty of normal S clearance in this different dimension is indeed above level 7. Whether it is the bugs that master the void power or the queen bug's spiritual power, almost all of them can kill the top card masters here. But he happened to meet Ji-sun who could restrain these two methods. In reality, in the battle 3,000 years ago, in this insect nest, whether it was the final boss evil omen Queen Maljet or the other bugs, the rank should be higher. At least it can threaten the top card masters. Otherwise, it would not bring the threat of destroying the city to the Holy Crown City. It's just that in the different dimension, the rank of the monsters is adaptively adjusted according to the rank of the adventurer. But everything is a story for later. Ji-sun used a rough method to directly pass the last level. It seems to be a coincidence, but it is inevitable. Sufficient intelligence, sufficient means, and strong enough ability are indispensable. Only in this way can he pass through an S-level different dimensional space without any danger. Ji-sun also gradually discovered that, as his rank improved and various means became more and more abundant, the difficulty of the different dimensional space became lower and lower for him. It's not that the difficulty has decreased. It's that there are too many means, and when encountering any difficulties, there are more and more options to solve the problem. For Ji-sun, passing through the different dimensional space is like unlocking a lock. Every lock has a corresponding key. As long as you have enough keys, you can always find a way to restrain it. This is a skill that other professional sequence card masters find difficult to possess. This also gave Ji-sun a deeper understanding of his idea of universal domain. As long as you know enough, you can always come up with a way to target your opponent. Before Ji-sun came in, he had roughly estimated that the distance to Xingwan City was only a few dozen kilometers. This distance is very short for a top-level warrior. Ji-sun guessed that when the top NPC came, the plot would end. So at this moment, he opened fire at full power regardless of the loss, saving his life while earning as many points as possible. The war was in the past, and it didn't matter what the result was. High clearance settlement was the ultimate goal. Warm flesh and blood flowed on his body, and Ji-sun was surrounded by a white flowing world. He didn't remember how many times he had shocked, but he estimated that it would take at least 1 or 2 hours to kill the insect mother with his scraping attack. But the plot ended faster than Ji-sun expected. A few minutes later, a terrifying black light shot out from nowhere. Right in front of Ji-sun's eyes, it pierced through the huge body of the queen. The strong annihilation characteristics of the black light instantly corroded a huge hole in the queen's body. Accurate and deadly. Enlightenment appeared at the first time and killed the 7th level S disaster evil Queen Maljet. Participation 35%. Points plus 450,000. The queen with extremely tenacious vitality was killed by this blow. As soon as the queen died, all the insects instantly became a mess. Without a command, they could only avoid danger instinctively, and fled in all directions. The battle was over. The abrupt feeling of the sudden end made Ji-sun slightly stunned. It was over, and just in the distance, a crystal condensed in front of him. Ji-sun didn't care about anything else, and took it in his hand first. The extraordinary essence of the evil Queen Maljet detailed explanation, legendary material, precious space system, mysterious material of wisdom sequence. At the same time, Ji-sun was even more surprised that he was very familiar with the black light just now. Dark matter energy? Ji-sun has seen it before. It was the mechanical angel that he had seen secretly repaired by the Orlan royal family in the Starfall city. It used such energy cannons. Could it be? Ji-sun had just guessed something. Before thinking too much, he saw a shining white light slowly descending from the hollow of the collapsed corpse in front of him. The Easter egg for passing the S-level plot mission appeared. Beyond the main plot, this was originally a top-level machine that adventurers could never see, but now it appeared before their eyes. It was a mechanical angel. It was like a solar eclipse, with light and darkness interweaving. It was covered with silver-white metal armor, engraved with mysterious and delicate spells, and every line flowed with a strange energy halo of silver and black. A pair of wings woven from lightweight alloys behind it was very dazzling. The angel's face was covered by a layer of translucent light curtain, and a pair of fascinating eyes were hidden under the light curtain. From time to time, the faint light of wisdom flashed, as if it could see through everything around it. Ji-sun couldn't help but look at this angel with the ultimate artistic beauty and technological sense. He felt as if he had seen a god. Sacred, solemn, powerful, like an angel who upholds justice in the world, all the details matched. Ji-sun felt that the incomplete angel he saw last time was most likely the one in front of him. This is a combat weapon more advanced than the Titan armor. Hiss. Ji-sun took a breath. Judging from the situation, it only took one strike to kill the insect mother deep in the cave, from the ground 1,000 meters above. Its ultimate combat power must be unimaginably high. If there were more of these machines, the Talon dynasty would not have collapsed so easily. At the same time, the look in Ji-sun's eyes changed from amazement to burning. He knew very well that this angel was of the highest grade, and there was absolutely no chance of bringing it out of the other dimension. But once it appeared, it meant that there was a chance of getting related rewards when drawing cards. Thinking of this, Ji-sun couldn't help but look forward to it. His evaluation was definitely not low, and it was very likely to be drawn. Once the mechanical angel appeared, the plot of this other dimension was completely over. If this top-level combat power appeared, and if it really triggered any plot, Ji-sun's current level would not be able to participate. However, just when he thought that the settlement was forced, an unexpected scene happened again. The mechanical angel seemed to have discovered something, and suddenly raised his hand in one direction, and the black and white light instantly gathered in his palm. Huh? Ji-sun was shocked when he saw this. It was obviously a cold machine, but he felt an indescribable terrifying murderous intent. I thought it was some bugs that were not killed completely. However, I didn't expect that the direction the angel's gun was aimed at was Old Man Su hiding in the pile of corpses. What do you mean? Ji-sun was also confused. Old Man Su was a participant in the space. How could he trigger the hatred of the NPC on the human side? Moreover, if the angel really wanted to be hostile to the participants, it should aim at itself first. The only possibility is that there is some characteristic of Old Man Su that made the mechanical angel judge him as an enemy. The plot of the different dimensional space completely reproduced the war that had happened. This means that if Old Man Su appeared on the battlefield, he would still be regarded as an enemy by the angels. His, that is to say, Old Man Su is the enemy of the Terran dynasty? Who is the enemy of the Terran dynasty? The outer god of the 7 Calamity Lords? For a moment, Ji-sun felt as if his hair stood on end. It was as if he was hit hard by the truth of a certain period of history, and he was a little confused. What is the identity of this old man? Thinking of the countless secrets entangled in the old man, Ji-sun suddenly felt that this old man seemed to have some unclear connection with the destruction of Terran. However, it is an alien space after all. The plot ends here. Once the twisted light gate appears, the space wheel is forced to settle. Congratulations on clearing the horror worm cave, Evil Omen Queen Maljet. Space exploration degree 115%, fixed reward 100%, additional exploration 30%, obtain S-level evaluation, rare card draw plus 20%. Unparalleled wisdom and courage, advanced card draw probability plus 6%. Hidden plot explorer, advanced card draw probability plus 8%. Lone hero, card pool special card increase plus 15%. Monster Slayer, additional rare card draw probability plus 5%. Rare Survivor, all card draw rewards plus 10%. Complete as special plot kill the Evil Omen Queen Maljet *1, A-level plot Queen's Guard Core *1, B-level plot task find the Queen's Nest, C-level task Z-shaped channel, rare probability of D-level task treasure chest plus 11%, total reward plus 22%. Boss kill, 7th level S disaster Evil Omen Queen Maljet participation rate 35%, epic card added to the card pool, 5th level A-level disaster Void Mantis *8. Special reward plus 4%, 4th level B-level disaster Void Mantis *19, 4th level C-level disaster Void Mantis *41. Comprehensive evaluation S+, get clearance settlement treasure chest *8. Ji-sun's thoughts were immediately pulled back by the settlement. He looked at his S clearance rating, and there was nothing surprising. But what surprised him was that there were 8 clearance treasure chests. It was also the first time that Ji-sun had such a luxurious treatment. With 8 treasure chests, he could definitely draw something good, right? And with a total score of more than 2 million, he could also redeem rewards. Without hesitation, he clicked on the settlement treasure chest. Inspiration tips. Open the clearance treasure chest to get the gold blueprints and the design drawings of the Lesnick life detector. Open the clearance treasure chest to get the legendary blueprints and the Titan 4 energy armor shield blueprints. Open the clearance treasure chest to get the legendary blueprints and the anti-gravity mechanical power device blueprints. Open the clearance treasure chest to get the epic blueprints and the space mechanical sword blueprints. Open the clearance treasure chest to get the hunter armor components and the gravity kinetic energy boiler. Open the clearance treasure chest to get the rare metals and the angel alloys. Open the clearance treasure chest to get the epic blueprints and the mechanical angel antimatter deity destroyer concept map 1.0. Open the clearance treasure chest to get the special card and the space teleportation card. As expected, almost everything drawn from the treasure chest was related to machinery. 8 treasure chests, 5 blueprints, 1 mechanical equipment, 1 rare material, and 1 card. The last one is a special card. Space teleportation card? Ji-sun glanced at it and didn't look at it anymore. This is a special card that can force exit from the different dimensional space. The probability of the card is extremely low, and the supply is in short supply on the market. However, this kind of life-saving card is not so attractive to Ji-sun. Instead, he looked at the mechanical blueprint that was gradually becoming clear. Space mechanical sword design drawing? Good stuff. Ji-sun only looked at the quality of the blueprints. The worst was gold, and he knew that he would get a lot. These blueprints were all very practical combat mechanical equipment blueprints. However, when he saw the mechanical angel antimatter destroyer device conceptual drawing 1.0, his pupil suddenly shrank. It really came out. Although it was just a small component blueprint, Ji-sun took a quick look and found that it was indeed the design drawing of the mechanical angel. Chapter 410. Ji-sun took a quick look at the mechanical angel antimatter deity destroyer device conceptual drawing 1.0. This was the most complex and technologically advanced drawing he had ever seen. The densely packed analysis diagrams of various parts and the design descriptions of the magic energy device made him feel dizzy, as if he was reading a high-level demon language, with a huge amount of information invading his mind. The amount of information was too huge. The only thing he could understand was the name. It seemed to be some kind of offensive black technology weapon on the mechanical angel. Knowing the name is enough. Ji-sun only glanced at it and gave up the idea of interpreting it. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Thinking about when to pass these drawings to the professional mechanics of Katarina and Dong Chi for analysis. He was about to leave this different dimension. In addition to the gains from the treasure chest, there were still many points that had not been redeemed. Ji-sun looked at the redemption list that appeared in front of him. Pages of items with pictures and text explanations appeared in front of him. Advanced Mechanical Specialization Manual, Advanced Classics of Mechanical Sequence Realm, Redemption Points 15,000, Ancient Insect Master Entry Secret Techniques, a manual that records many lost insect breeding secrets, redemption points 15,000, 13 kinds of magic insect poisonous formulas, points 9,000. There are many things that can be redeemed. Under normal circumstances, the points of the participating adventurers are estimated to be only enough to exchange the items in the first few pages. However, Ji-sun glanced at his more than 2 million points and decisively turned to the end. The exchange items on this page are often exaggeratedly hundreds of thousands of points. But the things are really good. Domain Mind Shackles, a booklet that records the detailed insights of a super strong mental control domain cultivation, 820,000 points. Summoning Undead Bone Dragon, Undead Magical Power Secret Method, exchange points 740,000. Great Earthquake Skill Card, Natural Disaster Magic Power, exchange points 888,888. Flame Demon Advent, the transformation secret of the higher race Hell Clan, Fire Super Magic Power, exchange points 530,000. Spirit Bomb Skill Card, Qigong Master's exclusive magical power, exchange points 1 million. Void Instant Step Skill Card, Space Displacement Secret Skill, exchange points 2,600,000. Sure enough, the Spatial will even knows the card master's needs better than the card master himself. The items that can appear in the exchange list must be some items that are highly compatible with the adventurer's career sequence. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the treasures on this page. Even with his current mentality, his eyes were shining and burning. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible for adventurers to get so many points in the different dimensional space. A 6th level card master needs 100,000 points to complete the plot. He estimated that even if he completed several main tasks including the A level, the total points would not exceed 500,000. Even the cheapest items on the last page cannot be exchanged. So many times, the items on the last few pages of the exchange list are for show by the space will, rather than being truly exchangeable. However, Ji-sun chose to fight the hive based on his own judgment. In addition to the queen, those void mantises are also at the disaster level, and the points reward is very generous. It is difficult for normal people to kill one, but Ji-sun killed almost all of them. Therefore, he got a number of points that is almost impossible for ordinary people to get. Consume 260,000 points to get the special skill card Void Flash Step. The list is full of good things that you want. But Ji-sun looked at the space skill card and chose it without hesitation. The space spell skill card is a real good thing that the 9th level strongman, like the leader of the Rebel Dragon Army, has never seen in his life. It is a life-saving skill. It must not be missed. After getting the dark purple skill card, I looked at the learning conditions and found that it only required a space affinity of 40. These days, with the help of Space Rune Stone, his affinity has increased dramatically, and he has fully met the requirements. Ji-sun chose to study without hesitation. The cards collapsed in his hand, and a display of Void Flash Step LV1, 11/6000, appeared on the panel. At a glance, Old Man Su had left the space, and Ji-sun followed him out. After passing the S level, this horror worm cave evil omen mother worm Malja dimension also collapsed. After Ji-sun came out, he did not stay on the plane fragment that he had entered before. Instead, he wandered in the void. On the other side, the camp of the Thunderhammer group immediately became lively. Originally, there were still hundreds of mercenaries and war slaves around the entrance of the space. The sudden disappearance of the twisted light gate stunned everyone. What happened? Why did the different dimensional space disappear? Hey, there are still people in our group who came out alive. Old Six, you guys opened up this space? Captain, it wasn't us. We just followed your instructions and tried to trigger the A-level difficulty plot, and then somehow, we were told that we had cleared the level. What? You didn't clear the level? The death rate in this alien space was very high. Except for Ji-sun and Old Man Su, all the war slaves and scattered people died. Even the Thunder Group only had 3 people survive. This horror worm cave is the space that the Thunder Group has focused on developing recently, producing a large number of crystal cores and good materials. How could it be broken into? Aren't they our own? The top leaders of the Thunder Corps immediately realized that some unknown origins had mixed into the previous team. The sub-captain immediately reported the situation here to the top leaders of the Thunder Corps. Ji-sun floated in the void, looking at the lively scene on the plane fragment about 1,000 meters away, and muttered in his heart, "Oh, it seems I have to run away again." Originally, the camp had just robbed the transport group of the Rainbow Chamber of Commerce, and planned to find a random different dimension to avoid the limelight. By the way, Let's see what happened in the Battle of Talon's destruction. However, I didn't expect to meet Old Man Su, and I didn't think that I could get through the space by just trying it casually. I always feel that this time's clearance is easier than any previous time. It seems that I didn't encounter any unsolvable dangers, and I passed the level. It made Ji-sun feel a little dreamy. Now that he has left the different dimensional space, he is also reviewing his previous experiences in his mind. Only then did he realize that it was not that the difficulty of the space had been reduced. S level, still S level that can trap the 6th level. But he has become very powerful without realizing it. From the beginning, Ji-sun discovered that the will of the different dimensional space encourages card masters to take risks and become stronger. The difficulty of the space is also directly related to the rank of the participants. In other words, the more the combat power exceeds the same level, the less difficult the space is for the participants. And Ji-sun's current situation is very special. As his rank gradually rises, he masters more and more means, and the difference in combat power among the same level becomes more and more obvious. Although it is only level 6, it can fight level 7 with various means, which just matches the S-level difficulty of the different dimensional space. Thinking of this, Ji-sun suddenly had an insight. It seems that he has gradually grown from being dominated by the space to being able to actively grasp the development of the space plot to a certain extent. It is a feeling of getting closer to the truth of the world, and becoming more and more clear. Of course, this time the hunting mode of the space just fits his career sequence as a reckless man, and he killed his way through it directly. A thought flashed through his mind, and he put away those flying thoughts. Ji-sun did not forget his situation. This void looked very peaceful, but there were many space cracks that were invisible to the naked eye like wind, and if you were caught in them, you would die. This was also the reason why the mercenaries in the southern continent were not exploring fast. Originally, Ji-sun planned to rely on Ivan's ability to complete the void walking. However, it was no longer necessary now. Ji-sun thought of something, and the power of the spell surged all over his body, and a space crack suddenly appeared in front of him. After stepping in, he appeared 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. This void instant step is really useful. It was the first time that Ji-sun used spatial displacement, and he was also very surprised by this ability to move 100 meters in an instant. After mastering this method, he thought that if he encountered a strong enemy next time, he could run away even if he couldn't beat him. Oh, by the way, where is Senior Su? Ji-sun looked around and didn't find Old Man Su. But he didn't forget the scene of the hostility of the mechanical angel just now. What's the situation with Senior Su? Ji-sun was a little confused. Why did the mechanical angel judge him as an enemy? Forbidden Ruin Steel, the 7 Lords of the Calamity, the collapse of Talon, an old man who has lived for who knows how many years. These fragments of information originally seemed unrelated, but now in Ji-sun's mind, they seem to be tied together by a thread of fate. The characters who can leave traces in the vast history are always the ones who stand at the top. And if they were in the same era, then there is a high probability that they are directly related. Ji-sun thought of some possibilities, and his face was thoughtful. It seems that Old Man Su is most likely related to the collapse of Terran. But he seems to be forgotten in the shadow of history. No one and no book has ever recorded this mysterious old man. The doubts in his heart became more and more confusing. At the same time, there was a strong desire for knowledge. Ji-sun would not have some meaningless entanglements. The things that the extraordinary world cannot understand can only be due to insufficient cognition of oneself. When you stand high enough, many problems will be solved. For example, when one's realm is high enough to interpret the contents on the stone tablet, perhaps the historical truths buried in the years will be revealed without any cover. Thinking of this, Ji-sun chuckled and turned to walk into the depths of the void. Ji-sun looked around but couldn't find any trace of Old Man Su. He sneaked all the way to the depths of the ruins. He had heard before that the top leaders of the mercenary group had explored deeper into the ruins of the Holy Crown City. While hiding from the limelight, Ji-sun also wanted to see the progress of those guys. The higher the level of the different dimensional space, the richer the reward. Having just tasted the sweetness, he certainly wants to see if there is still a chance. Now that he has mastered the ability to walk in the void, and with Ivan, even without the teleportation array, there is no problem in rushing on the road. Ji-sun is like drifting in the sea, from one isolated island to another. Every day he travels in the void and practices the new skills. Then when he rests, he just finds a plain fragment. A few days passed in a flash. During this period, Ji-sun also found a lot of good things in the ruins. Most of them are broken ancient relics and various mechanical armor fragments. After all, this is the battlefield of the peak battle of the Talon dynasty. Even if the fragments do not have any extraordinary properties, the material value is very high. It can be said that there are treasures everywhere. Ji-sun was idle, so he explored all the way and collected the treasure fragments like a scavenger. At the same time, he also found many twisted like gates. However, Ji-sun did not dare to explore those spaces of unknown levels alone. The entire ruins of the Holy Crown City were broken in the endless void. There were many good things, and Ji-sun's exploration efficiency was very low. It was like a mouse trying to empty the entire granary, and there was always a feeling of despair. In a flash, after wandering around for nearly a week, Ji-sun, who had collected a lot of fragments, didn't know where he was. It was estimated to be the C7 area. There was still endless void all around. Looking at this situation, the Holy Crown City and the imperial capital Behemoth, which was hundreds of kilometers away on the map, should have been shattered into void fragments. Ji-sun didn't walk around blindly. Instead, he followed the traces of the vanguards in the southern continent. On the way, we also encountered several mercenary groups. However, Shadow went to investigate, but did not find any opportunities, and did not want to join. The mercenary groups that could come here were all top teams in the southern continent, and almost all of them were led by 7th level card masters. It would be troublesome to expose the means in advance. And Ji-sun also got a top secret message from these people. Deep in this secret realm, there are several members of the 3 royal families of the Arel Empire and the real elite teams of the Holy See. Ji-sun knew that these guys were heading for the imperial capital Behemoth, and there must be masters among them, who had explored very deeply. However, royal family, when Ji-sun heard these terms, he automatically equated them with getting rich quickly. Countless past experiences told him that these top nobles were very strong. But at the same time, they also carried good things in the true sense. It was not Ji-sun's character not to take action when there was a chance. As for the risks, Ji-sun now had a full understanding of the South Continent. There was a high probability that there would be no 8th level or 9th level card masters involved in the land reclamation. They were all high-level generals, and their lives were noble. How could he possibly participate in some ruins that could be explored sooner or later at the cost of slaves' lives? If he didn't have the 8th level, Ji-sun had just learned the void displacement, so how could he be blocked in this environment? Thinking of this, he followed some traces and followed. However, what Ji-sun didn't expect was that he didn't find the enemy, but the enemy took the initiative to find him. On this day, on an inconspicuous plain fragment deep in the void, Ji-sun and Ivan were having dinner. In order not to be discovered, they didn't light a fire. A large number of empty cans were piled up on the open ground. Even for the cans brought for marching, Ji-sun tried to choose a lot of high-end cans with different flavors. The little girl was not picky about food and ate with relish. But suddenly, Ivan looked up at the void and said, "Hey, Mr. Ji-sun, it seems someone is coming." Ji-sun's eyes suddenly shone when he heard it, and he stood up immediately, not daring to be careless at all. Where is it? This chaotic and empty environment was like a fish in water to Ivan, and she could easily sense some subtle fluctuations in the void. So when this girl was awake these days, she also served as a guard. This ruins is very large. Although Ji-sun followed the traces of the people from the southern continent, he was very careful, and the possibility of encountering them by chance was very small. If someone approached, it was most likely that they took the initiative to find him. Ivan was completely unaware of the danger and pointed around, well, this side, this side, this side, and this side. Ji-sun looked at the location Ivan pointed to and said in his heart, "We are surrounded." He packed up all his things and turned around. Instead of fleeing in the direction of the empty space, he randomly chose a direction where there were obviously people, although doing so will inevitably lead to collision with the enemy. But in the encirclement tactics, the holes without people are most likely left by the enemy on purpose, and are often the most dangerous. Ji-sun felt that there was nothing wrong with his choice. In just a few breaths, he rushed out a kilometer away. The enemy suddenly wanted to escape when seeing the target, and did not hide. Powerful auras burst out from all directions. As soon as Ji-sun rushed out, he saw 7 or 8 people blocking him. Judging from the leaked dragon power, there were at least 2 7th level ones among them. So unlucky? Seeing the enemy's configuration, Ji-sun felt his scalp tingling, as if he had hit a wall when trying to break through. But he was more confused. Was he really so unlucky that he chose a direction randomly and ended up with a heavily armed enemy? Ivan had just confirmed that there were enemies in all 7 directions. If he wasn't unlucky, there would be 2 level 7s in each direction. They wouldn't come to surround and kill him. There would be more than a dozen level 7s from the South Continent, right? It's impossible. As soon as the 2 sides met, one of the enemies immediately took out a skull bone relic with black air rising from it. As soon as Ji-sun saw the posture, he recognized that this was a mysterious spell of soul-marking type, and it was best not to touch it. There were also 4 other dragon descendants, who immediately released space restriction barriers. These methods directly blocked all his escape routes. No matter how he escaped, he would definitely be hit. Be prepared? Ji-sun's eyes were stern, and he had a bad premonition in his heart. But his actions were not slow. Almost at the same time as the enemy took action, a crack in the void appeared in front of him, and he stepped into it. In another flash, the person appeared 100 meters away. The feeling of the blades slashing against his scalp gave Ji-sun goosebumps all over his body. At the same time, he was also glad that he had just learned the life-saving ability of Void Flash Step. It was also because of this space teleportation that Ji-sun avoided the 7 or 8 almost fatal spells. Otherwise, this encounter would be enough to end the battle. The strength of the enemy made Ji-sun excited instantly. Normally, as long as the first round of attacks was avoided, the most dangerous time would have passed. However, before Ji-sun could feel relieved, he suddenly felt a chill on his spine and felt the horror of death. In the limit, he slightly turned sideways. At this moment, a black light pierced his chest as if it had anticipated his position. Ji-sun felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his eyes were stunned. He was not surprised by the fatal threat of the wound, but puzzled. How did the enemy do it? Prediction? No, absolutely not. Ji-sun instantly understood what happened. Being able to predict him once, it can be said that the other party is meticulous. However, Ji-sun also has an almost flawless deduction ability. Therefore, he is sure that the other party can definitely predict him 3 times at the same time. Position, breakout direction, spatial displacement direction. It is not his bad luck, nor is it a coincidence, but the other party has some ability to foresee the future. Could it be a card master of the prophet sequence? Ji-sun, with a fist-sized hole in his chest, tilted his head slightly, and looked at the old man in the robe, who took action in the distance. When he saw the giant dragon emblem on the man's chest, he vaguely understood something. This is the emblem of the Archdeacon of the Holy Church. Ji-sun had seen it before. The Space Dragon Card Master who almost killed him in the Extreme Thief City wore it. Those with this emblem usually mean that they have some special abilities. And in front of him is an enemy with the ability of a suspected prophet that can pose a fatal threat to him. Chapter 411. Annihilation Beam. A big hole was shot through Ji-sun's chest. The high-level dark elements were still eroding the flesh around the wound like flames. Fortunately, a green spell instantly drove away the black flames, and the injury did not continue to worsen. Ji-sun looked at the old man, with a dragon head badge on his chest opposite him, his expression solemn and faintly excited. The ability to instantly cast a 6th-level dark spell is most likely a 7th-level spell. But this is the most dangerous 7th-level spell Ji-sun has ever encountered. Fortunately, he dodged the heart just now, otherwise he would have died on the spot. Blind man? Ji-sun looked at the old man's gray eyes again, and was even more certain that he was most likely a card master who was proficient in divination and other secret arts of the law of fate. In this extraordinary world, limb mutilation is not a big problem that cannot be solved. Especially for high-level card masters, it is not that difficult to change a pair of eyes. And the old man in front of him is blind, which is more like a situation that Ji-sun knows, that those who spy on the law of fate will be cursed by fate. Law of destiny. Like the law of space and the law of time, it is one of the supreme laws of the universe. The fortune tellers who study the law of destiny are very mysterious and their abilities are outrageous. But behind this powerful divination ability is a high price. Spying on fate will be backfired, usually manifested as a broken fate or a broken limb, either a family member's misfortune or a disability. The blind old man in front of him is most likely in this situation. It's a bit troublesome. Ji-sun looked at the enemy opposite, with a flash of wisdom in his eyes. The chest injury will take 2 breaths to recover to the point where he can move. Fortunately, at this safe distance, the time is almost enough. In this void, not everyone dares to chase after him. Since he knew that the other party could predict his future actions, he was not in a hurry to act. Ji-sun stared at the blind old man with eagle eyes, and the deduction ability of my world was also running to the extreme. After knowing the other party's prediction ability, many things can be predicted in advance. Hey, I was told to use it less. Now I have to use dark magic again. Ji-sun keenly caught the spell card in the old man's hand. It seems that the opponent was not sure, or did not foresee any chance to kill, so he did not act. Instead, he waited for the accomplices not far behind him to gather around. He was almost killed by that annihilation beam just now, but now the enemy has no chance. With the defense, The black magic gloves Wujiayu can completely resist that level of spell attack. Ji-sun took a glance and saw 2 level 7 red Dragonborn card masters who were fire type, and one who looked like a poisonous green Dragonborn. The threat was great, but Ji-sun did not intend to confront them head-on. As for the others, there was probably only the card master who followed the blind old man and had suspected spatial abilities. Unfortunately, the chi that was exposed just now was probably only level 5, so Ji-sun did not take it seriously. It was during this moment that Ji-sun observed that the blind old man opposite was observing. What is he looking at? The gray eyes seemed to have seen through the future, and suddenly frowned, and waved to stop the accomplices around him who wanted to surround and kill Ji-sun. Don't act without authorization. With this hand, the other people, including the 2 7th level ones, stopped. Ji-sun saw this scene, and a hint of amusement suddenly overflowed from the corner of his mouth. This scene may seem confusing to ordinary people. Obviously, the opponent has an absolute advantage. Why would he suddenly stop the siege? However, in the deduction of I am the world, Ji-sun got the most reasonable result at the first time. TSK, did you predict that I would use the black magic gloves, so you didn't do it? Thinking of this, Ji-sun's thoughts became active instantly. Let me think about what I would have chosen if the enemies had surrounded me just now. Escape is the safest choice. But according to my personality, I should have taken advantage of the void environment and actively fought back. If I really had to fight, I could still kill a few of those level 5 and 6 guys. If an ordinary person was surrounded by enemies that were several times larger than himself, he would really think about running away. But with Ji-sun's personality, he had to try everything when he met such an interesting opponent, since he was not dead. At the first moment of the encounter, this group of people did have a chance to kill him. Unfortunately, the other party didn't know that Ivan could sense spatial fluctuations, so Ji-sun escaped. They didn't know that he could move in space, so even if they knew he would escape, they couldn't kill him. Now both sides are in the void. Once black magic is used, although the other side has more people, there are only 3 level 7s who can really pose a fatal threat to Ji-sun. Once they catch up, Ji-sun feels that he will definitely go back and then eliminate some of the threats first. So, it was probably because the blind man foresaw this result that he stopped the 2 level 7s from chasing after him. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's mouth curled up. It was the first time he encountered such an interesting enemy. Behind a sense of crisis, he felt a strong desire to fight. It also made him have a stronger desire to learn about the career sequence of the prophet. But in a flash, his mind thought of something else. But then again, the real prophecy is the predicted unchangeable future. Since the future has happened, it will definitely happen. But this blind man changed the future result by distorting the present cause? In other words, this blind man is actually a kind of prediction that is almost predictive? Suddenly, Ji-sun determined what the other party chose as his career card. Red Heart 5 Prophet, the 7th level career sequence of the sequence Psychic Perception. Prophets do not have only one direction of spiritual power, but a large classification of career paths. Astrology, spiritual perception, strong knowledge, clairvoyance, sixth sense, oracle, divination, many. The ability that the old man currently possesses is most likely spiritual perception. Through the perception of the extraordinary, he can see some scenes that may happen in the future, which can also be understood as a deduction that does not require logic. In more common terms, it is an enhanced sixth sense. But this ability has limitations. The more causes and effects the target of the prophecy involves, the greater the price paid, and the more vague the foreseen future. According to what Griffith, the leader of the rebel dragon army, said before, the god-level dragons cannot fully foresee the future that will definitely happen. Otherwise, the dragon rebel army would have been destroyed long ago. To fully predict the future, theoretically, one must know the secrets of the entire universe to master all changes. To truly reach that level of cognition is already beyond human imagination. So, after all, this old man's ability to predict is not 100% unsolvable. The two sides confronted each other in the void. The atmosphere was quiet and strange. The people on the opposite side seemed to be confused. Why did the Archdeacon of the Holy See stop moving? However, they knew the ability of the prophet, and they also guessed that it might be that he had foreseen some bad future. The facts also coincided with Ji-sun's expectations. The blind old man did use his spiritual perception ability to foresee some future scenes. If he hadn't stopped it just now, there would be a high probability that someone would die. The old man was very surprised that the target could escape from the encirclement. He never expected that someone would be so arrogant that he would not run away after being surrounded and killed, but would even think of fighting back. This attitude made him hesitate. As Ji-sun expected, The blind old man did not see the target's death screen for a while, and did not know how to start. Moreover, Ji-sun did not move at all. Just like a rabbit without starting action, you can never guess which direction it will run. This greatly limits the ability of spiritual perception to predict. The old man can only predict various possible future situations again and again. This feeling is very strange. In the game between masters, both sides only put out one chess piece, and then stalemate there. It seems that both sides did nothing. In fact, both sides have fought many rounds in the future that never happened. The spiritual perception ability is indeed outrageous. But Ji-sun's ability to deduce the world is not bad. As long as the information is sufficient, it also points to the future that will inevitably happen. The two sides clashed invisibly, and the prediction of metaphysics and the deduction of science collided, and the result could not be seen for a while. However, even if nothing was done, Ji-sun also obtained a lot of useful information. Looking at this configuration, they probably didn't guess my identity, otherwise they wouldn't have come to surround and kill Ivan without restraining Ivan's spatial ability. It's probably some information leaked by the Thunderhammer mercenary group before. I was very careful to handle the traces along the way, so those people in the South Continent sent such a prophet to determine my location. Before the siege, the blind man didn't know that I had spatial ability. In other words, his predictive ability has a certain time limit. There must also be a range and interval for the spell. As long as it can be tested, it may not be impossible to kill him. In just a few breaths, Ji-sun deduced too many situations in his mind. Thinking of this, he had the intention to kill. If he was just curious and wanted to verify the other party's ability just now, then now, he really had the intention to kill. The prophet is the most fragile profession in the 52 sequence, almost no one else. Ji-sun didn't think that the old man could survive after letting himself get close. At the moment when this thought came up, the face of the blind old man opposite changed, and he obviously had a premonition of something bad. This confrontation gave the blind man a worse feeling. It seemed that if he kept on wasting time, the other party would be able to see through his ability to predict. Thinking of this, the old man made a prompt decision. Rosk, you guys go ahead. Yes, Master Deacon. With a command, except for the two 7th level ones, the others suddenly jumped up and rushed over. Ji-sun was not surprised to see this tactic. If it were him, the best way now would be to use these subordinates to test. Once he found an opportunity, he would kill them. Ji-sun saw 8 figures approaching him, his eyes flashing with coldness. He didn't care about these enemies at all, but stared at the old man's movements with his peripheral vision. The other party could predict his movements, and Ji-sun could also judge the enemy's next move by observing the other party's actions, aura, and the fluctuations of the surrounding elements. It can be said that as long as he can see, the other party's actions will never be hidden. However, the enemy is a 7th level after all. Ji-sun can think of this, and the blind old man can also think of it. As soon as he decided to take action, a black curtain appeared out of nowhere, wrapping the old man in a dark element. Now Ji-sun couldn't see anything at all. But there was no doubt that the blind old man must be brewing a killing move in the dark. If he wanted to escape now, Ji-sun still had a great chance. But he didn't. Not only because of the high will to fight, but because he knew very well. If he escaped, such a good opportunity would be wasted. This time the enemy came to surround and kill him, and didn't know his situation, so he had a chance to escape. But now his methods have been exposed, and it is not difficult for the enemy to guess his identity after going back and discussing. The Thunder Group is still a small matter. Some methods have been exposed in the Extreme Pirate City before. If they really guess that he is that Ji-sun, the next time they meet, it may be a dead end. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's eyes became fierce, and he was ready to try to kill these guys as much as possible. At least he had to kill the blind old man. Prophet card masters of the path are already very scarce, and those who can reach the 7th level are even less than 1 in a billion. Ji-sun didn't think the Holy See would have many such prophets. At least there weren't many near the ruins. Kill this old man, and the next time he would be found by this inexplicable means, the chances would be lower. The battle broke out in an instant. 7 or 8 people, at least level 5, and all Dragonborn, their combat power was not weak. Moreover, Ji-sun saw that these people almost didn't understand the laws of space, but they could accurately avoid dangers in the void. He thought that they had some treasure that could sense the cracks in space. It seems that the people from the South Continent may have discovered some incredible ruins nearby. When Ji-sun saw this configuration, an idea came to his mind. Since this group of people didn't know their identities in advance and came with such a strong encirclement team, there is only one possibility, that is, there are more powerful people around, With so many powerful people gathered in the ruins, there can only be some shocking discoveries. They have to clear out all the unexpected factors nearby that may affect their plans. But that's all for later. With a flash of thought, Ji-sun felt the murderous intent behind him, and his face was stern. How could he not know that a lurking assassin had appeared behind him? His extremely high affinity with the laws of space allowed him to clearly sense the fluctuation of space, and all stealth spells were like nothing in his eyes at this moment. The blind old man was still staring at him from a distance, and Ji-sun did not hesitate at all, and the seal on the black magic glove on his right hand had already lit up. At the same time, he raised his hand and punched, and turned around and punched the stealth assassin who thought he was hiding well. This guy's methods are obviously not simple. Seeing the fist coming, there was no fear on the face that had just appeared in the void. The cloak on his body rippled, and his whole body turned into a wisp of white smoke, and he was transformed on the spot. Elementalization is one of the most effective means to avoid physical attacks. But usually only magic card masters, who have a high level of mastery of elemental laws, can comprehend this ability. Ji-sun watched an assassin use it, and sighed in his heart that there are indeed many masters in the southern continent. Unfortunately, there was only ridicule in his eyes. If it were an ordinary Qigong master, this punch would have 90% of the damage saved if it hit an elemental body. However, Baquan Earth Rumble triggered a gravitational fluctuation in a certain area. Ji-sun punched out, and the ripples on his fist shook and directly dispersed the white smoke. The gravitational force even made the enemy's breath and elements chaotic in an instant. Before the assassin could escape far away, his elemental body suddenly condensed into a solid body. It condensed for just 1 second, and was shattered into pieces by the terrifying force in the next moment. Crash! It exploded into a bloody rain. The faces of the people rushing over from the opposite side changed when they saw this bloody scene. They never expected that the assassin leader of the Black Dragon Kingdom's 5th Royal Legion, the Glory of Thorns, would be killed by a punch, but the shock was gone in a moment. These people were the elite among the elite of the 3 kingdoms. Even if they saw their companions die tragically, they rushed towards Ji-sun without hesitation. Ji-sun killed a 5th level with a punch, and the others were obviously much more careful. After all, he is a high-purity dragon descendant, and he has various high-level relics in his hands, and his combat power is far superior to that of his peers. Ji-sun fought 1 against 7, and although he severely injured 3 of them after a few encounters, but it will take some time to kill and break the situation. The 2 sides fought fiercely in the void. They also reached a stalemate. 3 of the 7 people are level 6. Ji-sun can kill them, and the other party also has the means to pose a fatal threat to him. Under normal circumstances, in such a fierce battle, even a level 7 must concentrate, otherwise a mistake may lead to life or death on the spot. Ji-sun knew that the blind old man was planning to do just that, using the lives of his subordinates to find an opportunity. However, Ji-sun was different. His ability to think in a multitasking manner allowed him to focus on the old man, and the other 2 level 7s, who were eyeing him even when he was surrounded by 7 people. In this state, it was difficult for Ji-sun to be attacked by surprise. If he really wanted to continue, he was confident that he would not give the enemy a chance for a long time. But after just a few breaths, Ji-sun changed his tactics. He hid his absolute control over the battlefield. The enemy's methods are unknown. If they really want to seize the opportunity, they must come for a one-shot kill. Ji-sun currently has a little initiative, that is, the opponent does not know all his abilities. Ji-sun did not find any opportunity to kill the old man. So, rather than letting the enemy find an opportunity, it is better to reveal a flaw. Prediction? In other words, the enemy will predict my future flaws. Ji-sun's brain is running fast, deducing all the time. He cannot predict the future, but he can create a specific future. He now holds the initiative in the battle, and to a certain extent can completely influence the enemy's future behavior. Ji-sun had read a lot of classics from the southern continent before, including various knight army tactics books. This is a group of well-trained professional knights, and their behavior is predictable to a certain extent. Just like if he punches out at this moment, the 6th level Black Knight, who is resisting, will inevitably retreat 100 meters. When he catches up, the other 6 will gather in a 6-man joint attack formation and rush up to relieve the pressure on the Black Knight. The moment the thought came together, this complex logic was deduced. The fact was also played out as expected in the mind. The next second, Ji-sun punched out, and the Black Knight holding the shield took the blow and retreated 100 meters. Just when Ji-sun chased after him and wanted to make up the blow, the other 6 also caught up in a hexagonal formation as expected. Seeing that the 2 sides were about to fall into a stalemate again. In the void, A powerful dragon power came in an instant. At this moment, Ji-sun's eyes showed a sneer. He's here. He was not surprised that the 7th level red dragon bearded man would come, because this was a flaw that he took the initiative to expose. As long as it was a master, he would definitely not miss it. The pressure from above was like a mountain falling, and there was no way to avoid it. Ji-sun looked helpless, and could only step into the space crack that appeared beside him. But he underestimated in his heart. I am going to move 80 meters to the left, and the old man must have predicted it. It's time to take action. The space crack flashed in an instant, and Ji-sun disappeared on the spot. With this teleportation ability, he can't be killed at all, even if it's level 7. In the eyes of the enemy, this is also the biggest reliance for him to stay. So if you want to kill him, you must force him to use space teleportation. Because this spell also has intervals. Ji-sun can't walk through space twice in a row. The blind old man hiding in the dark also has this idea. The moment the red dragon forced Ji-sun to teleport, a black light column rushed towards Ji-sun, who had just taken a step 100 meters away. As the previous scene replayed, the black beam of light rushed towards Ji-sun. This time it was the head. Shwa. The beam of light pierced through the flesh and blood. Most of the mouth, including the mandible, completely disappeared in the black light. It was also because Ji-sun had been prepared, otherwise the annihilation black light would have been enough to blow his head off. With half of his face missing and his flesh and blood blurred, Ji-sun showed a moment of panic and shock in his eyes. 6 solutions immortality. But in an instant, the seal on the gloves was unlocked, and the super healing energy healed the wound, and the missing half of the face was visibly reborn. Although the cost of using gloves to heal is high, the effect is many times that of healing by oneself. Now I don't care so much. I almost died again. The feeling of death passing by my brain made Ji-sun extremely excited. It has been a long time since I encountered such a strong enemy that makes people feel unsolvable. The enemy has always been dominated by Ji-sun's terrifying calculation ability of I am the world. At this moment, he also felt the same feeling. Although he almost died from this blow, it was not completely without gain. Ji-sun suddenly realized karma is sure to hit. This profession's unique ability is very strong. After being hit twice in a row, he realized that the black light was not an ordinary dark spell annihilation beam. But this spell has the effect of magic lock. It's a pity that it is sure to hit, but it is not accurate enough to hit the vital point. After Ji-sun's exploration to this point, he has roughly figured out the upper limit of the old man's attack methods. The people in the southern continent probably didn't expect that Ji-sun didn't die like this. After all, half of his face was smashed, giving people the feeling that the other party was lucky and would definitely succeed next time. Since they had already taken action, the people from the south continent did not hold back and rushed up again. Probably because of Ji-sun's spatial ability, another level 7 kept guarding the blind old man. But even so, a level 7 red dragon, 3 level 6, and 4 level 5 were enough to make Ji-sun retreat step by step. He had no qualifications to fight head-on. A normal person would have fled at this time. However, Ji-sun also followed the trend. He deliberately showed a posture of wanting to escape, forcing the blind old man in the dark to hastily attack for the 3rd time. Swoosh! Another beam of annihilation came, and Ji-sun's chest was pierced again. Unfortunately, it was a little short again. Ji-sun was not killed on the spot, and the healing ability of the black magic gloves made him alive again in a short time. He failed to kill Ji-sun for the 3rd time, and the other party obviously guessed that he was deliberately testing him. Both sides actually understood. It all depends on who has the stronger trump card and the better move. When a master plays cards, after playing the cards, the tactical level is actually equivalent to showing the cards. Probing, showing weakness to the enemy, luring the enemy, etc. It's like Ji-sun can see through the opponent's plan. The enemy can also guess most of his thoughts. The only difference is that the opponent doesn't know how deep his tactical pool is. Ji-sun looked at the enemy, his face was a little pale, and he couldn't bear to forcibly heal this level of injury in a short period of time. At this moment, he no longer pretended to be weak, but a grim smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hee. The ability to predict is so unsolvable. Even if you know the other party's ability, and want to be on guard, it is completely useless. Because any action you take within a certain period of time in the future will be predicted. So, what Ji-sun had to do just now was to determine how long this certain period of time was. After 3 attempts, he had already determined it. Ji-sun was thinking quickly in his heart, and the smile on his face became more and more weird. The prediction limit is about 45 seconds, and the interval between spells is at least 13 seconds, and it will be extended as the spells are used frequently. The fourth time will definitely be longer, and Annihilation Beam also has limitations. Of course, it may not be that the opponent deliberately disrupted some time intervals, causing me to misjudge, but this error is definitely not more than 3 seconds. As expected, no one who can enter the field of top-level card masters is simple. Ji-sun grinned. He was sure that he would be safe in the next half-minute. After judging these information, the enemy is the one who will be in trouble. The laughter made the people on the opposite side of the southern continent suddenly feel cold. The blind old man in the dark also had a bad premonition. He could not predict what would happen in the future during the interval of the foreknowledge spell. But his perception ability far exceeded that of his peers, which made him realize that something was wrong. Taking advantage of the fierce battle, Ji-sun, who had taken a breath, had a clown shadow behind him. For a moment, the strange and oppressive temperament of the demon clown seemed to merge with him. Ji-sun suddenly took out a scroll and muttered to himself, "I still have to find a helper." Although Ji-sun has figured out almost all the methods of the enemy in front of him, he also knows that if the 2 7th-level people really want to protect the blind old man, he will be completely helpless. If it takes too long, when the enemy reinforcements arrive, he will still be the one to run. Unfortunately, Ji-sun is not the kind of person who will give up. As long as there is a slight chance, he will try. If it were somewhere else, these people could escape even if they couldn't beat them. Unfortunately, this ruins is full of chaos and void. They definitely can't outrun Ji-sun. If possible, Ji-sun wants to kill all these people. So, if he can't beat them, he can only ask for help. Ji-sun has a scroll in his hand that can summon a certain girl with a ball head. Thinking of this, he activated it without hesitation. Chapter 412. Ji-sun activated the spiritual scroll left by Nanjing, and in an instant, a mysterious 9-pointed star teleportation array appeared in the void. This spiritual array is directly connected to the underworld. Anyone who is not blind knows that the ancient spells on the 9-pointed star are of extremely high standards. The people on the opposite side of the South Continent also knew that something was wrong when they saw this. And the blind old man who was still hiding in the dark had a very bad premonition. The prophet has an extraordinary keenness about his own death. If he had felt like a needle before, occasionally pricking his brows, now when he saw the spiritual formation appear, he felt like the god of death was standing behind him, and his hair stood on end. The old man didn't care about anything else and shouted, "Quick! Stop him at all costs!" While speaking, he hastily released several spell cards towards Ji-sun. Unfortunately, there was no guaranteed effect of magic lock, and for Ji-sun, this spell was almost no threat. Seeing this, the other 2 7th level and several other surviving dragon card masters also rushed towards Ji-sun. Ji-sun was communicating with spirits, so it was difficult for him to teleport, but he had no intention of escaping. At this moment, he only had a strange smile on his face as he watched the enemies gather around him. He poured spell power into the scroll with one hand and pointed his 5 fingers toward the sky with the other hand, chanting, "Wujieyu." In an instant, the seal rune on the black magic gloves lit up, and a layer of isolation barrier covered Ji-sun's body. Bang! 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 Various spells exploded brilliantly on the body's surface. The absolute repulsive barrier formed by the lightless sun can block any attack at the material level. In fact, as long as Ji-sun dares to use black magic recklessly, before the spell power is exhausted, even if he resists the attacks of this group of people, he can hold on for a long time. In a blink of an eye, the magic circle constructed by the spiritual scroll was completed, and a lady with a bun head wearing a black long skirt walked out of the formation. Who else could it be if not Nanjing? This scroll is only in Ji-sun's possession. Nanjing certainly knows that it is Ji-sun who is calling her, so she came happily. As soon as she came out and looked at Ji-sun, her pretty face was full of surprise from the bottom of her heart. "Wow, Mr. Ji-sun, long time no see." Ji-sun looked at the girl heartless smile, feeling a little helpless, and went straight to the point, "Let's talk about the past later. Please do me a favor and hold these people back. There's a prophet over there. I plan to kill him." Although he almost died in the Extreme Thief City, Ji-sun never used this scroll from beginning to end. The most fundamental reason is that he was not sure whether he would betray his friends by summoning Miss Ballhead. But this time is different. Just now, he had forced these guys in front of him to this extent, but they still couldn't do anything to him. It seems that these are the only means he can use. Ji-sun estimated that he could leave a few behind. So he had to have a strong helper. It was hard to say anything else, but he still felt that the means of this descendant of the lineage of High Priest Talon were no problem. He was even not weaker than himself. Although Nanjing knew that Ji-sun must have encountered trouble when summoning her, she also sensed the aggressive murderous aura when she came over. But when she saw the situation around her, her expression was stunned for a moment. She glanced at Ji-sun again, and her stunned expression seemed to be asking, 7th level? You were fighting with these people just now, and according to Ji-sun, he was forced into a desperate situation and needed his help to escape. But he was going to kill the enemy. How is this guy brave? Oh. He has always been. He is Mr. Ji-sun. A strange color flashed in Nanjing's watery eyes, but she didn't show any difficulty at all, and she replied obediently, oh. Ji-sun glanced at her, and finally asked one more question, are you sure? Nanjing glanced at the Dragon Card Masters, smiled softly, and showed her cute little tiger teeth, and said, if it's just a delay, of course there is no problem. Ji-sun smiled at each other and nodded, that's good. Before he finished speaking, Nanjing's face also showed a serious expression. With a roll of magic power, the shadow of the demon god appeared behind him, Demon Solution Imperial Court. Without giving any enemy a chance, she pulled a huge scroll from the void with her slender hand, slapped it with one hand, and shouted softly, Spiritual Spell Undead Arena. In an instant, a super-large spiritual array appeared, covering a large area of 1,000 meters in radius, and a large building shadow suddenly appeared in the surrounding void. The phantom enveloped everyone, and in the blink of an eye, it solidified and turned into a huge arena. Was this an arena created out of thin air? The 7th levels saw that the situation was not good, and immediately transformed into giant dragons and flew away from the arena. But as if they were bound by some mysterious power, as soon as they flew up, some spell chains appeared on their bodies, preventing them from leaving. Even if the angry dragon breath sprayed on the building, it was completely useless except for knocking down some rubble. It seemed that the 7th levels were completely controlled to death here. Ji-sun was also slightly surprised when he saw the expression. After a closer look, the arena exuded a dark aura of death like a demon god. It turned out to be an unknown level of disaster. It could control a 7th level Dragon Card Master. Could it be an 8th level disaster? Ji-sun knew a long time ago that Nanjing could communicate with spiritual objects of much higher levels than himself because of the inheritance of the High Priest lineage. Now it seems that this ability is even more outrageous. However, just when Ji-sun was looking at this long unseen miss with a new look in his heart, Nanjing stuck out his tongue and whispered in a shy voice, Mr. Ji-sun, hurry up. This spiritualism is of a very high grade. I can't hold on for long. Ji-sun laughed, good. As he spoke, a crack in the void appeared in front of him. With one step, he appeared beside the black curtain where the blind old man was hiding in the distance. Nanjing saw Ji-sun moving in the void with one hand, and his eyes blinked, muttering in his heart, it turns out that it's not just me who has become stronger. Mr. Ji-sun has also become so powerful. As soon as the Colosseum appeared, the balance of victory and defeat immediately tilted. Ji-sun originally planned that Nanjing could help him hold back a 7th level person, but he didn't expect that he was so strong and directly controlled the whole place. In this way, he only needs to focus on dealing with the blind old man. But even if help comes, the 7th level is not so easy to kill. As soon as Ji-sun teleported over, he raised his hand and punched the black curtain. Now the repulsive field unfolded by the dark magic gloves lingered all over his body. No matter what dark spell the opponent released, it was unlikely to hurt him in theory. And the blind old man probably knew that he couldn't run away, and he didn't plan to run. But Ji-sun didn't think he could kill the other party so easily. Instead, he looked forward to it in his heart. This old man foresaw that I would appear here. How will he deal with it? I thought the other party would have some special means to avoid this almost fatal punch, or use some relics to block it. However, the result surprised Ji-sun. The ripples on the fist exploded on the black curtain. This powerful punch caused spiderweb-like cracks in a large area of nearby space. The prophet's body was weak, and he was not good at various defensive methods. This black curtain could not stop the large-scale gravitational wave impact. Puff! Suddenly, there was a sound like flesh and blood tissue exploding. Ji-sun also clearly sensed the target's chi dissipating. The black curtain burst like a balloon, and a piece of flesh and blood could be seen bursting inside. Ji-sun even clearly sensed the out-of-control extraordinary characteristics of the corpse fragments. It was over with one punch. Killed just like that? Ji-sun looked at this scene, and there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Wasn't it too easy to kill the 7th level prophet? However, before he could even doubt, a strong sense of death crisis suddenly hit him. Ji-sun had no time to dodge, and his body exploded with a bang, turning into a foul-smelling rotten flesh. This scene was too dramatic, and it looked like the two of them had died together. Even Nanjing, who was always paying attention to the battlefield from a distance, had a sudden tremor in his eyes. But then, as if he had discovered something, his brows relaxed instantly, and the spell he had prepared in his hand was released. A strange scene unfolded. Ji-sun slowly stood up from the shadow, not far from the exploded body. Just stood up, and then it exploded with a bang. Not far away, the second shadow stood up, and Ji-sun completely neutralized the mysterious power. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly and grinned. So that's it. I almost died again. Sure enough, the 7th level prophet's method is not that simple. Of course, he understood that the method that ignored all defenses just now was a very clever curse. And the power of this curse is so strong that it seems that the blind old man used his own life as a medium to release it. This attack is enough to easily kill any card master below level 8. Unfortunately, Ji-sun had already deduced this possibility. In fact, when he tested the opponent's divination ability several times before, he had already realized that after he was injured, the flesh and blood medium might have been collected by the enemy. Flesh and blood are a necessary condition for casting targeted curses. If it were Ji-sun himself, as long as he knew the curse, he would definitely not miss this method that can ignore defense. Since he thought of it, he would naturally not be unprepared. So from the beginning to the end, he never used Shadow Substitute, the clown's exclusive magical power that can exempt him from certain death attacks. This is to guard against the mysterious methods that the black magic glove cannot resist. After all, prophecy has limitations, and it is a single-release fate spell. The blind old man predicted his own death, so it is impossible for him to predict that Ji-sun would use the Shadow's secret method to escape. So it is almost certain that Ji-sun can use the Shadow Substitute to avoid a certain death crisis. Facts have proved once again that his caution has added an important chip to his victory. Ji-sun was not surprised to be counterattacked before death. But what surprised him was that this blind old man really used his life to fight for the last time. Really dead? Obviously not. Just when Ji-sun stood up from the shadow, the blood and flesh not far away actually condensed visibly. It was as if time went back, and it was reshaped into the blind old man in an instant. Huh? Ji-sun was also very surprised to see this scene of resurrection on the spot. It was definitely not a spell like the substitute spell he used. He had just seen this guy die. How could he be resurrected? Healing? Time travel? Or some other method? It was because he couldn't understand that he was so surprised. However, the blind old man opposite him was also extremely stunned. He never expected that his desperate curse spell would fail to kill the target. Looking at Ji-sun who emerged from the shadow, not only the old man, but also the 7 or 8 people in the southern continent froze. Only then did they realize that they had encountered an opponent with a terrifying ability to calculate. Everyone knew that it was almost impossible to face the prediction ability of the Archdeacon Ram of the Holy See. However, they saw a different result. This guy not only did not die, but almost killed the Archdeacon. Ji-sun looked at the resurrected old man in front of him and saw some changes. This guy was old to begin with. After resurrection, it seemed that he had aged 10 years and had already run out of energy. Does the resurrection secret method just now consume life? Ji-sun suddenly realized. It seems that just like his immortal curse's infinite healing, this bug-like resurrection ability has a huge price. What a pity, if he really has to fight for his life, Ji-sun feels that he will not lose. Those curses cannot be used a second time in a short period of time, but he will not give the opponent a second chance. Just when he came to his senses, the air rang and Ji-sun disappeared on the spot. Now is the break period between the opponent's prophecy and spells. This is the best opportunity. The blind old man sensed Ji-sun rushing over, and his expression was very ugly, but he had to deal with it. The shadow of the demon god appeared behind him, and he took out a card, Domain Spiritual Vision. The domain was displayed, as if nothing happened. Ji-sun was also curious about what domain this old man had comprehended before, and now he roughly understood it after seeing this posture. There was no abnormality, that is, this domain was not an offensive or defensive domain, and it was most likely to amplify himself. The thought flashed through his mind for a moment. Ji-sun would not give the enemy a chance to condense the spell again. He rushed forward 100 meters and punched him again. Punching him in the face, it was difficult for this guy to cast a spell. However, the magical scene was staged again. Although Ji-sun's rank was lower than the opponent, he didn't think that a prophet could avoid a melee card master's face-to-face fight. However, the old man on the opposite side did it. Ji-sun punched him, and this guy seemed to suddenly see the future. Magically, he used a strange body movement that could create afterimages to slowly sway. This made the fist avoid the body and hit the void. Huh? After Ji-sun threw a punch, he felt something was wrong. It felt like he was aiming at the center of the target, but every time the bullet hit the outer ring, avoiding the most fatal place. Although the gravitational wave still hurt the opponent, it was not enough to kill him on the spot. Bang, 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 Ji-sun threw dozens of punches in a row, and the fist shadows were as dense as a rainstorm. But what surprised him was that this guy avoided the vital points with every punch. He didn't follow up with the physical nerve reflexes, but with that kind of magical foresight ability. This is an unconscious body control behavior that allows the body to avoid the upcoming fatal attack like a conditioned reflex. It's like prediction. But it would be fine if he predicted it once, but this guy could predict it every time. This is hard to explain. After throwing dozens of punches, Ji-sun also discovered some tricks and thought, can this field enhance the ability to perceive the crisis of death? Awesome. He also seemed to have discovered a new world. This feeling was a bit like what Gongwu had taught him before, that is, to refine intention to the extreme effect. At that level, dodging fatal attacks does not even require the brain to make the body dodge. It is because the old man is weak that he is hit by every punch. If a melee card master really mastered this ability, Ji-sun's fists might not hit the target at all. What a powerful field. Although it is an enemy, it must be said that Ji-sun also feels very novel about this field. But there is no time to lose. He knew that if he dragged on, things might change again when the enemy's predictive ability was ready. Ji-sun did not hold back anymore, and suddenly punched out with full force, once again breaking the void into spider web fragments. Bang! With a sound, the blind old man exploded into a ball of blood mist again. Killed him again. Hey, that's not right. But at the first moment, Ji-sun did not feel any relief, but instead felt a suffocating feeling of death coming, and quickly retreated a long way. Looking again, the corpse fragments, not far away, retraced their course again, and reshaped into the blind old man. However, this time, the old man was even older than before, and he looked like a flame swaying in the wind, and his aura was unstable. It seemed that the resurrection just now had exhausted his few remaining years. However, even so, a hint of determination emerged in those pale eyes, as if he was determined to kill the enemy in front of him with his last breath. Ji-sun sensed this determination, and his scalp instantly went numb. This was the moment he felt closest to death since the beginning of the battle. Up to now, he had already used all his means. He knew very well that if the old man on the opposite side used the same curse again, he would be killed. However, no matter how dangerous it was, Ji-sun did not show any fear or apprehension on his face. He just grinned and faced everything that was about to happen. As a 7th level prophet, he was lucky enough to fight such an enemy to the point of using all his means. It was already very refreshing. It was a life and death battle that depended on each person's ability. Since he chose to fight, he was of course prepared to be killed. Besides, the opponent was in such a state that he might not be able to kill him even if he tried his best. Even Nanjing, who was not far away, sensed something and his face changed slightly, wanting to take action. However, this death crisis suddenly increased, but before it reached its peak, it suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The blind old man in the distance raised his hand, and was about to release the spell card in his hand, but he froze in midair, a mouthful of black blood spurted out of his mouth, and he died on the spot in an instant. Ji-sun saw this and understood that the old man's lifespan had come to an end. Whether it was the curse or the prophecy, the backlash on the body was unimaginable. The fierce battle just now, the continuous use of the prophecy, and the resurrection twice, had already exhausted the remaining vitality of the old blind man. Ji-sun breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, but at the same time he felt a little regretful. It's a pity that he couldn't hold on to the end. It seemed that he was forced to death by himself. To be honest, this blind old man died of fate. If the enemy's lifespan is long enough, it's hard to say what the outcome of this battle will be. The blind old man died on the spot. He didn't resurrect this time. At this time, Ji-sun saw clearly that a quill pen in his hand slowly fell. Nanjing, who was far away, saw this and murmured, "It turns out that this relic predicted his own death in advance, and used the relic to rewrite the tragedy that was bound to happen." As soon as these words came out, the effect of this relic was revealed. Ji-sun also saw some information from the Enlightenment. The Prophet Vala's pen of tampering detailed explanation, an ancient relic of epic quality, a relic exclusive to the Prophet sequence, which can modify the future that has been predicted to happen to oneself. To use this relic, one needs to be proficient in the law of fate and consume a lot of life. Disaster object? Ji-sun looked at the grade of this quill pen and was not too surprised. Something that can resurrect the old man twice must be of a very high grade. But when he looked at the effect of this pen, he once again felt the power of the law of fate. Can you actually modify the predicted future? A life and death battle has always been the fastest and most effective way to improve your perception. After killing this prophet, everything seemed to be settled. At the moment of relaxation, Ji-sun seemed to have touched some mysterious secrets of the universe and had some insights. The ability of the prophet actually has a lot in common with I Am the World. Destiny is like the lines of the universe. The past, present, and future prophecies use mysterious power to spy on those lines. And I Am the World, like a detective, uses logic to deduce the origin of the deep universe. But at this moment, Ji-sun witnessed with his own eyes that someone could use the prophet Vala's pen of fate to tamper with his own destiny, which gave him a very strange feeling, as if the world was like a huge storybook. All the characters in it, including Ji-sun himself, were controlled by an invisible line of fate. But as long as you stand high enough in the extraordinary dimension, it seems that you have a pen that can tamper with your own destiny. Or, the act of tampering with fate itself is a part of your own destiny. Ji-sun fell into a state of wonderful enlightenment. Countless thoughts collided rapidly in his mind, flashing brilliant sparks of inspiration. However, before he could think more, Nanjing, who was not far away, discovered something and reminded him, someone is coming. Ji-sun came back to his senses instantly after hearing this. He put the body into the painting without hesitation, then teleported over and grabbed the girl with the bald head, saying urgently, "Let's leave here first." When he saw the lineup of this team chasing before, he guessed that there might be a large force from the southern continent nearby. And it must be very strong. Before we understand the situation, it is not the time to fight head-on. Nanjing did not understand the situation, but she had absolute trust in Ji-sun, nodded and said okay. As they said that, the two of them completely ignored the two 7th-level dragon descendants who were chasing them, and ran wildly in the void. Soon they disappeared into the endless void. Chapter 413. Ji-sun's displacement speed is invincible among his peers, and walking in the air is a special skill of a Qigong master. He teleported in the air from time to time, and even with one person, he easily got rid of the two 7th-level dragon descendants who were chasing him. Not long after, Ji-sun found a huge plane fragment, and led Nanjing down. The fragments here are full of broken walls and ruins, and it looks like it was once an ancient palace. This kind of building complex is usually protected by various prohibitions, and it is easier to be preserved in war. Ji-sun and Nanjing walked around the palace and didn't find any monsters. Instead, they saw a dilapidated fluorescent garden. It was the flowering season, and the flowers were bright and colorful. Because no one took care of them, the blooming flowers grew very lush and green, and the air was filled with a faint floral fragrance. After turning around a corridor full of tall rubble pillars, they heard the sound of gurgling water. Nanjing first discovered the surprise hidden behind the garden and exclaimed, "Hey, there is also a fountain pool here." "Oh!" Ji-sun also looked over. It was a beautiful fountain pool made of marble. On the top was a naked stone angel holding a bird and peeing. There was plenty of water in the fountain. Because the pool was broken, the water flowed everywhere, moistening the vegetation in the garden. This fountain did not use underground water, but a circulation band that condensed water elements, constantly gathering water vapor in the air and condensing it into an endless fountain. It has been running for thousands of years without drying up. The cost must be very high, which also shows that the original owner of this manor must be very unusual. There is a water source and a grassland here, which is a good place for camping. Ji-sun said, "Let's rest here." Nanjing nodded yes. Without the pursuers, Ji-sun also counted the spoils from the previous battle. Just killed the 7th-level prophet. There are a lot of good things. Clean up and see if there are any dangerous things. After not seeing for a long time, Nanjing seemed very excited, still like a little fangirl. "Wow, Mr. Ji-sun, you are so awesome now." Old friends haven't seen each other for a long time, and the atmosphere became very warm when they spoke. Ji-sun smiled without comment and responded, "Thanks to your help, Xiao Man. Otherwise, I would be in big trouble. If the old blind man is not killed, his divination ability will indeed be endless trouble." Thinking of something, Ji-sun asked again, "By the way, did I cause you any trouble?" After all, if someone is summoned suddenly, it is indeed a bit disturbing if he interrupts the other person's important things. Besides, the cost of the spiritual scroll is not cheap. "No way." Nanjing heard this, her big watery eyes rolled around, and she said with a smile, "I've been practicing in the Imperial Mausoleum recently, and I'm so bored. On the contrary, I'm happy that Mr. Ji-sun can find me out." Ji-sun laughed when he heard this. Thinking about the last time they met, it was the Augustus Ancestral Mausoleum in Rune Highlands. At that time, Nanjing and Chujio went to the Imperial Mausoleum together. It's really boring to be still inside for such a long time for this girl with a bun-like head and a lively personality. Ji-sun asked again, "Where's Chujio? Still in the Imperial Mausoleum?" Nanjing said, "No. Sister Chujio's extraordinary path is not just about practicing, but also about consolidating the fate of royal power. So she left very early." "Oh!" Ji-sun frowned slightly when he heard it. He now clearly sensed that the higher the rank, the more you need to have a deep understanding of the rules of the profession. Diamond Q White Queen, it is indeed very strong, but in the later stage, you need to comprehend the rules of royal power, which is a bit troublesome. Although Chujio is a princess of Augustus bloodline, she is alone. How can she gather the royal power? Will she kill her brother, King Oren, to usurp the throne? Ji-sun's eyes flashed with thought, but he didn't ask any more questions. Chujio has her own way to go. As a friend, just support silently. Thinking, Ji-sun was also very curious about what was in the ancestral mausoleum, and asked casually, "By the way, Xiaonan, is there a heritage of the high priest in the Imperial Mausoleum?" The question was very implicit. He didn't directly pry into the secrets of the Imperial Mausoleum. However, Nanjing did not hide his intention from Ji-sun at all, and revealed the royal secrets that ordinary people could not know at all. Yes. It is not only our high priest's lineage, but also many collections left by the emperors of Talon, such as the Emperor's Steel. There are many inheritances of the 52 demon god sequences. However, there were several coups in the Talon dynasty, and many restrictions in the Imperial Mausoleum could not be opened. Ji-sun also understood. The Augustus Ancestral Mausoleum is like a heritage backup, recording almost all the extraordinary inheritances mastered by the royal family. Even if the inheritance outside is broken, it can be continued by returning to the mausoleum. Speaking of this, Nanjing pursed his lips, repeatedly recalling a not-so-good memory, and pouted, "But there are many things to learn, which makes me very distressed." Ji-sun listened and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had also read the detailed responsibilities of the officials in the Talon period in the classics before. The high priest lineage is the second most powerful person after the emperor. Not only is the power high, but the strength and ability are also very strong. It can be said to be a secret book of human inheritance. Each generation of high priests has a title called the Omniscient and Omnipotent. After all, the high priest is a single-line inheritance. Her mother, Nan Suhang, is the current high priest. Nanjing, this girl, obviously has not yet adapted to the pressure of responsibility that requires countless knowledge to be instilled into her mind. When the topic came to this, Ji-sun thought of something and suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, I met your mother not long ago." Hearing this, Nanjing seemed happy from the bottom of his heart. "I know, mother sent me a message, saying that she went to the underworld to get something very important. I was very worried, but it was solved suddenly." She knew it was because of Ji-sun. As she spoke, she looked at Ji-sun, her cheeks full of smiles, like flowers blooming in the garden, and said, "Mother also asked me to see you and thank you very much. She said that it was you who helped her get out of trouble." Ji-sun shook his head without comment. "It was just a coincidence that we met on the train before Neon." He had received many favors from others, so there was no need to thank them. He did not say much on this issue, but asked a very unconventional question. "Andy Nan went to the underworld to find something to deal with the Silver Moon sect?" Nanjing blinked when he heard this and asked in surprise, "How did you know?" "Ji-sun, I guessed." With the help of the power of the king, the Silver Moon sect spread its faith at an astonishing speed, and now controls almost the entire East Desert. But unrestrained faith is also a threat to the king. Ji-sun didn't think that the last emperor of Tarun, Mad King Aljuin, thought of using this method to deal with the outer gods, but there was no corresponding countermeasure. No matter how weak the Tarun dynasty was, it was not controlled by the moon goddess Arachne. As the high priest of the empire, the Nan family probably knew some secret means. Nanjing Mei's eyes turned cleverly. She knew what Ji-sun was curious about, and took the initiative to explain. "Mother went to find the source card of Q of Plum Blossoms and Moonlight Queen. As long as the moon goddess can be resealed, the pollution of faith can be controlled. Everything is not a problem." "Oh!" Ji-sun's expression brightened when he heard this method, and he felt that the Talon dynasty did have a master plan. Of course, judging from the current clues, this master is likely to be the high priest. After all, who would have thought that the source card was hidden in the underworld? Normal people can't go there either. The moon goddess Arachne is the Moonlight Queen, the god whose divinity was out of control, and revived by the source card. As long as it is resealed, the pollution can be controlled. At the same time, Ji-sun also thought that if someone else could fuse the Queen of Clubs source card wouldn't they be able to control hundreds of millions of Silver Moon believers? This is such a brilliant move. Nanjing's next words also prove that Ji-sun's idea was the right one. She said, "My mother also asked me to help find a candidate who can match the source card. Now that the East Desert has fallen, it is not easy to find someone with the fate of the king. This bald-headed lady has been in the mausoleum recently, and is not very clear about the situation outside." When Ji-sun heard this, his thoughts became active. If you want to fuse the epic source card, you must have a high degree of fit. The Q sequence has the attribute of royal power, and only people with the royal destiny can be promoted. It is also possible to be promoted from a lower sequence. Ji-sun knows two people who may have the royal destiny. Aragorn from the hero sequence, and Xie Guizhong, who is recognized by the Olympus Holy Sword. However, Q is the queen sequence, and these two seem to be unable to merge. Ji-sun thought of a lot at once. But thinking that the high priest lineage has its own way of selecting candidates, he didn't say much. The two chatted for a long time. After not seeing each other for a long time, both of them had a lot to talk about. Talking about the situation, the adventures they had together, extraordinary knowledge, and some insignificant things. No matter what they talked about, the lady with the bald head always had a bright smile on her face. And with Nanjing by his side, Ji-sun didn't have to worry about being located by mysterious means. In her words, the high priest lineage had countless ways to interfere with divination curses and other means. The two of them rested in this ancient garden without any worries. Ji-sun counted the spoils and, as expected, obtained an extraordinary harvest. The most important one was the disaster object, the Prophet Vala's fate-changing pen. Ji-sun personally witnessed the magical ability of this pen to rewrite the fate of a person's death, which was enough to be regarded as the most exaggerated relic he had ever seen. Unfortunately, it was exclusive to the fortune-teller sequence profession and had strict conditions for use. Not only Ji-sun, but other people could hardly use it. Other gains, in addition to the marks and occupation cards analyzed from the corpse, are some potions. Among them, there are several bottles of Dragon Life Extension Potion, which surprised Ji-sun. This is a legendary potion that can repair abnormal life loss. It is said that only legendary pharmacists can make it. The value is immeasurable. The ability of the fortune-teller sequence consumes a lot of life, so the blind man always prepares these potions to extend his life. It just happened to be a bargain for Ji-sun. Those bottles of potion, it is estimated that they can almost make up for the life lost by using the undead curse in this battle, and can add another 3 to 5 years. As for the others, Ji-sun felt that the most valuable thing was the diary of fortune-teller's training. Like the deacon with spatial ability that Ji-sun killed last time, this blind old man was also the Grand Deacon of the Holy Church. Card masters from the Royal Academy also like to take notes. There are many cultivation experiences of fortune tellers in the notes. Like the spell locking ability of cause and effect must hit that the old man showed before. Although Ji-sun did not understand the profession of fortune teller, this ability to predict the future has many similarities with the deduction of the world that I am. After reading it, he felt a lot. Moreover, after a thorough understanding, the next time you encounter an enemy of the same professional sequence, you will have less trouble. What Ji-sun is most interested in is the old man's record of his unique field spiritual vision, the experience of practicing. Judging from the tone of the record, he intends to write it down and pass it on to his disciples. Having personally experienced the field ability of almost 100% evasion, Ji-sun is also envious. If he can really learn from it, it will be of great help to his own field structure. Ji-sun can now do many things at the same time, carefully reading those materials and books, and chatting at the same time. Nanjing had long been accustomed to the fact that he would practice and study whenever he had free time. The girl with the ball-shaped hair was watching happily, and from time to time she helped to explain the purpose and extension of the information. Ji-sun also gradually discovered the changes in Nanjing. Although this girl always complained about the hardship of practicing, she must have studied hard during this period. She has not yet broken through the 7th level, and her realm of transcendence is not too deep. However, she knows a lot. It really feels like I know everything I ask and I understand a little bit of everything I see. Especially when it comes to topics related to extraordinary knowledge, whether it is any of the 52 sequences, or any spells, secret methods, or relics, she can tell some of their origins. This allows Ji-sun to immediately solve his doubts. Having such a person to chat with, learning efficiency is very high. Nanjing also likes this feeling of being able to help. The two of them get along happily and familiarly, communicating and learning. But suddenly, Ji-sun was flipping through the books with his feminine fingers, and Nanjing couldn't help asking, "Mr. Ji-sun, you seem to have changed recently?" This was a bit euphemistic. Ji-sun immediately realized something, looked at his fingers, and his eyes were cold. How many times did I do this just now? Nanjing glanced at him and said, the 5th time. Ji-sun pondered for a moment, and did not hide it, saying, I am contaminated. In the previous battle, he used the power of the gloves many times, and unknowingly, the contamination deepened. But the biggest problem is that he seems to have felt that there is nothing wrong in his heart. That's why he didn't notice it just now. If it were before, he would have discovered it immediately. Now that Nanjing discovered it, Ji-sun just explained the reason. When Nanjing heard it, his eyes as lively as flowing water blinked with curiosity. Ah, Mr. Ji-sun is going to become a witch? After all, this is a sequence of inheritance that has been discontinued. But after the curiosity, the pretty face became solemn again. This kind of irreversible pollution, although it won't kill people, is not a good thing. Ji-sun's expression was very calm, and he asked, is there any way to solve it? The current situation is already quite troublesome, not only psychological problems, but also physical changes. After careful observation, Nanjing obviously also discovered the abnormal femininity. Her face suddenly became serious, and she shook her head and said, the witch pollution cannot be reversed. After all, pollution is the soul. The only way I can think of is to suppress it. Hearing the high priest say this, Ji-sun also frowned slightly. But then, he regained his composure. As expected, Nanjing suddenly became depressed and muttered, I don't want Mr. Ji-sun to become a witch. Ji-sun looked at her and smiled, I don't want to either. Then he took out the moon and started his daily routine. Nanjing seemed to be a curious baby and asked, Mr. Ji-sun, what are you doing? Ji-sun responded casually, creating happy dreams and suppressing pollution. As he said this, he sat cross-legged on the ground, ready to enter a meditative state. Ah? Nanjing thought about it for a moment and immediately understood, oh, yes, use male hormones to suppress the witch pollution. But at the same time, she looked at Ji-sun's skin, which was whiter and more delicate than she remembered, and expressed her concerns. But, will the dreams you created by yourself also be affected by your subconscious mind? Yes. Ji-sun would not hide his illness, and nodded directly. But there is no better way at the moment. Hearing Ji-sun's words, Nanjing's current cognition immediately realized that the problem was not small. If the dream is really polluted, this method will not only not suppress the pollution, but will deepen it. The girl with the bald head didn't think much and blurted out, how about I help you? Ji-sun listened and looked at her. I was used to solving it by myself before, and my thinking process was stiff. Suddenly I realized, yes, isn't there a friend here? But when Nanjing said this, he realized that his words were ambiguous. I don't know what he thought of. His cheeks blushed slightly, and he hurriedly explained, I also know a little about illusion. How about I help you activate the dream? Ji-sun knew that Nanjing's method was not just some illusions, so it would be great to have her help. Without any hesitation, he agreed okay. Nanjing looked at the face without any strange color, and a smile reappeared on her pretty face. As she spoke, she began to work on the spell. Half an hour later, Ji-sun woke up from the joyful dream. He opened his eyes, and returned to reality, and he realized that it was just a dream. It must be said that with a completely trustworthy friend by his side, Ji-sun could deeply immerse himself in the dream. This was also the best experience he had in recent times. It was not a dream created by himself. Everything was unknown, and the joyful scenes were extremely real, which made people feel comfortable physically and mentally. After waking up, he clearly felt the vigorous masculine energy surging in his body. Ji-sun slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. It seems that as long as he doesn't use gloves anymore, this method may really be able to suppress it. It was this heavy breathing that Nanjing, who was preparing food by the fountain at the moment, also noticed, and turned back and said in surprise, Mr. Ji-sun, are you awake? As she said that, she came over immediately, and looked at Ji-sun's condition with her waist bent. She looked like a qualified doctor, checking the patient's condition. The girl with the bald head was wearing a black Lolita-style skirt, which was a low-cut design, cute and sexy. Ji-sun's eyes naturally went over and saw a deep white. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely look away like a gentleman. Friends would not care about this kind of unintentional exposure of spring light. However, Ji-sun's eyes did not move away at this moment. He suddenly recalled the scene in his dream just now, and was slightly distracted. Perhaps because he had seen it in reality, the image of this girl with a bun head also appeared in his dream. Ji-sun also felt a little strange. Why did he dream about this girl? This kind of gaze, of course, can be sensed by a high-level card master at once. Nanjing also found that his manners were a bit impolite, and he stood up quickly, looking a little flustered. But this made Ji-sun's situation a bit awkward, like peeking at a guy who was caught plotting something bad. Nanjing also immediately noticed this embarrassment. She had nothing to hide from Ji-sun, and in fact, she didn't mind at all. It was just a girl instinctive shyness. After all, Ji-sun was polluted, so it was understandable. Nanjing mustered up the courage in her heart and took the initiative to break this embarrassment. Ah, did Mr. Ji-sun dream about me? As she said this, she was afraid that Ji-sun would be embarrassed, so she smiled and blinked, and then said, actually, it doesn't matter. Nanjing pulled the hem of her skirt and showed her figure generously, like a blooming and beautiful flower. It's an honor for a girl to have someone appreciate her beauty. Chapter 414. Ji-sun listened to Nanjing's helpless explanation and smiled slightly. How could he not see that the girl with the bald head had blushed after she finished speaking? The two of them had known each other for such a long time, and Ji-sun certainly knew that Nanjing was a very traditional and reserved lady at heart. Those words just now probably took a lot of courage. However, the two of them were already very trusting friends, and there was no question of being rude or offensive. It was just that he was a little uncomfortable with such a delicate topic. After all, what else could a happy dream be? But what Nanjing said was actually what she thought in her heart. She really didn't mind that gaze, but felt that kind of appreciation was recognition and praise. She thought so. Ji-sun was even more so. But seeing that the face of the girl with the bun was getting less and less confident, Ji-sun knew that if he really didn't say something, the girl would be so embarrassed that she wouldn't dare to look directly at him. He didn't restrain his gaze, and admired the proud figure openly, and followed the topic to praise. Xiao Nan is already very beautiful. Well, her figure is also very good. Since I have seen it, I simply don't hide it, and tell the truth. As soon as these frank words came out, the uncomfortable atmosphere was immediately diluted. Nanjing listened to the compliment, holding the hem of her skirt and smiling playfully, as happy as a flower blooming in the garden. Thank you for the compliment. While saying this, she did not forget to add, it's rare to hear Mr. Ji-sun's compliments. The atmosphere returned to normal in an instant, and the two sat together and had a happy meal. In a flash, Ji-sun and Nanjing rested in this dilapidated garden for 3 days. On this day, Ji-sun woke up from a joyful dream. Nanjing, who was reading the huge spiritual scroll carefully, raised his eyes. Mr. Ji-sun, are you awake? Ji-sun's eyes flashed with excitement for a moment, and nodded, yeah. Nanjing asked again, how do you feel? Ji-sun looked at the curious face. His eyebrows moved slightly. Very good. It must be said that the dream constructed with the help of Nanjing these days has far exceeded expectations. With the help of Moon, the effect of addiction is even better than the Silver Moon divine art that was once in Talon Mechanical City. The caster was also his friend, so Ji-sun could enjoy the pleasure in the dream without any defense. This kind of immersive enjoyment, without fear of sinking, the burning desire diluted the effect of the witch's pollution. Ji-sun clearly felt that his qi in the past few days had become more masculine. This is how the relationship became close. After talking about some topics once, it would not feel awkward to talk about them again. After the first experience of helping to enter the dream, Nanjing had no grudges at all, and occasionally asked Ji-sun what he dreamed about in a joking tone. Dreams are dreams, and the body in reality needs to bear the changes in hormone secretion. Ji-sun occasionally wakes up in very good condition. At first, Nanjing was a little embarrassed, but after teasing twice, he got used to it. I saw it a long time ago. I don't mind it. That time in Wuzu City, you were seriously injured when you killed the lord of the Chow family, and I bandaged you. Ha ha ha, Mr. Ji-sun is in great health. You are a patient, so you don't have to avoid me, a doctor. Ji-sun didn't forget that Nanjing was a psychic who worked part-time as a doctor. Perhaps the lady with the bald head also convinced herself with these words. This unreserved relationship made both of them feel happy to get along with each other, and occasionally Nanjing could show her youthful vitality openly. For example, now, Nanjing was wearing a dark gothic combat skirt today. The upper body design was cut with a low neckline, which cleverly outlined her ample chest line. The delicate lace edge gently wrapped around the neck, revealing a hint of sexiness inadvertently in the youthful exuberance. It's not intentional. Before, the two of them were not shy about being together. It's just that now that Ji-sun has been polluted, he will occasionally look at it, and Nanjing will show it more confidently. Occasionally, when she catches the look in her eyes, Nanjing will smile knowingly, and not think anything of it. Instead, she thinks it is a kind of recognition. After all, she is a girl, and she really didn't understand many things before. Sometimes she would feel that it was impolite to dress inappropriately in front of friends. Now Nanjing is getting more and more confident. She could point at the neckline and ask Ji-sun openly, "Does this dress look good? Is this hollow lace design a bit too sexy?" "Yeah. It looks good." Ji-sun listened and took another look, and added, "It's not the dress's fault. It's that Xiaonan has a great figure. It's good like this." "Really?" Nanjing smiled with satisfaction. After all, she is a girl. She can always hear such sincere compliments these days, which always makes her happy all day. Miss Bunhaired knew that the skirt was definitely a bit sexy. But now that only Ji-sun was here, it didn't matter if she wore it. She felt that this kind of interaction, which was more open than before, was great. Most of the time they spent together was spent practicing. Ji-sun now had to comprehend his own field, and the omniscient and omnipotent Nanjing was of great help to him. Although she didn't know many abilities of other professional sequences, and couldn't even understand them. But she had seen them in the classics inherited by the Terran royal family, and could always recite some of the things recorded in the classics. Ji-sun felt like he had a mobile library that he could consult anytime, and he benefited greatly from it. As they chatted, the two of them anticipated the current situation. Now that Ji-sun's injury is healed, he certainly won't stay hidden in the ruins here. If I'm not mistaken, those people may have found clues to the jar that sealed the mysterious worm Mother Karakta. Or maybe they found some important things in the lost imperial capital Behemoth. Yes. As far as I know, at least 4 outer gods participated in the battle of the imperial capital, including the blood-boiling beast Mudu, the source of corruption Nicer, the mysterious worm Mother Karakta, and the Lord of War disaster Monlian. There must be some related miracles left in the ruins nearby. You mean, the 4 outer gods? What happened in that battle? I don't know much about the battle to defend the imperial city 3,000 years ago. The Talon dynasty collapsed, and the Mad King Alduin died in the battle. Only a few people broke through and survived. The 4 knights of the king escorted the emperor's body to the imperial mausoleum after the 1,000-handed Shirasimir was severely injured, leaving behind a few words. Ji-sun had been curious about the final battle that could collapse the plane. I didn't expect Nanjing to know. But after hearing this, another question suddenly popped up in his mind. Who sealed those outer gods? According to historical records, the Terran dynasty collapsed in that battle, and the emperor died. It stands to reason that the outer gods won, but who sealed them again? Ji-sun now has 2 jars on him. One was found in the other dimension of Greedy Mine, and the other was found by the Chao family in the Old Continent. He also saw the jar that sealed Scarlet Corruption Ciodes, which is now in Xie Guizhong's possession. In addition, there is the jar that sealed the source of Plague Takpara. Although the empty jar was taken away by the people of the southern continent, the godhood fell into the hands of the ancestral spirit Baichio that Qin Rushi contracted. Last time the moon god descended in Talon Mechanical City, Ji-sun knew that the jar that sealed the elemental king Lagros was in the hands of the Orlan royal family. Now he has become the moon god's servant. Ji-sun at least knows the whereabouts of these 5 spell pottery jars, that is to say, at least 5 of the 7 lords of the calamity that caused the collapse of the Talon dynasty were sealed in the jar. However, how could they have the power to seal 5 of the 7 outer gods, and cause the extinction of civilization? Nanjing was also puzzled after hearing Ji-sun's question, and said, "Maybe my mother knows. But she didn't tell me." Ji-sun didn't ask any more questions after hearing this. The 7 lords of the calamity are the existence left over from the chaotic era, and the secrets hidden in them may be far higher than the war itself. But I don't know why. Ji-sun suddenly thought of Old Man Su. The hostile attitude of the mechanical angel in the other dimension made him feel that the old man had some relationship with the outer god. After asking, Nanjing didn't know what was going on, so he gave up. The garden was filled with the fragrance of flowers, and the sound of gurgling water in the fountain was pleasant. The two chatted casually. Ji-sun thought of something and asked again, "By the way, Xiaonan, has the weeping angel resurrected?" Nanjing replied, "No. Keep it in the imperial court for warming. Angels are extraordinary beings with divine nature, and it is not easy to revive them. Recently, I have been studying the Book of the Dead. But it seems that I have to wait for my mother to come back from the underworld before I can do anything." "Oh." Ji-sun listened with a slightly different look. As he got more and more clues, he understood the history of that period more and more thoroughly. The national angel was killed in the City of Innocence by Nanjing's ancestor, the high priest of that year. Now it seems that it is probably because the royal power can no longer suppress the Silver Moon sect, so it can only be destroyed. This brought the Orlan royal family and the Kashi civilization 3,000 years of stability. Now, looking back from history, Ji-sun sorted out the cause and effect line, and then he was more impressed by the power of those predecessors. And the ancestor of the Nan family killed the national angel, but did not completely wipe him out, but arranged for the possibility of resurrection. This means that this is the backup plan left by the high priest. However, if the angel can be resurrected, the current one-sided situation may change. And it's not just that. Ji-sun's current ability of I am the world is getting stronger and stronger, and his observation of the rules of the world's operation. Although those methods were left by the predecessors 3,000 years ago, they may not have deduced the possibility of the South Continent attacking the East Wasteland now. The East Wasteland is barren, and will inevitably weaken over time. There are dragons in the South Continent, and it is inevitable that they will become stronger. Both sides are inherited flames, and once they meet, the stronger side will inevitably want to annex the other side. Ji-sun deduced, his thoughts flying unconsciously. This feeling is very strange, just like opening a storybook, as if time does not exist. It gave him a godlike perspective. Now is the page that is opened at the moment. As long as you turn back, history is playing out just like now, and if you continue to turn, the future will be like the past. Right there, it has not happened, but it has already happened. Ji-sun was slightly absent-minded thinking. Nanjing's crystal eyes moved, and she cleverly thought of what Ji-sun wanted to ask. Do you want to ask the angel to come and feel the lightless sun? Yeah. Ji-sun nodded and smiled. This was indeed his idea. The secret of the hero sequence was a secret technique that was forbidden to be passed on by the court at that time, and the angel was the master of this secret technique. Okay. Nanjing agreed immediately and said, I asked the angel. Ji-sun was also surprised when he heard it. He watched Nanjing mutter a few spells with the scroll of the spiritualist, and in a blink of an eye, she said happily, the angel agreed. Ji-sun's brows relaxed when he heard it, and he was not surprised that this bald-headed lady could communicate with the dead angel. Psychics have some ability to communicate with the dead. As he spoke, Nanjing pressed the scroll with one hand, and a flash of light appeared. A tall corpse wrapped in bandages appeared in the air. After slightly pulling the bandages, a black and white halo spread out. Perhaps because he recognized Ji-sun, the human who had helped collect the remains, the pollution leaking from the angel's corpse suddenly became mild. Even though it was a corpse, Ji-sun said politely, I'm sorry to trouble you, Senior Angel. The angel seemed to have responded, and a faint black light lingered over. Ji-sun felt like he was in water, and immediately felt the strong but non-threatening erosion of the high-level law. He had not learned the lightless sun before, and could not understand the extraordinary power contained in the black and white light. Now that he experienced it, he immediately felt a familiar and daunting feeling. It felt like a burning match encountering a lava world. Although it was the same flame, there was an irresistible shock. The shadow of the clown appeared behind him. Ji-sun gathered his mind, and tried to use the secret method. He felt the power of angels, and his proficiency of the lightless sun increased by 32. He came into contact with the unknown dark energy, and his proficiency of repulsion increased by 11. It was a very strange feeling. It was just like when Ji-sun used the power gem gold ball to practice gravity before. His proficiency increased a little bit after a day of hard practice, but it increased dramatically at this moment. He clearly came into contact with the destructive energy in the corpse, and Ji-sun felt more and more familiar with it. He also always felt that the mechanical angel he had seen before was made according to this weeping angel. In this way, with the angel's corpse to assist in his practice, Ji-sun's life became more fulfilling. 2 days later, his injuries had completely recovered. Thinking that those people from the South Continent could not find anyone in the past few days, they should have given up. The enemy gave up, but Ji-sun did not want to give up. Since he guessed that the people from the South Continent might have found something important in the ruins, he certainly wanted to take a look. After discussing with Nanjing, the two immediately took action. The High Priestess was very interested in the Imperial Capital ruins, and of course, she was more looking forward to adventures with Ji-sun. The two left the broken garden where they had been hiding for a few days, and sneaked all the way to the depths of the ruins. With Nanjing's means, the two successfully found the traces left by the adventure group from the southern continent, and went deep into the ruins. That afternoon, Ji-sun and Nanjing quietly came to a ruin that looked like a gravel beach with dense plain fragments. It looked like a fragment of a magnificent palace. Ji-sun and the others stopped because there were more than a dozen large and small void dragon ships docked in the void here. Although they were not as big as the two ships that carried soldiers in the East Wilderness Abyss Rift, there were enough to accommodate at least tens of thousands of people. The two did not dare to act rashly, but found a hidden position to observe. The people of the South Continent were heavily guarded, and completely blocked a large area nearby. In the corner, two figures were hiding there. Nanjing observed through the telescope for a long time, but didn't find an opportunity, muttering, "Mr. Ji-sun, they seem to be on guard against us coming." Ji-sun smiled and shook his head, "Not on guard against us." Nanjing cast a puzzled look. "Huh?" Ji-sun's eyes were slightly deep, and he said, "They should be on guard against the rebels of the Dragon Army." The dragon ships had the flags of the three major royal families of the southern continent, as well as the Holy See. With such a large posture, it was a bit of an exaggeration to guard against a 7th level. Ji-sun also knew that the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Rebel Army had discovered the lost imperial capital Behemoth a month in advance, and they should be deep in the ruins now. It seems that the people of the southern continent should have discovered it as well. Since there was no chance, Ji-sun and his companions were not in a hurry and just waited here. The ruins still needed to be explored, and waiting outside to ambush them would result in the same outcome. Ji-sun did not think that the people of the southern continent would always gather together to defend like this. After waiting for another 2 days, an accident really happened. At noon that day, on a fragment of a certain ruin, Ji-sun and Nanjing were taking turns to observe the movements of people in the distant south continent. A violent battle shock wave suddenly erupted from the depths of the ruins. Before long, a group of people drove a fleet of empty speedboats that looked like they were drawn with colored pens, broke through the encirclement of the South Continent Army, and rushed out. When Ji-sun saw the speedboat with the texture of an oil painting, he immediately thought of the methods of Griffith, the leader of the rebel dragon army. When he looked at the people who were being chased and escaped, Ji-sun almost recognized them all. "Aren't these the cadres of Aragorn's rebel dragon army? There are too many interferences in this space crack, and the communicator is not very useful." Now that the distance is closer, Ji-sun tries to connect to Aragorn's communicator. As soon as he connected and stated his identity, Aragorn's urgent voice came from the communicator, "Brother Ji-sun, hurry up, the insect mother has revived." Chapter 415. Ji-sun and Nanjing were hiding in the ruins in the distance, which was a safe distance. But when he heard Aragorn's anxious voice, "Run," he knew that the situation was serious, and immediately pulled Miss Ballhead to evacuate. As soon as they set off, they saw dense elemental fluctuations exploding near dozens of ships of the people from the southern continent in the distance. Various small magic towers and magic cannons fired at the same time. It seemed that some terrifying monster appeared, and the colorful band was activated instantly, and everyone was immediately involved in a fierce battle. Focusing his eyes, Ji-sun saw dense swarms of insects appearing in his field of vision. They pounced on the ships like a sandstorm. This scene made Ji-sun and his eyelids jump. They had observed these days, and knew clearly how strict the defense of the South Continent fleet was. It can be said that even if a top-level expert went there, he would not get any benefit by forcing his way in. However, under the tide-like attack of insects, several lines of defense were broken in a blink of an eye, and they were approaching the main body of the ship. Although the people of the South Continent arranged a large number of defensive barriers and means of attack to prevent raids around the fleet, after a fierce bombardment, the insect swarm did not decrease, and the number increased exponentially. It was as if someone had poked a hole in the sea, and endless seawater gushed out. The barriers were as fragile as glass under the gnaws of countless demon-eating insects, and were eaten away in an instant. In just a few breaths, the insect swarm was so large that the fleet was like a few sampans in the ocean that could be smashed by huge waves at any time. Under the attack of this terrifying insect tide, the soldiers of the southern continent had no time to pursue the rebels of the dragon army. Even when Aragorn and his group ran away, a group of high-level card masters in the fleet began to break out in a panic. The whole situation was in chaos. Not far away, Ji-sun wanted to watch the fun at first, but after seeing the horror of the insect swarm, the only thing left in his mind was run away. These insects were countless times more numerous and terrifying than the ones he had seen in the other dimension before. Just now, Ji-sun saw with his own eyes a huge insect leader, as big as an aircraft carrier swallowing a ship in one bite. The dragon descendants on the ship, who turned into giant dragons, swallowed them like little lizards. Ji-sun now understood that it was most likely that the rebels of the dragon army stirred up a hornet's nest, and now everyone had to run away. Aragorn's group was quite strong, and they also had those simple boats they drew to travel, so they were very fast. Ji-sun's ability to walk in the void was faster than theirs, so he was not a burden. Originally, he planned to take Nanjing away first and meet again when it was safe. However, at this time, Aragorn's reminder came again from the communicator, "Brother Ji-sun, be careful, don't get close to us. There are void bugs among those bugs. Let's go separately." Of course, they didn't want to cause trouble for others because of the crisis caused by the rebel dragon army. Ji-sun looked back and saw some bugs flashing in the void chasing him. Void mantis? He had seen these bugs before. But this was not an alien space. There was no space limit on the rank. These bugs were not 4th rank disasters. They were 5th rank, 6th rank, and even Ji-sun saw a 7th rank void lord with golden wings. How many are there? Ji-sun's scalp was numb when he saw it. Before in the alien space, there were only a few hundred at most, but now there are so many of them. How many tens of thousands must they be? Fortunately, the Insect Sea army was blocked by those people from the southern continent, otherwise the cadres of the rebel dragon army would be wiped out. After all, the displacement speed of the void mantis is amazingly fast, and it can appear from anywhere in the void without any warning. With such a large number of groups, even a 7th level card master would have to run away. When Ji-sun saw this scene, his thoughts became active. There was no threat at all for him, and Nanjing to escape. Ji-sun couldn't run away by himself, and there was Ivan. Nanjing can go to the underworld. There is no danger at all. But when he turned his head and looked at the 7 or 8 people of Aragorn, it was not so good. In the blink of an eye, one of their team members was attacked by the mantis and had his arm chopped off. The others did not intend to abandon their companions and escape, and they could not go alone. Without teammates to take care of other directions, once they were targeted by multiple void bugs, they would almost certainly die. A group of people gathered into a battle formation, covering each other while fighting and walking. They seemed to have been prepared, using a spell card that looked like developing powder. After using it, powder appeared in a large area, which could give a certain degree of early warning of the appearance of the void mantis. If they really kept running like this, it would be very likely that they would escape the Zerg's pursuit alive, but it was hard to say how many of them could survive. Ji-sun knew that Lagong didn't want to take risks himself, but he wouldn't just watch. Besides, those void bugs were all priceless void crystal cores. Thinking of this, he and Nanjing looked at each other. The bald-headed lady understood immediately and said, "I go with you," before he could speak. Ji-sun also nodded okay. Nanjing's fighting power is extraordinary. If there is any accident, she will be a great help. The two of them immediately changed direction and rushed towards the rebel dragon army. The 7 people of Aragorn were fleeing desperately. Just now, they broke through desperately, so that they did not fall into the dead end of being surrounded by the sea of insects. But the small group of void mantises behind them still chased them into danger. In just a few moments, one of their companions had died, and 2 were seriously injured. The others were more or less injured. This result was not good. However, just when everyone in the rebel dragon army thought that they might suffer a big loss today, suddenly, they saw 2 people rushing towards them in their field of vision. They instinctively thought that the people from the Holy See were chasing them, and immediately prepared to fight. However, when they looked closely, Aragorn shouted, "Don't do it, it's brother Ji-sun." Several of the cadres had seen Ji-sun before, and immediately put away their stern eyes. At the same time, they were stunned as they watched Ji-sun walk in the air without any tools. How dare he do that? You know, the void wind is like an undercurrent in the water. It looks calm, but once you are caught in it, you will definitely die. The depths of the ruins are full of void winds. It is impossible for him to walk in the air all the way. Aragorn knew Ji-sun's character, and he must have some way. But now they are being hunted by the insect swarm, and if they want to help, having more people may not necessarily bring them benefits. And when the 2 of them appeared, the insect swarm behind them had already discovered them, and several void mantises had already flashed away. Seeing this scene, Aragorn hurriedly reminded with the communicator, "Brother Ji-sun, be careful." But before he finished speaking, they saw several cold flying knives flashing around Ji-sun's body. After the knife light flashed, they saw something falling out of the void. When they looked closely, they saw several void mantises with holes in their heads. This scene happened too quickly, and before the high-ranking members of the rebel dragon army could react, the insects were killed. After a moment of shock, the 7 people's eyes showed a hint of shock. You know, although these insects are not high-ranking and very fragile, they are natural assassins in the void, and it is very difficult to predict their appearance in advance. The only explanation for being able to kill several insects so easily is that Ji-sun has killed them before, and is proficient in the laws of the void. Aragorn also understood instantly, is this, mastering the ability of space? After all, he knew that Ji-sun had killed a deacon of the Holy See who was good at space. But that time he relied more on Ivan's ability. How could he master the ability of space after just 1 or 2 months of not seeing each other? The surprise was just a flash, and Aragorn immediately showed a self-deprecating smile on his face. It makes sense for that guy. He is one of the few people who really know Ji-sun's true strength. Moreover, When his leader sent the painter sequence magic secret method to the fantasy universe, he was the one who built the bridge. In the few breaths when everyone's thoughts drifted away, Ji-sun had already killed the insects all the way and approached them. There were more than 30 insects in the swarm. After Ji-sun killed a few, he immediately attracted other insects. He had killed many times in the other dimension before. He was very familiar with the body structure of the void mantis. Every time he hit the vital point, he almost didn't spend any effort and quickly cleared it. Aragorn and the high-ranking members of the Dragon Rebel army watched Ji-sun strolling in the void, and then looked at their own embarrassed appearance, and their expressions were slightly strange. The two sides met. Nanjing beside them looked at the group of people curiously. Of course, she was more curious about the void speedboat these people were riding. As if it was the first time she saw such a magical and extraordinary item, she couldn't help but whispered, "This boat is so interesting, it's actually drawn." Ji-sun explained with a smile. At this time, the 7 members of the Dragon Rebel army also approached quickly. But before saying hello, Aragorn spoke eagerly, "Brother Ji-sun, thank you very much. However, I think we have to leave here first. The queen insect has awakened, and it is no longer safe around here." Ji-sun knew the situation was serious and nodded, yes. With the addition of Ji-sun and the other 2, the team was much safer. His ability could easily kill the void mantis, and the group quickly got rid of the insect swarm's pursuit. After running for more than an hour, they finally found a safe relic fragment in the desolate void. Everyone found a place to rest, and Ji-sun had the leisure to ask what happened. What happened? We were originally in this area to contain and monitor the movements of the Holy See, and then those guys found a fragment of an ancient battlefield with many ancient relics, including a sealed jar. The process was similar to what Ji-sun had speculated. Because they knew that the rebel dragon army had already discovered the imperial city Behemoth, they had planned and started exploring in advance. Now that group of people, and the large number of adventurers reinforced by the Alliance army are opening up Wasteland in another direction. And the cadres like Aragorn are the bait of the rebel dragon army, deliberately misleading the people of the Holy See to think that they are opening up Wasteland nearby. Then, there are all kinds of confrontations and explorations. The process Ji-sun could roughly guess the reason after hearing the beginning. But unexpectedly, the bugs have nothing to do with either side. Aragorn continued, "The battlefield ruins should have been part of the former Terran Imperial City. The location of the jar is very dangerous, with a lot of space cracks and ancient restrictions. So even if the people of the Holy See found it, they couldn't get it for a long time. We just watched from the side, thinking that if there was a chance, we would stop them. However, it was not until a few hours ago that those guys opened up the path to the depths of the palace." At this point, he looked at Ji-sun with a slightly complicated expression. "Just when we found the right opportunity to grab the jar, we didn't expect that a guy in the Holy See team suddenly touched some hidden restrictions in the palace and opened the jar. Later, as you can see, the queen insect awakened, and countless insects swarmed out." Ji-sun was also surprised when he heard it. "You mean, there is a third party in this ruins?" "Yes." Aragorn nodded. "That person is lurking in the Holy See team, and his strength is not weak. The most important thing is that he seems to be very familiar with the restrictions and environment in the palace, and he unlocked the seal of the jar in one go." Ji-sun's thoughts became active. After a pause, Aragorn also said his own conclusion, "Those guys can use some of the ancient restrictions of the Imperial City. I suspect that they should be people from your Dongwon Orlan royal family." Hearing this, Ji-sun and Nanjing looked at each other, and basically had the same guess. There are only 2 bloodlines of the Augustus royal family. One is Chujio, and the other is Arthur's current Orlan royal family. They knew that if it wasn't Chujio, it could only be someone from Arthur's side. And those guys have that artifact chain in their hands, which can connect the East Desert and the Old Continent at will, so it's not surprising that they would send people here to look for opportunities. In addition, Ji-sun had seen those guys use the method of sealing the outer gods in the jar before, and now opening the seal is also a routine operation. I just didn't expect those guys to be so capable that they actually lurked in the core layer of the Holy Church. Oh, I almost forgot. There is also Princess Betty, who is the body of the moon goddess Arachne. She is the princess of the Black Dragon King. Ji-sun knew that King Arthur had great ambitions. Now that the East Wasteland has been almost controlled by the Silver Moon sect, he will definitely reach out. But after seeing the horror of the insect swarm, they are also a little worried about how the mysterious insect Queen Karakta will end after it is revived. Several people were chatting like this. But suddenly Nanjing, who had been silent, changed his expression slightly and interrupted, "Are there any other people around?" Aragorn listened and responded directly, "No. Just a few of us." At the same time, He and a group of Revolutionary Army cadres also reacted. Were they being tracked? After hearing this, Nanjing carefully sensed it, and said in a deep voice, "Someone is coming. Too very strong." After hearing this, everyone immediately became alert. At the same time, they glanced at the cute girl with a bun hairstyle and looked harmless with surprise. Only then did they realize that this girl might be a hidden master. None of them noticed someone approaching, but she actually noticed. Aragorn knew that it was Ji Sun's friend, so of course he would not doubt it, and immediately said, "Prepare for battle." A group of people, including the wounded, entered the battle state. Since they were quietly chased here, the best way is to solve this trouble. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Ji Sun had been targeted by the fortune teller once before, so he was extremely alert. However, to everyone's surprise, the two people chasing him were not from the Holy See. Moreover, they did not show any hostility. They revealed their identities outside the ruins and shouted to the people ambushing in the ruins, "Friends of the Dragon Rebel Army, please don't misunderstand. We are not enemies. I am Hogan, the Knight of the King of the Orlan dynasty, and I came to visit you for something." Two people dared to chase him, so their strength must be strong. Instead of taking action, he took the initiative to reveal his identity, and his friendly attitude was still visible. In the ruins, Aragorn looked at the man who spoke, recognized him, and introduced him to Ji Sun beside him. "The guy who spoke is the one who opened the seal before." "Yeah." Ji Sun nodded, because he also knew him, and had seen him once. "Isn't this one of the 4 knights of the king who was beaten by Gong Wu in the Shinshu treasury before, and the legendary card master Red Dragon Hogan, who is known as the strongest in the East Wasteland in recent decades?" Sure enough, it was someone from the Orlan royal court. Now it seemed that this guy's aura had already steadily entered the 7th level. At the same time, Aragorn looked at the cloaked man next to Hogan and said solemnly, "The other one is very strong." For a veteran 7th level person, like Aragorn, to be rated as very strong, he must be an 8th level person. Ji Sun also guessed the identity of the person. And the 8th level person from the Orlan royal court was most likely the 2 8th level enemy generals controlled by the moon goddess Arachne after sacrificing millions of soldiers and civilians to descend to the Tyrone Mechanical City. The deputy commander of the Iris Corps, the fire demon Farrand, and the Iron Wing Paris of the Iron Wing Corps were among them. The rebel dragon army and the Orlan royal court had no conflict, and they could be considered the enemy of the enemy. Moreover, many of the high-ranking members of the rebel dragon army were descendants of the Talon royal family, and they had an instinctive respect for the Augustus royal family. Since the other party showed no ill intentions, Aragorn could not ignore it. He walked out and asked, "Your Excellency followed us. Is there anything you want?" After all, they were following us, so this behavior is suspicious. Hogan explained, "The previous situation was special, I hope you can understand. If the Queen Insect had not been released before, the people of the Holy Church would have been a deadly threat to both sides. The people of the Dragon Rebellion army would not have been exposed, and there would have been no chance to speak. The most important thing is that they took away something very important." Hogan said, "My king has heard about your deeds, and has always wanted to meet with the top leaders of your organization, but he has no chance to meet you now. I just want to convey my king's goodwill, and invite you to visit the royal family when the leader of your organization is free. King Augustus will be looking forward to meeting him." The words were flawless. This guy obviously knew that the inheritance of the high-level members of the rebel dragon army came from the Talon Palace. So he deliberately mentioned Augustus's surname. After hearing this, the rebel dragon army cadres in the ruins looked at each other, and their hostility was obviously eased. So this is an invitation to be a guest. If they didn't know Ji Sun, and knew that there were 2 bloodlines of Augustus in the East Wilderness, the rebel dragon army really wouldn't mind forming an alliance with the Orlan royal family. But now, many things need to be considered. Since ancient times, the royal bloodline has always emphasized the inheritance of orthodoxy. King Arthur, who now unified the Eastern Wilds, cannot represent orthodoxy. Moreover, Aragorn is not from the court lineage. His ancestors were from the rebel camp that overthrew the tyranny. Hearing this, he did not have any emotional fluctuations, and responded directly, "I understand what you mean. I will convey it to the leader when I go back. If she is interested, she will contact you again." That was the end of the words. Hogan said that he could understand the other party's caution, and could only say, "Since this scroll is an invitation letter, I will leave it here." Ji Sun, everyone knew that the other party's purpose of risking his life to chase him was definitely not just to send an invitation. Otherwise, he could find some middlemen in the southern continent to contact him. Sure enough, after a pause, Hogan said, "By the way, sorry, I have another favor to ask. Aragon, oh! Hogan said bluntly, I saw you guys kill the quartermaster of the Holy See before. I mean, there is something very important to us in that guy's storage space. Can you please give it up? My king is willing to pay an equal price in exchange. Aragorn was thoughtful when he heard this. In the eyes of the officials, the dragon rebel army was just bandits. They had been eyeing the Holy See for a long time, and of course they knew who the quartermaster was. So they took advantage of the chaos to kill that guy. After all, he was carrying most of the treasures found in the ruins. Obviously, the people of the Orlon royal family also had their eyes on something. Aragorn asked directly, what do you mean? Hogan had something to ask of others, so he didn't hide it, and said, the secret book of imperial enthronement. As he said that, he explained, that is a royal item used exclusively by the Augustus royal family. It is useless for others to take it. Therefore, I beg you to part with it. Aragorn was a little confused, obviously not knowing what this thing was. But the other party had already explained that it was a royal item. There was no need for card masters at this level to lie. Originally, a relic, no matter how formal it was, could not be parted with. After all, it was still an exchange. But when this was said, Nanjing showed a surprised expression. Obviously she knew what the secret book of imperial canonization was. With a turn of his eyes, Aragorn said, I make a note of this. We will hand these things over to the leader for disposal. If she agrees to exchange them, we will contact you again. Hearing this, Hogan frowned. This time he came for this royal treasure, but he watched it being snatched away. But now that it has come to this, he can't say anything more. Since he didn't intend to make enemies with the dragon rebel army, he could only say a few polite words, and then turned and left. The two uninvited guests left. In the ruins, Ji Sun and his companions finally relaxed. They did not stay in the same place, but set off to change places. Ji Sun knew that everyone was very interested in the secret book of imperial conferment, so he asked directly in front of all the rebel dragon army cadres, Xiao Nan, do you know what that is? Nanjing knew the purpose of his question, and there was nothing he could not say, and said, the secret book of imperial conferment is the emperor's conferment record policy. Upon hearing this, everyone thought it was no big deal. However, the next words of Miss Ballhead stunned everyone. Nanjing said slowly, what the man just said is right, this is a royal treasure. Royal power in addition to its own professional ability, the sequence is the first of the 13 sequences. In addition to being very strong, the most important ability of this sequence is the ability of vassal. In other words, the king can grant vassal and grant extraordinary abilities to a certain low-level sequence. Vassal? Ji Sun heard a very unfamiliar word. Others were also confused. Obviously, they didn't understand. Nanjing tilted his head and thought for a while, then continued, this sounds a bit like the old gods collecting faith to condense divine power, and the kingship also needs to condense power to practice. However, the difference is that the vassal ability is two-way, the king can grant it, and the subjects can choose not to accept it. After accepting it, they will be blessed by the luck of the entire dynasty. Moreover, what is needed between the king and the subjects is a loyal and win-win alliance relationship, not a belief slavery. She paused, as if trying to organize her words to make them less difficult to understand, and gave an example. For example, Ace of Spades Black Knight, 3 of Spades Paladin, are knights that the king can directly appoint. And there are most of the order sequence J, Q high-level sequence, etc. Many professional sequences can directly obtain extraordinary abilities by making vassals. With the blessing of the kingship, the effect is comparable to the blessing brought by the magic solution. Cultivation is twice the result with half the effort, and bottlenecks are easy to break through, allowing extraordinary people to easily advance to the high level. It is said that as long as the dynasty's luck is strong enough, under the influence of the dynasty's luck, it can even allow card masters to directly reach the god level. Nanjing explained many secrets that only the high-ranking officials in the palace knew. At the end, she looked at the astonished people and added, in other words, this is a royal treasure that can change a person's fate. As soon as she finished speaking, it seemed as if everyone was relieved. When everyone heard this explanation, they all showed expressions of great enlightenment. At the same time, they also knew that the treasure produced in this relic had such an outrageous effect. It can actually allow a card master to directly reach the god level. What a good thing. When Ji Sun heard this description, he thought of a mythical item from his previous life. Isn't this the otherworldly version of Investiture of the Gods? But it sounds like this is a treasure exclusive to the Augustus royal family, and it's really useless to ordinary people. But Ji Sun's thoughts became active. Others can't use it, but Chujio seems to be able to use it? Chapter 416. The Southern Continent's Arel Empire is a country created by a dragonborn card master who is a vassal of the dragons. Higher creatures, like dragons, will not play the game of monarch and subject with humans, nor will they let humans control the kingship and luck. There is only slavery and submission. So this method has been discontinued for 3,000 years. After listening to Nanjing's words, Aragorn and the officers of the rebel dragon army all had wonderful expressions. No one expected that the K kingship sequence would have so many details. Ji-sun also found it amazing that the card master can not only practice hard, but also have the luck of the dynasty. With the help of the extraordinary characteristics of the K royal power sequence, with the blessing of the dynasty's luck, it can even change a person's fate. Oh, that's right, the Emperor's canonization. Doesn't it change a person's fate? Thinking of this, Ji-sun's mind became active again. 13 paths to the gods, 52 demon god sequences. It seems to be a carefully constructed extraordinary system. I originally thought that they were unrelated, with only occasional intersections of laws and abilities. I didn't expect that the appearance of a royal power sequence vassal ability instantly implicated the entire 52 sequences. It constitutes a pyramid-like practice system, which is independent of each other and complementary. What a wonderful practice system. Ji-sun thought of this, and while he was impressed by the exquisite inheritance of the card master, he suddenly had a new interest in the kingship. It turns out that power is not just political struggle or something. There is also the saying. This is the benefit of having an orthodox inheritance. Nanjing, as the descendant of the high priest, she described these ancient secrets in detail. After hearing this, a cadre next to Aragorn said, "Miss, are you the descendant of the high priest Nan family?" Before, Ji-sun introduced her, and he just said that she was his friend. Now, after hearing the words between the lines, they realized that this lady with a bald head was not ordinary. Nanjing didn't think she was special. Facing a group of seniors, who were much older than her, she nodded obediently yes. "My name is Nanjing. My mother is the high priest of this generation." As soon as these words came out, the man's expression immediately became solemn, and he introduced himself very solemnly, "Miss Nan, I am Dogus, and my ancestor was the commander of the Terran Palace Guard." Not only Dogus, but also two high-ranking members of the Dragon Rebel Army beside him also introduced themselves as soon as he spoke. Most of the high-ranking members of the Dragon Rebel Army today are descendants of the court of the Talon dynasty. 3,000 years have passed, and many of them still retain the court traditions of the past. This statement really has a bit of the meaning of making friends. 3,000 years ago, the ancestors of these people were colleagues, and they might have had a good relationship. You have to know that the high priest is second only to the emperor. This kind of relationship is like the seniority of a family, and it cannot be messed up for people who value tradition. People of higher seniority, regardless of age, must be polite and well-mannered. This. Nanjing was slightly overwhelmed by the inexplicably respectful attitude of this group of people. She looked at Ji-sun beside her for help, and her trembling eyes seemed to say, "What should I do?" She had never been treated like this since she was a child, and she was a little panicked. Ji-sun also responded with a slightly helpless look. Fortunately, Aragorn noticed Nanjing's discomfort. He took out something and said, "Miss Nan, since you are the descendant of the high priest, this thing will be handed over to you." Everyone looked closely, and found that it was an ancient book. The material is very special. It looks like the leather of some high-level creature, such as a dragon. Just taking it out immediately gives people a strong pressure from high-level creatures. The secret book of imperial canonization detailed explanation, the Augustus family's exclusive vassal policy, some royal relics of the Terran dynasty's luck. Only Augustus bloodline with royal destiny can use the vassal ability of the relics. Ji-sun looked at this thing, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Exclusive relics are only useful to the Augustus family. Others have no use for them. Even if the royal family of the southern continent takes them, they will only be a waste of goods in the warehouse. However, compared to this booklet whose efficacy has long been known, Ji-sun was attracted by the words. Remaining dynasty luck. Luck is extremely mysterious, and something that can only be encountered but not sought. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even though the Talon Empire collapsed 3,000 years ago, the broken bricks and tiles found in the ruins are not comparable to the royal family of the Orlan royal court in the East Wilderness. This bit of dynasty luck is probably a treasure for the descendants of Augustus. Ji-sun's first reaction was, "Can Chujo be used?" Nanjing looked at Aragorn and handed this thing to her directly, and she didn't know what to do. Since she said it was a treasure, the other party still gave it away. She looked at Ji-sun for help again. After all, it was the first time for her to meet the people of the Dragon Rebellion army, and there was no friendship between them. Ji-sun knew Aragon's generous character, and if he said he would give it to her, he must be giving it with sincerity. But he still asked, Aragon, you don't keep this thing? The 4 knights of the king of the Oran dynasty just came to ask for this thing, and you just gave it away. This doesn't seem good. Aragon said bluntly with an indifferent expression, this thing can only be used by the blood of Augustus, and it's useless for us to keep it. Don't you have a friend with royal blood? It just so happens that she can use it. As he said this, he looked at Ji-sun and smiled heartily, don't be so polite. Even the leader would do the same. After all, we now know that there are only 2 branches of the Augustus royal family. You can't give this thing to strangers instead of friends, right? Besides, this is indeed the intention of Griffith, the leader of the rebel dragon army. When she went to the misty abyss to seek the ascetic blind prophet to consult Ivan, she also divined the future of the rebel dragon army, and got some guidance. The torch of their card master civilization has an unclear relationship with the Augustus lineage, and the future is also entangled with each other. Ji-sun listened to this, and actually deduced some reasons in his mind, so he didn't say anything more. Okay. He took the book, and handed it to Nanjing. At the same time, Ji-sun also said, this secret book is very important to King Oran, and he will never give up easily. If he doesn't get it, it will probably be very troublesome. This thing that can gather the fortune of the dynasty is as effective as a divine weapon for a ruling regime. Of course he won't give up so easily. Aragon didn't take it seriously at all, and smiled. What's the trouble? Can we rob our things openly? Ji-sun thought, that was right. The Orlan royal family was far inferior to the Arel Empire. The rebel dragon army had been in the southern continent for so many years, so they were not afraid of anything. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hogan, one of the 4 knights of the king who had just left, stopped in a ruin not far away. He took out a card and used psychic magic, and a phantom wearing a crown suddenly appeared in front of him. Hogan respectfully reported to the phantom, Your Majesty, the rebel dragon army has not responded to your invitation to meet, and the secret book of imperial conferment has not been obtained. Judging from the current clues, the previous interception of the Void Dragon ship in Innocent City was most likely caused by the wanted criminal named Ji-sun. And that guy has a very close relationship with the 13 Knights, and even the subordinates of the traitor suspect that the people on the side of the rebel dragon army will give the secret book to the traitor. This phantom is none other than Arthur, the new king of Orlan in the East Wilderness. When Arthur heard this, his expression was not very good, and he snorted coldly, Humph, you don't know what's good for you. When the protector of the country moon god takes the insect mother Karakta as a divine servant, no one in the old continent can stop us. At that time, those guys of the Dragon Rebellion army will come to me on their own initiative. If they want to change the situation, they can only seek cooperation from us. But before that, let's give them a warning. Yes, Your Majesty. Hogan returned the greeting respectfully. Ji-sun will not underestimate the people of the Oran royal court. With the relationship with Princess Betty, even if the new King Arthur lives in the East Wilderness, he can fully grasp all the information of the South Continent and the Old Road. And Arthur is in the Tyrant sequence. This professional sequence is very strong, but if the kingship cannot suppress brutality, it will be contaminated by the devil's mark. Just like Ji-sun was polluted by the witch, this is a kind of mental distortion that cannot be reversed. With Arthur's personality, if he really guessed that the rebel dragon army did not want to give him the secret book of imperial enthronement, he would definitely be furious. In the current situation, it is not so bad that they will turn against each other, but it is certain that they will make some small moves. And the Orlan royal court has not laid out many chips in the old continent, and it is highly likely that they will not do it themselves. Either they use insects or people from the southern continent. Ji-sun can also think that the moon goddess Arachne can make the outer god elemental King Lagros. If he could make it his own servant, then this mysterious insect Queen Karakta is certainly possible. However, people like Lagong were originally baits to attract attention. They wanted to create opportunities for others who were exploring deep in the ruins, so they had to take risks. The Dragon Rebel Army was originally an organization that was always looking for trouble, and Ji-sun was not afraid of trouble. If they really had to fight, they were not afraid either. The group of people heartlessly found another fragment of the ruins to rest and recuperate. While recovering from their injuries, they also paid attention to the development of the insect swarm. Soon, a camp was set up in a city ruin. On the campfire, the broth was bubbling. Ji-sun and Aragon were chatting animatedly. These were all cadres of the Revolutionary Army. In addition to Aragon, there were 2 7th-level masters who had comprehended the domain. They were not stingy with Ji-sun's questions and answered all his questions. Moreover, They were all orthodox descendants of the Talon Palace and knew a lot. Ji-sun gained a lot. The atmosphere of the chat was harmonious and friendly. After dinner, everyone went back to their tents to rest. Because Ji-sun needed to rely on Nanjing to create a happy dream, the two of them simply lived in a tent. As soon as they entered the tent, Nanjing suddenly became interested and suggested, Ji-sun, what do you think about us summoning Sister Chujio? She had studied the secret book of Imperial Conferment for a long time before, and finally confirmed that there was still a lot of dynasty luck left in this secret book. At least for those below the demigod level, it was definitely a terrifying amount. For card masters, who needed to comprehend the laws of royal power, this was a great opportunity. Ji-sun certainly knew what she meant. Chujio was also at the critical threshold of advancing to the 6th level. The secret book of Imperial Conferment should be done sooner rather than later. And the three of them hadn't met for a long time, so he agreed immediately. Okay. Nanjing listened and immediately took out the spiritual scroll, infused it with spell power and slapped it, and a 9-pointed star formation lit up immediately. This kind of spiritual summoning was originally used in emergency situations, and the cost was very high. Of course, I would not be willing to use it on weekdays. But it's different now. The high cost of remote spiritual communication lies in the void energy consumed. Before, there was no place to find it, but now Ji-sun has killed many void mantises and has a lot of stocks in hand. Enough for many times of consumption. Just thinking about it, a pair of slender white legs came out from the spiritual communication array, followed by the hips, waist, and finally the cold and beautiful face. It was Chujio, who had not been seen for a long time. But her hair was still wet at this moment, and it looked like she had just taken a shower and her hair had not been dried yet. Chujio looked at Ji-sun and Nanjing in the tent, and her expression was slightly surprised. It seems that there is no danger? Before she could think about it, Nanjing gave her a close hug and said with a smile, Sister Chujio. Chujio glanced at Nanjing and said, I thought you were in trouble. She just took a shower and came here casually with a piece of clothes. It's been a long time since we last met. This old friend's temperament has become more and more cold. Ji-sun found that this was the influence of the career sequence. Looking at Chujio, he also greeted, long time no see. Chujio's eyes slowly turned, and she nodded, yeah. Finally, she looked at Ji-sun, and a strange color appeared in her blue eyes, and she added, you have changed a lot. The tacit understanding between friends instantly diluted everything. A simple sentence, no strangeness. Ji-sun smiled brightly and said, you too? The last time we met, I was only the 4th level, and now I am the 6th level. The change is indeed not small. But Chujio's change is also very big. Even though she was deliberately restrained, Ji-sun could still sense the ethereal coldness on her. Among all the 6th level people Ji-sun had met so far, he had only felt this feeling on Gongwu. It was not about the level of the rank, but an indescribable high-level artistic conception. The relationship between the three was very special. It felt like childhood friends who grew up together, from the beginning as a small card player to now. After a simple greeting, the atmosphere became familiar and warm again. Nanjing asked mysteriously, Sister Chujio, has your practice been going well recently? Chujio said calmly, I found some opportunities, and it went smoothly. But I'm still a long way from a breakthrough. She was right. Normal people might be stuck at the bottleneck of the 7th level for a lifetime. I am no different. Moreover, to get her career sequence, I need a deep understanding of the law of kingship, which requires a great opportunity. Nanjing couldn't hide her thoughts. She smiled and took out the secret book of Imperial Conferment, and said, Sister Chujio, what are you looking at? As soon as the item was taken out, Chujio, who was a descendant of Augustus, knew what the secret book was better than others. She couldn't hide her surprise in her crystal eyes. Is this the canonization secret book? Yes. Nanjing nodded. This was given by Ji-sun's friend. Chujio then realized that Tong Ling came here for this reason, and glanced at Ji-sun. Ji-sun smiled. Their eyes touched for a moment, and without saying much, he understood. Chujio looked at the secret book, and finally there was a slight fluctuation in her cold eyes, and she said softly, thank you. Ji-sun smiled and said modestly, it was given by Aragorn and the others. It has nothing to do with me. Having said that, Chujio also knew that it was because of Ji-sun. There is no need for courtesy between true friends, and she took the secret book. This secret book is just an unusable ornamental relic in the hands of others, but the moment she got it, it seemed as if the spirit came alive. The tent was opened, and an indescribable royal aura suddenly burst out from Chujio. Huh? Ji-sun, Nanjing, and even Chujio herself all exclaimed. Although they all knew what the secret book was now, It was the first time they saw that this royal treasure had such power. Chujio held the secret book in her hand, and in an instant, she seemed to have become an emperor sitting on the throne. An unrivaled majesty of the superior instantly enveloped her whole body, and it was a kind of domineering aura that made all things submit. At this moment, the remaining royal aura of the 3,000 years of the Talon dynasty seemed to have found its home, perfectly integrated into Chujio's icy aura, and it became higher and higher. If it doesn't stop like this, it seems that the momentum will directly reach a bottleneck. Ji-sun himself is already at the 6th level, so when he saw the scene, he could more clearly sense the unstoppable momentum of Chujio's breakthrough and change, and at the same time he exclaimed in his heart, "Is the dynasty's luck blessing so strong?" He witnessed what Nanjing said before, that the dynasty's luck blessing would assist in cultivation. Now, of course, it is too mysterious to understand. This is a method beyond Ji-sun's current cognition. And because it is a bloodline match, this secret book is completely tailor-made for Chujio. Chujio's eyes were full of energy, as if she had seen too many high-level insights. After a few breaths, the confused look became clear, and she seemed to have gradually mastered the secret of the secret book. She was not in a hurry to gain insights, and her high aura was instantly retracted and returned to normal. Even her current state of mind was indescribably agitated. Chujio looked at Ji-sun and Nanjing, and said with a complicated expression, "This secret book is very important to me. The dynasty's luck and the law of kingship in this secret book can't be found anywhere else." She never expected that the great opportunity she had been looking for would come to her by chance. It felt like a dream. After a pause, she said again, "Thank you." But it seemed that no matter what she said at this moment, she could not express this seemingly understated but sincere friendship. For her, this was a very strange feeling. It had been a long time. It seemed to be getting familiar again. Ji-sun smiled indifferently. "That's good." Nanjing, who was standing beside her, smiled with dimples, revealing her cute little tiger teeth. "It's just a treasure. It's best if a friend can use it." Seeing that Chujio and the secret book of Imperial Conferment are compatible, Ji-sun is also happy. If this can really become an opportunity for her to advance in the future, as a friend, he is also looking forward to it. After a brief chat about the current situation, Chujio calmed down and prepared to continue to integrate the luck in the secret book. Ji-sun started his daily compulsory homework. He took out the moon, and Nanjing beside him also prepared a spell. Chujio saw the scene and also noticed something, and asked, "What's wrong?" Before Ji-sun could explain, Nanjing excitedly took the initiative to say, Ji-sun was contaminated by the relic. "We are going to prepare a joyful dream to suppress his tendency to become a witch." Chujio frowned slightly and repeated, "Deformed witch." "Yes." Nanjing nodded, and a hint of teasing suddenly flashed in his eyes. "I don't want to see Ji-sun become a witch. It seems that sharing this secret with someone will not be so embarrassing." Chujio listened and showed a hint of thought, as if thinking about how to solve this problem. But thinking hard was fruitless. She looked at Ji-sun and wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. In her impression, witch pollution is irreversible. Ji-sun looked at Chujio's serious expression and explained, "It's a small problem. It seems to be suppressed at present." After saying this, no one said anything. Because there is no better way. The three of them started to do their own things. With the help of Nanjing, Ji-sun quickly entered a happy dream. But it's strange, I don't know if it's because I've seen it before, so it will appear in the dream, or for some other reason. Ji-sun actually met Chujio for the first time in a joyful dream, not long after the daily dream time ended. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a pretty face with a bun on top. A sly look flashed in Nanjing's eyes, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Ji-sun, did you dream of anything special today?" When Ji-sun saw the expression of Miss Bun, he knew that she must have taken the initiative to create some dream content. Chujio, who was standing aside, heard the conversation between the two and seemed to understand. He glanced at her, and there was no difference between his eyebrows. Chapter 417. With one more person in the tent, it didn't seem crowded. Ji-sun began his daily meditation study. Chujio continued to try to establish resonance with the spirit of the secret book of imperial canonization. Nanjing, on the other hand, held his cheek and boredly flipped through the scroll of the high priest's inheritance, which recorded the profound knowledge that must be memorized. The three of them were doing their own things, occasionally chatting. They didn't feel bored, but their tacit understanding became stronger. A few hours passed without them noticing. It was originally a normal daily practice, but because of Chujio and the secret book, it became a little special. When Ji-sun was meditating, he was distracted and observed Chujio. It was because the change in the momentum of this old friend was too exaggerated. Chujio was completely immersed in the mysterious state that seemed to be a magic solution, and the wisdom of enlightenment appeared in her eyes from time to time. Her bloodline and royal power seemed to be recognized by the spirit of the weapon. The secret book in her hand symbolized the domineering royal power, and the restrained black light became more and more dazzling. At the same time, the surging power of the dynasty's luck that remained in the secret book also poured into her body. With the blessing of luck, Chujio seemed to have entered a very mysterious state. His face was still cold, but it was filled with an increasingly difficult to describe tyranny of a superior. Ji-sun had met the great counselor of the Eastern Wilderness Card Master Federation, the new King Arthur of the Orlan Royal Court, and the princes and princesses of the southern continent before. They were all considered true superiors. However, he had never seen the kind of emperor-like feeling that Chujio exuded in anyone before, which made people feel like they wanted to submit willingly from the depths of their souls. This kind of pressure from the life level feels like the divine power that Gongwu realized when he entered the semi-god realm, and it also feels like the dragon power of a giant dragon. But there are also big differences. This is not a simple tyranny. It is a kind of kingly momentum that seems to rule over billions of lives. Ji-sun can also see that with this power, Chujio seems to be crossing the threshold from human to semi-god realm that has shackled countless genius card masters. While happy for his friend, Ji-sun also found some problems. He found that he seemed to be able to resonate with the royal majesty revealed by Chujio. It felt like he could be the emperor, but he had no interest in it. He could comprehend the kingship, but he was hiding in the dark. A very strange resonance. Strange, could it be because of Joker? Ji-sun pondered this feeling carefully and thought so. After all, Joker is a random card. It can replace any sequence of the 52 occupation sequences. And Lanlingster, the founding emperor of the Talon dynasty, also fused this demon mark. Ji-sun thought that this might be the reason for the resonance. He really had no interest in the imperial power. But he had a strong expectation for this resonance. The shadow of the clown appeared behind him, and Ji-sun's restrained mind, with the blessing of super high comprehension, he immediately captured a law power that he had never touched before. Domineering, majestic, mysterious, and high above. Ji-sun's thoughts turned, and he immediately guessed that this was the royal power law that was only circulated by card masters, and ordinary people could not touch at all. He had seen a statement in an ancient book before. It is said that a card master who comprehends the law of kingship will naturally cross the threshold of the 7th level, because kingship itself represents supremacy. This is the same as humans comprehending divine power and entering the semi-god realm, a kind of usurpation of fate and life level. Now that he has sensed that, Ji-sun feels that this legend may be true. Is it really possible? After Ji-sun discovered this, he immediately immersed himself in this state of perception. Of course, the source of perception is all on Chujio. He just rubbed the kingship luck. Chujio, who was standing by, of course also noticed Ji-sun's change in state, because she clearly felt a feeling of someone spying on her. It was as if someone was standing behind the queen throne, and all the secrets about the royal power were seen by someone. However, because he was a friend worthy of entrusting his life to, Chujio did not reject him, nor did she think there was anything wrong with him. Moreover, the two of them practiced together, which diluted the loneliness on the frozen throne. Not long after, Nanjing, who was standing by, also saw the royal power law lingering around the two of them, tilted his head and thought about it, and while he was surprised, he seemed to have seen it somewhere before. Thinking of this, the bald-headed lady took out several ancient books and started to read them. The secret book of imperial conferment, the surprises brought by it were far more than that. And Chujio seemed to have an extraordinary fit with the relics of the Talon Palace 3,000 years ago. Just a few hours later, the secret book in Chujio's hand suddenly burst into a dazzling golden color. Before, it was a mysterious black light, but now, it was a golden black light that symbolized the orthodoxy of royal power. Coincidentally, the flag of the Talon dynasty was the totem of a golden-crowned eagle with a black background and golden patterns. Suddenly, Chujio opened her eyes from meditation and murmured to herself, "I seem to have completely mastered the use of this relic." When she said this, Ji-sun and Nanjing in the tent cast curious glances. Nanjing blinked and asked curiously, "Sister Chujio, are you saying that you can use the power of vassal now?" Chujio looked at the two of them, pondered for a moment, organized her words, and then said in a not-so-sure tone, "I think it might be." Because she had never been in power, she didn't know whether the new power she had just acquired was the legendary vassal power. It was just that she had a resonance with the secret book just now, which made her confirm that she could use this relic. After thinking about it, Chujio suggested, "How about Xiaonan? I write your name on it and try? In this way, you may also be able to share this dynasty's luck. When Nanjing heard this, expectation and curiosity also appeared in her crystal eyes. Okay. Luck and other things don't matter. She is really curious about the extraordinary ability of this ancient emperor. Chujio didn't waste time and opened the secret book. Others saw it as just blank pages, but in her eyes, they were gray names. Like a family tree, these are all former ministers of the once glorious Terran dynasty. Those who can be included in the secret book of the emperor's canonization are all famous figures in history. Chujio wrote Nanjing's name on it. In this simple tent, Queen Yu began her first canonization. The moment her name was recorded in the book, it seemed to trigger some kind of mysterious high-level contract power. Miss Wanzitu immediately sensed some changes, and said in surprise, "Hey, it really works." Ji-sun looked at her, and was also curious about what it felt like to be a vassal, and whether it was as mysterious as the legend said. Nanjing rolled her eyes and thought for a while, trying to describe it. Well, it's a bit like a two-way contract of a psychic, which is somewhat binding, but can be broken at any time. Just when she said this, her pretty face suddenly lit up, and she said in surprise, "I feel the dynasty's luck." She has always known the existence of this power. More than 200 years ago, the Oran dynasty did not fall, and their Nan family also enjoyed the dynasty's luck. This is also the most important reason why all the high priests of all generations can enter the legendary realm, in addition to inheritance. At this moment, a mysterious power like a magic solution was also rising from Nanjing's body. In an instant, her whole aura seemed to become mysterious. With the blessing of luck, it seemed that from today, some of the fate lines in the future have changed. Ji-sun saw the traces of those illusory fate lines here. At the same time, he was also very curious, raised his eyes, and happened to meet Chujio's eyes. Chujio knew what he was thinking and asked, "How about Jishuan, you try it too?" Jishuan agreed, "Okay." After being canonized, I felt a bit like a subject. But none of the three of them cared. Chujio immediately wrote down another name, but just after writing it down, she suddenly said in confusion, "Huh?" Jishuan asked, "What's wrong?" Chujio pointed to the canonization secret book in her hand, and explained with a frown, "I am sure it was written down. But your name didn't show up," he added, "and Xianan's name is on it." The three of them were a little surprised when he heard this. Did it fail? But a moment later, Ji-sun felt a great force of luck pouring into his body. In a moment, all kinds of curiosity turned into real understanding. It was like the first time he touched the power of magic solution, which was an indescribable super-level cognitive blessing. But it was precisely because he confirmed that he had also received the luck feedback from the secret book that he said with a strange look, "I also felt the power of luck." This made Chujio and Nanjing even more confused. The vassal was successful, so why didn't his name appear in the secret book? The hidden name was like a shadow, which was never recorded in the history books, but it really existed. None of the three had any experience, and they didn't know what was going on. Ji-sun probably guessed the reason. The vassal ability of the K kingship sequence seemed to be useless to Joker. Joker was not in the 50-second sequence value. Moreover, the sequence should be above K. Chujio and Nanjing knew about Ji-sun's situation, and they thought it should be so. None of the three could explain this question, so they didn't think about it anymore. Now the three of them have enjoyed the luck of the dynasty, and can comprehend the mystery of the blessing of this luck together. And after their names were recorded in the secret book of imperial canonization, the three of them seemed to have a feeling of being tied together by a thread of fate, and some kind of extraordinary bond was also involved. It was a bit like the feeling of teaming up to fight monsters, and sharing experience in the game in the previous life. It seems that the more people there are in this team, the more prosperous the luck will be, and the more feedback everyone will get. Ji-sun can't accurately describe that feeling. But it's a good thing after all. This kind of feedback is even more exaggerated for Chujio, the White Queen. In her own words, the moment she got the blessing of luck, it seemed that she saw the threshold of the 7th level all of a sudden. At this moment, Ji-sun finally understood why the rank of the new King Arthur of the Orlan royal court soared after he ascended the throne. And the benefits of luck are not limited to this. As they chatted, Chujio thought of something, and suddenly took out a silver holy grail. Ji-sun knew what this was. One of the 4 sacred objects of the kingship, the Sismak Holy Grail. This treasure was found by himself, Chujio, and the light chaser Jiayu in the other dimensional space of Battle of Iron Forge. Ji-sun didn't know what Chujio meant by taking out this holy object at this moment. But the moment she took it in her hand, a dazzling silver holy light from the Holy Grail illuminated the entire tent. At this moment, Chujio holding the Holy Grail was like an emperor ascending the throne. Even if he deliberately restrained himself, The pressure of the king who dominated everything was as aggressive as the tide. And in the originally empty Holy Grail, a few drops of crystal clear holy water condensed. Ji Sun and Nanjing saw this scene with their eyes wide open. As if witnessing the new emperor ascending the throne, an indescribable shock surged in their hearts like a tide. This is... Ji Sun suddenly realized that the dynasty's destiny might be the energy of Sismak Holy Grail. Before, Chujio was alone. She was not like her half-brother Arthur, who had royal power. So even if she held the Holy Grail, one of the 4 royal sacred objects, it would not be of much help to her. However, now, Chujio used the remaining dynasty luck in the secret book to activate the true power contained in the Holy Grail. Chujio's face was full of majesty, and the cold air between her fingers lingered on the Holy Grail, and she also fell into that mysterious state of perception. Ji Sun narrowed his eyes slightly, and felt very emotional in his heart. This is the foundation. Augustus can be said to be the top family inheritance in this world. Now that he has personally witnessed a top rich second generation, Ji Sun once again felt the importance of inheritance. While he was curious about the efficacy of the Holy Grail, he looked at the few drops of holy water condensed in the Holy Grail, and his mind was racing. He himself relied on this holy water to extend his life. Now that he saw the holy water appear again, didn't that mean that some mushroom head could be saved? However, before they could think about it, a weak voice came from outside the tent. "Brother Ji Sun, is there something wrong with you?" It was Aragorn who spoke. Hearing the tone, he seemed a little entangled. He felt uneasy if he didn't ask. If he asked, he was afraid of disturbing the people in the tent to do something private. When Ji Sun and the other 2 heard it, they knew that the outsiders might find out what happened in the tent. But what puzzled them was that they used the rune tent exclusively for the royal family of the southern continent, because they were afraid of the moon pollution leaking out. How could the outsiders sense something? Without thinking much, Ji Sun opened the tent, and the 3 of them walked out. Outside the tent, not only Aragorn, but also several other members of the Revolutionary Army poked their heads out of their tents with strange expressions. This strange phenomenon was so exaggerated that they had to pay attention to it. They thought that something went wrong with Ji Sun's practice, but when they saw Ji Sun come out safely, they were relieved. Wait. 3 people? The eyes of the Rebel Dragon Army were also frozen for a moment. Weren't there 2 people in the tent yesterday, Ji Sun and Miss Nan? How come there is 1 more after one night? They didn't wonder how the person came out, and their first reaction was that Ji Sun was very lucky. However, after looking at Chujio's beautiful and cold face, everyone immediately restrained the playful expressions that had not yet appeared, and their eyes could not hide their shock. Not only was he amazed at Chujio's beauty, but more importantly, he was also amazed at the kingly aura that dominated the world. That aura was like the might of a dragon, a suppression of life level, and it was not something anyone could fake. The faces of the Rebel Dragon Army all became serious. Aragorn's expression froze on his face, as he was about to say something. Seeing that Ji Sun and the other 2 came out without any problems, he felt a little sorry for interrupting a good thing. However, when he saw Chujio, he immediately realized that this person's identity was different. Aragorn was stunned for a moment, and apologized. "Sorry, Brother Jishun, I disturbed your rest." He pointed at the black gold light in the void and explained, "Just now, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the void, and then I found that it was the energy of your tent that was pulled, and I thought something unexpected happened." Jishun saw the black gold light that was exactly the same as the secret book, and immediately understood something. It must be the movement before the 9th day of the first lunar month that triggered some strange phenomena in the world. Before opening the tent, Aragorn didn't know what this strange phenomenon was. But when he saw Chujio at this moment, he seemed to understand. Ji Sun took the initiative to introduce, "This is my friend, Chujio, a descendant of Augustus." He then introduced Chujio to Aragorn and the others. Both parties nodded politely, and they were considered acquainted. The high-ranking officials of the Rebel Dragon Army had heard of Ji Sun's friend a long time ago, and they suddenly understood. After the introduction, Ji Sun said, "Didn't you get the secret book of conferment before? I thought of trying to channel my friend here. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly," and Chujio got the resonance of the secret book. A person who has been summoned by spirits? Hearing this incredible method, the corners of Aragorn's eyes twitched slightly. Ji Sun looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky and said, "I think this may be caused by the secret book. Sorry to trouble you all." Actually, Aragorn and others had guessed it. After all, the temperament displayed by Chujio was too special. Aragorn also laughed and said, "Oh, so that's the case. It's good that it's okay." The other officers of the Rebel Dragon Army didn't mind at all. It was not just because Ji Sun had a close relationship with their organization. It was also because they had a greater respect for Chuchio, a member of the Augustus royal family, because of their bloodline inheritance. However, since it was their first time meeting, Chuchio was cold and didn't seem to have much to talk about. They just said a few words. No one took it seriously. There was a lot of noise here, so they couldn't stay any longer. It happened that they had rested for a night, so they discussed and started to move the camp. 2 days passed in a flash. Everyone wandered around in the void ruins, asking for information. The situation developed as expected. Before, the mysterious insect mother Karakta awakened, and the Holy Church's large army was dispersed, and it seemed that not many survived. Ji-sun's group also intercepted and killed 2 groups of defeated soldiers from the southern continent hiding in the ruins. However, it was a little surprising that those insects did not continue to expand after spreading a large area of the void. Ji-sun suspected that it might be the people of the Orlan royal court who were causing trouble. But even if he knew, there was nothing he could do. Surrounded by a sea of insects, no one could go deep into the ruins to find out the situation. Ji-sun and his group fought guerrilla warfare every day and wandered around the ruins. However, one day, an accident occurred. In a city ruin, Ji-sun and his group were preparing to eat by the campfire. Aragorn suddenly sensed something and took out a scroll to activate it. Then a graffiti-style door was drawn in the void, and then a beautiful woman walked out of the door. The person who came was none other than the leader of the rebel dragon army, the fated Nellie D. Griffith. However, before everyone asked what happened, Griffith spurted out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, he was seriously injured. Chapter 418. Leader. Aragorn and his Panlong army looked at their leader Griffith, who came out of the oil painting door, and their expressions were full of worry. Ji-sun also frowned as he looked at him. Griffith not only vomited blood, but her condition was also very strange. She looked like a character from a black and white movie, and at this moment, she was completely black and white. She spat out a mouthful of black blood, and her breath was visibly weakened. For a 9th-level person to lose his composure like this, the injury must be serious. Ji-sun knew that Griffith was a painter sequence, and this state looked a bit like a supernatural power out of control. But what puzzled him more was that this supernatural person at the peak of the card master was actually injured. She also mastered some of the laws of space, and could run away even if she couldn't win. So how could she be injured so seriously? Griffith waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. She glanced at Ji-sun from the corner of her eye and nodded slightly, as if to greet the guest. She glanced at Chuchio and Nanjing from the corner of her eye, and a subtle strange color flashed in her crystal eyes. Everyone sat around the fire. Griffith took several potions, and her face looked a little rosy. Gradually, her whole body changed from black and white to the colorful colors of a normal human. Aragorn couldn't help asking, "Chief, what happened?" "We were ambushed by the Cardinal of the Holy See just now," Griffith explained lightly. The Cardinal is a clergyman whose status is second only to the Pope, and is also the peak combat power of the Holy See. Everyone understood what happened after listening to this. However, Ji-sun's eyes were full of thought, and he noticed something fishy during the deduction. In a blink of an eye, Griffith looked at everyone's puzzled expressions and explained in detail, "I don't know what means those people from the Holy See used to discover our adventure team exploring the ruins. In order not to cause greater losses, I deliberately showed up to lead people here, but I didn't expect to be ambushed." The rebel dragon army frowned as they listened, but they seemed to be accustomed to this daily life of being chased and blocked. Aragorn realized the seriousness of the situation and asked again, "Are we going to join the battle?" After all, the most important purpose of their dragon rebel army coming to the ruins this time is to develop it first. This side is just bait, and the exploration team over there is the main force. Not for now. Griffith shook his head and said, "Those people are now heading for the different dimensions and queens in the ruins, and they can't get away in a short time." As she said this, it seemed that she was explaining this specifically to Ji-sun. "We just discovered several different dimensions related to Battle of Behemoth 2 days ago, and we are sending people to explore. If nothing unexpected happens, it is the space closest to the truth of the battle that destroyed the Talon dynasty. However, the development is very difficult, and the progress is not fast. Now that it has been discovered by the people of the Holy See, it seems that there will be more trouble." After saying this, Ji-sun has actually deduced the biggest possibility. "No one present is an outsider," he said directly. "It should be that the people from the Orlan royal court deliberately attracted the Holy See." Everyone nodded in agreement when he said this. The purpose is also very simple. Whether it was the people of the Arel Empire or the Rebel Dragon Army team that developed the ruins, the Orlan royal court could do nothing about it. In order to prevent either side from succeeding, The best option for the Orlan royal court was to let the two sides fight, so that they could benefit from it. Just like the jar of the insect mother Caracta that was unsealed in the ruins before. They took advantage of others to explore the ruins at a huge cost, and in the end, the guys of the Orlan royal family took advantage of their familiarity with the ruins and reaped the benefits. As for how to determine the location of the rebel dragon army, if the people of the Orlan royal court can place a spy in the upper echelons of the Holy See, then it is not surprising that there are informants in the Alliance army or even the rebel dragon army. The situation was indeed quite bad, but it was not unexpected. Moreover, the dragon rebels had been fighting the Holy See for thousands of years, so this time was nothing special for them. After Griffith said a few words, he looked at Ji-sun and the other two. Although she had received the message before and knew about the existence of Chu Jiao and Nanjing, but seeing them in person, the leader of the dragon rebels could not hide his surprise. But thinking that he was a friend of Ji-sun, it seemed that he could understand it. Aragorn and the others knew that Chu Jiao and Nanjing had special identities, and guessed that their leader had some secrets to discuss, so they went to patrol the surrounding area very tactfully. Only Griffith and Ji-sun were left by the bonfire. Ji-sun could see that the leader of the dragon rebels had something to say. After all, she had asked a lot of questions about the Augustus royal family of the Eastern Wasteland in the Void Rift before. At that time, Ji-sun actually saw that the dragon rebels had some inexplicable sense of belonging to the royal bloodline, which seemed to be related to some ancient contracts. The facts were similar to what Ji-sun had guessed. The empire was doomed to collapse, so the royal court sent Shinhua to other places. The people who led the Shinhua team were all officials loyal to the Augustus royal family. Augustus sent the Shinhua not only to continue the civilization of the Kashi, but also to leave some arrangements to continue the rule of the royal family. Therefore, it also involved some ancient blood contracts unknown to outsiders. Although both parties knew each other's identities, Ji-sun took the initiative to introduce, "This is Ms. Griffith, the leader of the rebel dragon army. After all, they are top-level masters. Even Chu Jiao and Nanjing, who have special identities, are in awe when they see them." However, what people didn't expect was that before Ji-sun finished introducing, Griffith stood up and showed a very friendly smile. Then he looked at the two people holding the outer hem of the skirt and performed a very ancient court etiquette, "Meet your highness the princess." This scene was like the vigiler encountered in the royal mausoleum of Rune Highlands. Although Chu Jiao, who already had the potential of a king, had no strange expression on his face, he was not used to this title and hurriedly said, "Ms. Griffith, you misunderstood, I am not a princess." Hearing this, Griffith shook his head and showed a casual smile, saying, "You are the descendant of Augustus, so of course you are a princess. My ancestor was once an eunuch in the court of Talon, so it is appropriate to call you that." Ji-sun had spent a few days with this person before. He was also familiar with his personality. The leader of the rebel dragon army did not have the arrogance of a top-level strongman at all, but was more like an easygoing and casual artist. Chu Jiao heard this, glanced at Ji-sun, and said nothing more. This kind of affinity also made the atmosphere less serious. Griffith smiled and nodded to the bald-headed lady, Priest Nan. "You are just as Ji-sun said before, cute and beautiful." This was more casual, like meeting a new friend. Nanjing was slightly stunned when she heard this, and a trace of panic immediately appeared on her round face, and she said, "No way, Miss Griffith, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." Although she was happy to be praised, she didn't dare to respond to being praised by a lady who was prettier than herself. Ji-sun didn't know what he was thinking of when he heard this, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The witch's beauty was indeed extraordinary. To be honest, he had never seen a lady more perfect than Griffith in appearance. Hearing Nanjing's words, Griffith smiled gently, and all kinds of charm were revealed in his eyes. She asked back, "Didn't Ji-sun tell you about my career sequence?" Chu Jiao and Nanjing cast curious glances when they heard this, as if wondering why she asked this. After a moment of shock, Nanjing seemed to react. "Could it be that you?" Griffith admitted generously, "Yes. I am a witch." As soon as these words came out, Chu Jiao and Nanjing's expressions were obviously different. They didn't expect that such a beautiful lady would be a gender-changed witch. Witches are completely female in both physiological structure and psychology. Legend has it that there were many eunuchs in the Terran Palace who took this extraordinary sequence. Ji-sun has been standing by and didn't say anything. Indeed, I have never mentioned this issue before. After all, this is someone else's privacy. As soon as these words came out, it seemed that some subtle embarrassment was diluted. Ji-sun also secretly thought that this person was really good at dealing with people. Griffith had learned about Chu Jiao's existence from Ji-sun before. Although he had never seen him, he had actually guessed a little bit. To be regarded as a close friend by Ji-sun, there must be some characteristics that resonate with him. Griffith was actually very optimistic about Chujio's lineage, although there was no Augustus bloodline in power. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I have confirmed many of my previous thoughts. But Griffith did not say much. After getting to know each other, they talked more about gossip. For example, the ancient court legends that have been passed down for 3,000 years. For example, how the last emperor, the Mad King Alduin, turned from a wise ruler to a tyrant, how the Moon Queen Montini was so beautiful that she fascinated everyone, and how the high priest Nanshinyu was so powerful. These powerful people who once ruled a great empire left a strong mark in history. Although Chujio and Nanjing have special identities, they have never heard those stories due to the lack of civilization. And unlike Ji-sun, who was listening, they heard the stories of their own ancestors. Although they had never seen it, it was the origin flowing in their blood. Ji-sun also listened with relish. History is really like a 1,000-layer cake. The same history happened, but the historical truth seen from different angles is different. After all, Griffith's ancestor was a palace eunuch, and the story she told was even more true than the historical materials. Like reminiscing about the past, they slowly told those unknown stories. They chatted for a long time. With the relationship passed down from their ancestors, the atmosphere of the chat quietly became very warm. Nanjing was more cheerful, and she would even ask some questions on her own initiative occasionally. Although Chujio didn't say anything, she listened very seriously. As they chatted, they no longer felt unfamiliar as if they had just met for the first time. Instead, there was a special friendship that came from the ancient ancestors. However, suddenly, an accident happened. Griffith's expression changed as he was talking. She seemed to be trying to suppress something, but she couldn't hold back the spiciness in her throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Nanjing glanced at the chaotic aura leaked from her body when she vomited blood just now, frowned and said, "Your injuries are very serious." Griffith looked unconcerned and said, "Well, it's an old injury. It's not a big problem." Others didn't know that the injuries on her body were not just left by the previous encirclement, and the old injuries from before. Nanjing has been working part-time as a doctor. She doesn't think this is a big problem, she said bluntly, but I sense that there is a very chaotic high-level order law eroding your body. Although you are now relying on your strong strength to suppress the injury, if you don't deal with it, it will definitely get worse, especially if you can't get injured again. Griffith was slightly surprised to hear that Nanjing saw the true situation of his injury at a glance, and then smiled. "You are worthy of being the Southern Priest. I have seen many doctors for my injury, but many of them didn't even understand my injury." She raised her eyebrows and glanced at Ivan, who was sleeping in Ji-sun's pocket. She explained with a slightly helpless tone, "I had a fight with the Holy See's Pope, Polar Anti-A, Russell. I got this injury. Order is also a high-level law. This kind of injury is difficult to completely solve except by time. Last time she took Ivan away, she didn't escape so easily. Instead, she was chased by 7 or 8 top masters, including the Holy See's Pope, for more than half a month. Although he finally escaped, he was also seriously injured." Ji-sun also looked solemn when he heard this. Only then did he know that the leader of the Dragon Rebellion army had such a serious old injury. Griffith didn't care at all, but said, "But that guy's condition is no better than mine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hiding in the headquarters of the church and dared not go out recently." Ji-sun guessed a lot after hearing this. Griffith had a hidden injury, and few people in the Dragon Rebellion army probably knew about it. After all, he is the leader, and there is no point in talking about the problems that cannot be solved, except to affect morale. And the fact that she was surrounded and attacked before was not just an accidental encounter, it was very likely that the church deliberately hunted her down. If this hidden injury could be treated, it would have been solved long ago. Obviously it can't. Everyone present can think of it. Nanjing wanted to help, but her current ability was powerless to deal with such high-level law injuries. "Sorry, I can't solve it either." Griffith comforted her, "It's okay for now." But as soon as she said this, Chujio, who had not spoken before, spoke up, "Chief Griffith, if you don't mind, I have some holy water here, which should be able to heal your injuries." As she spoke, she took out a silver cup filled with holy water. Sismac Holy Grail? Griffith's eyes froze as he looked at her. She had received intelligence before, and knew that the 4 great royal sacred vessels were in the hands of Ji-sun's friends. But she was surprised that Chujio, who had the Holy Grail in his hand, exuded an indescribable aura of an emperor, supreme majesty, yet benevolent and amiable. Even though Griffith was already at the 9th level, he was still inexplicably impressed by this aura. She knew that this might came mostly from the Holy Grail, the Royal Holy Artifact. But being able to activate the power of the Royal Holy Artifact means that the holder's royal destiny has been established and recognized by the Holy Grail. Griffith thought of too much at once, and was rarely stunned. Coming back to her senses, she saw that the silver-haired Chujio had already handed the Holy Grail in the air. Looking at the still water in the crystal cup, her eyes swept across the complex. Of course, she knew that the water of the Sismark Holy Grail was said to be able to heal all injuries and remove negative states. This holy water is one of the few things in the world that can heal her current injuries. I didn't expect to be so lucky that it happened to be right in front of me. Griffith looked again, and there was only purity in the eyes of the silver-haired girl. There was no other motive in handing over the Holy Grail. Only sincerity. Chujio looked at the other party and explained, I can get the recognition of the Holy Grail and condense these holy waters, which is also directly related to the secret book of imperial canonization sent by your organization a few days ago. She has a cold personality and doesn't speak tactfully. But the meaning is conveyed. Ji-sun watched from the side and was not surprised that Chujio would do such a thing. He also knew that his friend did not want to give holy water for anything, but just didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Just like when they first met in Space 407, the girl never liked to owe anyone a favor. If she owed someone a favor, she would definitely pay it back. Besides, holy water is renewable. Although it is unknown how long it will take to condense a cup, now that Chujio's royal power fate has condensed, there will definitely be more in the future. Besides, there must be some other relics in this relic that contain the dynasty's fortune. Your Highness, just call me by my name. Griffith certainly understood everything. Her crystal eyes reflected the crystal waves in the Holy Grail, as if she was thinking about something. It was as if some important historical moment was taking place. For a moment, it seemed as if time had stopped for 2 breaths. Suddenly, the seriousness on Griffith's face disappeared. She smiled and stood up, and after performing an ancient court etiquette again, she happily took the Holy Grail. Thank you, Your Highness. At her current state, some people can be seen through at a glance. Chujio frowned slightly, still not used to this title, but it seemed that it was not so strange. Ji-sun watched from the side. Suddenly there was a very strange feeling. It was as if some unreal pictures appeared in front of me. History and reality overlapped. It seems that such a scene had been staged in the Terran Palace 3,000 years ago. But at that time, it was King Augustus and some other important officials. Now it was Chujio and Griffith. Griffith did not hesitate, took the holy cup and drank the holy water in one gulp. In an instant, a touch of holy silver light surged on her body. At the same time, the paleness and fatigue on that beautiful face instantly dissipated. Even some hidden injuries that had accumulated for many years were swept away. Ji-sun had experienced this feeling, and knew that it was the healing power of the holy water that dealt with the stubborn illness and hidden injuries. In just a blink of an eye, Griffith's whole person was refreshed, and his crystal eyes were shining. She was already beautiful, and now it was like she had added a layer of filter, and her beauty was dazzling. Yes, the whole person was glowing. Griffith himself also felt the new state of his body. She had never felt so good before. This holy water not only healed the hidden injuries, but also eliminated all the hidden dangers left by her extraordinary advancement over the years. At this moment, Griffith felt more relaxed than ever before. And there was a powerful and surging extraordinary power in his body. Ji-sun, Chujio, and Nanjing also looked at the glowing Griffith in front of them, and their eyes were all stagnant. I could vaguely feel how strong a 9th-level card master in his prime was. However, the strange vision was submerged in an instant, and Griffith restrained the overflowing extraordinary light. She looked at Chujio, then looked at Ji-sun and Nanjing, and this top-level strongman said sincerely, "Thank you." Some of the fortunes that she had asked the blind prophet to divine, at this moment, she seemed to see come true. This thank you was meaningful. Ji-sun smiled and shook his head, not thinking it was his own credit. Ji-sun had also received a lot of help from the rebel dragon army before, which was at most a favor. There is nothing to be hypocritical about. On the contrary, he thought of something else. Griffith was a little passive when he was injured before, but now he has recovered from his injury. The current situation has changed again. The leader of the Dragon Rebellion army obviously thought the same as him. We can talk about thanking him later. But for now, we can take advantage of this information gap and make a big move. Griffith's crystal eyes flashed with wisdom, and he said, "I'm afraid those guys in the Holy See can't think that I am now healed from my injury." Chapter 419. The Holy See ambushed and killed Griffith, the leader of the Dragon Rebellion army, because they knew that she had an incurable hidden injury. Don't expect to kill her. As long as her injury continues to worsen, she will die sooner or later. This way, a huge hidden danger is eliminated. Of course, the premise is that if you don't meet Chujo. But at this moment, some gears of fate seem to have begun to turn. Because of a canonized secret book, Sismac Holy Grail by chance, new holy water has been accumulated. Now Griffith's injury has been healed by the Holy Grail. If she really waits for the next time she encounters the enemy, I think she will give the enemy a big surprise. Ji-sun was always looking forward to doing things. He could already imagine some scenes in his mind. However, he still couldn't imagine the battle at the 9th level. That's why he was looking forward to it even more. Griffith continued, I came to the ruins this time because I needed some opportunities to see if there was a chance to go further. I was injured before and didn't dare to go too deep, but now I can go and take a look. Hearing this, the three people who were listening all cast curious eyes. Ji-sun's eyes widened and he asked curiously, Ms. Griffith, are you going to advance to the god level? The 9th level is one step further, isn't it the legendary god level? Hiss, why does it feel like this is the closest to the myth? However, hearing Ji-sun's expectant words, Griffith laughed at herself. How can it be that easy? She knew that no matter what level of card master, they were very interested in the legendary god level. She used to be the same. She was full of yearning for the mysterious realm of the higher level. But only when you really reach the pinnacle of the most advanced card master in the legend, you will know that the so-called god realm is far away. She frowned as she said this, and seemed to think that this question was difficult to explain. But because it was Ji-sun and the other two, Griffith patiently explained, it can be said that without a great opportunity, in another 100 years, I may not even be able to understand the mystery of my current rank, let alone the god rank. As far as I know, that threshold is higher than any threshold of the extraordinary path. It's so high that I don't even know which direction to practice in. When she said this, Ji-sun also heard the helplessness and confusion in her tone. It felt like climbing a mountain. When I was at the foot of the mountain, I thought that I would be closest to the sky when I reached the top. However, after I really reached the top, I found that the stars were in the depths of the unreachable universe. After all, Chujo and Nanjing came out of the Imperial Mausoleum. They had seen the royal inheritance of Augustus, but they seemed to understand something when they heard it. Griffith also intended to guide the three people, and continued without hesitation, I just recently had some insights on the path of art. According to the few words left by the ancestors, I want to see if I can condense my own great rune. Ji-sun listened, his eyes slightly different. Great rune? Yes. Griffith nodded, thinking that they didn't know what it meant, and explained, a rune manifestation of one's own law. It is said to be a necessary condition for condensing the godhood. Ji-sun certainly knew about the great rune. However, he only knew the concept when he saw the Emperor's stele when he went to the Imperial Mausoleum. Chujo, who was standing by, obviously had the same idea as Ji-sun. After Griffith finished speaking, she rarely interrupted and said, in fact, if Chief Griffith needs some reference, he can go to Rune Highlands to observe the Emperor's stele. Griffith obviously didn't know the existence of this treasure, and asked back, Emperor's stele? Chujo said, yeah. A stone tablet left by Emperor Lanlingster to record the great rune. Hearing this, Griffith's eyes trembled. Just by listening to this description, she immediately realized the purpose of the Emperor's stone tablet. If it was a great rune condensed by someone else, she would still feel that it was not in line with her career sequence. But Emperor Lanlingster was a legendary high-level god-level supreme being who was proficient in art. For her current realm, there is no better reference than this. Have you found a great opportunity? Just like the Holy Grail water that healed his injuries before, Griffith felt like a magical opportunity had hit his head inexplicably. Is fate really so magical? Griffith still remembers the prophecy that the blind prophet had told him. When you meet a benefactor who can save your life, the lighthouse pointing to your fate will light up. Could it be that the lighthouse refers to this Princess Augustus? I was puzzled before, but now I seem to understand. Griffith thought of something, and a charming smile appeared on his lips. She did not reject Chujo's proposal, but agreed readily, yeah. Griffith's injury suddenly healed, and several Aragorn Rebel Dragon Army cadres were also very surprised. When they knew it was because of Chujo, everyone had more respect for this Princess Augustus. And this top combat power was in full swing, and the situation opened up at once. Originally, they had to guard against the siege of the Holy See and the conspiracy of the Orin royal court. But now, the initiative has reversed. Griffith in her prime is enough to deal with most problems with her powerful force. After some discussion, everyone decided to take the initiative. Since it has been discovered, there is no need for bait. Ji-sun and his group plan to go directly to the ruins fragment area of the imperial capital Behemoth. Ji-sun is also very interested in the different dimensions related to Behemoth's last battle. After all, many top masters of the Terran dynasty participated in the last battle. Theoretically, it is possible to find extraordinary materials that can reach the gods, the inheritance of card masters, even broken godheads, magic weapons, and things with the remaining royal power and luck in the battlefield. There is probably no place in the entire old continent that can produce more abundant treasures than here. Griffith did not go with the main force, but planned to see what was going on with the queen insect. Only she was qualified to contact that kind of existence. However, when she went there, the insects were still there, but the queen insect Karakta had disappeared. Another point worth noting is that in the debris, she found an immovable black stone tablet. Others didn't know what the stone tablet was, but Ji-sun knew. He was not surprised that there was a forbidden ruin stone tablet. Looking back, each stone tablet seemed to be related to the old gods. Griffith was temporarily inconvenient to show up, so Ji-sun and his team took the painting boat to meet up with the exploration team of the Rebel Dragon Army. A few days later, deep in the void, Ji-sun and his team had a small target, and they found the Rebel Dragon Army team scattered and hiding in various ruins smoothly along the way. This is an inconspicuous plane fragment. When Ji-sun and his group came, there was a team of several hundred people exploring here, because there happened to be a twisted light gate here. Seeing Aragorn and several cadres coming, the garrisoned Rebel Dragon Army also breathed a sigh of relief. Captain Aragorn, you are finally here. Rom, what's the situation now? Captain Aragorn, it's like this. We had already found the area where the imperial capital Behemoth collapsed, and we also harvested a lot of treasures. But the people of the Holy See somehow found us, so we temporarily evacuated. The Holy See sent a large number of mercenaries, and they are now stepping up their exploration. However, those large-scale alien spaces are extremely difficult to develop, and they probably won't be able to handle them in a short time. Yes, this is a small alien space siege outpost, and we are almost done with it. After greeting, Aragorn also asked about the situation. It was similar to what he expected. The Holy See has seized the core area of the ruins. They have a large number of people, strong strength, and a steady stream of war slaves sent to open up the wasteland. The rebels had no choice but to withdraw. But it was not a big problem. The main tactic of the rebels was guerrilla warfare. Originally, they planned to develop it secretly by themselves, but now that the enemy is helping them develop it, they have to consider how to maximize their benefits. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Aragorn did not introduce Ji-sun and others too formally. Especially Chujio and Nanjing, they were wearing cloaks and could not be seen clearly. Ji-sun listened to Aragorn and the others chat while observing the ruins camp. In addition to the few teams of the Rebel Dragon Army, there were more people from the Alliance Army. Not long after they arrived, they happened to meet a group of people coming out of the Twisted Light Gate. Although almost all of the dozen people who came out were injured, they all showed joy of huge gains on their faces. As soon as the leader came out, he excitedly and proudly reported to an officer, "Captain Bart, I have fulfilled my mission. We were lucky this time. We passed the B-level story difficulty perfectly, produced several gold-quality mechanical blueprints, and a large number of rare metals. Corporal Roger also obtained the Golden Demon Mark of Spade 5. Yes. Good job. What about casualties? 6 dead? Yes. Major Mark, record the information, and the others should go to heal and rest first. I will record the military exploits and rewards and pass them to the headquarters. When the logistics ship arrives, you can take a vacation." "Yes, Captain." This is a normal exploration of the other dimension. But the difference is that the participants are well-trained professional soldiers. Everyone in the team looks very capable, and their aura is as sharp as a blade. Ji-sun can see at a glance that everyone in this team is the best in their rank. After all, these are not ordinary adventurers, but the elite army trained by the Lionheart family. When Ji-sun and Katarina talked about this joint exploration of the lost imperial capital, they both knew that this adventure was of great significance. Therefore, the people sent here are all carefully selected elites. Although the exploration is very risky, and there will inevitably be losses. But it is also necessary. This ruins is a huge treasure house, and everything excavated is likely to be a fine product. This can be seen from Ji-sun's participation in the Horror Worm Cave before. Once the mechanical drawings and materials obtained are mass-produced, they will have a huge significance for the Alliance Army to improve its combat power. Moreover, participating in the exploration is also a kind of training for the sergeants. The different dimensional space will produce some treasures that are very suitable for the adventurers themselves. Just as he was thinking, the Colonel Commander had arranged a new group of exploration teams and ordered, Major Polly, wait until the latest intelligence is sorted out, then you will lead the team in. Next time, focus on exploring the hidden plots of B-level difficulty and trigger more side quests. Don't be too radical, and try to ensure the safety of personnel as much as possible. The Major saluted. Yes, Commander, guaranteed to complete the mission. Ji-sun looked at Wei Wei in a daze. Professional soldiers are really different from the casual adventurers he usually encounters. This is a group of people with faith and belief. However, when he heard that their goal was to pass the level B, Ji-sun felt a little strange. For him, the difficulty of this plot was not attractive. But after thinking about it, it suddenly became clear. The needs of the army and individuals for adventure are different. Individual adventurers are of course pursuing the ultimate single reward. But the army does not need it. It is not necessary to pass the level S or A, even if it is level B or C. If you pass the level more times, you can also get a lot of treasures. As long as the base is large enough, there will always be lucky people who can draw good things in the settlement card draw. Moreover, the grades of these different dimensional spaces are high enough. Even if the output is a low difficulty clearance, it is already very good. Now the overall rank of the Alliance army is not high, and too high-end things cannot be digested. It is not worthwhile to challenge some super high difficulties with such a large number of casualties. Instead, it is necessary to brush the lower difficulty plot clearance many times to maximize the benefits. Whether it is the Alliance army or the Rebel Dragon army, such large organizations have countless mature and efficient plans for land reclamation. There was no need for Ji-sun to worry about it. For some reason, Ji-sun had a feeling that he should go around the camp. Thinking about it, he stood up and took a few steps. The camp of several hundred people was not big to begin with, and after a few turns, he could see everything clearly. However, when Ji-sun saw a prisoner locked in the corner, his expression froze. Senior Su? He never expected that he would meet Old Man Su again here after not seeing him for many days. But then again, the few times they met, this guy was always a prisoner. Why was he captured again? If he saw it in the enemy's prison, Ji-sun would be happy to watch the fun. But when he saw the old senior being captured on the side of the Alliance army, his eyes twitched, and he hurriedly walked up. Why did you capture this guy when you can't capture anyone else? Countless facts have proved that if you capture him, you may be wiped out. Old Man Su also looked up and recognized Ji-sun in a cloak. His old face, which was just listless, suddenly smiled like a chrysanthemum that was stretched out. Oh, brother Ji-sun. He was afraid that others wouldn't hear him, so he shouted and attracted everyone's attention. Ji-sun took off his cloak and walked over quickly. Senior, why are you here? Others in the camp also looked over curiously. The Colonel Commander of the Alliance army also recognized Ji-sun and walked over immediately. Bart, the Red Fawn Commander of the 5th Legion of the Alliance Army Lion Legion, greets His Excellency Ji-sun. Ji-sun was not surprised that he was recognized, because he was now a celebrity in the Alliance army. The wanted criminal was already famous, and now everyone knows that he has a close relationship with the Allied Commander-in-Chief Catalina. Ji-sun also recognized the colonel and nodded. Yes. I have seen you before in Innocent City. That time in Rose Manor, this was Catalina's guard. Colonel Bart was also surprised that the other party remembered him, and saluted. Whether it was the identity of his own lady, or the commander of the Allied forces, he knew that the person in front of him had a higher position than him. Bart said, and immediately asked someone to untie the chains on Old Man Su, and explained with an apologetic look, I'm sorry, Mr. Ji-sun. This old man was found nearby by the patrol before. He didn't say suspected spy, but said tactfully, later he said he knew you, so we kept him here. Yeah. Ji-sun also said that he understood. I met someone who was not from my side in this ruins, and he looked so sneaky, it would be strange if he was not regarded as a spy. But he was curious about how the old man knew to use his name. Ji-sun had a slightly strange expression on his face, and helped to untie the chain on Old Man Su's hand, and asked, Senior, why are you here? Fortunately, these people really believe that they knew each other, otherwise they would send this old man into the other dimension as cannon fodder, and I'm afraid many people would die. Colonel Bart, who was standing by, looked at the old man, and saw that he really knew Ji-sun, and his expression was a little embarrassed. Hearing the voice of Senior, he also knew that he seemed to have captured a very special person. After all, not everyone can come to the depths of the ruins. And it was not just him. Almost everyone in the camp cast a curious look at Old Man Su. Old Man Su said, I don't know either. One day, after I came out of the other dimension with you, I was inexplicably teleported to this area. I finally found a place to rest, and then I was caught by them. This old man seemed to be used to being caught many times. After loosening the chain, he grinned with his old face with missing front teeth, as if he had completely forgotten the unfortunate experience before. However, this statement sounded different to the people who were listening. Coming out of a different dimension? But aren't there fixed exits when coming out of a different dimension? Randomly teleported? Hiss, could it be S-clearance? That's the only possibility. After everyone thought of this, they looked at the old man Sue with different eyes. Although they didn't quite believe that such an unremarkable old man as clearance in a different dimension, they didn't doubt it when they heard that he was with Ji-sun. For a moment, everyone's eyes were very complicated. Especially the high-level officials like Aragorn. After all, they knew that Ji-sun had the ability to clear the S difficulty space. The cause and effect involved in old man Sue was too serious, and it was not a good thing for ordinary people to contact him. Ji-sun did not intend to stop everyone from saying too much. After greeting the high-level officials on both sides, he took old man Sue to a corner. He had a bad feeling that this old man appeared here. Without any delay, Ji-sun directly found Aragorn, who was still discussing things, and said, "Aragorn, I think we may have to leave first." Aragorn cast a puzzled look. Ah? He also couldn't understand why Ji-sun had said before that they would ambush the Masters of the Holy See together, but why did he change the plan after meeting an acquaintance? Ji-sun's eyes were full of complexity. This matter cannot be explained in a few words. Okay. Aragorn saw Ji-sun's embarrassed expression. Although he was still puzzled, he didn't say much. Ji-sun turned around and was about to leave, but thought about it and said one more sentence, "Be careful. I don't know if I've been implicated, but it's right to remind you." Aragorn vaguely guessed something and nodded, "Yeah." Ji-sun didn't dare to stay in the camp any longer, and led old man Sue to escape into the depths of the void. Chujiu and Nanjing also followed. The two women were also puzzled by Ji-sun's actions, but didn't ask much. After old man Sue got out of trouble, his mood immediately improved, and he talked more. The old man looked at Chujiu and the two women, his old face full of daisy-like smiles. "Oh, these two girls are so cute. Better than the girl last time." Ji-sun didn't know what to say. Nanjing on the side blinked her curious eyes, and took the initiative to introduce herself. "Grandpa, my name is Nanjing." Ji-sun called him senior, so she naturally called him Grandpa. Of course, she was even more curious about who the old man was talking about last time. When old man Sue heard the word Grandpa, his heart was immediately filled with joy, and he responded, "Oh, the girl is really polite. She has a strong destiny, and will definitely achieve great things in the future." This sounded like an ordinary elder's expectation, but Ji-sun looked sideways. He had not forgotten that this old man could tell fortunes. 100 years ago, he told Song Yu a fortune, and it came true in his life. Ji-sun breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his evaluation of Nanjing. Nanjing blinked and said, "Thank you, Grandpa." Although Chujiu didn't speak because of his temper, he also showed due respect. Old man Sue glanced and said, "Well, I haven't seen such a strong Wang Quan fate for a long time. Both girls are very good. Ji-sun, you are so lucky." Ji-sun listened and chuckled, "Thank you for your good words, senior. We can talk about these things later. He needs to confirm something else now." Ji-sun didn't say much on this topic, and asked, "Senior, the insect mother Karakta has revived, did you know?" He knew that old man Sue was very forgetful, and sometimes he had to remind him. "Insect mother? What insect mother?" "It's the mysterious insect mother Karakta of the 7 monarchs of the natural disaster." After hearing this, the old man really remembered something and said, "Oh yes. Bugs." Nanjing and Chujiu were also slightly surprised. Ji-sun actually told a low-level card master the name of the outer god? Although they knew that this old man might be a little complicated, they were even more surprised. Old man Sue said, "I went to a ruin a few days ago. There were a lot of bugs in it." "Oh, my memory is so bad. How could I forget what happened?" Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. "Have you really been there? Stone tablet, outer god, old man Sue. These three appear at the same time every time. There must be a connection." Ji-sun was not surprised that old man Sue would appear in that place. But he still couldn't figure out why the mechanical angels in the other dimensional space of Horror Worm Cave would show hostility to this old man. Now he is getting closer to the truth of the Battle of Terran's collapse, and he feels that it seems that the time for the final mystery to be revealed is getting closer. Chapter 420. Ji-sun took old man Sue away because he was afraid that the existence of this old senior would affect the exploration process of the rebel dragon army. After all, every time this old senior appeared, many people would die. But now it seems that the rebel dragon army did not just catch this old senior. This kind of encounter seems to be a coincidence, but after many times, It gives Ji-sun a feeling that Old Man Su seems to be waiting for him to meet in a place where fate will inevitably meet. This is not a coincidence, but a necessity. Now that Ji-sun's ability to find the world has become more and more profound, he can vaguely deduce the special fate of Old Man Su. Wandering in the long years, forgetting himself, and not being remembered by others, as if he had never appeared. Seemingly searching aimlessly, he found the forbidden ruin still again, and recalled some past memories. From the current situation, Old Man Su is very likely to be directly related to the collapse of the Talon dynasty. In other words, this guy has lived for more than 3,000 years? Ji-sun had suspected this question after the last time he read The Hive of Terror, and was shocked at the time. You know, the only human who had lived 3,000 years ago was the gravekeeper of the Mausoleum of Augustus. But even that person was a dead spirit. Not a living person like Old Man Su. Maybe he wasn't a human either? Ji-sun's mind suddenly became active. But he also knew that he would definitely not get any results. This old man couldn't remember anything in his normal state. Ji-sun thought about it, and gave up. No matter what, he owed this old senior a lot of favors, because he had escaped from danger many times. No matter what his situation was, Ji-sun still regarded him as a respected old senior. If he really wanted to think more, he was just curious about what secrets this guy was involved in. Moreover, Old Man Su also had another function, which was anchor point. Ji-sun and the other four were walking in the air in the void. With the map obtained from the rebel dragon army before, they went all the way to the depths of the ruins. The rebels said they had discovered the area where the ruins of the imperial capital Behemoth were located. If possible, we must go and have a look. After all, this may be the largest treasure in the old continent. The journey took 3 days. Chujio and Nanjing had very strong perception skills. They could easily detect various secret sentinels. And Old Man Su's human-shaped avoidance device could perfectly and automatically avoid potentially fatal routes. In this way, the strange combination of 4 people did not encounter any danger and successfully reached the depths of the ruins. In a broken building ruin, Ji-sun and his 4 companions hid behind the ruins and used telescopes to observe the bustling adventurer camp a few kilometers away. The adventurer camp, at the end of the field of vision, was brightly lit. Several super-large teleportation arrays were continuously teleporting mercenaries. According to a rough estimate, tens of thousands of mercenaries appeared in the field of vision. However, the most eye-catching thing was not the camp, but the huge twisted light gate with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. It stood in the void, like a vertical eye of a demon god, watching everything around. Just looking at it from a distance gives people a tingling sensation on their scalp. It was the first time for Ji-sun and the other 2 to see such an exaggerated alternate dimension. Seeing this scene, Nanjing couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's really exaggerated. There is such a large alternate dimension here." Ji-sun's pupil shrank slightly, and he also said, "This should be the alternate dimension in the final battle, the fall of Behemoth. The rebel dragon army has explored it before, and it is extremely difficult. It is a super large battlefield inside, and even high-level card masters may be cannon fodder if they go in." After hearing this, Nanjing and Chujio also looked very solemn. The plot of this different dimension is the last few key battles that led to the collapse of the Talon Imperial City. After all, many strongmen fell here, and it must be dangerous. But correspondingly, there must be great opportunities. At this moment, the top leaders of the 3 kingdoms in the southern continent are organizing adventurers to enter the space in batches. Ji-sun also identified the identities of those people through flags and noble emblems. Not only mercenaries entered, but also regular legions of the 3 kingdoms, noble private soldiers, and even some high-ranking generals. This also directly proves that the things produced in the other dimensional space are probably something that the high-ranking officials of the Holy See are jealous of. So much so that these guys are willing to explore it at all costs. When Ji-sun saw this, his eyebrows narrowed slightly with anticipation. Chujio beside him glanced at the eager expression on his face and asked, "Ji-sun, are you going to go in?" Ji-sun nodded yes. The people of the rebel dragon army withdrew, because they could not get close to the entrance to the other dimensional space. But he is Ivan, so he can go there remotely. In addition to the treasure, Ji-sun was also very interested in the truth of that broken period of history. Chujio didn't think much and said lightly, "I go with you." Nanjing on the side also responded, "Sister Chujio, I want to go with you too." Ji-sun glanced at the 2 of them, and without saying much, he responded, "Okay." Even if there was no intelligence, everyone could think that this alien space must be very difficult. Although the 3 of them were all strong at the 6th level, no one could guarantee that they would come out alive. But Ji-sun knew that Chujio had a space teleport card. And it happened that Ji-sun got another one when the horror insect nest was settled last time. In other words, at least the two friends had a way out. As for himself, Ji-sun had never thought about it. He was sure from the beginning to the end that the alien space encouraged people to take risks, and would definitely leave a glimmer of hope. Moreover, although space teleport cards were rare, the high-level officials in the southern continent might not have no stock. Ji-sun felt that there might be many big shots with noble status in the alien space this time. Being able to compete with these masters on the same stage is also something that makes people look forward to. He thought of something, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He looked at Chujio beside him and said, "If we are lucky, we can even meet the new King Arthur in the space." Before, Chujio only got the Royal Canonization secret book, and he was blessed with luck and found an opportunity to break through the 7th level. Since this space is the battle of the collapse of the Terran imperial capital, there must be more luck treasures. And as a descendant of Augustus, he must have more advantages than others. Chujio is like this, and so is her brother Arthur. Even if there are risks, they will probably come. The Orlan royal family wants to maximize their benefits in the exploration, and doing things in the different dimension is much safer than the outside world. After Ji-sun and the other two decided to go on the adventure together, they were not in a hurry to leave. Instead, they observed carefully. According to the intelligence obtained from the rebel dragon army before, this different dimension is an unlimited time war mode. According to the current exploration progress, the plot may not end for several months. You can go in at any time. This is also the reason why the people from the Arel Empire in the distant camp kept sending people into the space. It is better to be prepared. Ji-sun wanted to observe who went in. After observing for most of the day, several people saw at least 20,000 people entering the alien space. There were even 4 7th level dragon descendants. Normally, card masters above the 7th level rarely explore the alien space in person. First, there are very few high-level alien spaces, and second, the will of the space will adjust the difficulty of the plot according to the level of the participants. The participation of a rank 7 card master means that the actual difficulty limit of the space will be above rank 8. Once such a strong person participates, the mortality rate of other participants will be extremely high, almost like a single-player dungeon. Moreover, in this kind of space adventure with a guaranteed mortality rate, no one is sure what will happen, and a rank 7 card master cannot guarantee that he will survive to the end. If one person dies, it will be a loss that cannot be recovered by countless resources. But this time is different. The Holy See has obviously invested a lot of money, and rank 7 card masters have become pioneers in exploration. Probably because the plot was too difficult, they had to send top experts. Ji-sun had participated in countless times and basically determined the survival rules of the space. That is, among the same level, the stronger the strength, the easier it is to survive. Watching those 7th level people go in, he not only didn't think it was a bad thing, but was more looking forward to it. And just when Ji-sun was observing the adventurer camp that was strictly guarded by the masters of the Holy See, no one expected that in an inconspicuous tent in the camp, several black-robed people summoned a handsome man with short silver hair. The man exuded a kingly aura that was intimidating without even getting angry. As soon as he appeared, several cloaked men half-knelt and performed the knight's salute, "Your Majesty." The man was none other than Arthur, the new king of Oran. "Your Majesty, a plot line has just been determined that can take you from the tunnel to the palace. But do you really want to go in person? What I mean is that we have all the information about these mercenary groups in the southern continent. Once they explore and really find treasures, it won't be too late for us to take action. No. The things I need can only be touched by the blood of Augustus. Those people can't get them. But according to the current intelligence, this different dimension is very dangerous. You? It's okay. I am from the royal family of Augustus. Blessed by the dynasty's luck, there will be no accidents no matter what. As long as we can get the legendary god-killing demon sword Tearfront that the ancestor of Alduin ordered the lava dwarves to make, the dragons of the southern continent will not be a threat in the future. Yes, Your Majesty." Hearing this, several cloaked men dared not say more. Several sets of Black Dragon Kingdom officer uniforms had been prepared on the side. One of them lifted his cloak, revealing a beautiful face, and it was Betty, the princess of the Black Dragon Kingdom. This divine body of the moon goddess Arachne, now Queen Orlan, had long been lurking in the Holy Sea's team, and no one had discovered it. At this moment, she stepped forward and changed Arthur into a camouflage uniform. Ivan's ability can enter the other dimension remotely. After finding a distance that this lowly can reach with her ability, a space crack opened. In addition to Ji-sun and the other two, Old Man Su also had to go. I don't know why, the old senior who usually hides behind and is afraid of death is very active this time. It seems that there is something very important to him in this different dimension. The surroundings flashed, and Ji-sun and the others also saw the enlightenment prompts at the first time. You have entered the fall of Behemoth, the siege of the city. The current disaster level is C. The mortality rate is 79.7%. Space exploration progress, 3.7%. Keywords: War mode. Special constraints. Cannot use special items related to the conflict with the plot. Plot clues. The Imperial City Behemoth is surrounded by rebels, and the war has been ignited. The current mission. The war has lasted for several months. You and your teammates are the few surviving elites of the Talent Empire Griffin Reconnaissance Group. Your current mission is to travel deep into the enemy's territory, investigate their strategic deployment and weaknesses, and carry out the task of assassinating enemy generals. Killing rebel generals will earn you military merits and honor badges, which are symbols of glory, and the only proof for you to evacuate the battlefield. Of course, the mission requires that you must have 10,000 military merits before you can leave the battlefield. Tip: there are a large number of high-level relics of ancient wisdom hidden in the ruins, such as Time Sand Bottle, Epic, Elemental God Stone, Epic, Time and Space Blade, Legend, God Rune Scroll, Titan Armor Real Object and Blueprints, etc. After completing the task, depending on the difficulty of the plot task, it will be added to the settlement card pool, and a certain probability of drawing cards will be obtained. Accumulated war merits can be exchanged for related war items at the additional exchange place. The challenge is intensified. The plot content of this space points to the final battle of gods in the collapse of Terran. Countless strongmen fell, and the battle also caused chaos in the order of time and space. There are a lot of supercognitive content. Please treat it with caution. Facts have proved that the intelligence inspired by the will of space has always been the most direct and important intelligence. Although Ji-sun knew some in advance. But at this moment, he also read the contents carefully. Ji-sun carefully read every word of the Enlightenment, and was dazzled by the various reward items that were prompted. The spatial will does prompt some dungeon reward items in advance, but it has never been as extravagant as this time. Legendary and epic quality items are everywhere. They are all things that you know are treasures just by hearing the name. This is to encourage adventurers to fight hard. Ji-sun looked at it, and laughed strangely in his heart. The quality of these rewards also indirectly confirmed one point, that is, the difficulty of the plot is very high. At the same time, the will of space also encourages adventurers to explore the plot and obtain higher plots. However, Ji-sun glanced at it, and didn't look at it further. If you don't get out alive, these things are just illusions. He glanced at other useful tips, and immediately found the problem. But the exploration rate of this space is only 3.7%. The Rebel Dragon Army said that they started exploring a week ago. Only 3.7% now. Before, we could say that the Rebel Dragon Army was short of manpower, suffered too many casualties, and the development progress was slow. But now the Holy See has stuffed countless people into this alien space, and they have only explored such a small area. This means that the map of this alien space must be incredibly large. Interesting. This is also the first time that Ji-sun has encountered such a low exploration rate in an alien space. He immediately had too many thoughts in his mind. A large map means a higher degree of freedom, and more plots that can be triggered. This is just the normal plot map, not including the hidden plot map that can be extended. This made Ji-sun suddenly have a strong desire to explore this huge alien space. And it's not just the degree of exploration. Ji-sun saw the last hint that he had never seen before, and his brows furrowed, thinking, intensified challenge? This is also something he has never encountered before. I haven't even seen it in any classics. From the literal meaning, does it mean that there is a hidden plot of unknown difficulty? Ji-sun knew that these were the most accurate and direct information for entering the different dimensional space. Since the spatial will have hints, they must be useful. After looking at the description again, his expression became serious, and he pondered in his heart, what does chaotic time sequence mean? Does chaos mean that there are many phenomena that should not be considered with common sense? He thought of a lot in his mind. A glance flashed through his mind and recorded it, and the surrounding scenery changed. The four people appeared in a dense mountain forest. The sun shines through the dense treetops into the forest, forming strands of thin golden threads, and the scenery is beautiful. Nanjing and Chujio, who are standing by, are shocked by the beautiful scenery that makes people feel relaxed and happy, and their eyes are trembling. The girl with the bald head whispered softly, "It's so beautiful." For Ji-sun, This is a very common forest seen in his previous life. But it can't be seen in this cave world. Who would have thought that there would be a sun in Behemoth, the imperial capital 3,000 years ago? No, it should be some kind of magic product. Ji-sun thought of the moon. And the scene in the secret realm of the Shinshu treasure house, when Jia Yu used the sun to kill the vampire. Looking through the treetops, the sun in the sky seemed to be a supernatural object that also existed. However, before they could think about it, something unexpected happened. Swoosh! An arrow came through the air without warning. Ji-sun's ears moved slightly, and he heard the sound of breaking wind in advance. He tilted his head slightly, and then saw a feather arrow with a broken spell on the arrowhead flying almost close to his nose. The strong wind blew on his face. The sharp arrow was originally intended to hit his head accurately. Now it missed, and in an instant it hit the huge tree next to Ji-sun that was so thick that several people were hugging it, and penetrated it. It pierced through the roots of the trees one after another, and then disappeared into the dense forest. This arrow was enough to severely injure the 3rd and 4th level card masters. And this arrow was just the beginning. Then, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless air-breaking sounds rang out in the dense forest like raindrops. Ji-sun saw that he encountered danger just after landing, and grinned. There had never been a time when he felt the intensity of this encounter. Not only was he not worried, but his blood and chi were faintly agitated. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared on the spot. Chapter 421. Kill the Rebel Scout, Merit +1. Kill the Rebel Elite Signalman, Merit +4. Kill the Rebel Scout Leader, Merit +10. Ji-sun didn't know the enemy's situation, so he had to choose a quick battle. However, after a few breaths, 8 bodies were lying in a pool of blood. Ji-sun killed 4, Nanjing and Chujio killed 2 each. It must be said that they only encountered this team. Otherwise, the means of this team of elite scouts would be enough to make ordinary small mercenary groups die on the spot. Ji-sun looked at the corpses, and then at the merits he had earned from the kills, and roughly assessed the strength of the enemy he faced in this mission. A 3rd level card master only had 1 merit for him. If he wanted to collect 10,000 points, he would theoretically have to kill 10,000 people. Ji-sun sighed. These card masters who have experienced war are really strong in combat. Chujio also nodded, yeah. Although the 3 people were easily dealt with just now, it was because the 3 of them had very strong means. But you have to know that this is just an ordinary reconnaissance team. But the fighting power, combat experience, and willpower shown just now are definitely not comparable to the card masters of the same level 3,000 years later. After killing people, they still need the necessary information. Nanjing took out the spiritual scroll, and was searching the soul of a corpse. This bald-headed lady is a high priest, and of course she is also proficient in the secret art of soul searching. The mantras like Sanskrit chanting came out of her mouth, and the mysterious underworld text slid up on the spiritual scroll. Nanjing also got some information in a blink of an eye, and said with a serious look, "This team is the 5th Legion of the Rebels. Their Legion's base camp is 8 kilometers northwest. But we don't need to look for them. Kill these people. We have been discovered." As soon as he finished speaking, Chidi also appeared. The sea-level mission was triggered. The behavior of you and your partner ambushing the rebel scouts has been exposed. The rebel reconnaissance General Shadow Blade Herald has led the masters to surround and kill. You need to survive, Ji-sun looked at Chidi and laughed at himself. This space will really didn't give people a chance to breathe. They were attacked as soon as they came in, and they were chased after them. However, the war mode is to fight and kill, and the 3 of them have been mentally prepared. They did not plan to stay there for long. A rebel general is not a big problem, sea-level difficulty, and it is estimated that Shadow Blade Herald is at most level 7. What they are afraid of is to attract the real top combat power of the rebels. The 3 were about to leave, but Ji-sun found something and asked in surprise, "Hey, where is Senior Su? I thought that the old senior was hiding somewhere again. But he has not shown up yet, which is very unusual. And he didn't sense any living people nearby." At this time, Chujio thought of something and said, "I didn't see anyone when I came in just now. He shouldn't be with us." Nanjing also shrugged, indicating that he didn't see it, and guessed, could it be that he was not in the same place as us after entering the space? The 2 women didn't fully understand the specialness of Old Man Su, nor did they know why Ji-sun cared so much. When Ji-sun heard what they said, his brows immediately frowned, because he thought of a similar experience. That time in Xiaomaicheng, in the secret realm where time could go back, Old Man Su disappeared. Inexplicably. But later he found out that it was because time went back, and everyone returned to a certain time point, only Old Man Su did not, so he disappeared. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's first reaction was this. But when he asked Chujio and Nanjing, the two women did not find anything unusual. Now that old man Su is gone, no one can tell what happened. Ji-sun could only say, "Be careful, pay attention to the changes in time and space. There is something strange about this different dimension." The three of them shuttled quickly through the dense forest, and soon they found that they were caught up. There were soaring eagles in the sky, and some scouting ghosts were floating in the dense forest. They were locked in by various means. The war lasted for decades at the end of Talon. It must be admitted that these rebels who survived the final decisive battle should not be underestimated in terms of experience and strength. And there are many high-level card masters. Even though Ji-sun and his two men were extraordinary, they still felt a lot of pressure from the pursuers. Nanjing also confirmed that there was at least one level 7, 3 level 6, and more than a dozen elites who could keep up with their speed behind them. Obviously, the other party judged that the three were very strong based on the time they took to kill the team just now. So they started with a corresponding pursuit force. If it was somewhere else, the three of them would have a good chance of killing these pursuers together. However, before they figured out the situation, they didn't dare to take action. If we really kill the 7th level, the next one to come after us might be the 8th level. This is a wrong way to break the deadlock. The three of them rushed through the forest, and the sun occasionally poured into the forest, adding a bit of spring sunshine to the urgent pursuit. While running, Ji-sun kept thinking in his mind, "Xiao Nan, how are you doing?" Nanjing continued to search the soul, trying to get as much information as possible. "It's almost there. It will probably take 3 minutes." They dared to break in like this, largely because of the soul-searching secret method that this bald-headed lady learned from the Book of the Dead. This secret method can efficiently and accurately search the soul to obtain information. 3 minutes? Ji-sun felt the sound of breaking through the air behind him and frowned. If he really kept running like this, he would definitely be caught up in 3 minutes. However, the Shadow Blade Harrow behind him was fast, but he didn't remember being faster than Ji-sun. Thinking of this, he jumped up and hugged Nanjing's waist a few meters away. When the bald-headed girl cried out "Ah," he saw that Ji-sun had teleported and hugged Chujio not far away. The two girls were stunned by this action at first. But then, they understood something. Holding a friend in one hand, Ji-sun's speed did not slow down, but suddenly increased several times. For the first time, Ji-sun ran at full speed in front of the two of them, like a gust of wind, quickly shuttling through the forest. Walking in the air all the way, the speed was already very fast. Coupled with the already skilled gravity and repulsion, it was like there were two invisible big hands pulling and pulling, and only a residual image was left when he was almost in the woods. In addition, he was already skilled in walking in the void, and occasionally encountered obstacles without avoiding them, and just passed through them directly. Nanjing did not disappoint. She first searched the soul to get the nearby defense situation. With her guidance, the three people perfectly avoided the nearby trap area and got rid of the dilemma of being surrounded in the first place. In this way, after crossing another hill, the three people actually forcibly shook off the pursuers. In the depths of a dense forest with cover, three figures stopped. The swift eagle above the head could no longer be seen. After sensing the surroundings, no pursuers were found. Chi-Di also appeared at this time, and the sea-level mission was completed. You and your companions have escaped the rebel siege. Gain plus 1,000 combat merits, 1 plot point. According to the mission, you should kill the pursuers to maximize the benefits. Now you have escaped and only got a small reward. It's just a sea-level mission, which is not very attractive to Ji-sun and the other two. Seeing Chi-Di, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. Nanjing patted his bulging chest, as if he had experienced a thrilling pursuit, and asked curiously, "Why can Ji-sun run so fast? You actually got rid of the 7th level assassin." After stopping, Chujio looked at Ji-sun in surprise. Although she didn't say anything, she was also surprised by the change in this old friend. The speed of the evacuation just now really made her feel incredible. Ji-sun smiled and explained, "It's just using gravity and repulsion." He didn't say much on this topic, and asked Xiao Nan, "What's the intelligence?" Nanjing's soul search was almost done, so he took out a piece of white paper and drew a simple map, saying, "We are now in the Luolin Mountains west of the Imperial City, and there are human rebels here. The leader of the rebels is the gladiator King Brolos. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the personification or incarnation of the Lord of War Monlian. The rebels have a total of 16 large legions, with a total number of more than 1 million. To the south is the insect army of the mysterious insect mother, Karakta. To the north is the corrupt plague zombie army of the source of corruption, Nesser. To the east is the millions of orcs of the blood-boiling beast, Mudu. As he said this, Nanjing marked them all on the map. However, the soul search was conducted by only a small team leader, so he didn't know much. Ji-sun and Chu-jio listened carefully. The three of them had studied the direction of exploration before they came in. Nanjing also knew what information they needed, and continued, "The Imperial City is 80 kilometers northeast of us. But now it is surrounded, and it is almost impossible to get in. There are some rumors among these rebels, saying that there may be secret passages leading to the Imperial City in some places in the suburbs." Ji-sun's eyes were stern. Secret passage? Although history has proven that the Terran dynasty was finally destroyed in this battle. But at present, it seems that as long as it is not the final moment of breaking the city, the Imperial capital Behemoth will be the safest place. The direction of the three people's exploration before was to enter the Imperial capital as much as possible. Because only after entering the city, the identity advantages of Chu-jio and Nanjing will be maximized. They may get some unexpected gains. Nanjing nodded yes. It is said that there is probably a volcano called Gazia in this area. It's not too far from us. Ji-sun looked at the location, and recalled the fire resistance equipment of the mercenaries in the camp, and analyzed, the Holy Sea's large forces are active near this volcano. They should have discovered this secret passage, or related clues. Nanjing, should we go there now? It's only a sea-level main task at present, and 10,000 points are not difficult for 3 people. Uncovering the hidden plot is the key. Of course, we have to find a way to enter the Imperial City, where top NPCs gather, and there must be a lot of hidden plots to be discovered. Yeah. Ji-sun nodded, thinking, but we have to think of other channels. If I were the new king of Orlan, I would go in as soon as I knew the secret passage was found. Then I would stop others from going in. So the secret passage may not be that safe. If it has not been found, it will be difficult for the 3 of us to find it in a short time. So if we want to go to the Imperial City as soon as possible, I'm afraid we have to find another way. Yeah. The 3 of them are very familiar friends. Chu-jio and Nanjing also know Ji-sun's excellent decryption ability, and listen quietly. Soon, Ji-sun thought of a plan and said, I want to disguise myself as a rebel, and go deep into the rebel camp to see the situation. When they heard this, the 2 girls showed a strange look on their faces. The name of this different dimension is the Fall of Behemoth, the siege of the city. Although it is related to the Battle of Talon's collapse, it is far from the final decisive battle. The current main plot is just peripheral reconnaissance, which is not too difficult for the 3 of them. And the normal idea is to advance along the main line, so as to ensure a higher survival rate. The 2 women could understand entering the Imperial City. After all, they had information and identity advantages. However, once they entered the rebel camp, the main plot would be out of control. You have to know that there are foreign gods in the rebels, and if they are exposed, they will definitely die. But when they thought that it was Ji-sun who proposed the suggestion, the 2 women seemed to suddenly understand again. This guy always has some crazy and special ideas. Nanjing worriedly said, but Ji-sun, if that happens, won't it be too dangerous? Judging from the current difficulty of the plot, there are many masters in the rebels, and it is not impossible to discover Ji-sun's disguise. Ji-sun had thought of this a long time ago, and said, so I plan to go to the orc army in the east. I can transform into a werewolf, and with this disguise, the probability of being discovered will be very low. He had confirmed one thing from various channels before, that the pollution of beast blood boiling Muda was blood pollution. This kind of blood control is not like the mind control of the Silver Moon sect, which will be exposed due to impure faith. Blood pollution is the same kind as long as there is the same beast ability. And Ji-sun does not have the belief in the old gods, but he really has beast blood. As long as you don't show up in front of the top strongman, the probability of being discovered is very low. Nanjing and Chu-jio heard his plan. Although they knew it was dangerous, they didn't think of a better option. After the decision, the 3 of them carefully shuttled through the dense forest and walked towards the east. Before sneaking in, Ji-sun still needed a lot of intelligence. The B-level main storyline mission was triggered, looking for the rebel headquarters. In order to break the long-term siege, the top leaders of the Talon Empire planned to carry out a bold decapitation operation. But in order to ensure the success of the operation, the enemy headquarters must be identified first. Your mission is to find the location of the enemy headquarters, and 2 days have passed in a flash. Ji-sun, Chu-jio and Nanjing killed several reconnaissance teams along the way and obtained a lot of intelligence. Those people in the South Continent were not idle either, and raised the difficulty of the main storyline mission to level B. The most obvious change is that there are more and more rebel scouts in the forest. Fortunately, Ji-sun and the other 2 are strong and escaped without any danger. On this day, in a dense forest, moonlight poured down from the sky, illuminating the forest at night. Under the cover of the barrier, the 3 tall werewolf corpses gradually turned back into human form. There was one who was still breathing. While interrogating him, Ji-sun also carefully observed this guy's personality, voice, habits, and appearance. After searching his soul, Nanjing said seriously, about 5 kilometers to the east, there is an orc army base. The leader of the army is the 7th level werewolf Morgoth, a reckless man with low intelligence. This was the 3rd orc stronghold they had encountered, and it was also the most suitable one. Now they had the intelligence and replacement identities they needed. Ji-sun nodded, and killed the werewolf he was interrogating. The clown mask flashed, and he instantly turned into a corpse on the ground. His acting skills were now very proficient, and he could imitate 90% of it. Chu Jiao and Nanjing looked at the changed Ji-sun and said, "Ji-sun, be careful." "Yeah." Ji-sun nodded, looked at the 2 girls, and said goodbye, "You too." All the tactics had been discussed in the past few days, and without saying much, he turned and sneaked into the depths of the forest. Ji-sun has had many experiences as a spy. Whether it is acting or improvisation, he is confident that he will never reveal any flaws. Ji-sun injured himself a little, pretending to be attacked, and then ran into another group of patrol soldiers in the forest. This group of people started to chase again, and Nanjing and Chu Jiao killed a few more. In this way, Ji-sun, the survivor. It's no longer special. A large number of soldiers die on the battlefield every day, and no one cares about the death of a few cannon fodder scouts. And after observing for the past few days, Ji-sun has also confirmed that people who are polluted by the outer god beast blood-boiling Muda will be very strong physically, but their wisdom will not be that high accordingly. These preparations are enough to make his identity flawless. Not long after, a group of wounded returned to the camp. Enlightenment tips: you have discovered the Black Mountain Orc Camp. Plot exploration plus 0.1%. Personal exploration plus 15%. There are nearly 30,000 orcs stationed here. In the camp full of stinking feces, Ji-sun quickly got familiar with the environment. After all, this is an alien space without a time limit. Originally, he planned to find some more information in the orc camp, and then find a suitable opportunity to see if there is a way to approach the Imperial City. He did not expect that this infiltration would definitely yield results. If it doesn't work, he can contact Chujiao and Nanjing to force the orc camp and complete the main task. However, Ji-sun had just entered and lay in the wounded camp for a short time. Enlightenment reminds again. A level optional plot mission is triggered. The mysterious insect Mother Karakta uses magic to trigger the space rift near the Imperial City. In order to prevent the space from shattering, the High Priest of the Talon Empire, Nan Shinyu, uses the artifact Wheel of Space. However, because there are defectors in the human empire, how many pieces of the artifact are driven? The energy space source stone was taken away. You need to find the space stone taken away by the defector. A level mission is triggered? Lying on the hospital bed, Ji-sun suddenly realized that there was a problem with the main plot. The difficulty of the A level in this space is roughly equivalent to the S level in other spaces. But fortunately, it is optional rather than mandatory. The difficulty of the different dimensional space will not be increased inexplicably. The only explanation is that there are foreign adventurers who have triggered some hidden plot. Has someone already gone to the Imperial capital? After Ji-sun deduced, he felt that this was most likely the case. The plot was triggered, most likely by contact with the relevant NPC. The Queen Worm adventurer could not have contacted the wrong person, but the people of the Orlan royal family might have a chance. But the greater possibility is that someone has contacted the High Priest of Terran, Nan Shinyu. Could it be that the new king of Orlan really came in person? Ji-sun figured out something, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he had deduced the truth. In this super large space, in order to contact the High Priest of Terran so quickly, in addition to entering the secret passage of the Imperial City, he must have a special identity. The most likely possibility is the bloodline of Augustus. Ji-sun looked at the content of the Enlightenment. This optional task was completely based on luck, so he didn't take it too seriously. However, what he never expected happened next. In the ward, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Ji-sun, who was lying on the bed, became alert at the first moment. However, when he looked up, he saw a masked man slowly walking towards him. Discovered right after sneaking in, Ji-sun realized this, and his eyes twitched slightly. But looking at the familiar mask again, he was also slightly surprised. Light Chaser? Not the mushroom head he knew, but the Light Chaser from 3,000 years ago. Thinking of this, Ji-sun immediately guessed how he was discovered. And why did he come to say hello at the first time? The masked man didn't say anything more, walked over, and said straight to the point, I'm curious, who are you, and how did you get to my world? Chapter 422. The magic secret technique of I Am the World can not only predict the past and the future, but also control and change the operation of the small world within the scope, just like the field of Jia you comprehended. Ji-sun used the relevant ability to sneak into the rebel camp in disguise, and tried to blend into the unfamiliar environment as perfectly as possible. Jia Yu said before that this ability is difficult to see unless you know the magic secret technique of I Am the World. If you can still see it without knowing the secret technique, it means that the opponent's rank is extremely high. No matter what kind of disguise, it is meaningless. And the mysterious man in front of him wearing the light chaser mask obviously has both conditions. He is of high rank and knows this secret method. I Am the World is not only the magic secret method exclusive to Square 7 Bard. It is also the unique inheritance of the leader of the Illuminati Hermitage. The cloaked man is of course very curious that there is another person in this world who can do it, and he seems to have a lot of attainments. So he showed his face as soon as he found such a special existence in the camp. Ji-sun was looking at the light chaser, and a lot of information flashed through his mind. From the current intelligence, although the Illumination Hermitage did not have many records in the history of the Talon dynasty, the shadow of this mysterious organization was behind many major events. And although this generation of light chasers appeared in the rebel camp, Ji-sun did not think he was an enemy. At this moment when he was stunned, the light chaser seemed to have deduced something and exclaimed, TSK TSK, your fate line seems to have appeared out of thin air, and has nothing to do with this world. You are not from the royal court, nor are you on the rebel side. I'm really curious, where are you from? The tone seemed to be more and more curious about what was going on with Ji-sun in front of him. When Ji-sun heard this, he secretly said, awesome. He knew that the other party had deduced his fate line in just this one encounter. This ability was many times higher than his own. In this moment of hesitation, Ji-sun was not trying to hide anything, but was thinking about how to explain this problem. After all, this is an alien space, not the real 3,000 years ago. Some things cannot be explained. But in front of such a strong man, any lie is meaningless, and will only cause trouble. After thinking about it, he spoke directly, Senior Pharaoh, I come from the Card Master civilization 3,000 years later. But it is not time travel, but a different dimension. The name was heard from Jia Yu before. After all, the light chasers of this generation 3,000 years ago were epic. He once participated in the killing of the National Angel in the Innocent City. His strength is probably at the god level. Ji-sun said it according to the truth. Under normal circumstances, the will of the other dimensional space would patch this passage to make its appearance logically consistent. However, because there were too many things in Ji-sun that could not be explained, more patches were needed. Moreover, the top card master of the world of me was not so easily fooled in terms of logic. Any flaw would be deduced. So Ji-sun himself was also very curious, and at the same time, he was also trying to figure out how the will of space would make the other party accept this information. However, the response from the light chaser shocked him. 3,000 years later? No wonder I said your fate line is so strange. This explains it. Your secret method was also learned from later generations. The light chaser had no doubts at all and immediately believed Ji-sun's words. His deduction ability can make the truth completely unfold before his eyes. As soon as Ji-sun said this, the fate line that appeared out of thin air in front of him was connected from 3,000 years later. All the logic is connected. He even pondered for a moment and judged, in that case, you should be the one who went to the East Wasteland? Yes. Ji-sun nodded. Although he came from the time travel, he is indeed a card master from the East Wasteland. However, just when he thought that the spatial will was a patch of time travel to make the other party believe it, the light chaser Pharaoh on the opposite side spoke again. So you mean, our meeting this time is in a different dimension? As soon as these words came out, Ji-sun's pupils trembled, and he looked at the other person in disbelief. He even thought he had heard wrongly. Did this person really say the 4 words different dimension space just now? You know, although the people in the different dimension space are no different from real people, they may have existed in history. But the fact is that they are not alive, but plot NPCs simulated by the will of space. Ji-sun has tried many methods and many adventures before. No matter how he hinted, the NPCs would never know that he was in a different dimension space. Even all related words will be patched and blocked by the space will. Just like the human beings in the past could not imagine what was outside the universe, that was a cognitive shield. Even this question would not exist. This also guarantees the most basic existence logic of the different dimensional space. It is also the consensus of everyone But now, I actually heard the light chaser in front of me say this word very calmly. He recognized it. What's wrong with this guy? For a moment, Ji-sun felt his hair stand on end, as if something conflicted with his perception of the world. However, before Ji-sun could be shocked, the light chaser on the other side looked at his expression, as if he was completely sure of something. Oh, it turns out to be an alien space. Just now, he was not completely sure, but now he is sure. Looking at Ji-sun's frowning expression, the light chaser pharaoh said calmly, "Are you confused? Why do I know that I am in an alien space, and my perception is not tampered with by the will of space?" Facing such a senior, Ji-sun had no problem admitting yes. "Please help me." Since the other party could hear what he said, there was nothing to be shy about. Although he was wearing a mask, Ji-sun saw a pair of deep eyes that seemed to see through all the secrets of the world from the holes in the mask's eyes. Hearing this question, the light chaser pharaoh smiled mysteriously. He did not answer directly, but smiled and raised his head, and asked in a steady and slow tone, "How can you be sure that you are alive? Or how can you be sure that the world you are in is the real world?" When these words came out, the voice was not loud, but it was like thunder exploding beside his ears. Ji-sun was stunned on the spot. He thought that the other party could detect different dimensional space and might have deduced some flaws in the logic of the world. Unexpectedly, the other party asked such a question. This question was like a blow to the head. If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult to understand this simple and seemingly absurd question. However, Ji-sun not only traveled through the world, but also through time. This question once troubled him. What is the essence of the world? Now, hearing the question from the light chaser pharaoh, Ji-sun seemed to have touched the cognitive limit of some kind of soul. Yes, how can I be sure that I am definitely in the real world? Could it be that I am actually an NPC in some other dimensional space? It is only because of the patch of space that I completely believe that the logic of my world is self-consistent and real. As soon as this question was asked, it was as if the roles were reversed. Just like the scene in front of him. An adventurer asked him a question. Ji-sun began to doubt whether he really existed. He racked his brains, but he couldn't confirm whether he was in the real world. Recently, he spent some time in the dream world every day. In that world, all human perceptions can be simulated by the spirit. When people are immersed in dreams, they will also feel that their world is real. As long as the dream is not awakened, the illusory world will always be real. So, does the real world I thought of really exist? If it is real, how can I prove it? Countless thoughts suddenly popped up in Ji-sun's mind. But no matter how he deduced, he could not prove it. The light chaser pharaoh glanced at Ji-sun, with wisdom flashing in his eyes. Obviously, he also knew that the other party was in a state of enlightenment, and secretly praised him in his heart. Good understanding. He continued, I am a bard. I have written many interesting stories. In the stories, they are vivid. I can even materialize them in the real world, and let them live just like real people. So are the characters in the stories I write real? Does the world in the stories really exist? For the characters in the novel world is real. For the readers, is it necessarily unreal? If there is a novel world with self-consistent logic and perfect laws of the universe. So, how is it different from the real world? The same is true for different dimensional space. How can you be sure that you are not in another different dimensional space? Ji-sun has seen this ability before. Jiayu once used his ability to create Mushroom Head. After hearing this, Ji-sun felt that some of his cognitive boundaries seemed to be blurring. He was even unsure whether he was really in a different dimensional space now. That feeling was like his original worldview was shattered by someone. The ground was covered with pieces. Such a wonderful world, how can I not prove that it is real? If the world is not real, then do I really exist? Since even the world cannot be verified, what is the meaning of life? At this moment, everything in the world became unreal. Ji-sun felt like a sun in annihilation, gradually sinking into endless darkness. This was even more desperate than death. He could not find the direction, and was lost in the endless darkness. But the pursuit of truth in his heart made him work hard to pick up the fragments piece by piece, trying to piece together his own world. A new real world. I don't know how long it took, as if time fell into a chaotic state. It seemed like a moment, and it seemed like a long time. In Ji-sun's mind, I am the world automatically operated, deducing countless logical lines. At first, it was just a line, extending infinitely. But it was not enough. Then it was a network. Still not enough. Then, he felt like a sun, emitting light that illuminated the whole world. His thoughts were still constantly deducing, although they were getting dimmer and dimmer like light, but as long as the aperture was within the range, he could understand the world of truth. Those logics seemed to have constructed a small universe. Although small, the logic was self-consistent, and everything was under control. At this moment, Ji-sun seemed to finally feel that he could control the universe. Unconsciously, enlightenment was reminding you that you have gained insight. I am the world experience plus 333. Proficiency LV4. Comprehension cognition into domain. The magic secrets will not continue to improve as your proficiency increases, but will be stuck at certain thresholds. Without great insights, it is difficult to make further progress. Before, Ji-sun's I am the world had obviously fallen into the bottleneck of cognition into domain. At a certain moment just now, Ji-sun found that his troubled vision suddenly became clear. It was like a frog jumping out of a deep well and seeing a new world. Although he still didn't understand the troubles in his heart. Thoughts are like sunlight, not touching the edge of the universe. But it seems that if he is given enough time, one day, he will have the possibility to see the whole picture of the universe. It is just a possibility, but it makes Ji-sun's scattered pupils gradually focus. The meaning of life is the hope of seeing the truth of the universe. The darkness in front of him gradually became colorful. Ji-sun saw a cloaked man wearing a mask. At this moment, the soul seemed to have returned to the body. The thoughts were connected. Oh, I am here. In a different dimension. Ji-sun felt like he had escaped from a quagmire, and his whole body felt lighter. And obviously, he felt a kind of sublimation at the soul level. At first, he was not sure what this feeling was, but the next moment, he immediately realized that this was divine power, the transformation at the soul level. Humans can control the power of gods, and also have the power of gods. I have touched the threshold of divine power. Looking at the panel again, I am the world has also broken through the realm that has been stagnant for a long time and reached LV4. Ji-sun immediately understood what had just happened, and said respectfully to the masked man in front of him, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." At this moment, how could he not understand that the person in front of him saw that he was at the bottleneck of the 6th level, and was trying to give him some advice? He could have solved his doubts directly just now, but he used this guiding way. With the guidance of a top master, plus Ji-sun's own understanding, he suddenly became clear. It was an epiphany. At the same time, Ji-sun was also greatly shocked. It was the first time he met a master of this level. If he was really an enemy, it would be easy for the other party to kill him. The light chaser pharaoh looked at Ji-sun, smiled slightly, and did not deny it. He praised, "Your understanding is amazing." The suggestion was indeed intentional. Only when there is no mental defense will there be unexpected results. Now it seems that the effect is indeed good. After a pause, he also explained the reason. Since you can learn the magic secret method of I am the world, you have not taken a detour. It means that you have a good relationship with a generation of light chasers 3,000 years later. But it is obvious that some inheritance is missing. I don't have much time left, and I have something to tell you, and I also want to use you to tell the inheritors of my lineage. Ji-sun nodded. This scene was familiar. He remembered that mushroom-headed Jia, you had also mentioned a similar question. This seemed to be the tradition of the light chaser lineage. The other party obviously saw that the magic secret technique he learned was flawed, and he must have deduced the problem of inheritance interruption. He also heard some other meaning in the sentence. I don't have much time left. The war is coming, and this light chaser may have played a very important role in the Battle of Terran's collapse. You don't have to worry about the question I asked before. At this point, the light chaser pharaoh looked at the doubts that still remained in Ji-sun's eyes, and smiled. You can't prove that the world you are in is real. Since you are in this world, your cognition is trapped in this world. Even at my current height, there is still an unknown above my head. You should have touched the threshold of God's power, and you have the qualifications to explore the truth of the world. Some roads need to be walked by yourself to experience deeply. I don't think you want me to give you a direct answer. Ji-sun seemed to understand but not quite. But he felt that it was so. At this point, the light chaser pharaoh responded to the original question. The reason why I can recognize the concept of being in a different dimension is because I have foreseen this situation in my deduction. Whether you travel through time and space or are in a different dimension, the me you see is the me who has the cognition at this moment. My cognition allows me to accept and understand that you exist in front of me in any form. That is to say, no matter how we meet. My cognition is that if I see you, I will definitely say these words. This is something that even the will of the other dimension cannot block, because no matter whether my subjective consciousness thinks of it or not, my ability will definitely deduce it. Ji-sun listened and fell into deep thought. He really understood it, as if the NPC had preset the dialogue. It will be automatically triggered when certain keywords are triggered. This is not controlled by subjective consciousness, but like the physical laws in the universe. People who do not know it are invisible, but it always exists. To deny it, You have to deny the entire universe. After a pause, Pharaoh looked at Ji-sun and said, "It may be difficult for others to understand what I said. But since you understand that I am the world, you should be able to figure it out. From the perspective of logical deduction, I allow everything to happen, so I can deduce everything. Rather than being blinded by self-cognition, you can only see the limited world that you can see." When Ji-sun heard this, a stern color suddenly flashed in his pupils. At this moment, he seemed to have grasped something. Although he didn't understand, he knew it was very powerful. He heard Jia Yu say that this was a high level in the world of me. Beyond deduction and cognition, even the mushroom-headed man was groping for an advanced field. The light chaser Pharaoh had said enough. If you still don't understand this, there is no point in explaining it. Ji-sun knew that these words tonight would require the strongest to ponder for a long time in the future. But this made him feel regretful. After all, this is an alien space. The strong man in front of him has fallen in the long river of history. Pharaoh seemed to see through all of Ji-sun's thoughts. He smiled and said, "I feel very lucky to have such an opportunity to meet you. This way I can know what happened 3,000 years later. There are many layouts and guesses, and I can also see the results. No matter what form my consciousness exists in, I will be happy to see such a result. For the stories I like to follow, seeing the ending is a very satisfying thing in life." He said this in a calm tone. However, Ji-sun's heart was in turmoil for a long time. Chapter 423. Since the other party wanted to listen, Ji-sun told him the general situation after 3,000 years. The Orlan royal court that ruled the eastern wasteland for 3,000 years, the innocent city where angels fell, and the recent invasion of the southern continent. Ji-sun knew Chuzhou and Nanjing, so he knew the Orlan survivors very well. He also knew high-ranking federal officials, like Catalina, and knew the Federation very well. There were also Qin Rushi of the Revolutionary Army, Jia Yu of the Illuminati, and other people. With the information gathered from all sides, he was one of the few people who had the most thorough understanding of the situation and history of the eastern wasteland. As the light chaser Pharaoh listened, his eyes remained calm. It seemed that even in the Card Master civilization 3,000 years later, nothing unexpected happened to him. Only after Ji-sun finished speaking did he murmur, "It is similar to what I deduced. However, the method of the Southern High Priest is more sophisticated than expected." Ji-sun didn't know what he meant by this. But seeing that the other party didn't want to explain more, he didn't ask more. After all, this is a different dimension, and any action may trigger an unexpected plot. Meeting this light chaser from 3,000 years ago was a big surprise. Ji-sun knew very well that under normal circumstances, with the difficulty of the current main storyline, he would not be able to come into contact with NPCs of this level. This was siege, not decisive battle. He was not qualified to participate in the decisive battle of the gods' fall. But the fact was that they met here by chance. Ji-sun liked adventure, but he did not want to die. He guessed that Pharaoh appeared here, and he must be going after a certain outer god. Now he had to be careful with every word he said, and try not to involve those hidden plots that he couldn't bear. Ji-sun could think of it, and since the light chaser Pharaoh knew that this was an alien space, he could obviously think of it too. This senior was also very considerate, and he listened more often and rarely spoke. Ji-sun talked about some things 3,000 years later, and even if he didn't say it in too much detail, the other party could deduce it. In other words, if there was such a situation 3,000 years later, one of the planners was the one in front of him. Of course, it's not a surprise. It's just that I heard from Ji-sun that Pharaoh confirmed that something would happen in the future. But since he had met him, Ji-sun didn't want to give up the opportunity that might lead to some great opportunities. The other party knew better than himself what questions could not be mentioned, which allowed Ji-sun to boldly ask some questions. He thought of something and asked tentatively, "Senior, do you know a senior named Su?" Then he described the appearance of Old Man Su, which had not changed for 100 years. Old Man Su came in with him, and some causes and effects cannot be avoided. If someone really knows the identity of Old Man Su, this person probably knows it best. Hearing this, the light chaser Pharaoh was obviously interested and asked in surprise, "Senior Su, are you talking about the immortal time traveler who wanders in the shadow of history?" Thinking of something, he suddenly said, "Oh, that's right. It's normal for your fate to come into contact with that person." Immortal? When Ji-sun heard the word from the other party's mouth, his expression was also stunned. "I thought that Old Man Su just lived longer. Now it seems that it is different from what I thought." Light chaser Pharaoh seemed to see what he was curious about and explained, "Yes. No one knows where he came from, and no one doesn't know where he is going. He seems to be an ancient legend forgotten by time. But the traces he left in history are older than the existence of our Illuminati. Well, that means that he is a predecessor who existed in the last era. Ji-sun's eyes twitched when he heard this. It was already surprising to guess that old man Su lived for 3,000 years. According to this person, the old man is older than the Talon dynasty? God, however, as soon as the thought came to Ji-sun, the wretched old face was imprinted in his mind. He didn't look like a high god. And why did he lose his memory? And why did he keep looking for the stone tablet? Why were other old gods sealed, but he kept walking in the long river of history? And why were the mechanical angels hostile to him? Ji-sun didn't expect that after asking the question. Not only did he not solve his doubts, but more and more questions popped up in his mind. Light Chaser Pharaoh obviously knew something. His eyes that flashed with wisdom gradually became distant, and he said calmly, I do know some historical truths that you are curious about. But unfortunately, it is meaningless for you to know it now. Ji-sun was not surprised to hear this. Old man Su was involved in a big cause and effect, and he knew this a long time ago. Before, he thought he was just a hermit who lived for a long time, but now that he heard the legend that he had survived since the last era, he knew that many questions about this old man were difficult to explore. As he spoke, Pharaoh pondered for a moment, as if he had guessed what Ji-sun was thinking, and added meaningfully, but you only need to know one thing. For the Kashi civilization, that senior is a friend, not an enemy. Ji-sun listened and did not ask any more questions. This sentence was enough. It seemed that there was nothing else to talk about after talking about business. After all, it was an alien space, and the purpose was to explore hidden tasks. However, Ji-sun was still carefully thinking about how to get something out of the top NPC in front of him that was just enough for him. Pharaoh spoke up in advance, asking, by the way, what are your plans for coming to the other dimension this time? Although your rank is not high, your strength is good. I don't think you plan to follow the main storyline. After saying that, he pondered for a moment, and added lazily, I would like to give you something. But once you give it to me, you may get into trouble. When these words came out, Ji-sun felt like he was testing the bottom line of the space wheel, and jumping back and forth on the boundary of the rules. Even though this strongest person knew that he was an NPC, he seemed to want to have some fun. This reminded Ji-sun of the words in his previous life. Fighting against the sky is endless fun. He was used to the other party's ability to read minds, which made him less worried. Since the other party asked, Ji-sun said without hesitation, Senior, my partner, and I are going to the Imperial City. Do you have any suggestions? Do you want to go to Behemoth City? Pharaoh pondered for a moment and said, Ajuin has been completely distorted by the Devil's Mark. He is tyrannical and bloodthirsty. He has killed 8 of the Imperial City guards. If you go now, no matter who you are, you may not get any benefits. Oh, that's right. You have this idea. Your partner should have the blood of Augustus, right? In this case, we can contact the Southern Priest. Ji-sun nodded and waited for the next words. The other party considered almost everything he thought of. Pharaoh continued, there are several secret passages on the Gazia volcano. But judging from the movements of the rebels, they should have been discovered. Other than that, we can only rely on some teleportation arrays to enter the city. However, with the divine domain of the mysterious worm Mother Karakta covered, any method of crossing the void to the Imperial City is very dangerous. Ji-sun frowned when he heard this. The secret passage was discovered. He had thought about using Ivan's void ability before, but since this guy said so, he would definitely not try it easily. At this point, F.A. Luo glanced at Ji-sun and said, but I do have another plan. But it's a bit risky. Ji-sun said in a deep voice, please give me some advice, Senior. F.A. Luo said, I infiltrated this orc rebel army, originally wanting to find an opportunity to see if I could seal the 7 lords of the calamity. Hearing this, Ji-sun raised his eyebrows slightly. As expected, he guessed that this person was going after the outer god, but he was also a little surprised. In history, the outer god Mudu was actually sealed by him, and what a coincidence, the jar that sealed Mudu was right in Ji-sun's hand. However, Ji-sun looked at the storage space, and the 2 spell pottery jars were now gray. This is the special restriction of the Enlightenment prompt when entering the space, and it is impossible to use special items related to the conflict with the plot. One of them is confirmed to be the sealed beast blood-boiling Mudu. Now there are 4 outer gods besieging the Imperial City. In addition to the Worm Mother and the Lord of War, it can be basically confirmed that the seal in the other jar is the source of corruption, nicer. Ji-sun thought it was normal for the unique items to conflict with each other. Otherwise, when the jar is opened, 2 identical outer gods will appear in the different dimension, which would be strange. But Ji-sun was slightly surprised by something else. Not only the 2 pottery jars cannot be used, but there is another item on him that is obviously unusable, that is useless great sword. Ji-sun also guessed that the useless great sword was in this battle, and was involved in some key plots. At the same time, he was also very curious about what the great sword he had obtained for a long time, but didn't understand was used for. His thoughts were racing. On the other side, Pharaoh continued, but it is very difficult to seal the outer god. That Muta is very cunning, and has a particularly sharp perception. Any hostility towards him will be detected. So if I go there with the purpose of sealing, I will definitely be discovered by him. What about you? Ji-sun was also confused when he heard this. If you knew you would be discovered, why are you in this orc camp? Fa Luo knew what he was confused about and explained, actually, I don't know why I am here. I just came here because I deduced that my presence here at this time would be the most reasonable, and would have the least impact on the changes in the battlefield situation. I am not here for any purpose. Now it seems that there are some other reasons. Ji-sun suddenly felt that his brain was not working properly. It felt like this sentence translated into, I don't know why I'm here, so the enemy certainly doesn't know. Whether we can meet depends on fate? Ji-sun couldn't keep up with the thinking of the highest realm. He looked over. Since this light chaser has spoken, there must be something he can help. As Pharaoh said this, he suddenly took out a pottery jar full of spells, and said bluntly, I need you to help me get this jar to a specific location. Once my plan succeeds, your friends can also take advantage of the chaos to enter the Imperial City. Ji-sun looked at the familiar spell pottery jar, and his eyes twitched slightly. But the jar is now open and empty. At this time, enlightenment also appeared immediately, and the A-level hidden plot was triggered. You need to cooperate with the Light Chaser Pharaoh to invite you to participate in a top-secret mission. You need to put the sealing god jar in the designated location. Reject/accept? Ji-sun saw enlightenment's A-level difficulty evaluation, and agreed after a little thought, okay. The difficulty of this A-level is estimated to be equivalent to the S-level of other low-level spaces. But the difficulty of the space will, and the double confirmation of Pharaoh is definitely not completely impossible. Pharaoh looked at Ji-sun and agreed without hesitation, smiled and praised, and also said, don't worry, although there are risks. But at least you shouldn't die this time. Although Ji-sun can accept the risk of the mission, he is also very curious about why he is so sure. Senior, why do you think I won't die? Pharaoh smiled but said nothing. Instead, he said something that seemed to have nothing to do with this mission. Although I know the outcome of history, my plan still needs to be carried out. Or maybe it's because of meeting you, that some plans are on the original track. Ji-sun didn't understand and cast a puzzled look. Pharaoh looked far away and said, even if this is an alien space, the laws of the universe are still intact. I am the world, and what I deduce is the traces left by the laws of the universe, which is a supernatural power higher than the law. I will tell you the secret that only a high-level card master can touch. When your mind is strong enough, the laws of the entire universe will follow you. This is the ultimate secret of the I am the world field. Ji-sun listened thoughtfully, pondered for a moment, and said respectfully, thank you for your guidance, senior. Pharaoh disappeared, just as he came, without attracting any attention from others. The wounded camp returned to peace. But Ji-sun had an extra card with an empty can pattern in his hand. The wounded around were all asleep, and Ji-sun was also lying on the bed, thinking about the previous conversation. It seemed that Pharaoh's words did not teach any secret formulas, but when Ji-sun thought about it, he found that there were mysteries everywhere. From the beginning to the departure, every action and every word of that person seemed to be in harmony with the operation of the universe. Ji-sun knew that this was the domain formed by the I am the world, but it was obvious that the other party was more advanced. Those suggestions were all key points. Ji-sun's thoughts were suddenly opened up. The night passed quickly. The next day, the marching horn sounded early in the morning. Although the Terran dynasty had only the last city, the imperial capital Behemoth, which had not been captured, the imperial city had countless prohibitions and barriers, and the last elite of the empire were stationed there, so it was not so easy to capture. This was a protracted war. The army was besieging the city, and there were troops going to attack and harass the city almost every moment. Ji-sun also followed the large army. In the dense forest, all kinds of strange orcs were marching towards the imperial city with great momentum. The legion was full of orcs, who were polluted by the outer god Mutu. Most of them had completely transformed into beasts, or half-beasts, and were not very intelligent. No one cared about what was special about Ji-sun and the team. The legion of tens of thousands of people marched without any rules, and then after joining several teams, they gathered hundreds of thousands of people. The closer they got to the imperial capital Behemoth, the louder the battle became. The sky was filled with colorful elemental clouds, like festival fireworks, continuous. Ji-sun's team was at the back, and was not the main force for today's siege. It was quite leisurely. He walked along, carrying the jar along, trying to find an opportunity to follow Pharaoh's plan as much as possible, and get close to the main camp of the orc army. But unexpectedly, without any warning, there was a thunderous explosion in the sky above his head, and a terrifying black light suddenly exploded. Then, various fragments fell like meteorites. Before he could see what happened clearly, enlightenment appeared again, and the B-level hidden opportunity plot was triggered. The mechanical angel descended on the battlefield, trying to kill the human traitor who stole the space source stone, but he was also besieged by the rebel masters, and his alloy body was seriously damaged. You need to collect the mechanical armor fragments scattered all over the battlefield. The moment Ji-sun saw enlightenment, he realized that the black light just now was the annihilation beam of the mechanical angel. At the same time, he also captured some key information from enlightenment. 1. The human defector was nearby. 2. There were fragments of the mechanical angel to pick up. Chapter 424. The moment enlightenment appeared, Ji-sun sensed a violent spatial fluctuation. Looking up at the sky full of spiderweb cracks like a thunderstorm, he realized that an unimaginable fierce battle had just taken place in a hidden space. That was a battle that the cannon fodder could only look up to. Then, a mechanical angel covered in metallic silver light flew out of the void crack and turned into a stream of light and flew away in the northeast direction. The speed was so fast that even Ji-sun only saw a residual image, and at the same time murmured in his heart, "It turns out that the mechanical angel was destroyed here." Previously in Tylong Mechanical City, he had seen an old mechanical angel with a broken arm. It looked exactly like the one he had just seen. Seeing this, Ji-sun's mind became active. Based on the previous mission plot, it was not difficult to guess what happened. This mechanical angel had been killing high-ranking rebels on the battlefield. Now, it seemed that it was ambushed while chasing the defectors. However, for Ji-sun, this level of battle was like a background plot for playing a game, so he just watched it. The person who trapped the mechanical angel in the void and injured it so badly that it had to break its arm to escape must be a god-level person. At the same time, Ji-sun was looking forward to it. He couldn't participate in the battle, but he could participate in the B-level task just mentioned, collecting the angel mechanical fragments. As long as he had contact with it in the other dimensional space, he could theoretically draw it by settling the card draw. This was a good opportunity. Reality didn't give him time to think about it. The sound of breaking wind rang in his ears, and the orcs in the forest all looked up at the sky. The fragments of the flowing fire in the sky fell rapidly like meteors, and instantly smashed into the dense forest within a radius of dozens of miles. Looking at the lingering black light on the fragments, Ji-sun's face suddenly changed. Not good. Others may not know what this is, but he knows very well that this is the strange energy formed by the lightless sun. Just a glance made Ji-sun feel a fatal crisis with his hair standing on end. He quickly judged the landing trajectory of the hundreds of fragments in his mind, transformed into a werewolf, and ran away from the original place. Almost in the next moment. Boom, 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 the sound of artillery bombarding the ground was heard. The hundreds of fragments hit the ground, and then the energy contained in them burst out violently. It was like hundreds of volcanoes erupting at the same time, and the ground shook violently. Then, as if some giant beast was about to come out from the ground, the hilltops within a radius of dozens of miles exploded with black light everywhere. In just a moment, the 100-meter-high giant trees, the hard rocks, and the orcs who had not yet figured out what was happening. Anything that touched the black light disappeared in an instant. In a valley, Ji-sun, who had just teleported here, and dozens of orcs nearby who were stunned all stood there, watching the black light that emerged from the ground 100 meters away and annihilated everything in front of them. They were dumbfounded and dared not move. Ji-sun's eyes twitched suddenly, thinking, no wonder picking up garbage is a B task. If you are not careful, you will be crushed to death. Fortunately, this terrifying movement was point to point, and the shockwave did not cause much damage, and it only lasted for a moment. After several nearby hills were destroyed, it was quiet. When Ji-sun saw this, he immediately ran to the nearest pit, and saw a piece of metal fragment the size of a silver coin in the 100-meter deep pit. Angel alloy. Ji-sun stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and put it into his bag before anyone else saw it. Enlightenment tips. This fragment can be exchanged for military merits in the Imperial City, or it can be taken out of the space. Ji-sun didn't plan to exchange for military merits. After all, this metal can't be found anywhere in the outside world. In the other dimensional space of Horror Insect Nest, Ji-sun drew a card and obtained a piece of unprocessed alloy. After studying it, he was sure that this was the strongest, toughest, and most magical metal he had ever seen, and no outside channel had heard of it. Ji-sun was not sure what these metals were used for, but an empire as powerful as Talon only produced one mechanical angel. It was always better to keep it in hand. Ji-sun picked up all the fragments collected from the nearby hills, but only found 3 pieces. More pieces fell into the hands of other orcs. But the good news was that it didn't take long before the orc commander also ordered the collection of fragments. It looks like the fragments will be gathered soon. Ji-sun also quietly notified Nanjing and Chu Jiao, who were lurking nearby, asking them to pay more attention to the whereabouts of the fragments. Wait for a chance to kill them once and for all. The sudden change ended at the cost of tens of thousands of orcs killed and injured. However, the orc army was not affected much and continued to march towards the eastern imperial capital Behemoth. In the eyes of the outer gods, the significance of these low-level rebel soldiers was just cannon fodder. Ji-sun used to disdain that kind of high and mighty, but now, as his rank gradually rises, he now seems to understand the feeling of that kind of god. There is an essential difference between higher life and lower life. Life that cannot understand the truth of the world is like grass. Ji-sun followed the large group and asked about the whereabouts of the defector. After all, this involves an important A-level plot mission. According to the historical trend, Behemoth broke into the city, and the surrounding area was smashed to pieces. The defector in history should not have been found, so the artifact that stabilizes the space did not work. As Ji-sun walked, he deduced the situation based on the known intelligence. That's right, the mechanical angel was almost ambushed and killed because of this. Talon will definitely not easily send people to ambush the defector again. By the way, since the space stone can activate the artifact, it must be a treasure. If you want to get it, you have to do it as soon as possible. While the defector has not yet contacted the rebel leaders, if you want to complete the mission, regardless of how difficult it is, at least you have to find the defector first. But since the spatial will determines that it is an A-level plot, there should be a chance to take advantage of it. Since it is the bait of the ambush angel, it is possible to find it by following this line. Ji-sun frowned for a moment. He felt that he was lucky. It just so happened that the defector was in the direction of the fleeing orc army. But there were hundreds of orcs in the army, and the defector didn't put a word on his head, so it was not easy to find him. Ji-sun felt that if he was determined to complete this A-level task, it would be possible to spend more time. But now, he has more important things to do. When this thought came to him, Ji-sun originally thought that he could only try his luck. But when he was sorting out his thoughts, he found a bright spot. Hey, that space stone, is it a space treasure? It is difficult to find someone in a million-strong army, but it becomes clear at once if you change your mindset. Since the defector fled with the space stone, as long as you find the stone, won't you find the person? Ji-sun thought of something and patted Ivan, who was sleeping soundly in his pocket. The little girl rubbed her sleepy eyes and muttered, "Is it time for dinner, Mr. Ji-sun?" They were already very familiar with each other. Ji-sun smiled and pinched Ivan's face, saying, "Not yet. It's time to work." Ivan pouted, "Ah, not dinner." Ji-sun fed a large piece of dessert and asked directly, "Ivan, I'm looking for a space stone now. Can you sense where it is?" Ivan looked confused. Her limited knowledge of the world made her unable to understand some human terms. What stone? Ji-sun himself didn't know. If it wasn't for the task of enlightenment, he wouldn't even have heard of this treasure. Thinking about what it should be, he took out a space crystal core and said for reference, "It's a special energy stone, which is many times stronger than this space crystal in terms of space law fluctuations." "Oh, let me sense it." Ivan blinked as if he understood, then tilted his head as if meditating. Soon she sensed something and said, "There are many space cracks nearby and a broken space bubble, and bugs, big bugs." Ji-sun can now basically understand the little girl vocabulary. Before, the light chaser Fano said that there are a large number of irregular space cracks near the Imperial City. It seems that these are them. As for the space bubbles, they should be the traps where the angels were ambushed and killed before. The big bug, the mysterious bug Mother Karakta, it's almost the same as Ji-sun thought. This is an alien space. Ivan is not in the space plot, so there is no need to worry about triggering anything. Ji-sun is not going to cause trouble for the outer god, but to find treasures. He also refined the prompt range. You sense it. It should be near the big bubble. The bait is put into the trap, just like the cheese for catching mice is placed on the trigger of the mousetrap. Based on the place where the battle broke out before, he roughly deduced several possible locations of the bait. Because the description was accurate enough, the surprise came suddenly. Not long after, Ivan suddenly got something. "I found it. Over there, there are 2 stones with large spatial energy fluctuations." Ji-sun was also happy to hear this, thinking, I really found it. He asked, where exactly is it? Ivan said, 15 degrees east by north, 20 kilometers. This little loli has an unusually accurate sense of distance. When Ji-sun heard it, he immediately matched the coordinates on the map in his mind. It just so happened that the location was similar to the range Fano said, so he didn't hesitate and walked towards the target direction. The rebels had loose discipline, especially the orcs with low intelligence and high wildness. There were wounded and stragglers everywhere. Anyway, everyone was heading towards the battlefield, and no one cared about a werewolf who seemed to be lost and couldn't find a team. However, not long after walking, Ji-sun climbed over a mountain and came to a pass, where his vision suddenly opened up. A big sun in the sky illuminated the huge basin in front of him, which was lush and green. At the end of the field of vision, an exaggerated and majestic city suddenly came into view. Under the sunlight, the outline of the city broke into the field of vision like a giant. The 100-meter-high white stone wall was like a winding white jade belt, surrounding the entire city. Like the horizon, there was no end in sight. The magic crystals on the wall sparkled in the sunlight, and the layers of barriers were like flowing circles of light, covering the entire city. Ji-sun was at a very high position, just in time to see the Gothic spires in the city, with colorful glass shining. The most exaggerated thing was that there was actually a palace floating in the sky above this city. The waterfall flowed down from the palace in the sky, and a 7-color rainbow was like a ribbon wrapped around the water curtain. Even from such a distance, you could see the beautiful garden in the palace. This is the legendary capital of Terran, a city with the same name as a mythical beast, Behemoth. Whether from an artistic or strategic perspective, this is the most stunning building Ji-sun has ever seen. Especially the palace floating in the clouds, which is probably a scene that can only appear in many people's dreams. It's really exaggerated. Ji-sun looked at the city from afar, and his heart was shocked for a long time. In his eyes, this city is like a beautiful woman lying on her side, which is really perfect to the extreme. It was because he knew that this city and the nearby void had collapsed into pieces in history that Ji-sun felt a pity. However, no matter how magnificent it was, the current situation of the city was not optimistic. The rebels were besieging it from all sides, and the city was in fierce fighting all the time. The sun in the sky illuminated the entire field of vision. Ji-sun could just see the battle on the west side of the city wall at the pass. It was like watching a sand table, with a panoramic view of the overall situation. The rebels had been besieging the city for nearly a month. The outside of the city was in ruins, and the ground outside the city was full of holes caused by magic artillery. Just as Ji-sun looked over, a new round of charge began. Orcs as dense as ants were running towards the city on the plain. Just then, another round of artillery fire was launched on the tall white stone wall. Magic energy shells of various colors exploded in the siege team in the distance, creating a brilliant magic shock wave. In the blink of an eye, Ji-sun saw thousands of orcs dying as cannon fodder, and countless others continued to charge forward. And soon, the dead orc corpses were also driven by the necromancy spell, charging in groups, and then completely turned into ashes, becoming dust covering history. The battlefield was as brutal as a meat grinder. Although this was a plot reproduced in another dimension, this cruel war really happened. Ji-sun watched with his eyes gradually lost in thought. He watched as a bystander first, and then as a rebel soldier. At a certain mysterious moment, he felt as if he was in the torrent of history. In this war, personal strength seemed to be an insignificant fallen leaf, drifting with the current. Even if one was as strong as a god, he was just a thick piece of driftwood floating in the torrent. At first, Ji-sun was shocked by the cruelty of the war, but gradually, he felt that his soul was constantly floating up, and then he looked down at the entire battlefield, and he had a new feeling. It was as if this war itself was a kind of rule that must happen in the operation of the universe. Unconsciously, Ji-sun fell into a mysterious state of enlightenment. And he couldn't help but recall the conversation with the light chaser pharaoh last night. Some of the words that he had heard before were confusing, but at this moment, he had a different understanding. Ji-sun seemed to have grasped something, and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to his mind. So this is what the light chaser said before, I am the higher realm of the world. Only by standing high enough can we more accurately deduce the laws of the world's operation. For a moment, Ji-sun saw a different scene in his eyes. Every soldier on the battlefield is a fate line of different colors. The card segments of the fate line are from their birth, employment as a card master, advancement, adventure, battlefield, and death. Countless threads converge together and gradually formed a torrent. A glance at the fallen leaves tells the coming of autumn. At this moment, Ji-sun seemed to see the pulse of the universe. Ji-sun gradually became absent-minded. Just as he was thinking, an orc behind him shouted, "Brother, Are you scared? Don't just stand there, hurry up and gather. Ji-sun was brought back to his senses by this shout. He responded with an awkward smile and walked down the pass. The layout of the entire battlefield was already in his mind. Ji-sun was sure that unless the resources in the Imperial City were exhausted, it would be almost impossible to break through Behemoth by relying solely on such a human wave tactic. In comparison, the rebel camp is even less likely to fight a protracted war. The appetite of the card masters is amazing, and the army needs to consume a lot of food and resources to besiege the city. Especially the bugs under the mysterious insect queen Karakta. Without sufficient food, they can eat their teammates in the first place. If they really want to besiege the city, this kind of mob will definitely collapse first. But in history, Behemoth finally broke the city. Ji-sun was also curious about what kind of strategy the rebels would use to break the city. Judging from the information about the defector so far, it is most likely an internal problem. The collapse of a powerful empire always starts from within. He learned from the light chaser Pharaoh that the Mad King Alduin has now completely become distorted, and has killed many loyal ministers who are determined to stick with the empire to the end. Everyone in the city is in danger. Ji-sun suddenly had some ideas in his mind. If I want to break into the city, breaking through from the inside is the best choice. He immediately realized that the previous defector might be the key to breaking the city. Not long after, Ji-sun quietly came to a valley. There was a 100-man elite team stationed here. Judging from the badges they had not yet taken off, this was an elite team of the 11th Legion of the Imperial Guard. When Ji-sun came, the soldiers who were still wearing the armor of the Talon Knights were plotting something. Lord Roden, what should we do next? Now that the Space Stone is in hand, it is enough to build a large teleportation array that can pass through top-level strongmen. The war is about to end. But? No buts. Someone will always be charged with the crime of being a defector. No matter how our actions are recorded in the future, we just need to have a clear conscience. Besides, even if we don't admit it, the collapse of the Empire is irreversible. His Majesty has been completely distorted. Even if we don't do this, more people will die sooner or later. The only person we trust now is Lord Nan. Chapter 425. Ji-sun used his shadow to confirm the situation of the 100-man defector team, and his eyes instantly showed murderous intent. He judged their strength from their armor and ranks, and murmured, a 7th-rank colonel commander, 2 6th-rank lieutenants. This is about what he expected. From the current point of view, these defectors were bait to lure the top leaders of Talon out of the city. Now the mousetrap has been triggered, and the angel has been severely damaged. Accordingly, most of the danger is past. Previously, the highest-ranking card master who entered the alien space in the southern continent was level 7, which means that the upper limit of the difficulty of the space for adventurers, S-level plot, should be around level 8. Correspondingly, the A-level difficulty should be level 7, which may have some special means. For Ji-sun's current strength, as long as no other hidden plots are triggered, it should not be a big problem. Moreover, he speculated that the evaluation of the A-level difficulty of the space was mostly on the way to find these defectors on the battlefield. Instead of killing them, Ji-sun used Ivan's spatial talent to easily locate the 2 space stones in this valley. This has avoided most of the plot risks. But this is a battlefield after all, and Ji-sun is not sure that he can kill this team instantly. Thinking of this, he decisively took out the spiritual scroll. Infused with spell power, the scroll shined brightly in an instant. In a blink of an eye, 2 beautiful figures slowly appeared in the black 9-pointed star formation. It was Chujio and Nanjing. Seeing the reinforcements coming, Ji-sun did not hesitate and shouted, "Attack!" The 3 of them had already discussed the detailed tactics. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji-sun rushed to the valley first. Chujio and Nanjing followed closely behind. In the valley, the guards were still repairing. But suddenly, the 7th-level commander Luo Dun looked stern. As the commander of the royal guards, he immediately sensed 3 powerful auras and shouted, "Enemy attack!" As expected of an elite army, with this order, the hundreds of people around Luo Dun immediately gathered into a battle formation and entered a combat state. In a blink of an eye, 3 figures, black, white, and blue, rushed over. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes and looked at the battle formation in front of him. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the Black Knights holding heavy shields in the front row. From the reaction of the team of defectors, it was known that they were elite. This efficiency in the battle was also the most perfect tacit understanding Ji-sun had ever seen. They immediately used various Legion tactics to restrict the charge. The ground instantly turned into quicksand, and the air around him was instantly confined. Before Ji-sun approached 100 meters, the vines on the ground had already entangled him. On the opposite side, There were heavy mechanical artillery pieces that were emitting magical light. If Ji-sun really rushed forward like this, he would be turned into a pile of ashes before he even got close. However, just when he was about to be controlled, a space crack appeared in the void, and Ji-sun stepped in. When he reappeared, he was already face to face with the center of the war. Not good. Seeing the target disappear, the 100-man team immediately thought it was not good, but they were not completely without countermeasures. As soon as Ji-sun landed, several daggers appeared from the void around him. The assassins in hiding all stabbed at Ji-sun, who was charging. Clang! 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 Fires flew everywhere. Ji-sun, in the state of a three-headed golem, had a dark glow on his bronze skin, and a thick layer of chi. Even if these daggers pierced through the chi that protected his body, they had already exhausted 90% of their strength, and when they touched the skin, they only left a few shallow marks. Ji-sun didn't care about others. His goal from beginning to end was to go after the 7th level. Bakwan earth rumbling. Ji-sun raised his hand and punched, which was the strongest killing move. The fist was wrapped with layers of ripples that moved the void, and it blasted towards the chest of the 7th level commander. With his current strength, if this punch really hits, even the 7th level commander will be seriously injured. However, Commander Lutan looked at the murderous intent coming at him, and he didn't have any intention of avoiding it. There was only confusion in his eyes, as if he recognized several magic secrets integrated into this move. Inducing the fall of the gods? The sun without light? Gluttony? Who is this guy, the supreme tyrant body? There is no time to think in a battle. In the blink of an eye, Ji-sun punched forward. However, the fist did not hit the target as expected, but stopped a dozen centimeters from the man's chest. Space barrier? Ji-sun's pupils shrank suddenly. Although he was not surprised that his probing attack could not hurt the other party. Ji-sun was slightly surprised, and at the same time, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his heart was full of fighting spirit. No wonder, this is the difficulty of the A-level plot. The ability displayed by this guy in front of him should be another square 5 astrologer. But this is much stronger than the 6th level deacon that Ji-sun had met before. Almost at the moment when he threw a punch, the expressionless commander suddenly took out a spell card in his hand, and at the moment of infusing the spell power, several void blades appeared in front of Ji-sun. This understated counterattack is enough to kill almost any enemy close to him, even a 7th level one. However, Ji-sun's grasp of the laws of space is no longer the same as before. He sensed the position where the void blades would appear as soon as the opponent used the spell, and cleverly stepped into the air, avoiding the black blades without any danger. Huh? Obviously, the opponent didn't expect Ji-sun to be able to dodge, and he let out a light huh. However, before he could think about it, several flying knives had already broken through the air and stabbed at him. Commander Roden was proficient in the laws of space, and of course, he immediately sensed the fluctuations of the flying knives breaking through the air. However, before he could wonder why the opponent would use such an obviously useless move, he instinctively blocked it with a space barrier. However, the next second, he suddenly understood, and suddenly realized in his heart, it turns out that this flying knife is just a bait to test the distance. But it was too late. Ji-sun had already determined the thickness of the folded space of the barrier and punched out. The last time he met the deacon of the Holy See who also knew space spells, he was very embarrassed the first time. Now that he had experience in dealing with it, he could just use the same trick again. He had already determined the precise distance, and this punch would normally hit the opponent's body. But at this time, the accident happened again. That Lutan knew that he could not avoid it in time, and was surprised for a moment, but then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if saying, "You are too naive." A strange scene happened immediately. His chest seemed to be a big hole leading to the endless void, and this destructive punch actually hit the empty space. Ji-sun felt that his fist force seemed to be released into the endless void, and immediately realized something: Stargazer's exclusive magic Starry Exile. As expected of the Talon Dynasty guards 3,000 years ago, this magic secret art came with a raise of the hand. The reason why Ji-sun was amazed was that this sequence was almost lost in the East Wasteland, not to mention the void magic level secret Starry Exile. It is said that a card master who has mastered this magic is equivalent to having a channel connecting to the endless starry sky. Each of the 52 magic secrets has its own merits. The power of this secret is that as long as the channel can withstand it, it can theoretically banish anything, physical matter, including energy attacks. If there is a shortcoming, it is that the consumption of the spell is very amazing. But compared with its effect, this shortcoming can be ignored. It's really a bug-like ability. When Ji-sun saw that his punch missed, a helpless smile appeared in his eyes. With this ability, Almost any attack is meaningless before the opponent's magic power is exhausted. It's a bit troublesome. It seems that it will be difficult to kill quickly. The moment Ji-sun found that his attack missed, he avoided the opponent's attack again. From the first moment the opponent showed the Starry Sky Exile, he knew that his ability was unlikely to kill quickly. As expected, this defector with the A-level plot difficulty is a 7th level with special abilities. Fortunately, Ji-sun had 2 powerful helpers. As soon as he rushed into the war, Chujio and Nanjing followed closely behind him. Nanjing used a large-scale group control spell arena to instantly trap hundreds of people in the valley. He also summoned a 5-eyed cat, and a chaotic mental field swept over, and the enemy was instantly confused. Chujio's attack seemed simple and crude. She walked straight over, with ice flowers all over the sky, and it turned out that she used the magic secret method Wuxing Jinshu. Ji-sun had never dared to break into the army formation before, but she had no scruples at all. Wherever she passed, the quicksand turned into a hard ice surface, the vines froze into ice sculptures, and even the elements were cleared by the extreme cold field. The huge valley turned into a world of ice and snow. Chujio held the Sismak Holy Grail in her hand, blessed with endless divine power, like the Ice Queen descending, and walked step by step. Before, she had obtained the royal power, and the domineering royal power was like the power of a dragon, which suppressed hundreds of people, and made them dare not look directly at her. With every step, the only sound was the crackling of ice. Not far away, the Black Knights in heavy armor, the protective spell power on their bodies was like a flame that was extinguished, and thick frost covered their armor in an instant, and they died in an instant. In just a few breaths, most of the 100-man guards were frozen to the ground and could not move. The impact of the high-level frost law and the mental compound spell froze even their thoughts. Even if this team was full of elites, most of them were killed or injured. Even those who were not dead would find it difficult to escape and fight again. Ji-sun saw this scene from the corner of his eye and exclaimed in his heart, "So powerful." It seems that they really got a lot of powerful inheritance in the Imperial Mausoleum. It has been a long time since I saw the 2 old friends take action, especially Chujio. Now I see them with new eyes. Although the White Queen's lifeless domain was not aimed at him, Ji-sun also felt a fatal threat. Is this something that a 6th level card master can have? Large-scale domain coverage, no escape. The enemy will die sooner or later due to continuous frost damage. However, what was even more surprising was the 7th level commander on the opposite side. Roden looked at Chujio and Nanjing, who suddenly attacked. His expression changed suddenly. White Queen? And Lord Nan's magic secret method Yushanting? As the leader of the royal guards, how could he not see the tricks of the 2 women's actions? Not to mention the White Queen. This is the inheritance that has been secretly passed down by the Terran royal family for tens of thousands of years, and Yushanting is also the unique inheritance of the High Priest. How could it appear here? And at the same time, as if he had figured out something, Roden's face showed a touch of relief and realization, and he said with great emotion in his heart, "So that's it. It turns out that Lord Nan asked us to defect, not to take the raw stone and escape, but this. It is definitely not normal for the heir of the royal family and the heir of the High Priest to appear in the rebels at the same time." Ji-sun didn't know how the space will patch up this problem. He also had a guess that Chujio and Nanjing's actions would trigger some hidden plots. The facts were as expected. This was originally a plot mission in a different dimension, and Ji-sun and the other 2 were ruthless in dealing with these defectors. But what they never expected was that the battle was one-sided. Although the 3 of them were unmatched in combat power, it was not difficult to kill this group of people. But at least the 7th level commander, who has mastered the laws of space, will never be killed so easily. His spatial ability is determined to escape, and even if the 3 of them join forces, the possibility of being escaped by the other party is very high. But just now, Ji-sun punched him. He could have used Starry Sky Exile again to exempt the commander from damage, but he stood there stupidly and let himself be punched through the heart. Life quickly drained from his broken body, but there was no fear or regret on Roden's face. On the contrary, this handsome blonde officer smiled at Chujio and Nanjing with a relieved smile. His gradually dilated pupils seemed to see the future of civilization. While grinning, scarlet blood oozed from between his teeth. Even though he was dead, the commander of the Imperial Guards was still smiling. Once he died, the others were completely unable to resist, and in a blink of an eye, the 100-man team died. Ji-sun and the other 2 did not expect that this plot mission would go so smoothly. Of course, they also found that there was something strange about the death of this 7th level commander. The 2 women looked at Ji-sun with confusion. They thought that Ji-sun had used some secret method to kill this 7th level person. However, Ji-sun shook his head. He vaguely realized that this defection was not that simple. Ji-sun didn't think much and took off the cloth bag on the waist of the corpse. As soon as he opened it, he saw 2 stones that were like night pearls emitting black and purple halos. This was the space treasure space origin stone mentioned in the plot. Before the 3 of them could think about it, enlightenment also emerged. You have completed the A-level plot and killed the defector. Kill the Legion leader Roten, get 14,000 military merits, and a gold medal *1. Trigger the A-level hidden plot, the guard's commander Colonel Roten's instructions. You got 2 space stones. You and your teammates need to ensure that they don't fall into the hands of the rebels. Ji-sun was not surprised to complete the task. But there is another hidden task? Ji-sun was also confused. This task prompt seems to be wrong. It was clearly prompted before that you can get rewards by bringing it back to the Imperial City. How come it has become that you just need to avoid being robbed? Ji-sun didn't dare to expose this thing. Since he could sense it with Ivan before, maybe other people in the rebel army could too. For example, the Outer God, the mysterious insect mother Karakta. Thinking of this, Ji-sun threw the 2 stones to Ivan. The little girl swallowed them in one gulp. This is another bug. Ivan is no longer in the plot, so even if the Outer God comes, I'm afraid he won't be able to find the 2 raw stones again. As for the hidden plot that is triggered, if you can't figure it out, just search the soul directly. Nanjing also took action immediately. However, as soon as she started, she frowned. These defectors are the Imperial Guards. The bad news is that their memories are blocked by a barrier and cannot be searched. This is the mark of loyalty that every guard has. Ji-sun thought it was normal. Otherwise, if an Imperial Guard is captured and his soul is searched, the secret of the entire Imperial City's defense will be completely exposed. It is normal to have a soul restriction. But just when Ji-sun and Chuchio thought that the clue was about to be broken, Nanjing said, "The good news is that I happen to know how to unlock this blockade barrier. Because this is the unique secret technique of my Nan family. This means that the only people in the entire dimension who can unlock this forbidden secret technique are the Nan family." Could it be? When Ji-sun heard this, he suddenly felt that he could dig deeper into the hidden plot. The thought was not strong enough, and he didn't know where to point. The extraordinary characteristics of these more than 100 corpses cannot be wasted. While Nanjing was searching the souls, he absorbed them while collecting the spoils that could be taken out of the space. After all, these are the Imperial Guards, and their equipment can be said to be the pinnacle of the era. Whether it is mechanical equipment or spell cards, they are all royal products. After a search, Ji-sun reaped a lot. Not only did he get a large number of spell cards that can be taken out of the space, but also several single-soldier black technology machines. The difficulty of the A-level plot is already high, and it seems that this is also one of the rewards of the space will. At this time, Nanjing's soul collection also produced results. Ji-sun saw that her expression was very complicated, so he asked, "What's wrong?" In fact, he had already guessed that this soul-sealing method seemed to be deliberately set for Nanjing. Only she could see the truth. Nanjing responded, "They don't seem to be defectors." Ji-sun and Chuchio were surprised when they heard it. "Not defectors? Isn't this a hint in the plot?" "Yes." Nanjing's expression was particularly strange because of this. Part of their memory was tampered with. But the secret memory box of this Lutun psychic was not like that. They defected not because the tyrant was incompetent and killed their families. It was because of the secret mission of my Nan family's ancestors. Ji-sun's thoughts became clearer and clearer. The real reason for their defection was the secret mission arranged by your ancestors? Nanjing looked at the corpses on the ground with a little more respect. Although this is a plot space in history, these people have probably sat like this before, bearing the name of defection, but did some. She said, "Well, this Commander Roten actually didn't know the purpose of the mission. The memory that was modified before was that my ancestor instructed them to steal the space stone, and then go out of the city to build some kind of large teleportation array, which seemed to leave a way out for the royal family. But from his dying insights, the purpose of this mission was just an illusion, and the real purpose was to deliver these 2 space stones to us." Hearing this, Ji-sun instantly felt that some missing pieces of the intelligence puzzle had suddenly been pieced together. This was also the most critical link. He immediately understood the plan. Originally, this defector left the city to secretly build a teleportation array. This plan seemed ridiculous. After all, the outer gods in the rebel army were not so easy to fool. But in reality, it is a common tactic in sieges. Even if the rebels knew the purpose of the defectors, they would not stop them. After all, only when the Augustus royal family evacuated and the soldiers and civilians defending the city lost their will to fight to the death, could the imperial capital behemoth, which was armed to the teeth, be broken. There may also be a game of strategy between the top leaders of both sides. This plan is not very clever, but no matter how you look at it, it is the most reasonable choice in the current war situation. It is also the only plan that allows the Augustus royal family, and some top leaders, to have a small chance of escaping the imperial city. However, the fact is, this is only the second level of the plan, and the real purpose of the person behind the defection is on the fifth level. That Nan priest did not plan the battle at that time, but planned for 3,000 years later. That thought flowed through Ji-sun's body like an electric current, making him suddenly enlightened and his scalp tingling instantly. In that trance, he seemed to see a mysterious man appear in front of him, smiling and waving. Just like the commander, who was smiling before his death, it was a vision of the future. At this moment, Ji-sun felt the deep meaning of the person who planned 3,000 years ago. These two space stones are not just some space plot tasks, but also gifts given to them by Nan Xinyu, the last high priest of Terran 3,000 years ago, a gift left for the fire of Dongwang. Chapter 426. It's really wonderful. Ji-sun stood there, and saw the game set by the big hand 3,000 years ago. His heart was shocked like a tide, and it lasted for a long time. No wonder. He was very curious before, why the overall strength of the South Continent was so much stronger than that of the East Wasteland, and there were also carriers, like the Void Dragon boat that could cross the rift. But they discovered the Old Continent almost at the same time as the East Wasteland. And why didn't they discover it in these 3,000 years? Later, after asking around, Ji-sun found out that the truth was more confusing than what he saw. Rather than saying that the people of the East Wasteland and the South Continent discovered the Old Continent, it is better to say that the Old Continent reappeared in front of the two flames. These 3,000 years are like the isolation period of the Old Continent. It is hidden in an unreachable area and is not discovered by the world. Although Ji-sun did not understand what was going on, he probably guessed that it was related to the remaining believers of the Outer God. But just from this point, he had a guess that some big figures 3,000 years ago had foreseen this time node. Maybe there is some special meaning. And now, Ji-sun got these two space stones, and it is confirmed that the current situation is the layout of Nan Xinyu, the last high priest of Talon 3,000 years ago. Or there may be the mysterious organization of the Illumination Hermitage. Nanjing and Chujio, who were standing by, got the information of the soul search, although they also felt that something was a bit strange. But they didn't figure it out. Looking at Ji-sun's expression of sudden enlightenment, Nanjing also asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Ji-sun exhaled deeply, and with uncontrollable admiration, he sighed, "Xiao Nan, your Nan family ancestor really laid out a very brilliant plan." Nanjing seemed to understand, and blinked his eyes. Huh? This was just what Ji-sun could see. This plan had an impact for thousands of years, and he didn't know where to start explaining it. After thinking about it, he said, "These two are entangled space stones, and they are the most important things to build a super long-distance teleportation array. But as you said just now, these defectors brought the stones out to build a teleportation array for the people in the imperial capital to escape, which was just an illusion. The real purpose is to leave it for us 3,000 years later." "For us?" When Chujio and Nanjing heard this, they frowned, obviously not understanding. "Yes." Ji-sun nodded, his eyes gradually deepening. He looked at the corpse on the ground, pondered for a moment, and then said, "If I'm not mistaken, this stone was left for us by the Nan priest to connect the East Wilderness and the Old Continent." Chujio and Nanjing were shocked when they heard this. They also felt the great shock from the gift from 3,000 years ago. No wonder the light chaser Faluo said that when he knew he came from 3,000 years later, the method of the high priest Nan was more clever than expected. Faluo did not say it clearly at that time, but it was obviously because of seeing the result of history that he reversed and confirmed the far-reaching layout of Nan Xinyu. You must know that the Nan family is not only the high priest of the Talon Empire, but also a wise man, a prophet and a prophet. Nan Xinyu, the last high priest of Terran, was extremely skilled. Many historical records mention that her spells were the best in the world. She must have seen the end of Terran's collapse. Ji-sun felt that if he were in that position, he would make the same choice. Since it was impossible to reverse the collapse, it would be better to quietly plant a few seeds of hope for the future on the burned ruins. Among them was this space stone. Before this, Ji-sun had never seen or even heard of this space treasure. But there are only two pieces in the entire Talon Empire, which shows how precious it is. Originally, this was an energy consumable used on the artifact Wheel of Space. Once used, it can stabilize the space near the Imperial City for a period of time and delay the time of breaking the city. However, it does not change the outcome of the collapse of the Empire. and once consumed, the stone is gone. But if it is not used, whether it is left in the ruins or in the different dimension, they can be preserved. This means that later generations can find these two treasures in the old continent. As for why the high priest Nanshinyu was so sure that this thing would fall into the hands of the East Wilderness instead of the South Continent, Ji-sun didn't know. But he could think that it was probably related to some cause and effect. For example, only the people of the Nan family could get it. In the real ruins, there might be some bloodline restrictions, and in the different dimensional space, it was just like the commander who recognized the methods of Nanjing and Chujio and decided to die. When Ji-sun saw the Real Stone, he realized that they couldn't kill this NPC from the beginning. Just like the Space Rune Stone in his hand, this is an auxiliary extraordinary item that can greatly enhance a person's spatial ability. This means that if Commander Roden, who has now become a corpse, really wants to escape with the stone, it will be easy. Not to mention Ji-sun and the other two, even an 8th level or stronger person may not be able to stop him. However, he was easily punched through the chest just now. The only explanation is that Commander Roden let him go. Or perhaps some beliefs were imprinted in his cognition, such as he would not resist when he met the bloodline of the Nan family. In other words, Nanshinyu even considered the possibility of an alternate dimension. The formation of alternate dimensions is regular, and the collapse of the Imperial City, such a major event, will inevitably be condensed into an alternate dimension by the will of the plane, so that later adventurers can learn about the history of that period and find those treasures. And the difficulty of this thousands of troops besieging the city space has reached the top. It is not that you can pass it just by having a high rank. Therefore, except for Ji-sun and the other two, or more precisely, anyone else from the Nan family bloodline who comes to the alternate dimension, it is impossible for defectors. He got these 2 pieces of raw stones in his hand. Just this point alone, after Ji-sun figured it out, he was full of admiration. These 2 pieces of raw stones can build a transmission channel, which is also the hope of the Eastern Wasteland Card Master civilization. This situation is very, very clever. Unless it is stopped at the source, otherwise when it is really discovered, it will already be the trend of the times. Nanshinyu's means are evident. Maybe it was not when the imperial capital Behemoth collapsed, but after discovering the inevitable collapse of the empire earlier, she made some arrangements. Then, as time goes by, he will revise his plan little by little. When the empire really collapses, the fire will have been buried. By that time, even the outer gods cannot interfere. This method is completely incredible to others. Even if Ji-sun uses I am the world to deduce, it is difficult to understand. After all, there are too many variables in the development of history. Who can guarantee what the world will be like 3,000 years later? Would an existence like Nanshinyu not know? No, he must know. At least some general trends can be deduced. Some events that seem to happen by chance in history are actually inevitable in the eyes of a card master of her level. The collapse of the Talon Empire, and the Shinhua going to the East Wasteland, this is her arrangement. Although the East Wasteland is barren, it is safe enough. This can also ensure the continuation of the bloodline of the Augustus royal family. The Shinhua going to the East Wasteland is destined to establish a new card master country. But because of the scarcity of resources, this card master civilization is also destined to decline more and more. History has proven that there is no empire that will not fall. The decay and collapse brought about by long-term dictatorship are inevitable. No matter when, the dictatorship of the regime is destined to go through the process of founding a nation, expanding, and collapsing. This process is a completely uncertain future for others. But for some southern high priests, who are familiar with history and all the situations of the torch, it is not completely unforeseeable. Therefore, the collapse of the Oran royal court is also a historical inevitability. Then the people of Dongwang rediscovered the old continent, and then discovered the truth of the broken civilization, and continued the glorious Talon civilization 3,000 years ago. In Ji-sun's eyes, the line of destiny has continued from 3,000 years ago to the present, and has never been wrong. History seems to be ups and downs, but like a river, the flow is already determined. What's more, there is another factor that cannot be ignored: the Illumination Hermitage. This mysterious organization inherited from the founding of the Talon dynasty, 13 Cayman riders, walking in the darkness of history, unknown to ordinary people. But now in Ji-sun's eyes, the role they play is like the corrector of history. They will always intervene in the development of history at some appropriate time. Just like the battle that destroyed Orlan more than 200 years ago, the 13 knights of the Illumination Hermitage participated in person, and most of them died in the battle. The old dynasty finally came to an end. Not only that, in the previous chat between Ji-sun and Jiayu, he also knew that this organization actually left traces everywhere in the 2,000 years of history of Orlan. There are some inheritances such as ancient prophecies within the Illuminati. Before the old world appeared, Jiayu and the light chasers of all generations could not see the full picture of this exquisite layout, but they could deduce some from the traces of history. Moreover, each generation of light chasers has some missions and enlightenments that must be completed. This has been passed down from generation to generation, and some deviated historical processes have also been corrected. Ji-sun did not understand the relationship between the Illuminati Hermitage and Augustus before. Sometimes they are hostile, sometimes they cooperate as if nothing happened, and sometimes they seem to be closely related. Until now, he has figured it out. One is face, the other is inside, both of which are important inheritance lines of the Kashi civilization. Although the East Wasteland is barren, it is safe enough. And the blood initiation inheritance of your high priest lineage is very special, which ensures that each generation of high priests is very powerful. This also means that your lineage will definitely be passed down, so the course of history is roughly controllable. There is also the lineage of the Illuminati Hermitage. Ji-sun said everything he had deduced at this moment. And this statement sorted out the countless scattered thoughts in his mind. The deduced historical process seems to have countless possibilities. But in fact, there is only one and only historical truth. Listening to Ji-sun's words, the two women also realized why they could easily kill the 7th level commander just now. One of them is the descendant of the high priest, and the other is the royal family of Augustus. They are not only listeners, but also participants in this history. Ji-sun figured out everything, and gradually entered a very mysterious state. At this moment, he seemed to be traveling in 3,000 years of time, overlooking the bumpy development of the Kashi civilization. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration seemed to come to his mind. Ji-sun suddenly understood what Jiayu once said about I am the secret of the world. History is playing out like the present, and the future will be like the past, right there. It has not happened, but it has already happened. At this moment, I felt the same way. History is like a grand stage play. From the beginning, the script was written by the screenwriter behind the scenes. It seems that the actors on the stage are performing unknown plots at every moment, but in fact, they have long been destined to be on a fixed fate line, from the beginning to the end. Only those who can understand this game can participate. For those who can't understand, it's useless to tell them. The chess player uses the world as a chessboard, and those who can't see the chessboard can only be chess pieces. The moment his thoughts came to him, Ji-sun instantly felt that thousands of pores were unblocked, and his soul seemed to be sublimated. He is still a moving chess piece, but he can already see some of the veins on the chessboard. This transformation is like the extreme pleasure of having his life level elevated. Enlightenment also appears at the same time. You understand from the epiphany, I am the world skill proficiency plus 8,888, you have understood the domain. You have touched a trace of extraordinary mystery from the laws of the universe, divine power perception plus 234. I don't know how long it took. Ji-sun came back to his senses, and saw Chujiu and Nanjing meditating on the side. Ji-sun also felt that his soul was gradually falling from the clouds, and his perception gradually became clearer. He murmured to himself, so this is the power of God? Before, he only saw the power of others, but now he knows what it feels like when he touches it. His eyes were full of indifference, as if there were no emotional fluctuations. This is an improvement in the cognition of the world, and the sublimation of the level of life. Like shedding skin, he saw his old body. At this moment, Ji-sun vaguely felt the world in the eyes of God. It was as if life was suddenly divided into different levels. In the eyes of high-dimensional life forms, low-level creatures were not truly alive, but low-level creatures driven by desire. That feeling was not clear enough. Ji-sun had only touched the threshold of divine power. And the more tangible gain was the understanding of the magical secret method of I am the world, and the threshold of domain. This meant that as long as he kept going deeper, he would most likely be able to understand Jiayu's domain I am the world. But this is not what Ji-sun wants. Domain. It is like a designer designing a house with what he has learned. The houses built by others are all fixed structures. But Ji-sun's house is like Transformer Rubik's Cube. It can change into any shape when needed. I am the world is the best framework of his envisioned domain of all things. Now that the framework has basically taken shape, we need to gradually add some bricks and tiles. Ji-sun exhaled slightly. It felt better than ever. As expected, opportunities always come in adventures. I looked at the time on my pocket watch, and 2 hours had passed. Because of the 7th level commander's leniency, this A-level plot mission was completed very smoothly. And the noise of the fight was also very small, which gave the three of them a chance to relax for a while. Ji-sun woke up from his epiphany, and Chu-jio and Nanjing also looked over at the same time. The three of them had their own insights. Miss Wanzit asked Ji-sun, "What should we do now? I just completed the A-level mission, and my military merit has reached the requirement, and I can settle it at any time." However, after suddenly knowing the truth of the past, this different dimension is a little special for the three of them. Ji-sun didn't plan to go out like this. Besides, he still had a jar mission. Thinking of this, he said, the original plan was that we would find an opportunity to go to the Imperial City. Ji-sun was also very curious about what special plot would be triggered when he met the High Priest of Nanshinyu. And there is one more thing. Ji-sun almost figured out the general historical context from the collapse of Terran to the present, but he still couldn't figure out what role Old Man Su played in history. Nanjing asked, "Then what should we do?" Ji-sun suddenly understood the plan that Pharaoh had never said clearly, and instantly changed some of his previous ideas, saying, "Let's go find those angel fragments. Light Chaser Pharaoh is in the orc camp, and this matter can be thoroughly explored." Calculating the time, those fragments should be almost all gathered. As soon as the words came out, Nanjing's eyes lit up. "Okay." Chu-jio beside him also nodded. Without saying much, the three of them untied the barrier and rushed towards the direction of the orc officers, who had been marked to collect fragments. Collecting fragments will inevitably lead to fighting, which is also the most reasonable way to attract the attention of the outer god. Beast blood boiling Mutu. At present, if the Light Chaser Pharaoh wants to seal him, he must first attract this person to appear. Witnessing the battle between the true gods, Ji-sun felt that he was very lucky. Chapter 427. Xiaonan, where are the fragments of the mechanical angels now? In the orc camp about 5 kilometers to the east. I saw that the orc legion leader with the pipe and beard flag was collecting them. The target should be level 7, but there are at least tens of thousands of troops near him, and the civic cat also sensed the auras of several other strong men. Once he is entangled, it will be very troublesome. Should we go now? Yes. Okay. When they first entered the different dimensional space, Ji-sun and the other two did not dare to be too ostentatious, for fear of attracting higher-level enemies that they could not handle. But at this time, knowing that the Light Chaser Pharaoh was behind him, it was no problem. Besides, collecting fragments was a B-level plot task issued by the Space Will. The Space Will encouraged adventurers to explore the plot. Although there was a mortality rate, it would not deliberately let adventurers die. But from the perspective of the plot, the B-level difficulty of the assessment must be a rating for the adventurer's rank. It was almost impossible for an enemy who could not resist to appear out of nowhere and kill 3 people in seconds. This was also the reason why Ji-sun planned to fight head-on. Since the 3 had chosen to charge in openly, they would not hold back. The mountain road of several kilometers was reached in a blink of an eye. There was a camp surrounded by wooden fences hidden deep in the forest, and the fluttering flags were pipes and beards. According to the intelligence obtained before, this was a small legion under the 7th Army of the Orcs, responsible for logistics. The legion leader was Danchikluo, the 7th level of the Beast Walker sequence. As soon as the 3 entered the dense forest, where the camp was located, the scouts hiding in the treetops had already discovered the intruders. Before they could send out a signal, several silver flying knives flew away. Ji-sun was now very skilled in controlling the flying knives with telekinesis. Almost the moment he discovered the enemy, the body had already fallen from the tree. At the same time, a domineering aura had already burst out in the camp. The 3 of them did not retreat at all, and rushed all the way to the entrance of the camp. At this time, the rebels' enemy attack horn sounded. Ji-sun and the other 2 completely ignored the gate full of restrictions and traps. They moved in the void and appeared in the camp in a blink of an eye. At this time, a 5-meter-tall strong man with a beard and fangs came out of the tent with a mace. This was the orc army leader Danchik. When this guy saw the 3 enemies, his expression was stunned for a moment, and he seemed to have no idea why someone would come to die. But Ji-sun didn't hesitate at all. He kicked the ground suddenly, and with a pop sound of air explosion, he punched the strong man. Bang! The huge camp exploded like a landslide. Ji-sun punched the guy's mace, and the strange gravity spread like water waves. The mace blocked the fist attack, but failed to block the gravity. Danchik's pupils dilated instantly, his face turned unusually red, and the hard ground under his feet burst into powder. Obviously he suffered a small loss. Ji-sun was not surprised, but raised a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. TSK, very strong. It seems that he used to be a card master of Spade for Beast Walker, but because of the pollution of the outer god Mudu, he is now more like a half-human, half-demon beast. His ridiculously strong body also allowed him to withstand Ji-sun's full-strength punch. But this was good news for Ji-sun. It was confirmed that the opponent's profession was pure melee, which could be said to be the most ideal opponent. There were no strange means, so the possibility of killing was very high. The two sides just looked at each other and tested each other, and Danchik seemed to sense the difficulty of the person coming. Even if he sensed that the opponent's rank was lower than his, he did not dare to be careless. Ah! A thunderous roar came out of his throat, and he instantly entered a violent state. With the crackling of bones and muscles, the orc leader's body suddenly grew taller, and his skin turned into a blood-red color reflecting a metallic luster. Not only that, a blood-colored barrier appeared around his body. As soon as the barrier appeared, Ji-sun, who was attacking him, suddenly felt his body sink, as if he was fixed on the spot by a strange force, like gravity. Not only that, the blood in his body was aroused by a mysterious force, and boiled uncontrollably. This domain is interesting. Ji-sun quickly pulled away and retreated. At the same time, the clown's phantom appeared, and he forcibly suppressed the restless blood and chi with the power of a high-level demon god. After my proficiency in the world skill was raised by a large level, not only did his deduction ability soar, but his cognition of the world also greatly improved. Although he had never seen the methods of the 7th level orc in front of him, in his eyes, there were not many secrets. Ji-sun saw at a glance that this domain was not only about power control, but also about blood and chi secrets similar to black magic, which could make any close combat opponent suffer a great loss. At this moment, the enemy did not give him a chance to observe. The huge orc swung the mace and smashed it into Ji-sun's face at a speed that was almost like teleportation. Ji-sun's pupil shrank suddenly so fast. He immediately sensed that the other party seemed to have used some fighting secrets to control his body on the spot. The stiffness of the body at this moment was enough to be fatal. Bang! Without giving anyone any chance to dodge, the mace fell to the ground with lightning speed. The terrifying power law contained in this stick made the void seem to be distorted. The ground shook, and the cracks spread throughout the camp. One control and one hammer, this combo was enough to instantly kill most of the 6th level. However, Ji-sun reacted faster. As soon as the space crack appeared, he had already flashed several meters away. However, even if he avoided this stick, the feeling of death brushing against his scalp made him clearly feel the strength of his opponent. However, before he could catch his breath, a black shadow under his feet suddenly stood up and turned into a bloodthirsty werewolf. He was about to bite. There is more than one level 7 in this camp. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly. He had just teleported, so it was impossible for him to teleport again to avoid it. The cooperation between the two level 7 orcs was deadly and tacit. However, Ji-sun was not alone. Just when the shadow turned into a werewolf and was about to bite Ji-sun's neck, the cold air that had been lingering around Ji-sun's body instantly condensed and formed a human shape. It was Chujio who teleported in elemental form. Domain Forbidden Ruins of No Life. Chujio held the Holy Grail expressionlessly and pointed at the enemy in front of her. A magical scene was immediately staged. As she pointed, a deadly cold air that seemed to freeze time and space instantly swept the entire venue. The speed of the assassin werewolf was suppressed by the cold air, his body stiffened, his movements instantly slowed down 100 times, and the fear in his pupils also rapidly enlarged. With the blessing of the Holy Grail, and the power of the Ice Queen, her understanding of the law is no less than that of the 7th level. The assassin felt the biting cold air, and retreated in panic. It was precisely because of this extreme dodge that an ice cone did not pierce his heart, but pierced through the shoulder armor on his back at the collarbone and shot out. Just one hit injured a 7th level. Chujio did not intend to let it go. The cards in his hand collapsed, and hundreds of ice cones condensed behind him again, spell Secret Dragon Fong Frost Thorn. The assassin's eyelids twitched, he did not dare to resist, and instantly disappeared into the darkness. However, although the hundreds of ice cones did not hit the main target, they pierced through the hundreds of orcs, who gathered around 100 meters away. After killing hundreds of people, the ice cones exploded in the camp. In just a moment, the ground of the entire camp was frozen into ice. Snow fell from the sky, and the temperature dropped by dozens of degrees. The domain was formed instantly. Ji-sun glanced at Chujio, and secretly praised him for being amazing. Now Chujio, blessed by the king's luck, is only a legend, but his actual combat power is not inferior to that of a 7th level card master. The two looked at each other and nodded, and tacitly divided their opponents. With Chujio dealing with the assassin, Ji-sun can also concentrate on dealing with the Legion Commander Danchik. For a moment, the huge camp was in chaos. The shock waves of the battle were getting stronger and stronger. On the other side, the base camp was attacked, and tens of thousands of orcs stationed around the camp also gathered quickly. A certain bald-headed lady, who had been waiting for a long time, took out the ancestral spiritual scroll. When the 9-pointed star spiritual formation lit up in the void, a terrifying undead aura filled the forest. Looking again, teams of dead undead warriors riding undead war horses were summoned. Jisun glanced at them and thought, Moon Knight Corps? He had seen these undead knights before. They were snatched by Nanjing from the new king of Orlan in Shangbang prison. But there were not many of them at that time. Now there are tens of thousands of them. These are the elite of the Augustus royal family. Speaking of which, they may not be dead in the different dimension now, and some of them are still in the Imperial City. Square 4 Psychic. This sequence has 2 development directions. The first is the human wave tactics, and the other is the elite tactics. The former is to rely on summoning a large number of low-level summoned objects, and win by quantity consumption. The second is to summon a summoned object that is more powerful than itself to kill the enemy, and win by quality. Under normal circumstances, both cannot be achieved at the same time, because summoning is also limited by the spell power, mental power, and soul restraint of the card master. However, this restriction obviously did not work for Nanjing. The magic secret method of Yushiting, combined with the inheritance scroll of the high priest, made the undead knights she summoned almost all of them at the disaster level, and there were a huge number of them. If she wasn't limited by her rank, she could summon more. And the death knights can't be killed, at most they lose a little death energy. As the descendant of the high priest, Nanjing can communicate with the underworld, and the death energy is inexhaustible. The death knights she summoned can really be called the undead army. These undead armies are still a little powerless against top-level card masters, but on the battlefield, they are completely unsolvable. Facing this immortal undead army, even if the number of enemies is tens of times, unless the controller can be killed, Jisun doesn't know how to lose. However, Nanjing's own strength is also a mystery. It's not that easy to pose a fatal threat to her. Jisun saw this scene and sighed in his heart. This girl has really grown up a lot. I thought it was a fierce battle. But now it seems that as long as there is no irresistible factor, this orc camp will most likely be flattened by 3 people. Kill the orc elite, combat merit plus 15. Kill the orc squad leader, combat merit plus 70. Kill the sea-level disaster 2-headed werewolf leader, combat merit plus 300. Of course, the war mode is to kill, kill, kill. The battle exploits refreshed by Chidi have made the 3 of them numb, and they just watched the numbers rise like a tide. The camp suddenly became as lively as a meat grinder. Jisun is hard to beat in a one-on-one battle. But when it comes to group killing ability on the battlefield, Chujio and Nanjing are really outrageous. One can kill enemies with frost in a large area, and anyone who gets close to low-level orcs will turn into an ice sculpture in an instant. On the battlefield, the place where she is a life-restricted area. The other controls the undead army to kill in and out of the tens of thousands of orcs. The immortal undead army is like a sharp knife that repeatedly rushes and kills, and in a blink of an eye, corpses are everywhere. Moreover, the 3 of them were incredibly strong, and unless there were multiple level 7 sieges, there was almost no chance of defeat. In this way, the 3 of them pushed through the orc camp. While Jisun was fighting fiercely with the Legion leader Danchik, he devoured the extraordinary characteristics of countless corpses, and became stronger and stronger. Now was the time to attack the city. There were at least 80 such battlefields near the entire imperial capital Behemoth. Even if there was support, it was most likely from other nearby legions. The strength is about the same as this orc army. For Jisun and the other 2, it is not a big problem. They have the ability to escape from the beginning to the end, and it is absolutely impossible for them to be exhausted by the human wave tactics. The real threat is the rebels above level 7. However, I don't know whether it is because of the difficulty of the plot, or the influence of some secret magic of the Light Chaser Pharaoh, or both. There are no surprises in this camp war. From the beginning to the end, there is no enemy that can really crush the 3 of them. The fierce battle lasted for more than half an hour. From the beginning, when the 2 7th-level warriors did not show any special means, they were destined to be exhausted to death. Ji, who was well-planned, found an opportunity and joined forces with Chujio to severely injure the 7th-level assassin. The other Legion leader Danchik was also alone, and was soon killed by 3 people. You and your teammates killed the Orc Intelligence leader Portia, and received 1,000 military merits and 1 bronze medal. You and your teammates killed the Orc Army Deputy Legion leader Gary, and received 4,000 military merits and 1 silver medal. You and your teammates killed the Orc Army leader Danchik Luo, and received 5,000 military merits and 1 gold medal. You completed the B-level plot task and collected the fragments of the mechanical angel. You can use the fragments to exchange for military merit rewards. The 3 leader-level rebels all received a lot of military merits. While collecting the corpses and spoils, Ji-sun found more than 20 pieces of mechanical angel fragments in the storage space of the Legion Commander Danchik as he wished. Putting them together with the pieces he had obtained before, it was almost a complete mechanical arm. Enlightenment suggested that this was something that could be taken out of the other dimension, but Ji-sun did not intend to exchange it for military merit. Angel alloy currently, there is no place to find it in the outside world. If this mechanical arm could really be repaired, it would be even more exciting for him. In the ruin camp, after the death of the Legion commander, the Orc legions could no longer organize any decent charge. The undead knights were still harvesting the remaining rebels in the forest. Ji-sun, Chu-Jio and Nanjing were resting among the corpses. Ji-sun knew the secret method of gluttony, and he recovered faster than the other two. After recovering, he searched among the corpses and collected extraordinary materials. Mace, dark gold, heart of the polluter, dark gold, Muda's secret blood of God, second generation werewolf's tough magic muscle, excellent gold. I guess Space Day didn't expect that the adventurers could push the entire camp flat. I have to say, there are so many good things. These rebels are all outer god polluters, and the probability of dropping materials after death is also very high. Orcs above level 3 have a chance to drop gold materials, which makes Ji-sun and his 3 friends rich all of a sudden. Several dark gold materials have been dropped, and gold and silver materials are everywhere. After all, it was the glorious era of card masters 3,000 years ago, and the quality of these materials was very high. Even Ji-sun had his eyes on several suitable for himself. However, before the spoils were collected, dense footsteps were heard all around. It looked like the rebels' reinforcements had gathered, and were ready to charge in groups. As long as they didn't leave, the rebels would keep coming. No matter how strong the 3 were, it would be hard to have another fierce battle. And the enemy would become stronger and stronger. Ji-sun glanced at Chu-Jio and Nanjing, and nodded at each other. Then he took out the card with the pottery jar, and after infusing it with spell power, a pottery jar full of mysterious spells appeared in his hand. Almost at the same time, an indescribable breath suddenly appeared in the sky. Ji-sun and the other 2 immediately felt the terrifying pressure that they had never felt before. Even at their current level, they felt their scalps tingling. The feeling of death has never been clearer than now. The 3 of them knew that if they showed any fear, the mysterious existence would crush them in an instant. This is the real difficulty of the A-level plot mission. When the outer gods come, only by showing enough courage can you survive. However, Ji-sun and the other 2 are very human. The moment the indescribable breath appeared, the 3 of them reflexively rose up the shadow of the demon god, the clown, the queen of ice disaster, and the lord of all demons Fusicus. The epic source card brought the purest demon power to the 3 people. With the blessing of the royal holy weapon, the 3 people faced the pressure, although their foreheads were covered with sweat, but they were not afraid at all. On the contrary, Ji-sun smiled evilly and muttered to himself, "Are you going to run away? You know, the 3 of them are not the real boss. The one who really needs to deal with the indescribable existence is the Light Chaser Pharaoh." Before, the Light Chaser Pharaoh did not tell Ji-sun what to do, because any directed hostility will be sensed by the outer god Mutu. But Ji-sun, who has mastered the secret method of I am the world, knows that he is a bait. Among the 7 outer gods, beast blood-boiling Mutu is cunning and especially good at hiding his whereabouts. As long as he does not take the initiative to show up, it is difficult for him to be discovered. Or if he senses danger nearby, he will not show up. And what Ji-sun has to do is to take out the jar at the right time. He thought that it is likely that he will make some noise to attract the attention of the outer god. So he simply did this B-level plot task of collecting mechanical angel fragments. Moreover, the 3 of them were bait, and their identities and strengths were special enough. Killing more orcs would increase the probability of attracting the outer god. This was the fact, and the outer god Muda was nearby. In the war of some cannon fodder believers, no matter how many people died, he had no interest in showing up, but when he saw the jar, he realized that it was aimed at him. Just as Ji-sun took out the jar, a twisted light gate appeared at the mouth of the jar, and the whole space seemed to be sealed by some mysterious barrier, as if something was trying to break free and escape. At the same time, a masked man in a cloak walked out of the twisted light gate. It was the Light Chaser Pharaoh. Chapter 428. Although Ji-sun didn't know what the Light Chaser Pharaoh's plan was, he was not surprised to see this guy coming out of the jar. On the contrary, Ji-sun was very curious about how to use this jar. After all, he still had 2 jars on him. The ancient relic that could seal the outer gods couldn't be simple. At this moment, he understood the purpose of this spell pottery jar. It seemed that once it was activated, it would seal this universe and prevent the outer gods from escaping? Ji-sun couldn't be sure of the things that were beyond his cognition. But the appearance seems to be so. At the moment, when the twisted vortex appeared on the jar, 100-meter-tall werewolf demon shadow suddenly revealed its true form in the empty sky. Ji-sun looked up, but could not see his face clearly. Instead, when his eyes touched, he was shocked by the violent, wild and primitive breath on the spot. The appearance seen by the eyes could not be imprinted in his mind at all, but in his heart, it seemed that a pair of blood-red eyes, like a blood moon, had glimpsed into the depths of his soul. It was a powerful impact that seemed to have glimpsed something that the brain could not understand, and the brain consciousness collapsed in an instant. After one glance, the mind was about to collapse. Fortunately, the Sismak Holy Grail in Chujio's hand was shining brightly, instantly dispelling the pressure that almost made people collapse mentally. The shadow of the demon behind the three people also solidified instantly, and the eyes were instantly clear. They were all solemn. Ji-sun came back to his senses, and he was sweating all over his back. At the same time, enlightenment appeared. You looked directly at the indescribable thing, and were shocked by the divine power of the boiling beast blood Mutu, and fell into mental confusion. You seemed to understand something under the pressure, and the divine power perception plus 18. Ji-sun looked at the outer god in the sky, who was forced to appear by the pottery jar. Although his forehead was sweating, the corners of his mouth gradually raised a ferocious arc, and he was surprised. Tis TSK, divine power perception, so this is the Easter egg of the A-level plot. It turns out that divine power can also be passively increased. Not only him, but also Chujio and Nanjing, the two girls beside him, obviously had the same feeling. They realized that this was the task reward of the space will. It seemed that the divine power could make people collapse, but the essence behind the actual crisis was the reward. As long as they could bear it, they could get the power of the true God that could not be touched anywhere else. This was the only way that Ji-sun knew so far, in addition to his own hard work, to comprehend the divine power through external forces. This was a great opportunity that could not be sought after. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, the spatial will did not indicate that the difficulty of the plot had increased. In other words, for them, this was still the difficulty of the A-level mission itself. The biggest pressure was always the light chaser who was holding them back. As soon as the huge werewolf phantom appeared in the sky, the light chaser pharaoh also took action. Ji-sun heard a familiar low voice in his ear, God's domain I am the world. Compared with the violent outer god Mutu, this one was much gentler in the eyes of Ji-sun, and the other too. His expression could not be seen clearly on his masked face, but he always stood there calmly. But the magical thing is that even though he was clearly seen with the naked eye, it was as if he did not exist. It was as if Phelo's body itself had merged into the world. He was originally part of the world's laws, not a separate individual. Ji-sun looked at it, and was amazed. In a blink of an eye, he saw Phelo took out a black-covered book. Ji-sun had seen the black-covered book, which was the inheritance of the Light Chaser lineage infinite script. He had heard Jia Yu introduce it before, and this script had a magical and extraordinary special effect. That is, as long as the content of the script conforms to the logic of the current universe, the content of the script will be truly realized in reality. This possibility can not only create creatures out of thin air, but even tamper with the rules of this world. Once, the descendants of Jia Yu and the Light Chaser created the legend of Unsolvable in the East Desert, and this relic played a great role. While Pharaoh was writing on the book with a quill pen, he was also chanting the not-obscure curse in his mouth. I have a stroke that can show the scene of natural disasters coming. What I write is a curse. When the wind rises, it will be like a blade. When the clouds surge, it will be like a rope. When the rain falls, it will be like a formation. When the thunder falls, it will be like a lock. The curse will be like a disaster. As soon as the curse pattern was written, strange phenomena suddenly appeared in the world. The originally empty space suddenly became windy and surging, and violent storms and rainstorms swept through in an instant. When Ji-sun saw this method, he was amazed. The law follows the words. In an instant, it seemed as if the elements of the entire world were controlled by Fa Luo, and the strange phenomena of the world became his means of fighting. This is not the curse you see every day. It was a real natural disaster. The thunder bound the tall werewolf phantom like a chain, and the wind and rain eroded the steel-like fur like a blade. In such a superclass battle, the laws of the universe were no longer the iron laws that maintained the operation of the world, but became a weapon for both sides to play. The movement was as exaggerated as the end of the world. As the battle escalated, the power of the two gods became more and more violent, and every confrontation was accompanied by the collapse and reshaping of the rules. Ji-sun clearly felt that the space became extremely unstable at this moment, sometimes folding, sometimes tearing, and the barrier of the void was as fragile as paper, as if it could completely collapse at any time. Countless violent and twisted laws collided, forming a terrifying black vortex that swallowed everything around. Moreover, this battle made the cosmic rules originally hidden in various parts of the world materialize into spells. Not only was the power terrifying, but the materialization of the vast amount of super-level information also broke through the human cognitive barrier, and was displayed in the eyes of all the spectators. Gradually, this was already a level that low-level card masters could not look directly at. Chujiu and Nanjing, who were standing by, could not help but lower their eyebrows and eyes, and only steadily peeked at the part they could bear. Ji-sun, who was standing by, spat out a mouthful of blood while watching. Chujiu and Nanjing looked at him sideways and reminded him at the same time, Ji-sun, be careful. Yes. Ji-sun grinned, with scarlet blood overflowing between his teeth, but he did not intend to retract his gaze. He was different from Chujiu. His career sequence was directly related to both sides of the battle. Whether it was the beast blood-boiling Mutu or the light chaser Pharaoh's methods, Ji-sun could perceive more than others. The indescribable erosion he endured would be much less than others. Moreover, the light chaser obviously had a guide, deliberately letting him see the secret of the top level of the world. 3,000 years later, the card master still wanted to guide the future generations. Ji-sun knew it was dangerous, but the opportunity was rare. This kind of opportunity to experience the divine power through external forces is rare. Compared with the benefits, paying that little life is not a problem at all. Besides, there is no better opportunity than now. There are two super nurses, Chujiu and Nanjing, around him. Even if he really dies on the spot, the two of them can help pull him back from the gate of the underworld and extend half of his life. With the undead curse, the possibility of sudden death is not high. With so many things to rely on, Ji-sun not only did not look away, but instead focused his eyes on the two sides of the fierce battle that were looming in the void. Even if he was just watching from a distance, his body seemed to be constantly testing the edge of life and death. Collapse and recovery, repeating over and over again. However, his body was in great pain, but the arc of Ji-sun's mouth did not converge, but became more and more raised, and he sighed in his heart. It's really exaggerated, he actually used the rules of the universe as a means of fighting. Is this the legendary god? He felt very honored just to have the honor to watch the battle of gods. It was as if he had glimpsed the peak scenery on the road of transcendence, which was a great excitement that made his blood boil. Although he could not understand much. But the little he understood brought a qualitative improvement to his current realm. A lighthouse appeared on the dark road ahead, illuminating the direction. Enlightenment was also constantly refreshing the screen. You touched the indescribable power of gods, and the high-level laws eroded the mental confusion plus 33, and the laws were polluted. You watched and gained insights. I am the world proficiency plus 141. You seem to understand something in the pressure. Divine power enlightenment plus 17. You were eroded by the divinity of the outer god Mutu, and the high-level power law enlightenment plus 1. You understood the power of the high-level laws in the observation, and the affinity of thunder, fire, and feng shui elements increased, and the understanding of the laws increased. Since it was a reward from the will of space, Ji-sun certainly would not waste it, and absorb the insights like a whale. The fierce battle in the sky continued, and the noise of the battle also attracted the attention of everyone in the eastern part of the entire imperial city Behemoth. No one knew what happened, but the fierce battle attracted more and more powerful people. Ji-sun and the other two would be in more and more danger. The reward for observation and understanding was also over. The normal plan was that they only needed to take out the jar to attract the outer god Mutu to appear, and then go to the imperial city. Ji-sun didn't know how to go. But since Pharaoh said it was okay, I think there must be a way. Ji-sun watched for a while, and probably guessed that Fa Luo must have been sure that there were experts in the imperial city to help. Otherwise, relying on his own strength, even with the assistance of the sealing god jar, it would be very risky to seal Mutu. There is not only this god level on this battlefield. And Terran, seeing the opportunity to seal an outer god, will definitely find a way to help. Whether it is to contain or directly participate in the battle, he will definitely come. Just when this thought came up, Nanjing on the side suddenly discovered something and said in surprise, "Hey, I sense the power of the ancestors." She used the psychic power in the Forbidden Scroll. Ji-sun immediately realized something when he heard it. This might be the Talon High Priest Nanshinyu who came in person. This plot should be like this. Ji-sun guessed in his heart when he heard Nanjing say this. This level of battle is considered a background plot in this different dimension. They can get some insights from watching, which is already an unexpected gain. And the real ending in history is that Muda was indeed sealed. Ji-sun didn't know if this was the case 3,000 years ago. But now that Nan Xinyu had come in person, there shouldn't be any surprises. The three of them looked into the distance, and saw a huge 9-pointed star spiritual formation appear in the direction of the Imperial City Behemoth. Then, 3 terrifying undead monsters, the undead skeleton dragon, appeared in the sky. The skeleton dragon's body was huge, with a wingspan of 100 meters, and its white bones were flashing with blue phosphorescence. 2 balls of soul-stirring netherworld fire were burning in the empty eye sockets on the huge head. From a distance, the 3 groups of black death energy seemed to penetrate the depths of one's soul, and one could sense the terrifying power of the death dragon from a distance. As soon as the 3 undead bone dragons appeared, they flapped their wings and flew towards this side at a high speed. His pure-blooded dragon? Ji-sun took a breath of cold air. It was the first time he felt such a pure and heavy dragon power. However, what was even more exaggerated was that on the head of the 3-headed bone dragon, there was a woman in palace clothes, whose eyebrows seemed to be inlaid with a brilliant diamond-shaped magic gem, shining with divine power. A closer look revealed that the woman's face was vaguely similar to Nanjing's. It was Nan Xinyu, the high priest of Terran. Nanjing, who was watching from the side, was also full of excitement. Wow, the ancestor is so powerful. However, just when the 3 of them thought that this person had taken action and the overall situation was settled, an unexpected situation occurred again. Without any warning, the sun hanging high in the sky suddenly went out. In the moment when the sky and the earth darkened, a round of bright white silver moon suddenly appeared. The strange moonlight illuminated the entire battlefield, and at the same time, the silver moon god tree also condensed in the sky garden of the Imperial City. What's going on? Is the moon goddess Arachne also going to take action? Ji-sun frowned as he watched the scene. Now that the moon goddess is the queen, she shouldn't end up like this, right? However, Ji-sun and the other 2 were at a loss, while the high priest Nan Xinyu riding on the dragon's head changed his expression, as if he had guessed something. Before Ji-sun could guess what was going on, there was a sudden commotion in the Imperial City. Looking closely, a majestic man in golden royal armor came out with a sword. Bang! 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 The whole space seemed to be shaking violently when he stepped on the air. The golden-armored man was extremely fast, surpassing the 3-headed skull dragon in a blink of an eye, and rushed to the battlefield with a crazy momentum. After him, a large group of Imperial guards followed closely. Ji-sun was stunned when he saw this abnormal scene. Who was this great figure in history? How could he be so brave? However, when he saw the style of the armor clearly from the golden light, his heart was hit like a hammer, and he was very surprised. Mad King Alduin. The man who was as brave and unmatched as a lion was the last emperor of Tarun. Why did the emperor go to the battlefield in person, and the group of guards behind him couldn't catch up with him? It looked like he was going to charge into the enemy camp alone. What's going on? Chujiu and Nanjing, who were standing by, were also surprised. However, when the man in golden armor attacked at high speed, his divine power was displayed, and a surging sea of blood came over. Ji-sun and the other 2 immediately felt a breath more brutal than that of the outer god Muda sweeping across the battlefield. Tyrant. Ji-sun immediately realized something. This guy was just as Pharaoh said. He had lost his royal power, and had been completely corroded and deformed by the devil's mark. So much so that the Supreme Emperor of Terran rushed out alone just to kill and vent his cruelty. The first time they saw this tyrant, the 3 of them were shocked as if they had witnessed history. This person's pressure was completely indiscriminate. Black Spade King Tyrant, the fear law triggered by it, coupled with the supreme royal pressure, made Ji-sun's body covered with goosebumps instantly. It was the feeling that the instinctive fear deep in his soul was triggered. The Supreme King has arrived. However, while he was terrified, the Holy Grail in Chujiu's hand shone brightly, and his crystal eyes flashed with strange colors, as if he had sensed something. But Ji-sun's attention was immediately attracted by the blood-red sword in the hand of the man in golden armor. He looked at the familiar sword and said in surprise, "Useless sword?" Absolutely right. Useless sword having been in his hands for so long, Ji-sun felt that he was absolutely right. However, at this moment, the sword in the hand of the Mad King Alduin was not black, but a strange scarlet color, like blood all over. Just looking at it with the naked eye, this great sword gives people a sense of evil as if they are looking at a sea of blood and corpses, and a sense of killing. Demon Sword of God Killer Turfront? Ji-sun didn't know why enlightenment showed him the name of this great sword. He also understood that when the useless great sword was in his hand, it must have been missing something. But now in the hands of the Mad King Alduin, it is a divine weapon. Before he could see what was going on, a more shocking scene took place. Alduin slashed down with his sword, and the blood-red sword energy spread across 10 miles. It was as if billions of wronged souls had turned into waves of sword energy, and it was as if thousands of troops were surging wildly. This sword made no distinction between friend and foe, and violently broke through the divine domain of the light chaser Pharaoh. Pharaoh, who had just calmly faced the enemy, spat out a mouthful of old blood, and looked at the Mad King, who suddenly broke into the battlefield with a bitter face, his brows full of solemnity. This guy. On the other side, the beast blood-boiling Mudu was in a worse situation. He knew it was coming for him, and wanted to escape, but the sword energy seemed to lock his position, and no matter how he teleported, the murderous intent was always hanging in his heart. Schwa. As if the sound of rules being cut was heard, a gap visible to the naked eye was cut into the tall wolf demon shadow in the sky. Although it recovered in an instant, Ji-sun saw it clearly. The defense that the light chaser Pharaoh had never broken before was actually broken by a sword? This sword is so weird, it has a special effect of guaranteed hit. Ji-sun suppressed the evil brutality and blood in the sword intent and squinted his eyes. Slaying the god with one sword, it is guaranteed to hit. He thought about the big sword that he could only use as a shield before, and suddenly felt that the sword in his hand was covered with dust. It was the first time that Ji-sun had such high expectations for a weapon. He thought, that is to say, now that I have seen this great sword, I may be able to draw related rewards. Mad King Alduin joined the battle, and he could not distinguish between friend and foe. He fought 1 against 2, against the light chaser Pharaoh and the outer god Mudu. The noise of the battle was exaggerated by more than 10 times. Seeing this, Ji-sun and the other 2 had a picture in their minds, while the plain near Behemoth was turned into a ruin. Even the orc army on the ground, the imperial city guards, who came behind them, also suffered large numbers of casualties. This level of battle is completely unwatchable. Ji-sun was also sure that they were alive before because of Pharaoh's protection. Now that this uncontrollable Mad King has joined the battle, everything is out of control. The 3 had to retreat violently, but the aftermath of the battle was still a deadly threat. Even if they pulled away in time, the 3 were immediately seriously injured. When they saw that they would either settle and leave, or be affected and die suddenly, an undead bone dragon flew over and blocked the 3. Ji-sun watched the southern high priest take action, and then heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that this is how to enter the imperial city Behemoth. Chapter 429. Mad King Alduin personally went out of the city to join the battle, and the area outside Behemoth had become a meat-crushing field. In a battle of this magnitude, even high-level card masters are cannon fodder. Ji-sun, Chu Jiao and Nanjing did not dare to delay and rode on the undead bone dragon. It must be said that the Behemoth of the Terran Dynasty Empire 3,000 years ago was truly a pinnacle masterpiece in the field of architecture. When the bone dragon flew close to the city wall, Ji-sun and the other 2 were immediately shocked by the majestic white stone city wall, and could not calm down for a long time. The bone dragon is the spiritual object of the high priest Nanshinyu, and the imperial guards all know it. The 3 of them passed through several barriers unimpeded and entered the capital. When they came, the army in the city kept pouring out, rushing to reinforce the emperor. The rebels had been deployed outside the city for a long time, and when the 2 sides met, the battlefield immediately exploded into a mess. Ji-sun observed silently. Mad King Alduin was happy to kill, but this accelerated the collapse of the dynasty. Originally, the rebels would have to pay 100 times the price to break through the city. However, now that they have given up the city's defense advantage and fought outside the city, every loss of loyal soldiers has accelerated their decline. Loyalty and tyranny form a strong contrast. From this point of view, it seems that the collapse of the Terran dynasty should be a historical inevitability. The war became more and more intense, and the legendary law of war at this moment gradually revealed its traces in Ji-sun's eyes. After entering the city, Balon directly sent the 3 people to the post house, where the royal court received distinguished guests. Nanjing said thank you to the bone dragon, and then it flapped its wings and flew out of the city. After entering the city, it can be said that this exploration of the other dimensional space is basically safe. According to this posture, at least in the timeline of this space, it is impossible to break into the city. The solemnity on the faces of the 3 people was relaxed at this moment. Chi-Di also reminded that a special scene was found, the imperial capital Behemoth, and the hidden plot exploration degree was plus 80%. Looking up, The floating island with a rainbow and a waterfall is the palace. The city looked more stunning than what we saw from a distance, solemn and magnificent, revealing the majesty and tyranny of the emperor everywhere. The city was full of gorgeous and beautiful white buildings, colorful flowers blooming on the flower beds at the corners, pedestrians wearing all kinds of gorgeous clothes, and mechanical airships floating in the sky. This was a city with highly developed machinery and magic. Everything here represented the peak of civilization of the Talon dynasty. Even if the empire's fortune had declined to the extreme, this scene, 3,000 years later, no city in the East Wasteland could compare. If the entire city had not been shrouded in the shadow of war, this would be the most beautiful, spectacular, and amazing city Ji-sun had ever seen. This time point was the last moment of Terran's collapse, and the imperial city of Behemoth was filled with human card masters from the entire empire. The war outside the city also made the city noisy, and people took to the streets one after another, with worried expressions on their faces. The three stood on the roof of the post house overlooking the large area nearby, thinking. In Ji-sun's eyes, it seemed as if he had walked into history, and saw the glorious civilization of the past. Although Chuchio stood aside with a blank expression, her eyes were trembling with crystal. As a descendant of Augustus, she felt a special sigh in her heart as she watched the end of the glorious empire created by her ancestors. The rise and fall of the dynasty, and then its demise, made people feel as if they were watching a person's life. Rebirth, thriving growth, aging and old age, and finally death. The laws of the universe are easier to see in history. Nanjing's eyes were full of curiosity, looking around at the prosperous street scene. The battle outside the city was too far away, and there were city defense restrictions to block it, so we couldn't see anything at all. It was unknown how long this battle would last. It was useless to wait. Suddenly Miss Wanzada suggested, Ji-sun, Sister Chuchio, should we go for a walk in the city? When asked, Chuchio's slightly scattered pupils focused and nodded. Her thoughts also returned to reality from that inexplicable sadness. Ji-sun meant the same thing. They entered the city to trigger various hidden plots in the royal city. After all, this is Behemoth 3,000 years ago, the peak era of technological civilization and Kashi civilization, the three of them said, and went straight out of the post station. There are control bands everywhere in Behemoth during the war, and the city is full of patrolling machines and armored soldiers. But because Ji-sun and the other two were sent by the Bone Dragon, everyone knows that they are guests of the High Priest. With this identity, the three can travel freely in the city. Now the battle has reached the most critical moment, and there are no entertainment shops open on the streets. Most of the shops that were still open were supply shops related to the war. Machine shops, card shops, and shops selling extraordinary materials. This was exactly what Ji-sun and the other two needed. The current situation in Behemoth City was somewhat similar to the current situation in Dongwang. Because of the war, all kinds of mechanical equipment, classics, spell cards, demon marks, professional cards, etc., that were originally hidden in the treasury of the nobles and the royal family, many good things flowed into the market. Although most of the things that could be sold in the shops were not very high-end things. But this was the glorious era of the card master civilization 3,000 years ago, in the Royal Magic Card Shop, Thunderbird Mysterious Book Shop, Lawrence's Mechanical Workshop, Baron's Mechanical Armor Factory Store, and other shops on the street. All kinds of silver and black iron quality materials are almost everywhere. Even gold quality cards are not rare in small shops. If it were East Wilderness, any few items on the table would be fine products that can only be seen in auction houses. Looking at enlightenment again, these are all things that can be brought out of the other dimensional space. In other words, as long as you can get it, you can take it out. In the city, don't even think about robbing. You can only buy it. Although the prices during the war were ridiculously high, fortunately Ji-sun and the other two were not short of money. As long as they liked it, they would not hesitate to buy it. Ji-sun, look, this is the legendary Lost Plague Doctor Encyclopedia Secret Book original version. My god, it's a complete 29 volumes. Sister Chuchio, that Forbidden Spell Ice Dragon Descends card is very suitable for you too. Ji-sun and his two friends had no need for cards and materials that were worth less than gold. But even so, they found surprises along the way in various shops. Things were generally very expensive. But some goods were unusually cheap. For example, those second-hand textbooks that flowed out of the Card Master Academy. In the eyes of Ji-sun and his two friends, these classics that almost recorded the basic knowledge system of the complete Card Master were just waste paper processed on the street stalls 3,000 years ago. Ji-sun and his two friends walked and bought along the way. They have found almost all the basic books of the 52nd sequence of the 13 Paths, to the gods of the card master. The books are second-hand books, but the knowledge in them is indeed the crystallization of the wisdom of countless ancestors of the Talon dynasty. If these second-hand books are taken back to the East Wilderness, even in the current South Continent, they will definitely be worth a fortune. The three of them knew the reward given by the space wheel. Under normal circumstances, adventurers cannot enter the Imperial City. And even if they enter the Imperial City through the secret passage, without a reasonable identity, they cannot wander around the city like Ji-sun and the other two. Even the patrol soldiers on the streets were still an unmatched danger. So entering the Imperial City itself was a difficult challenge. Behemoth was very prosperous, and there were many shops. Just on the street where they were, there were dozens of shops of all kinds that could make people spend a whole day shopping. Ji-sun didn't know how long he could shop, so he focused on choosing a mechanical shop. The card master resources he needed were of extremely high quality, and almost impossible to buy. But the machinery was different. The overall level of machinery in this era was much ahead of that 3,000 years later. The obsolete mechanical items in some shops may be the top black technology of Dongwang. As he expected, Ji-sun visited several shops and saw too many eye-catching mechanical products. The machines tested in war are all practical and functional, and they are good things that can be mass-produced at a low price. Backley Magic Light Blade Military Version 3.0, Thor Impact Cannon, Ghost Mysteria Signal Jammer, Pterosaur Steam-Powered Glider, Invisible Force Field Current Device, Heavy Earthquake Generator, Climate Bomb, Ares Armor 1.5T. Ji-sun spent a few resources to exchange for a large number of drawings, and even some reference objects and equipment. With these drawings and objects, they can be mass-produced in a short time in reality. These things may require countless adventurers to risk their lives to explore the other dimensional space, but Ji-sun bought them in batches. Theoretically, if there is enough time, the wealth carried by Ji-sun and the other two is enough for them to buy the wisdom of half of the Terran civilization. The harvest from the other dimensional space this time will be unimaginably rich. However, Ji-sun also has a vague feeling that the will of space will never let them buy unlimitedly by catching bugs like this. As expected, a small accident happened not long after. Green Mechanical Drawing Shop. Inside, the shop selling drawings is now rarely visited by people. Only Ji-sun and his three friends are shopping in the shop. The streets are still crowded with people, but they are paying attention to the battle outside the city. No matter where he is, Ji-sun always stays alert. He suddenly glanced and saw a familiar figure. Senior Su? Ji-sun didn't expect that he would meet Old Man Su, who disappeared after entering the space in the city. And not only did he see Old Man Su, the other party also noticed it at the first time and turned his head to look into the shop. However, at the moment of staring at each other, Ji-sun secretly thought that something was wrong. No. He found that the eyes staring at each other were not the familiar vulgarity, but sharp and wise. Ji-sun had seen this look before. Was this Old Man Su's big account online? And if you look closely, Old Man Su's clothes are different from when he entered the city. What's even more strange is that there is a strong man carrying a big sword next to him. Ji-sun suddenly woke up, and an outrageous thought flashed through his mind. He realized that the Old Man Su in front of him might not be the one he knew. Rather, it was the Old Man Su from 3,000 years ago. The atmosphere instantly became weird after just one glance. Chujiu and Nanjing on the side noticed something was wrong and looked out together. Miss Wanzita saw that it was an acquaintance and greeted happily Senior Su. Ji-sun's eyes twitched for no reason. He didn't know why he met the Old Man Su from 3,000 years ago. If he really guessed it right, he really couldn't figure out the follow-up of this matter. Why is this old man in the imperial capital? At this time, Old Man Su outside the door seemed to know that he was recognized. He was suspicious for a moment and walked into the store. And the strong man in black robe beside him also walked in. In an instant, time stopped strangely. Everything in the store stopped. There were still people outside the door, but the shop owner, who was flipping through the blueprints, had his hands raised in the air, and the whole person remained in a frozen position. Ji-sun knew that this was the domain of a top-level strongman. The mysterious immortal in front of him distorted the time domain. Old Su walked in directly, his turbid eyes flashing with wisdom, and he looked at Ji-sun and the other two, muttering strange. Ji-sun knew immediately that he didn't know him when he heard this. It's not that he forgot. It's just as he guessed, this is the 3,000-year-old Old Su, who doesn't know him at all. Old Su didn't say anything more, and asked directly, youngsters, do you seem to know me? Chujiu and Nanjing were not familiar with Old Man Su, and they did not know why the wretched old man suddenly became a different person. Ji-sun only said, Senior Su, have you forgotten again? I am Ji-sun. He was not sure how to explain it, nor was he sure if he guessed it right, so he hinted. However, as soon as he said this, Old Man Su narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had figured out something. Turning around, a smile appeared on his suspicious old face, and he suddenly said, "Oh, I saw you in the future." When Ji-sun heard this, he felt his scalp tingling. It was amazing that the light chaser pharaoh could recognize that he was in a different dimension. Now Old Man Su said this again. This made Ji-sun's brain a little bit unusable. It seemed that these people were not in the same dimension as himself, but more like a god's perspective. This kind of high-level existence knows a lot of things that ordinary human thinking cannot understand. Ji-sun didn't know how to respond after hearing this. It's really the Old Man Su from 3,000 years ago. There's no relationship between them. And his intuition told him not to try to make such a relationship. Because when he was talking, he glanced at it and found something unusual. Old Man Su was fine. He was full of secrets. But the burly man following him made Ji-sun's heart skip a beat. This man was very burly, but it was not uncommon in the imperial city. And just at that moment, Ji-sun caught a glimpse of a silver light flashing under the guy's cloak. This is armor. It is not uncommon to see people wearing armor, but Ji-sun looked at the little bit of mysterious pattern on the armor, and immediately felt that it was very familiar. He will never forget anything he has seen. Naturally, he recognized it at a glance. This is the strongest legendary armor Frederick I's silver armor that he had seen in the battle at the Shinshu treasury, known as the immovable fortress. Ji-sun was not surprised to see this set of armor here. But what was surprising was why this person was wearing this set of armor. This set of armor has a strong pollution property, and almost only card masters of the hero sequence can wear it. But the hero sequence is very special during the war. If it is not an official war hero, then it is a hero of the resistance army. This person who wears it is very hidden, and Ji-sun thinks that it is very likely that he is not an official figure. So when Ji-sun thought of this, his eyes twitched inexplicably. He vaguely felt that things were not going well. However, although Ji-sun's expression did not show any abnormality. But in front of the Old Man Su who was on the toilet, his mind seemed to be completely exposed. Old Man Su looked at Ji-sun with a stiff gaze for a moment, as if he saw through everything, and chuckled, "Young man, your mind is quite active. What, are you interested in adventure together?" Ji-sun listened with a shudder. Because of this sentence, his deduction developed in a direction that was extremely scary. At this time, enlightenment also appeared at the same time, and the S-level hidden plot was triggered. The mysterious people from the rebel camp sneaked into the imperial capital. They were going to carry out an assassination and invited you to participate. Accept yes or no. Assassination? Is it true? Ji-sun knew that it was useless to cover up, and it was difficult to hide the shock in his heart at this moment. When he heard the question just now, he deduced this possibility. But the will of space confirmed this statement. The target of the assassination that requires the existence of Old Man Su, you can guess who it is with your ass. Suddenly, Ji-sun understood why the mechanical angel showed hostility to Old Man Su before. Now it seems that the 3,000-year-old Old Man Su may have played a very important and special role in this battle of the destruction of Terran. Looking at the great sword on the back of the cloak again, Ji-sun felt his right eyelid twitching for no reason. He had seen Alduin's crazy and unmatched fighting power before. He fought against the Light Chaser Pharaoh and the Outer God Mutu in a 1-on-2 battle, and he was not at all inferior. He knew that the strength of this Mad King was definitely the ceiling of the Card Master. Ji-sun was a little confused before. Who could kill this Emperor Terran? Because coincidentally, he had seen the body of the Mad King Alduin in the Imperial Mausoleum. The last Emperor was pierced through the chest by the Olympus Holy Sword, the sacred weapon of the Four Kings' royal power. Coincidentally, those who can use this holy sword must have the fate of kingship. And what is even more coincidental is that the Card Masters of the hero sequence are one of the few people who are almost born with the fate of kingship. They are also the ones who can use this great sword. In addition, the cloaked man in front of him is wearing Frederick I's silver armor. This legendary armor is most likely the hero sequence. So it is not difficult to speculate that the great sword behind him is most likely the holy sword of kingship. After another speculation, it can be almost determined that their assassination target this time is not someone else, but the Terran Emperor Mad King Alduin. This series of thoughts came naturally. Ji-sun was very interested in witnessing this shocking assassination that changed the history of civilization. But this is a single-choice question. Nanjing's ancestor was the High Priest Terran, so they are now considered to be members of the Terran camp. If they really choose to accept the mission, they will be in the rebel camp. I finally waited for the opportunity to meet Nanshinyu, but I missed it. Compared with the uncertainty of the mission, Meeting the High Priest Nan is almost a surefire opportunity. Whether it is Ji-sun himself or his friend, he will choose the latter. And Ji-sun likes adventure, not death. In this S-level plot of the other dimension, even if the 8th level comes, he will most likely die, and he doesn't want to die. Although he knows that the assassination was successful in history, who knows if it will be this time. Moreover, Old Man Su can't die, but I, the cannon fodder, may not. Old Man Su stared at Ji-sun's face, as if he had completely seen through his thoughts, and smiled again. Boy, your deduction ability is good. Have you met Pharaoh? No wonder. Ji-sun didn't know what no wonder means. But Old Man Su seemed to see his answer and said, in that case, see you next time. He then led the cloaked man out of the store without looking back, leaving Ji-sun and the other two looking at each other in bewilderment. At the moment he heard this, Ji-sun suddenly had an illusion in his heart, as if this was not an alien space, but that he had really traveled through time and space and met Old Man Su 3,000 years ago. The two left the store, and the strange time domain instantly returned to normal. The shop owner's hand also turned over a new page of drawings, and asked enthusiastically 3 guests, "Do you need to see this drawing?" This question interrupted Ji-sun's thoughts, and he came back to his senses. He and the 2 girls, Chujio and Nanjing, looked at each other, and the 3 of them saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Unable to figure it out, they turned their attention back to the drawings. There are too many secrets in this different dimension. No, to be precise, there are too many secrets hidden in that period of history. Chapter 430. Ji-sun was also surprised to meet Old Man Su from 3,000 years ago in the Imperial City. Eternal life, forbidden ruin steel, 7 lords of natural disaster, assassination of Mad King. The more Ji-sun came into contact with this time traveler from the last era, the more mysteries he had. Every incident involving this person seemed to involve a major event closely related to the changes in the civilization of the Card Master. But it was precisely because he was too high-end that Ji-sun felt no pressure. That was beyond his ability, so he just had to take a look. For example, this time, it looked like Old Man Su was going to assassinate Mad King Alduin and end this era. Ji-sun was only curious about why he wanted to do this. He had no ability to influence the development of this incident. Just have a look. The thought flashed away, and the 3 of them continued to select drawings in the shop. Soon, the shop was almost sold out. Ji-sun and the other 2 walked onto the street again, ready to visit the next shop. However, what the 3 did not expect was that they met an acquaintance again. We almost touched the magic sword tier's front. With our current clearance evaluation, we are likely to draw related items. I didn't expect the ancestor to suddenly leave the city. Your Majesty, please forgive me for speaking frankly. That great sword is too evil. It needs to absorb billions of souls to enhance its spirituality. Such a magic weapon can easily backfire. War is not without death. Besides, this is the exclusive relic of my tyrant sequence. Only if I get the magic sword can I reach the highest realm faster. But? No need to say more. What about the news about the task of collecting mechanical angel fragments? Your Majesty, it may be a little difficult. According to the news from our people outside the city, the mechanical angel fragments are in the core area of the current East Suburb War. No one can get close to that level of battle. Since the space was issued a task, there must be a chance. Instruct the people who come in to keep an eye on the battlefield in the east, and once the war is over, send the dead soldiers to explore immediately. There must be some hidden opportunities on the battlefield. Yes, Your Majesty. It's a pity that the High Priest Nen didn't give us the response we wanted. Otherwise, with his help, many things would be simple. As soon as Ji-sun and the other 2 walked out of the street, they suddenly ran into several acquaintances. It was none other than the new King Arthur of Orlan. And the 3 people around him were all acquaintances, including the Red Dragon Hogan, one of the 4 knights of the King Domingo, who was also one of the 4 knights, and Princess Betty, who was the body of the Moon Goddess. When the 2 sides met, all 7 pairs of eyes froze for a moment. Ji-sun looked at them and chuckled, thinking, what a coincidence. He had guessed from the plot mission before that someone had entered the Imperial City through the secret passage and had contact with the Augustus royal family. So he was not surprised at all when he saw Arthur and his men. The same was true for Chujio and Nanjing behind him. The 3 of them saw that these people were also shopping, and knew that they had the same purpose as them, and they all wanted to buy some mechanical technical drawings. Thinking about it this way, it's not a coincidence to meet them. However, the eyes of the people on the opposite side were full of disbelief. After all, the secret passage involved a hidden A-level plot mission, which had been completed after many people died. So even within the Holy See, only a few high-ranking people knew about it. And after they entered the city, it was destroyed. Logically, no one else could come in. How did these three guys get in? How did they enter this different dimension? It felt like someone had taken a piece of his own treasure. For Arthur, this was more frustrating than someone sleeping with his queen. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. The atmosphere instantly became murderous. However, neither side dared to fight in the city. They just looked at each other for a moment, and the guards around them all looked over. Ji-sun, on the other hand, had a calm expression. He looked at King Arthur, whose eyes were full of tyranny, with a playful look, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised a sarcastic arc. He likes the feeling that the other party wants to kill him strongly but can't. However, he has to say that just now, he found that Arthur's chi has changed a lot. The last time he saw him was in the Shinshu treasure house. This guy was still a 6th level, who needed the protection of the king's 4 knights to save his life in Gongwu's hands. However, now that he looked at the murderous aura exuding from him, Ji-sun felt a substantial pressure. He must be a 7th level, and not just an ordinary 7th level. Tyrant, the sequence is really special. Ji-sun muttered jokingly in his heart. Having witnessed the domineering and unparalleled power of Mad King Alduin before, he also had a clear understanding of the upper limit of this tyrant sequence. Crazy is crazy. But strong is really strong. After all, he is the inheritor of the same sequence and bloodline. Arthur in front of him can already see the potential of the tyrant. But because of his strength, Ji-sun also wanted to try how special is the tyrant. But it is obvious that Arthur's eyes are not on Ji-sun, a commoner. In the eyes of the new king of Orlan, a card master with some strength is not worth his attention. Instead, his eyes are on Chujio and Nanjing. Not only because these two are traitors of the royal court, but also because Arthur knows very well that their appearance in the imperial city of Behemoth will have a great impact on him. Facts have proved that the bloodline of Augustus can get in touch with the top leaders of Terran, and can also get in touch with those hidden plots and gain huge benefits. If only he can get those benefits, even if for some reason, he has not been recognized by the high priest, he will accept it. However, now that he saw his sister, who was also of Augustus blood, appear in the imperial city, Arthur felt a huge potential sense of crisis. Although he was the king, he did not want to admit that someone was more qualified to sit on the throne than him. But he knew better than anyone that Chujio, who could fuse the demon mark of the White Queen, had a stronger royal destiny than him. This meant that what he could get in the imperial capital Behemoth, the other party could also get. Even more. This was something Arthur could not tolerate. There is only one throne. He is the king, so everything should belong to him. At this moment of observation, the killing intent was not concealed. The girl with a bun next to Ji-sun pursed her lips slightly, not liking this arrogant hostility. Chujio was still expressionless, but the breath on her body became colder. Her mother died in the calculations of Arthur and Queen Catherine, and she herself was assassinated several times. There was no way to clear up this hatred. It can almost be said that they will fight to the death. The atmosphere intensified the moment the two sides looked at each other. There was no way they could fight. After observing, Ji-sun also felt a little bored. But after a few breaths, he chuckled and completely ignored the people on the opposite side, interrupting the confrontation. Let's go to other shops. Nanjing had long wanted to leave this embarrassing situation, so he took his hand. Okay. Chujio listened and said nothing, but followed Ji-sun away. The three people's behavior of ignoring made Arthur's face darken. Civilians can spit at their enemies, but the king cannot. No one who dares to offend him like this can live. However, there are 3 people in front of him, and they are still alive and well. Arthur was so angry that his eyes twitched slightly when he saw them leaving. He said in a deep voice, "Notify the people outside. Once they are found to go out, immediately guide the masters of the Holy See to kill them." Hogan beside him responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." On the other side, although Ji-sun, who changed to another shop, didn't hear what the people behind him said, he smiled and murmured, "Hee, it's lively now. Tyrant, well, if one can hold back his temper, he is not a tyrant." So the other party must have wanted to kill him. When Ji-sun met this group of people, a good plan suddenly came to his mind. Those people from the Orlan royal court dared to come to the other dimensional space, but they might not dare to show up outside. But they certainly didn't want Ji-sun and the other 2 to leave alive. So the killing job can only be done by the people of the Holy See. It just so happened that Griffith, the leader of the Judgment Dragon army, had recovered from his injuries and wanted to cause trouble for the Cardinal of the Holy See. I had never thought of a good opportunity to lure the enemy before. Now, it seems that there is one. I don't know whether it really triggered some city defense regulations, or the will of space does not allow them to do such a get-something-for-nothing shopping behavior. In short, not long after, a group of city defense guards took the three of them back to the post house with their special identities. There was nothing to buy, so Ji-sun and the other two could only wait. However, the harvest was enough, and the storage space was already a huge harvest that could only be produced by n times the different dimensional space. In the post station, Ji-sun and the other two were practicing and studying as usual. Having just received so much information, including many lost spells and secrets, Ji-sun couldn't wait to read through it. Several hours passed unknowingly, and the city suddenly became noisy. Ji-sun listened to the fragments of information from the excited residents on the street, and roughly knew that the battle outside the city was over. The king personally led the expedition, and Terran's side won a great victory, and successfully sealed an outer god. Ji-sun listened and smiled. It was war propaganda. It was obviously the Mad King who went out of the city to vent his anger. It turned into a heroic surprise attack on the rebels. But it was also good news. At least they won the battle. There was no danger of breaking the city for the time being. Ji-sun and the other two did not worry about leaving the game early. The three of them waited in the room of the inn. Suddenly, without any warning, a 9-pointed star formation lit up in the room. Ji-sun had already recognized the spell of this formation. It was spiritualism. Looking again, a beautiful woman in a court robe walked out of the magic circle. It was Nanshinyu, the high priest of Terran whom I had met before. This high priest then used the spiritualism as a means of displacement in the void, which amazed the people who saw it. Nanshinyu looked a little tired. Obviously she had just returned from the battlefield and was exhausted. She looked at Ji-sun and the other two, and then her eyes fell on Nanjing. This kind of blood inheritance connection made the estrangement disappear in an instant. The girl with the bald head also saluted obediently, ancestor. Nanshinyu smiled gently, reached out, and touched Nanjing's forehead. What a lovely girl. This touch was like the touch of two civilizations 3,000 years apart. As she spoke, she looked at Chujio again, as if she remembered something, and said, White Queen you can actually fuse this mark, your fate is very special. I said it shouldn't be his. Before, someone came and said he was the descendant of King Augustus. But he didn't take out the token of our Nan family, so I didn't pay much attention to him. The palace coup is not uncommon in Terran's history. When she saw Chujio for the first time, she actually guessed what happened. Chujio also nodded and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Senior Nan. The three of them also heard that Arthur must have found this person before. However, the royal inheritance of the Talon lineage is very special. Not only does it require the blood of Augustus, but it must also be recognized by the lineage of the Nan family's high priest. This is orthodoxy. Ji-sun was observing very curiously. He found that this Nanshinyu seemed to be able to recognize that the three of them came from the future, and seemed to know that this was an alien space. He was very curious. That level of card master has the ability to see the truth of the world. The light chaser pharaoh relies on the ability to deduce the world. So what about this one? Just as he was thinking, Nanshinyu looked over. And those extremely gentle and wise crystal eyes looked at him, and Ji-sun once again felt that all his secrets were seen through by someone at a glance. Ji-sun took the initiative to salute, meet Senior Nan. Facing such a master, the ancestor of a friend, the respect is also from the heart. It's not because she is a high-level NPC, and wants to trigger some high-level plot. Nanshinyu looked at Ji-sun, looked at him more, and said, Your pollution is already very serious. Which is gloves, you should use them less. Ji-sun didn't expect that the other party's first sentence would be this. It turns out that black magic had this name during the Talon period. He nodded. He didn't ask if there was a solution, thinking that if there was, the other party would definitely tell him. Nanshinyu's next words really revealed what he wanted to know. Joker Path is a bit similar to Tyrant. The magic mark has special requirements for the soul, but once it gets out of control, it will also distort the soul. The Forbidden, which is the path that Emperor Lanlingster tried, when he tried to break through a certain supreme realm. It was contaminated with a part of the distorted divinity, and was very polluted. There is almost no way to solve it except to strip away certain cognitions. Ji-sun heard it, and found that there was no way. But strip? What if the body changes? He suddenly realized something and thought of a relic, Grey Mist relic. The relic with the signature of him that he bought in the black market of Extreme Thief City was effective in stripping away the human soul. At that time, Ji-sun suspected that this was the relic of Emperor Lanlingster, and also guessed its purpose. Now, when I heard the hiss, it was really used to strip people's cognition? Could it be that Emperor Lanlingster used it to strip some not-so-good memories, and then the body can be changed back? When Ji-sun thought of this, he seemed to have found a solution, but he felt something was wrong. Without thinking too much, he was more concerned about another point. Senior, do you know Joker? After carefully thinking about what he said just now, he found that this person seemed to not only know the Joker mark, but also knew that Emperor Lanlingster also merged with this demon mark. But you have to know that Ji-sun learned about it through countless channels, but no one else knew about it, and no books had recorded it. Even the Light Chaser had heard that Joker was a special card master sequence, but he didn't know more. Yeah. Nanshin nodded. There was no need to say more in the eyes of such a wise man. She didn't wait for Ji-sun to ask, and directly answered his doubts. I also knew it by chance. The inheritance of the High Priest lineage was also interrupted because of a coup. This was originally a historical secret that no one knew. Moreover, Lanlingster's history was also covered up by some indescribable mysterious power. Coincidentally, I learned this information from the prophecy pointing to the future. Ji-sun's eyes twitched inexplicably when he heard it. Prophecy? It's not inheritance? This is another incomprehensible way. It feels like the prophecy is a spoiler, allowing Nanshin to learn the previous cause from the future result. Ji-sun felt that his brain was not working well, because the logical line of the world he originally knew was suddenly messed up. Yes. Nanshin also knew that she was a little difficult to understand, and looked at Ji-sun again, smiling slightly. Aren't you curious about how I knew your identities? She asked herself and answered, the prophecy once told me that I would meet the future fire, but I didn't expect that the prophecy would be manifested in a different dimension. As soon as these words came out, enlightenment also prompted, triggering the A-level opportunity plot, the prophecy of High Priest Terran. As soon as these words came out, the three people were stunned. Sure enough, this person knew that this was an alternate dimension, and that they came from 3,000 years later. And this mission was also very special, without any hints. After saying that, Nanshin eyes were also relieved and complicated. Although they were in an alternate dimension, she knew that her plan was successful when she saw Ji-sun and the other two. Ji-sun finally couldn't help but ask curiously, Senior, what exactly is an alternate dimension? Nanshin, the will of the plane. Your realm. Ji-sun and the other two cast doubtful and waiting eyes. Nanshin was about to explain in detail, but suddenly frowned, as if she had discovered something. She looked at Ji-sun and the other two, shook her head helplessly, and said to herself, it seems that the will of space doesn't want me to say too much. As soon as these words came out, it seemed to be mysterious for some reason. Ji-sun and the other two's eyes widened like copper bells. Nanshin explained calmly, you should know that the essence of the different dimensional space is adventure rewards, and it is an important way for card masters to gain experience and become stronger. Then she explained why she was hesitant to speak just now. The will of space will not let you gain too much without taking risks. This is also the reason why Pharaoh didn't tell you too many secrets before. Correspondingly, I can't tell you too much. The space will has tampered with some of my cognition and expression. I can't fully understand your words. Even if I say it, you can't fully understand my words. Otherwise you will be expelled. In other words, any gains in any space require equal risks to exchange. Ji-sun and the other two immediately understood this. This is the space will to prevent them from infinite card bugs. Otherwise, if I really want to chat with this Nanda priest, I'm afraid all the secrets will disappear. Nanshin, I know you have a lot of doubts. But I can't answer many. There are too many things she wants to say, but she doesn't know where to start. So she simply said, how about this? Is there anything you want me to help you solve? After saying this, the three of them looked at each other. There are indeed many questions they want to ask. But they also have priorities. The Nan family's ancestor can certainly solve Nanjing's problem. The bun-headed girl looked at Ji-sun, and after being encouraged, she asked directly, Ancestor, I want to ask you to leave the National Guardian Angel. Should I resurrect him? Nanshin tilted her head slightly. National Angel? Resurrection? Seeing her expression, Nanjing seemed to realize it belatedly. The timeline is wrong. At this point in time, the National Angel has not been killed. Oh! Nanjing was about to explain something, but Nanshin seemed to have known what was going on. Water smiled and comforted the bald-headed lady, saying that she didn't need to apologize. Oh, I know what it is. That is the help I left for you. His professional sequence of magic secrets is very special. You may have to study it carefully. As for how to resurrect, there is a secret code in the inheritance scroll of our Nan family, which is explained in conjunction with the Book of the Dead, and you will know what to do. After saying this, not only Nanjing, but Ji-sun also seemed to understand something. He had previously wondered why the High Priest Nan did not resurrect others, but left the angel of the nation alone. Now he heard that it was the secret method of the lightless sun. You can't say it too clearly, and if you guess, the less information you have, you can get stuck for a while. Nanjing also understood instantly, and then asked a few questions. Ancestor, how can I contract those super-level evil spirits sealed in the inheritance scroll? The Imperial Court and the second magic solution will do. Ancestor, what is in the seal array left by the underworld? A lower-level demon god of hell. You will know when you reach a high enough level. Ancestor. Miss wanted to ask several questions about the Nan family's discontinued inheritance. Chujio also asked some questions about cultivation. Gradually, as they asked more and more questions, the three of them clearly felt a sense of space rejecting them. Jisun knew that they didn't have much time left. Originally, the three of them had many questions. But Chujio and Nanjing stopped tacitly and turned their heads to look at Jisun. Jisun thought about it and asked the question he was most curious about. Senior, what exactly is that sealing god jar? Nanshinyu smiled with relief when he heard it. You asked a very important question. Do you want to hear it? But if I tell you, we may not see each other again.